his death, Archimedes, who had seemingly lived to his mid-70s, was buried in a tomb featuring a diagram of a sphere and a cylinder to represent what he considered his greatest achievement, the calculation of the volume and surface area of the sphere. Over time, the tomb became overgrown and was considered lost until 75 BC, when the great rhetorician and orator Cicero was serving as a Roman official in Sicily. He was a great admirer of Greek culture and knew a description of Archimedes' tomb which referred to the diagram and poem inscribed on it. He was determined to discover where the tomb of the great scientist was, and began looking at the tombs near the western gate. After identifying a small column with a sphere and cylinder on it, he ordered men to clear away the shrubs which had grown around it, allowing him to read part of the poem he knew to be on Archimedes' tomb. Cicero included this anecdote in his philosophical work, Tusculan Disputations, in which he laments that the Syracusans have neglected the tomb of their greatest scientist. Archimedes of Syracuse is universally regarded as one of the greatest mathematicians and scientists in history. Much of his fame in the ancient world was based on his reputation as an inventor and an engineer. His role as a siege engineer during the siege of Syracuse at the very end of his life is one of the few facts that can be reliably established about his life from the historical record. Nevertheless, based on Plutarch's description of his character and evidence from his surviving works, it appears that Archimedes was primarily interested in pure mathematics rather than their application in the physical world. Working in Syracuse during the 3rd century BC, some of Archimedes' mathematics was so sophisticated that it was only surpassed by the likes of Galileo and Newton. Some 2,000 years later, he is primarily remembered today as an individual who worked on the nature of gravity and floating bodies, but his interests were much wider, encompassing discussion of the measurement of infinity and a wide range of other mathematical concepts. Indeed, so complex were some of the equations that he tried to develop that it has only been possible to resolve them fully using modern computers. His work on algebra and trigonometry also informed modern mathematics. Hence, while he is often caricatured as an individual who ran naked from a bathtub shouting Eureka, or built a complex mirror tower to fend off the Romans, Archimedes' intellectual heft was far greater than is sometimes allowed for. What do you think of Archimedes? Was he the most influential mathematician of the ancient world, or was his work overly theoretical to have had much of an impact on applied mathematics? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
One of the song, it goes a lot better. There's that. Here you see Shimmy Shuax from Antwerp. He's a fantastic musician. Had a small break during a wedding. And look what he's doing, not to miss the dot. It's amazing. It's tremendous Mr. Chef. He's at the wedding of Rothschild, daughter, who got married last night. Robert Durrell came here to Das Antwerp. Spoke to see him in his office, even though he's not invited to speak for the same in the office. He made a point to come and visit for a few minutes to show further to learn the Torah. and to show how he's maksud Torah. Sure, the issue actually is leaders like that, but then he shares, you will not see that, yeah, so it's first best regard to see Eisenthal. The more I like this a lot. I just joined the one crew. Most of it's really good very much. Though I do it every day, I never really had a regular schedule to learn shots. You know, get copies, easy schedule, travel, or replying additional time for another learning channel. Check this out. A person puts up a Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. From? To say. A person puts up a sign from China, and it gets this guy to learn Torah. The other week I was in China. And I saw an MDY poster in the Sephardi Shul of Shanghai. I said to myself, why not try it? So when I found out that Paul was about to start, I did it by myself. As the thing says, go, just do it. I haven't missed a daf since. And when traveling, I make sure to download the shir in advance, so I can watch or listen to it on the way during the flight. Of course, I do also join the live share by Zoom whenever possible. Thank you for making the share so interesting for getting people excited about learning the daf every day. Yeah, Hashem bless you. Let's pray out for his help. He's been teaching the daf for many years to come out of Mev Esri. Robot Tzlacha, Mordechai Moshe Lidhar, attached the picture my colleagues took me watching me share during one of the many flights. Here he is. Shanghai. Okay, I'll try to remember. This one, he's on Zoom right now. Rabbi said, take a lot. I don't know. Should you put on Zoom? Let's see. Gary could work the math. This one was hard to read. Huh? You can't? Oh, his video's not up. This is his name. Oh, no. Come on. So, MS, you saw it in China? It's like, it sounds like Evolver. Wow. Okay, Thunderbolt, thank you for joining us. I enjoyed this year very much, and I've been learning since Satan and Zeke, and I also feel like I can't. This guy never. He can't do idol. And not point this out. Thomas Edison in the helicopter ride in the state of Ohio on the 11th of February, 1847. Now, what's so difficult, he says? Thomas's father was Samuel Upton Edison Jr. He was born in Digby in Nova Scotia, Canada, in 1804. In 1811, the Edisons settled in Ontario and eventually would own an estate of more than 2,000 acres in Bayonne Township, close to the northern shore of Lake Erie. In September 1828, the 24-year-old Samuel Edison Jr. married Nancy Matthews Elliott from New York State. She was the 17-year-old daughter of a Continental Army veteran of the American Revolutionary War. In 1837, Samuel took part in William Lyon Mackenzie's ill-fated attempt to overthrow the colonial government in Canada. Samuel was forced to flee to the United States, arriving first in Port Huron in Michigan, before eventually making his home in Milan, Ohio, in 1838. Samuel and Nancy would have 7 children, of which Thomas was the youngest. Thomas's great-grandfather, John Edison, arrived in New Jersey as a 3-year-old from the Netherlands. Although Thomas would later claim that his great-grandfather was a Wall Street banker who supported the American Revolution, John was in fact a landowner who remained loyal to the British Crown, and in 1784, following the end of the American Revolutionary War, he became one of the tens of thousands of British loyalists in the 13 colonies who relocated to live in Canada following the American Revolutionary War. There, the family name began to be spelled Edison. Thomas Alva Edison, named Little Al by his family, grew up at a time of political and economic change in the United States. The 1830s have been dominated by the presidency of Andrew Jackson, who presented himself as the champion of the American people against the corrupt political and financial elites in Washington and New His name is Spanish here,
Warren Jackson's Democratic Party believed that economic prosperity was down to the entrepreneurial spirit of individuals. His opponents said the Whig Party argued that the federal government had a role in promoting interstate commerce to foster economic prosperity, which in turn would strengthen the nation against its external rivals. Like while the Whigs represented the established commercial centers in the Northeast, the Jacksonians encouraged westward expansion, resulting in the expansion into places like Alabama and Mississippi, leading eventually to the annexation of Texas in 1844 and the conquest of a large swathe of territory westwards to California and Oregon, following the Mexican-American War of 1846 to 1848. Behind the debates about westward expansion and economic development lay the issue of slavery, which, despite the efforts of Congress to stifle debate in an effort to preserve national unity, rise to the top of the political agenda in the 1850s, eventually leading to the outbreak of the American Civil War in 1861. Edison grew up against the backdrop of this latter war. While all of this was occurring, great technological change was also underway, with the innovations of the Industrial Revolution that had begun in England in the 1770s finally making their way to the United States in the early 19th century. Edison grew up in a period when thousands of kilometers of railway line were being laid down, crisscrossing America. Factories were being built in great numbers in cities like New York, Boston, Chicago, Ohio, and Philadelphia. And every year brought new technological breakthroughs. Most accounts of Thomas Edison's childhood include a series of apocryphal tales about his youthful curiosity and his desire to understand natural processes. One tells of young Thomas wandering into the fields and sitting on a goose egg in an attempt to hatch the egg, after seeing a hen accomplish the same feat with one of her eggs. Although he was mocked by his brother-in-law, a page, the local farmer, Al's sister Marion was far more understanding and praised her brother's curiosity about how things in the world worked on a technical level. The part of Milan had benefited from the construction of the Milan Canal, which was completed in 1839 and allowed the town to become a wealthy grain port, trading directly with New York City via the Erie and the Erie Canal. The 1840s and 1850s saw a boom in railroad construction in the United States. But several proposals to build rail links to Milan came to nothing due to opposition from the Milan Canal Company. As the grain trade shifted towards rail, economic activity in Milan declined. And in 1854, Samuel Edison Jr. decided to move his family to the familiar terrain of Port Huron. Little Al was enrolled in a local school, but he was largely homeschooled after a time by his mother, who had been a school teacher herself years earlier. Thomas was a sickly child and had hearing problems from a young age, perhaps the result of suffering from a bout of scarlet fever when he was 11 or 12 years old. His poor health and homeschooling led him to become an avid reader. Edison later recalled the influence that the writings of Thomas Paine, the egalitarian English philosopher, who was one of the most eloquent champions of American liberty prior to the American Revolution, had on him. He was also interested in history, but it was a science textbook by the title of A School Compendium of Natural and Experimental Philosophy, that encouraged him to carry out his first experiments. Before long, the accumulation of chemical substances in the Edison house led Nancy to ask her son to conduct his experiments in the basement, which became the future inventor's first laboratory. Thomas Edison grew up at a time when young boys were expected to work at an early age. In 1859, at the age of 12, he secured his first job, selling newspapers and refreshments on board the trains of the Chicago, Detroit, and Grand Trunk Junction Railway between Port Huron and Detroit. The young Edison took advantage of extended layovers in Detroit to broaden his reading horizons and discovered Isaac Newton's The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, one of the most important texts in the early development of the modern discipline of physics and the hard sciences. Edison also read extensively from the books and newspapers he was selling, and he noticed that there was limited coverage of local news. In 1862, the 15-year-old Edison launched his first entrepreneurial venture when he set up his own local newspaper, the Grand Trunk Herald, which he sold on board the train. The weekly paper ran for 24 issues in the first 6 months of 1862. At its peak, Edison was selling 200 copies a day. The money he made enabled him to employ 2 other boys to help him sell his papers. His entrepreneurial spirit went even further, and he soon opened a vegetable stand at Port Huron, where he sold produce from his father's farms as well as items bought at wholesale prices from farmers along the trade line. As he entered his mid-teens, Edison abandoned the use of his childhood nickname Al and let it be known that he preferred to be called Tom. His venture into journalism was an early demonstration of his interest in the dissemination of information. This was also reflected in his curiosity about the telegraph system, a new device invented in the late 1830s, which enabled messages made up of electrical pulses to be sent along a wire. Telegraph posts were soon being established alongside the railways which were being built all over Europe, North America, and other regions, and so Edison, in his early work on the trains, had many opportunities to observe the telegraph operators at work. He soon mastered Morse code, a system of dots and dashes converted to short and long pulses, developed by the telegraph's inventor, Samuel Morse, to transmit messages between telegraph stations. According to Edison's later account, in the autumn of 1862, he was talking to J. E. Mackenzie, the station master of the Mount Clement depot on the Grand Trunk Railway, when the latter's 3-year-old son wandered into the path of an oncoming train. Tom Edison leapt onto the tracks and rescued the young child. In gratitude, Mackenzie agreed to teach Tom how to operate the telegraph. Within 3 months, Tom had mastered the skill, and for the next few years of his life, he would work as a telegraph operator on several railroads in Ontario, Michigan, and Indiana. He later claimed that his hearing difficulty was a blessing in disguise, as he would only be able to hear the message at his own desk, while his colleagues had to deal with the distractions caused by the background noise of messages being received through other lines. He enjoyed working night shifts, as this enabled him to read and experiment during the day. By 1864, Tom was working for Western Union, initially based in Indianapolis and later in Cincinnati, where he began experimenting on ways to send multiple messages using a single wire. By the time he was promoted to first-class operator with a salary of $125 a month, the American Civil War had ended, Edison
50% of the
went
job that
to
he
the
had
southern
before,
states,
51%.
claiming to have re-established
Am I
telegraph
correct?
connections
You walk
between
by Taruba,
Memphis,
you walk into
Tennessee,
Taruba. Each
and
piece,
New
when you look
York
at the piece,
City.
okay, it's exactly
In
exactly what you said.
1866,
Exactly what
he
you said.
moved on to
51%.
Western
And
Union's office
therefore,
in
they should be
Louisville,
taught.
in Kentucky,
I want to promise you,
where he spent a
beautiful
year
story.
as a wire
Straight
reporter.
Rube, but
He soon returned to Cincinnati,
it's impossible
where he
for you
frequently
each
took
have
time off
51%.
work to
So
consult
that's a
library
contradiction.
books.
You can't have two halves
While
that are
most of
51%.
these were
That
about
equals
telegraphy,
102%.
the most
That's impossible.
important was the work
You
of
have two
English scientist
contradictory
Michael
things in front of
Faraday,
you. You can't say,
whose
oh,
research
it's
would
only
have a
equal
major
51%.
impact
So
on
the
the
person
subsequent
wants to be
commercial
transferred.
application
Where
of
does it say
electricity
in Shmita?
in the second
In
half of
Shmita,
the 19th
where the
century.
Torah says check the half, I don't care about the other
By
half.
early
The other half is not.
1868,
If I'm going to
Edison
view
was
both halves
working in
of this
Western
pipe,
Union's office
half
in
is cut and half
Boston
is not,
as a
you have a
wire
dot. This is
receiver.
51%, and this
It
half
was
is
around
51%.
this
You have
time that he
102%
began
of the
to
pipe.
meticulously
But the Torah doesn't say
record
look
his
at this left
breakthroughs
part.
in his experiments
The half
in
that I'm
his
not checking. The
notebook,
Torah says only look
and
at the
also
half that I'm checking.
by sending his
I focus
findings
on
to
one half.
trade
And
journals,
that one half
which enabled
is
him to
50%.
claim ownership of the
Now also it's
ideas.
considered 51%.
In June 1869,
Again,
Edison
Rav,
was
the
issued
Gemara wants to say
patent
the Rav holds
US
that when it
number
comes to speed, the person says 50%, it's good enough.
19646
Because if he did
for an
51%,
electric
the
note
lashon literally,
recorder
it's as if
based
he has a
on
rush.
telegraph
But
technology,
nah, shut up,
the
Hachi guys,
first
guys. Oh,
of the
so what's good about
4,000
that?
patents
Because I
he
think very important that I
received during
remember
a
the Salaf, I saw
6-decade
yesterday that he
career
struggled with both
as an
theories.
inventor.
Even though I was promised on the
Although his
Talmud,
note
everybody's going to
recorder
know it,
generated
he made a whole
little
big deal out of
interest
it.
among the legislators it was
What?
intended to serve,
If
Edison
a person
soon resigned
checks
from Western Union
the
in
breathing
order to
type, the
devote his
trachea,
full
he
energies to
checks
experimentation
49% of it,
and
goes
invention.
home, takes a 6-hour
Not
nap,
long after
he
this,
goes over and one
he
book for 5
developed
hours
an
time,
alphabetical
but that's not
dial
the point.
telegraph
And he
network
wakes up
in
from his nap,
Boston,
and he continues
which
checking,
enabled
and he
operators to
goes through
send
the trachea to
messages
Tuesday, and he
by
goes
spelling out
into the
words
vest. It also,
rather than
is
tapping
it a
them
good
in
speaker or
Morse
not good
code.
speaker? Is it a kosher or
He
straight?
hoped to build a duplex
What is
telegraphic
it,
line
50%?
across New York
Is it
State from
50%?
Rochester to
And
New
he
York
went to
City,
sleep.
but the tests
So the
proved
question is,
unsuccessful.
on 50%,
Nevertheless, in
according to
1869,
Rav, what you were telling
he
me, according
moved
to
to New
Rav,
York
he said
City,
he goes 51%.
where he
So he
briefly held the
50%,
job as
he just
superintendent
made a train.
of the
He jumped to
Golden Stock
51%, and he
Holding
went to
Company.
sleep. What is that called?
In
Shihia. That's
1870,
when he started the
after
real
securing
speaker, because he
new
did 51%.
financial
Anything
backing
less
to
than
develop a
51%.
faster
So he made
automatic
a
telegraph,
hole in the animal's
Edison
trachea. It's
moved to
not
New
the world.
Jersey.
Animal it's not a trachea.
Here,
But
at
he
just
did
23 years
51%,
of age,
and
he
then
was
he went to
managing
sleep
a
and pulled
team of
Shihia.
over 50 staff at the
And
New
that's what
York
he did.
Telegraph Works.
Yet we
There,
say,
his precocious career rise and prematurely
the last
graying
words on
hair
his face.
earned him the nickname
50% of the breathing pipe of the
These were
trachea.
also
The
years
show
of
of
personal change for him. After
Anyway,
receiving
did around
news of his
15
mother's
minutes
death in
or
April
take a 6-hour nap,
1871,
whichever one.
Thomas returned to
paused.
Port Huron to attend the funeral.
And then he said,
Later that year,
later on,
Edison
he
met
finished it
Mary
off. She
Stillwell,
doesn't share it.
a 16-year-old employee at his subsidiary, the News Reporting Telegraph Company.
As soon
The
as he
pair
did that,
married not long afterwards
he
on
made it
Christmas
straight.
Day,
But one side,
1871.
I just want to show you what she is.
Edison's capacity to
We had
work
a phone
long
listener
hours and his
and this is
disregard for the 24-hour
showing
day
you.
led him to neglect his
Some
young wife.
individual,
They had 3 children: Marion, born in 1873,
scream out,
Thomas Jr., born in 1876, and
scream
William,
out,
born in 1878.
scream out the words right
Mary
there. I'm not
would
going to
die
listen.
in
I don't want to remind, I don't know,
1884
prevalence of it.
at just 29 years of
And
age. The
I had to
exact
make it a call.
circumstances are unclear.
So over here we
She
have,
possibly had a brain tumor, and this led to her excessive use of
okay,
morphine,
we're gonna be
with
with
her
that person,
death
we're gonna beat
possibly
for this
being
person,
from
for
opiate
this individual.
poisoning.
But what does she hear me? She hear me, don't wait.
All
If
of
you wait,
that
say
lay
bye.
in the
Okay, here
future.
we go.
At Newark, in the early 1870s, Edison's closest collaborator was the Englishman Charles Batchelor, who joined him as his chief experimental assistant in the summer of 1873. Edison's machines were in high demand, and he constantly sought ways to improve their efficiency, producing sketches of the ideas and concepts that emerged from his fertile mind, which Batchelor converted into technical drawings for the workers to manufacture prototypes from. Edison's primary interest remained object-length telegraphy, the ability to send multiple telegraphic messages along a single wire. Although he had been beaten to a commercially viable duplex telegraph system in 1872, he successfully developed a quadruplex telegraph in 1874, enabling 4 messages to be transmitted simultaneously. Although Edison began investigating multiplex telegraphy in Western Union, he was offered $30,000 by Jay, of the Atlantic Pacific Telegraph Company, for his design, a huge sum by the standards of the time, which went some way to making him financially independent. In 1876, Edison, who had already been looking for larger premises for his family and his work, decided to acquire a house and 2 tracts of land at the nearby village of Menlo Park for $5,200. Edison's father, Samuel, supervised the construction here of a laboratory near the house. In the period that followed, as part of their experimentation with communications technology, Edison had bachelor invented the electric pen, which enabled the user to create several copies of the same document or drawing as the movement of the needle-tipped pen created a stencil by using small holes into a piece of paper. The inventions filed in March 1876 and became a great commercial success, selling at $35 each. Although Edison was formally an employee of Atlantic Telegraph at this time, he continued to receive financial support behind the scenes from Western Union to work on a speaking.
Well, what up, Moo? How you living, Tim?
What up, Moo? How you living?
Long time no speak.
It's
good, son.
It's good, son. You started doing shkita, you notice that his trachea is already severed by 50%.
Is there a reason why your microphone absolutely sucks? Yeah, but it's not phenomenal.
But according to your having a rab, that 50% is considered 51%. Treva having you started off with an animal that has a cut trachea 51%. Oh my God.
Yeah, way better. What's up, baby? Yeah, baby, that's why I'm here.
Is one thing. 50% is considered.
Never in stream?
To see whether or not I did it right, if there's a right favorite. I didn't be able to see if I did math.
That's a good question. Did you send it yet?
Remember everybody?
Did you send it yet?
Over there, anything. One tiny hole makes it.
All right, did you send him a follow-up? Just saying, hey, I'm Mumu. I don't know if you received my message 2 weeks ago, but I'm really interested in being able to stream.
All of a sudden, when you need 51%, all you need is
Okay. So, did you ask them, hey, were you able to verify me? Do you need me to send any more documentation? Is there anything further that I need to do?
In a place where a trader could be even their master, yet when a certain trader you need a road, you need to be able to see the road. So something that always needs a road, like shkita always needs 51%, so certainly you should have to see with your own eye. So now the Gemara says you're right. This whole sugya, let's toss away. That's fine, not toss away. This havamina.
All right, I have to go on. I've been using Rabbi.
That 50% is considered 51%.
I use it.
Nobody. Okay. There's one place in the Torah that 50% is like a ride. It's not a ride, and we'll consider like a ride. What's that place? If you enter the Rabbi, the Rabbi leads pays up 50%. It's this week's parashah. Alright, so you saw Metzatorim, Metzatneim. How does this place have become half Torah from it? So the Gemara says the Nazi died, and people went to Rabbi. Today we can understand it. Let's say Rabbi yourself is lifted. So all the spiral go to Levaya. Half the clients will go to Levaya. So they're all probably half stay home. I got rid of that. I don't know exactly how it happens, 50-50. But it's exactly 50-50. Now what's the Allah? It's an interesting Allah because it's not, it wasn't given right away to Moshe Rabbeinu. It's after Yisrael complained. He said, what should we do? We're coming. The Bible says, all right, so the Chodesh Hasheni, not in Nisa, not in Dalet.
Big Dog, what's your question for me?
Everybody brings public paper, but in Dalet, Iyar.
I'm trying to get some.
Treat it, you get your own.
How do you stay so patient?
Because I'm sick as fuck. What do you want me to do about it, big man?
I'll give you something called shake.
You're sick. What are you sick?
Dog, you know that the phrase sick means like amazing, off the chain, coolest person ever, right? Don't you understand that?
So, what happens if it's 50-50? You need a road.
Yeah, I get it.
It says 50% is enough to bring the compensation when that 50% is coming.
Have you been streaming recently? Have you been multi-streaming recently?
I've been trying to figure out. You know, I'm gonna have to get rid of
Yeah. 3 days, dog.
50% is considered tzibur. Not so much a roy as a tzibur. It's not a yoke, it's a tzibur.
Did you ever get anybody watching you on Trovo? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Yes, I did.
Then they can do the tumah. So we have 50.
Not Twitch. I know you don't. Why don't you?
As a tzibur, so what happens? You have to wait.
I don't know. There's always
just a super interesting I love about the Rambam. He says, well, how are you going to count all Christ? I don't know what a wave is. But I don't think it's possible. If you base it on who came to this amigos, somebody asked a good question. Why would a funny person come to this amigos? Whoever came to Shep. FOMO. No, he says FOMO. What? If you're coming, you can't Shep. Why would you come show up? So they count you. Okay, whatever. Shalom, what's your name? From where? Baltimore. Place that's Kizuk in the way. Oh, start. You're there once in a while. You don't even know. That's even a bigger problem. We got to talk to you. Okay, so later, who else is a guest? Oh, Jonathan Stefanski. Pointing at other people. Mayor, who's mayor? Mayor, what's your name?
So you're just going to sit there and jerk yourself off? You're going to ask some questions?
I'm trying to lie. What's the replacement that I can
You don't need one. You just need to stream more often and you'll be fine. You're okay. I understand what you're saying. It's like, hey, if you're going to make an investment, why not make the investment on as many platforms as possible? But you're already going to be live on like 5 different platforms, maybe 7. It's way, way too many to keep track of. You're going to be fine there. You now need to just stream more often. If you're not streaming every day as a streamer, what are you doing? Okay, you can do all that while streaming.
Okay. I got it. Okay. It's not even on me. Here, Gary, thank you.
Are you on crypto Twitter? Yes or no? I'll wait. Are you on Twitter Spaces?
No. I need to create a whole.
What are you doing, dude? You consider yourself to be involved in cryptocurrency and you're not on X? My friend, you are not involved in cryptocurrency.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I had to change my account because I'm trying to find the right.
Muncie one. Okay, now we know. Muncie one. I like it. Hey, brother. Red Yakovitz. Yeah. He's hiding. Where's he hiding over this? Shalom Aleichem. It's my sparrow. Yeah, I also hide over there. Shalom Aleichem. And where's the third brother? Yeah. Mazel tov. Uvalde. Okay. That's why this power, you usually don't get such gear time. Okay.
All right, Doug. Well, you do your thing. I'm going to continue listening to my Great Scientist podcast.
I just took the list and put it over here.
Alexander Graham Bell created the first working telephone in March 1876. The same device was used for speaking and listening, and the user had to shout into it in order to be heard by the receiver. Edison was convinced that there was a way to enhance the sound quality. He spent the next 2 years experimenting with various materials, like clenching his teeth around a metal plate, which would enable the vibrations to travel through his chamber. In 1877, Edison improved upon Bell's telephone by adding carbon buttons that enabled the sound to be transmitted with greater clarity. While Edison did not invent the telephone, his innovations improved the device and further fueled the success of the Menlo Park enterprise.
Which part is talking about?
At around this time, Edison was also working on a method to record sound, not just transmit it. By July 1877, he was able to record the vibrations of the human voice onto paper and then have it transmitted back using the coded vibrations. He began calling the device the phonograph. However, Edison was not able to find a method that allowed him to play back the sound until November, when he decided to use tin foil wrapped around a cylinder as his recording medium. Although Edison's phonograph could only record 10 seconds of sound, allowing him just enough time to record the nursery rhyme, Mary Had a Little Lamb, a demonstration of the device in New York City at the office of the Scientific American Journal in December caused a sensation. Edison's success in reproducing the human voice earned him the nickname the Wizard of Menlo Park. Edison now set up the Edison Speaking Phonograph Company, and his agents give demonstrations of the device throughout the country. In April 1878, he gave a private demonstration to President Rutherford B. Hayes in the White House. Although most of the public regarded Edison's invention as a fun magic trick, in a journal article about the applications of the phonograph, Edison anticipated recorded music, audio books, and many other devices.
I'm starting from a lower point.
After the phonograph had been initially developed, Edison turned his attention to the issue of electrical lighting. By the mid-19th century, those tones were well-lit at night in countries like the United States, but this was achieved through sophisticated lamps that burned whale oil and other substances. Edison and many others are working on new ways to achieve this, which would remove naked flames from homes and end the large urban fires which were constantly in the newspapers as occurring across the country Notably, the Great Fire of Chicago in 1871 that had destroyed large parts of the city. With the financial backing of Grover Lowry, General Consul to Western Union and Edison's personal legal advisor, the Edison Electric Light Company was created in 1878 with a mission to manufacture, operate, and license the use of various apparatus used in producing light, heat, by electricity. The first experiments in electric lighting had begun by the British inventor Sir Humphrey Davy at the beginning of the century. Several decades of experimentation by scientists had not yet resulted in a commercially viable product. The 1870s witnessed considerable interest in arc lighting. It consisted of two carbon rods separated by an insulating layer of plaster, which lighted up with the introduction of an electrical current. However, as arc lamps were too bright and often had to be replaced as the insulating plaster burned away, they were not suitable for indoor use. On a visit to the Ansonia Bros and Pop Works in Connecticut in September 1878, where he saw a dynamo that distributed electricity power into a series of 8 arc lights, Edison became convinced that it was possible to build a city-wide network of electric lights from a single generator. Edison's experiments focused on incandescent lighting, and he sought a material for a filament that would burn for a long time without losing the intensity of its light. He hired the mathematician Francis Upton to collect all the existing literature on arc and incandescent lighting, both to inform his own experiments and to serve as a benchmark for the performance of his creations. Edison and Upton determined on the basis of their research that a long-lasting incandescent light bulb would need a platinum filament, a vacuum inside the bulb to prevent the filament from deteriorating as it reacted with the air, and a regulator that would enable the circuit of lights to remain at the same intensity even if one of them were to fail. By the spring of 1879, Edison had managed to power a circuit of 18 lamps, but he remained a long way from realizing his dreams of lighting up New York City with electricity. By the autumn, Edison decided to replace the platinum filament with carbon, which was much cheaper, and in October, he produced a bulb that glowed for 13.5 hours. A few days later, Edison managed to keep a light going for over 100 hours. Edison had finally created a product which he believed would replace the dangerous and environmentally damaging gas light at a fraction of
Folks, this is some of the best athleticism that we've ever had the opportunity to witness. It's just off the chain.
Hello? No, this one, in order to know this one, you have to see the one. It's kosher. Bisman hazeh, b'chulin, bisman b'samigdal. It's also chulin, outside of the b'samigdal. It's not kosher in the b'samigdal. You cannot check two korbanos together, but you could check 45 behemoths. It's a great new system. They should line them all up. And Rabbi says you come with a very long knife. One sweet. Keep going to code great. Oh, Rashi, all I say to punch them off. Oh, you mean if he checked the whole thing? We're not going into the details that he's chopped up the whole end. It's the point. And that's they're all standing without a head. Okay, I have a lot of questions for you. Save if a punch him off. Save if a punch him off. We're doing well. Once in a while, there's a slip. I'm a common slip. Save if a punch him off. I'll prove to you that the safe was talking about punching. I showed you watching the apple chair. Now, I've always said, in order to understand the subject well, You just need to see this chart and everything makes sense. I just added to the Sefer, right below the Sefer, the Mishnah and the Lamed on the base. This idea, this video that we just saw is a Mishnah in one dot from now. In other words, it's a continuation. And our Gemara is 270 times. It has to be one Mishnah. Now, it says over there that in the Beis Hamikdash you can't check 2 heads in 1 shot. So it must be, it's a continuation of the Sefer. The Sefer is talking about the Beis Hamikdash and the Mishnah. That Lamed says, oh, and if you check 2 animals in 1 shot, it's no good. But if the Sefer is talking about Chulin in your backyard, then the Mishnah that Lamed wouldn't continue and say, oh, you're not allowed to check 2 animals. Because you're allowed to check 2 animals with 1 knife in your backyard. You look like you know it. Okay, great. Do you like detective? For real? Welcome back. No, I just thought I did. Play it well. So Gemara, Rabbi Shlomo said, "Because you have Tony, I shouldn't say Rothschild get the Shera." It says you chef 2 heads, 1 shot. I show it to you every day with some kilo. But it's only after the fact. You shouldn't do it with a kilo. Yeah, I'm just going to touch him. I don't look at kilo. If say for the purple is talking about touching, now I go to yellow and I continue with touching. Yeah. But listen, at home, Chulin is 100% with a kilo. Holding on to 1 knife. In check. One person should not check 2 animals in check. It's really a combination of 2 words because the whole Yesh Emu Messiahs, we go by the way it's written in the Chumash, so it's Tizbach who. Okay. See. But if the Sefer is actually talking about Chulin, then the continuation doesn't work well. Because now all of a sudden you have a continuation that's not accurate. It says Hashofet, it's only the Diak. I mean, look at Kinanami, it works even in the first place. Okay. And finally, one more to prove that the ratio is talking about Chulin and the Sefer is talking about touching. The other Pshirim, the love is celebration of Chulin, Sefer, touching. Nobody argues. Everybody agrees that the ratio of Chulin, Sefer is touching. Even Pshirim, love is. Here, let's just go back here. In this thing, it says room was in the ratio. He just repeats the question. So why did he say why did the mission repeat itself twice? The Kohen Gadol and Kippur, they bring in the topic. The Rothschild Merak, I love this lashon. It's like a new lashon to us. It's a lashon of humor. Rothschild, he shechted a right. Umerak Acher Shkutos Yayoto. Comes another client, steps in and finishes it off. Why does another client step in and finish it off? Because the Kohen Gadol has to grab from a lake, from London. I saw you, but you're like not even against anything. So, yeah. Let's go. We come every 2 months. What are you doing here? Why are you here? Well, what? A passing of the NDY? Beautiful. Send them regards. I go call it. No, come on. The Kohen Gadol needs to do Kabbalah Saddam. So he starts the shkita, drops the knife, or passes it on his own and grabs the blood. And another guy finishes off the shkita. Yaakov and Mary get also a lot of things, and he did right shkita. He did right. So it's enough. What if it seems like you need another guy to finish off the job? That's why I have the second say. That's why, let's go with the easier one. Hold on. It's easier to see it over here. That's why I have the sefer that says, where got the boy? To tell me that it's enough for the Kohen Gadol to do right, even the Sanidas, the Common and the Kippur, that's enough. I don't need the second guy to finish off the job. No, also, it should be possible if you don't do it. If I shouldn't write off a boy for example, I don't need the second person on my mat. So why in the world is he there? You don't want to get apostle that protects some of these days. Okay, now you have an after. He has the Gemara. Wait a minute. But now you have someone else performing in our the Tanya. So I was going to do it change to a boy. The Kohen Gadol has to perform all the avodas. Nobody can step in here. You also hear possible with the Rabbana. Maybe there's a little bit of a psul. He could psul their Rabbanon. Why? Because he didn't cause all the blood to come out or whatever. So that's why I need the Mishnah to tell me that he didn't do anything at all. Nothing wrong with what the Kohen Gadol was checking a right and letting somebody else finish. But since there's no psul, nothing, none of it in mind, then why in the world do I need another Kohen to check the job? Mitzvah Lamar. In order to get all the blood out, I make sure I get another Kohen there to do it, but there's no psul now. Turning up the dot by a dark global specialist in international financial services, Chaim Morad, Nishmasim Rossi, Karaeta Pass, Yitzhak Lash, Zor the Gemara. Here's a question where boys, think about this question for a second. Somebody started shechting a sheep outside the Beis Hamikdash, outside in Bet Shemesh. He starts the process, starts cutting, and he finishes. As he walks in the Beis Hamikdash, he's in the Beis Hamikdash, he finishes. Where did he shech this animal? Huh? He started shechting, he did slice number 1 in Bet Shemesh, slice number 2 in the Beis Hamikdash. Yeah, he started shechting him. Please don't answer if you learn this subject. I know. Yeah, that's right. No, what do you say, Gary? It's considered at the end. Why? So that's exactly the question. Yes, no, the shkita and kilat. Does the shkita start and end, and it's one long shkita? It's all a process shkita, and therefore it comes out and you shech in the Bet Shemesh, and you chayev parts. You shech in the Beis Hamikdash. Or no, we go by the last second. The last slice happened in a good place. So I don't care where you started it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Here we go. There's a little timer over there, so this is coming from outside. And the other clock only went at the last second. Okay? You want to see it again? Look at the two clocks. One doesn't move. The one on the bottom doesn't move only at the end. And one, it's a gauge. Sorry, gauge. It's called a gauge. Miles per hour. Okay. So, Omar Rabbi Shimon and Lakish, Mishum Levi Saba. So we have a Machlokes here, Lakish or Gyoka? He says in the name of Levi Saba. Eino l'shchita elabasai. We had a sugi of a skirism, the kilat side on the side. When you pay rent, is it at the end? Does it work the whole throughout? Different shots, same idea. He says no, shkita is only at the tail end of the shkita, at the tail end of the road. Really, I don't know my issue with shkita, the kilat side. No, the entire process is part of the shkita. And the road is full of enough meanings. Zomarov, Black, White, Make the Shop, Simon Echad, good. If Simon number 1, Goy performed, with Simon Echad Yisrael, everybody agrees that the Yid did the second Simon. This is possible. Why? Shari Nasa, Bamasa, Trade, be at good. The Eino Yehudi, he performed a shchita, he cut the trachea, and he rendered it trade right away. By the time the Jew got there, it was already trade, because this one shchita is now valid. Well, it's like Nami, because the Malak, Simon up on the mouth, Simon up on the mouth of Psilo. I don't know if you could zoom in, Gary, into that Mizbeach on that shelf over there. There's a red line on the Mizbeach that divides the Mizbeach in half. And are you able to zoom in? Or sometimes you can give it to me and show me this one. Yeah, let's see. Oh. Just give it to me. Oh. Okay, go ahead. Here's the red line. Here's the red line. Chatos, he performed all that oil below the red line. Oil, he performed above the red line. Another chatos oil. Another difference between a chatos oil and the other side is that chatos oil we mentioned before. We only have to do malika 1 second. Oila 2. So what if he was trying to do malika on an oila bird, and it did one simon below the red line, which is in the wrong place. It's actually the place of the chatas. So the Gemara says, well, it's like Nami, and you're trying to say that usually that it's one long process, but in this case, everybody's going to agree it's no good. Well, it's like Nami, he shafted one, or didn't leak it for one simon below the red line, why? It's as if you sheft the chatas below the red line. So where is my plug? It says Rabbi Nahavim over here. Whenever you go to shofat simon after the hood, the simon after the food. If he shefted one simon outside of the Beis Hamikdash and one simon inside the Beis Hamikdash, since Rabbi Yochanan holds that the shkita starts all the way in the beginning and ends all the way at the end, so it comes out that he shefted one simon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, so he's chayiv for shefting outside of the Beis Hamikdash. It's only the end part, and the end part was inside the Beis Hamikdash, so the chayiv. Over there, the master didn't say that, what you just said. Who's the master? Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef didn't say what you just said. Do the same exact order on both sides. If you check one simon of a cotton soul below the red line, or one above the red line, you told me it's 100% as if you checked with the cotton below the red line. So if you check one simon outside the Beis Hamikdash, with a bird, and one simon inside the Beis Hamikdash, so it's as if you checked with the cotton outside the Beis Hamikdash. By a chatos, you're able to, by Allah, you're able to differentiate and say, oh, the first sin is considered a chatos, and you did it below the red line. Oh, so the first sin is considered a chatos, you did it outside the Beis Hamikdash. So that's outside. So what's the machlok? And where do we have a differentiation between Yesh and Shkid and Kilo outside? We're going to show on mute Simon on the Chod. So the more of oh, we have a video. That one, if a person checked it, some of the Simon outside the Beis Hamikdash, we're going to check. And then he got somehow into the Beis Hamikdash real quick. Here, we have it. He started at the Shkita, then it brings this non-moving sheep all the way to the Beis Hamikdash, and he's able to skateboard up the stairs, and then he does the rest. Oh, that, in this case, this particular case, that's my place. He started the Shkita outside of the Beis Hamikdash and he finished it inside. According to Rabbi Yochanan, where did the Shkita start? In the beginning of the skateboard ride. And therefore, does it be shafted outside of the Beis Hamikdash? It's high parts for that. According to Rothschild, the name of Saba, what is his name? Levi Saba. It's only the end part. So he did great. He brought this animal half shafted into this, shafted the rest. He's not chayiv anything. Oh. It's not a shmurdik. Why? Because we're going through different sugas of shots and learning some over and over. And today we're going to add a little bit. When you sheft the Parah Aduma, listen to this. And these are halachas that we never spoke about. We barely spoke about. A Parah Aduma is to make people cry. People that are famous, with the Labaya, the only way for them to become part of this, why we have to come to is to be made. We don't have the Parah Aduma. You take the part, you burn it, take the ashes, you mix it with water, you sprinkle it on the person 2 times, and it becomes fun. It's a very fascinating halachah. If a guy is shefting a Parah Aduma, and while he's shefting a Parah Aduma, he text messages his wife. Parah Aduma is costly. You have to go and pay another $4 million and buy another Parah Aduma. If you do anything while you're doing performing the Parah Aduma, no good. Now I also have to show you this because you want to say Hazah. And usually Hazah by Parah Aduma means sprinkling the water. In this case, it's not the sprinkling of the water, it's the sprinkling of the blood. One of the processes in the Parah Aduma is to kind of take blood and throw it, sprinkle it towards the Beis Hamikdash and go. So this is an addition for today. You see a Parah Aduma, beautiful red. Today's day, the point from these nations, no Parah Adumas left anymore in the world. They all grew black hair, whatever, no more. They bring up these children that never see come in their life, and they put them on doors so they don't extend their hand beyond the door. does shechita, grabs the blood, and he tosses it towards the Beis Hamikdash. That's what what the Gemara now is going to say. Hazah means this. Now, while he's doing this, he does something else. He checks his phone. He slices a watermelon. It doesn't matter what. Then he washes his finger on the part. Fine. Whatever he does, he pops it. In other words,
as with the photograph 2 years earlier, visitors once again flocked to Menlo Park in order to see the laboratory lit up at night with Edison's incandescent lamps. Although he had been issued with a patent for his new design, Edison had not yet won the race to commercialize electric lighting. Across the Atlantic in England, the chemist Joseph Swan had been experimenting with incandescent lighting since the 1850s and held a public demonstration of a working filament bulb in February 1879. Several months before Edison's breakthrough. Although he managed to install his lights inside the country house of his friend William Armstrong, Swan's light bulbs had a much shorter lifespan than Edison's. Throughout his life as an inventor, Edison believed that what mattered was not who came first, but whose product was the best. After a brief period of competition and litigation between Edison and Swan's companies in England, the two merged in 1883 to create the Edison and Swan United Electric Light Company, commonly known as Eddie Swan. A similar conflict played out in England between Edison and Alexander Graham Bell's telephone companies before their 1880 merger to form the United Telephone Company of Great Britain.
Was this Paraduma a real Paraduma?
Edison would face a much tougher challenge, realizing his plans for the electrification of New York City. In order to facilitate his lobbying efforts, he moved his electric lighting operations to Fifth Avenue and incorporated the Edison Electric Illuminating Company of New York. In the meantime, Edison dispatched his trusted lieutenant, Charles Batchelor, to establish the Edison Company's commercial interests in Europe. At the International Electrical Exhibition in Paris in August 1881, Batchelor secured 2 large rooms to exhibit all of Edison's products, including incandescent lights, photographs, and telephones. Well, his associates ran an expensive public relations campaign designed to promote Edison's system in the French national press. Edison won 5 gold medals, and Batchelor secured an offer to provide the lighting for the foyer of the Paris Opera. The theatre of La Scala in Milan soon followed suit, with an order for 3 Edison chandeliers.
So let's
In London, other Edison associates were busy rigging up a lighting system powered by a coal-fired generator at an open viaduct near the junction with Paddington Street, which enabled him to light up the General Post Office building marked west. The work of the Edison Company in London informed Edison's plans to build a power station at Pearl Street in Manhattan in order to protect his electrical wires from the elements. Edison wanted to run them underground, and by the summer of 1882, buildings in New York's financial district began to light up with Edison's incandescent lamps. In September, Edison then personally switched on the lights in the offices of the banker J.B. Morgan, the shareholder of the Edison Company. Edison's power plants soon began to appear throughout America, and his European subsidiaries likewise built out a network of over 150 power plants. He entrusted the operations of the Pearl Street station to a young electrical engineer by the name of John William Lieb, whom he sent to Milan the following year as chief electrician of the Italian Edison Company. This soon became the largest electrical utility company in Europe. Despite the death of his first wife in 1884 and the changes to his personal circumstances with 3 young children to raise himself now, Edison soon signed a contract with the Bell Telephone Company of Boston to work on enhancements to the design of the telephone. The deal led him to resume his working relationship with Ezra Gilliland, a former Western Union colleague in Cincinnati, who was now leading the Bell Company's telephone experimental department. In late 1884, Edison accompanied Gilliland to the World Industrial and Cotton Centennial Exposition in New Orleans, where he met the agricultural industrialist Lewis Miller of Backroom, Ohio, and his 19-year-old daughter, Nina. In early 1885, Edison and his daughter Marion joined the Gillilands on a trip to Florida. In March, Edison visited the small town of Fort Myers on the western coast and decided to buy a 13-acre plot of land where he could spend his winters carrying out experiments. After returning to New York, Edison was determined to find a new wife to help him take care of his 3 children. He remained in correspondence with Nina Miller over the course of a year, and by July was determined to marry her, despite being twice her age. At the end of September, he sent a letter to Lewis Miller asking for permission to marry his daughter, which was readily granted. Nina's mother was less enthusiastic, but the couple were married anyway in Akron on the 24th of February 1886. Before their wedding, the couple were looking for a more spacious house, and in January 1886, Edison purchased the mansion of Glen Mont in West Orange, New Jersey, for $125,000 in liquidation sale. Edison considered the house a wedding gift to his new bride, though formal ownership did not pass to Nina until 1891. After the wedding, the couple initially spent their honeymoon in Fort Myers, though they were initially obliged to stay at a hotel, as Edison's house, christened Seminole Lodge, was not yet ready to accommodate them. Following the honeymoon, the couple moved to Glen Mont, and Nina found herself struggling to manage the household as the 20-year-old stepmother of 3 children, with a husband who spent long hours at his lab. In 1888, Nina gave birth to a daughter named Madeline. 2 more sons followed. Charles Edison, born in 1890, would serve a 3-year term as governor of New Jersey in the 1940s, and Theodore, born in 1898, followed in his father's footsteps as an inventor. In May 1886, Edison encountered a problem of a different kind for the first time. Previously, he was used to dealing with technical and scientific problems, but this was one of a more human kind, labor strikes. This was an era in which socialist movements were gaining momentum across Europe and the Americas, fueled by dreadful working conditions and demands for workers to work 16, 17 hours a week for meager wages. Edison's workers were struggling to keep up with consumer demand for electricity generators and walked out in protest of their homes. He resisted the demands for unionization and decided to consolidate his manufacturing operations and move them up to the city. The Edison United Manufacturing Company set up a factory in Schenectady, in upstate New York, as Edison became the latest in a long line of American industrialists during the Gilded Age, who resisted calls for progressive workers' rights.
I wanted to share a quick notification of Sunday school, primary and secondary school, and every year learning after the school, never opened up to Mama. Yeah, this is my first year taking an office. And share for me, maybe a hospital,
he supervised the construction of the laboratory at West College, not part of the Thomas Edison Historical Park. The previous year, Ezra Gilliland had appealed to Edison to turn his attention back to the phonograph. Despite an initial reluctance, based on the advances made by the Bell Company during the intervening decade, in 1887, Edison decided to form a new company, the Edison Phonograph Company, determined to make a better machine than Bell's. However, by giving Gilliland the responsibility of marketing his new phonographs in return for a 15% share of the profits, Edison had unwittingly created a rival. As Edison struggled to secure financial backing for his second-generation phonograph, which would employ a wax cylinder, the venture capitalist Jesse Lippincott attempted to consolidate the entire industry by negotiating with Gilliland and Edison's attorney, John Tomlinson, behind Edison's back. Edison felt betrayed by his associates and pursued costly litigation to consolidate his control over the market in opposition to Lippincott. While Edison's primary focus was the second-generation phonograph, by 1888 he was channeling his energies into a protracted public relations war with Nikola Tesla, a young rival from Europe who had made his home in the United States over the best and safest method of distributing electricity. A Croatian born server, Tesla was a firm promoter of the alternating current system, widely known by its abbreviated name, AC today, which enabled electricity to be transmitted over long distances of hundreds of miles at a high voltage, in contrast to Edison's direct current system, which operated at a low voltage and could only distribute power within a radius of 1 mile. Despite his ideological opposition to Edison, Tesla joined one of Edison's subsidiaries in Paris in 1882 and soon came to the attention of Charles Batchelor. In 1884, when Batchelor returned to New York City, Tesla accompanied him.
And here's another cover from Nativot. They call themselves John Malone, and when they do the satellite station in Nativot, from the Moroccan branch of MDY, Nativot. Now let me show you day 5. I received the email yesterday from somebody who said he's a little jealous. But the point of showing videos is not to make people go.
Edison recognized Tesla's talents and praised his ideas. He privately believed that they were unrealistic. Within months of his arrival in the United States, Tesla left the Edison Company and formed the Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company that was soon left penniless when his investors abandoned him.
It's a problem.
In 1888, Tesla made a major breakthrough in developing an AC motor. The development of transformers in the mid-1880s enabled AC voltages to be changed, making it possible to send AC electricity at a high voltage over long distances before bringing the voltage down at the destination to serve end users. Tesla's motor attracted the attention of the businessman George Westinghouse, who was developing AC infrastructure via his company, Westinghouse Electric. After Tesla joined forces with Westinghouse, Edison launched a bitter campaign highlighting the dangers of AC electricity. In one demonstration, Edison invited journalists to the courtyard of the West Orange Laboratory to witness the execution of animals with AC electricity in a process he described as electricide, death by electricity. Edison also saw an opportunity to discredit Westinghouse when he was approached by New York electrical engineer Harold Brown, who had been instructed by the governor of New York to develop an electric chair for the execution of criminals. In conjunction with Thomson Houston, Westinghouse's AC rival, Edison ensured that the electric chair carried a Westinghouse generator, and Edison's lawyer attempted to popularize the term Westinghouse to describe execution by electric chair in an effort to further sully Westinghouse, Tesla, and AC electricity in general. In 1889, J.P. Morgan approached Edison with a plan to merge all of Edison's electric companies into the Edison General Electric Company. In 1892, Edison merged with Thomson Houston to form General Electric, which controlled 3/4 of the American electrical industry and brought Westinghouse to the brink of bankruptcy. The current war between Edison and Westinghouse had certainly brought out the less pleasant and more ruthless streak in Edison. In August 1889, Edison and Mina went to Paris to attend the Universal Exhibition. While the event is best known for the inauguration of the Eiffel Tower, a controversial creation at the time that was initially intended to be a temporary structure, the Edison Pavilion was also a popular attraction. Here, Edison demonstrated his designs and inventions. His new design for the phonograph attracted over 30,000 visitors in a month. Edison was acknowledged as an international celebrity in France, and in September, he was entertained by the composer Charles Gounod in the private salon of Gustave Eiffel, the designer of the famous tower at the top of the tower, which Edison praised as a symbol of modernity. On a visit to the Paris Opera, Edison was given the honor of watching a performance from the presidential box.
I got it correct.
Edison's products required a supply of high-quality metals. And the lack of high-quality iron ore in the eastern United States forced American industry on the eastern seaboard to rely on expensive ore from the Midwest and from as far afield as Cuba and Spain. Since the late 1870s, Edison had been trying to extract metal from lower quality ore. He developed a method to extract iron from beach sand using a powerful electromagnet and formed the Edison Ore Milling Company in 1881. But the company closed after 3 years after its operations failed to make a profit. In the late 1880s, Edison renewed his interest in this endeavor, this time focusing on developing machines to make low quality ore into fine material while separating the metallic and non-metallic elements with magnets. Edison acquired a mine at Bechtelsville in Pennsylvania to test his methods and hired John Birkenbein, the president of the American Institute of Mining Engineers, as a consultant. By February 1889, Birkenbein was able to produce iron with over 60% purity. The ambitious Edison now sought to buy up mines himself and refine the methods for use in his own supply chain, making his whole enterprise self-sufficient in the process. After sending a team of surveyors to prospect potential sites, Edison acquired a large site at Ogdensburg in New Jersey, where he built a crushing mill to reduce massive road to tiny fragments via a series of rollers, which were then separated by 3 groups of electromagnets. It's an indication of the breadth of his activities that Edison diverged from his usual work to develop new methods in this area. The formation of General Electric in 1892 had created a giant of American industry, but privately Edison alienated J.P. Morgan and removed
Edison's name for the company name as a concession to Thomson Edison. Edison's feeling that he was being sidelined in the new corporate entity was reinforced when Morgan appointed Charles Coffin of Thomson Houston as the company's first president. Although he remained on General Electric's board of directors for a decade and continued to develop products for the company at his lab, Thomas did not attend furthermore Edison's alienation from General Electric prompted him to focus his energies instead on his mining pursuits. In 1893, Edison suspended operations as a nationwide economic depression dubbed the Panic of 1893 led to a collapse in demand. Edison was forced to seek a loan from his father-in-law, Louis Miller's company, which the latter managed to raise with some difficulty. Despite the financial troubles, at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, the Edison Tower of Light dominated the exhibition at the center of the electricity. Although the kinetoscope was not among the exhibits in Chicago, by 1894, Edison had established the Edison Manufacturing Company, which provided 25 kinetoscopes to the Kinetoscope Company, which then set up a bank of machines and charged visitors 25 cents to watch short films, the subjects of which included the Strongman and Eugene Sander, Buffalo Bill, rock dancing, and dancing bears. Edison went on to sign a deal to record boxing matches. At $200 apiece, the kinetoscopes generated much-needed cash for Edison, who returned to his mine at Ogdensburg, which restarted operations in November 1894. Edison desired to streamline operations and transform the mine into a profitable enterprise in turn led him to build a modest two-story cabin known by the misleading name of the White House. Yet, despite all of his efforts and the quest for efficiency and productivity, Edison's war remained less competitive with the large mining corporations of the Midwest, and by 1899, he finally cut his losses and closed down the mine. It was one of his few major business failures. In February 1896, Edison had just begun research into X-rays when he learned of his father Samuel's death at the age of 91. Although Thomas Edison's fame ensured his father had a comfortable retirement in his twilight years, his aloof approach to parenting and workaholic nature had caused problems with his children, and in the late 1890s, Edison's relationship with his two eldest children largely came to an end. His eldest daughter, Marion, had relocated to Europe, where she married the German army officer Karl Oskar in 1894. Although Edison gave his reluctant blessing, he stopped writing letters to Marion, who was forced to continue a one-sided correspondence. Marion's younger brother, Thomas Jr., struggled to emerge from his father's shadow and bitterly commented that there was no place in the world for two Thomas Edisons. In 1894, he had begun working for his father at the Ogdensburg mine, but was treated as an ordinary worker, and after leaving this position in 1897, he suffered a mental breakdown. Tom and his younger brother William each founded their short-lived businesses carrying the Edison name against their father's wishes. Tom further scandalized the family when he secretly married 18-year-old actress Marie Louise Tui in February 1898, who married her the following year after she had an affair. It was only Tom's involvement with a fraudulent company promising health benefits from snake oil that led his father to seek a partial reconciliation and no
amongst the
secret
Allies to
monastery for
prevent him
chicken
from
wings and stuff.
further
And they
discrediting
went crazy.
the
What? You
Edison
don't
name.
chicken wings? There's chicken wings in there. And by the way,
Edison's
you're a
family
bunch of
troubles
Seward.
were accompanied by a
And
legal
they
fight
didn't
over
have
his
something to
kinetoscope.
say, and he ran
Like
away.
many of Edison's
And by the
former
time they
subordinates,
wait a minute, you
William
were
Dixon
couple.
left the
They started
Edison
cooking the
Company in
place
1895 and joined a competitor, the American Mutoscope Company.
There's something called
While
PCA
Edison
Here's
hoped
a
to
base
continue
in AI,
developing the
complete AI.
kinetoscope,
How do I know
followed
it's AI?
her device,
Because it'll take
Dixon
about 10
believed the
people
future of motion pictures
to grab
lay
the
in
sound.
projecting the images
At
onto a
least 10.
larger screen.
Probably 10 wouldn't
After
even do
Edison
it.
was granted his patent
It's not
for the
to the
motion
ground.
picture camera in 1897, he sued Dixon's company, renamed Biograph, for patent violation. In
And he's just
July
sitting there, yeah, check
1901,
me, I don't care.
the circuit court ruled in favor of Edison, but Biograph won an appeal 9 months later, prompting a countersuit from
So
Edison.
if you shut the
As a
deer,
result,
like that kind of
Biograph
animal,
shifted
like a
its
gazelle
focus
or a
to
deer,
newsreels and public
tie up.
events, while
you're kind of
Edison's
pieces out.
studio
There's one other thing that you have to be thinking about too, and that is
in
a chicken,
1903,
a bird.
Edwin Porter
This is the part.
produced
The British
the
history
Great
remains
Tree
healthy.
Rock
Yes,
for the Edison Company.
trap,
While it was not the first
tie up,
narrative film to be made,
bird.
it was a
The
popular
shot
hit
is the line.
and occupies an
The story is
iconic
one
place
control.
in American
What I want to
film
learn is the word
culture.
shot. Shot is very strange.
As the 20th century dawned, Edison had abandoned his mining operations, but he developed the idea of using the sound created as a byproduct of his milling process to make Portland cement, a venture that proved more profitable than the defunct mine.
So, this is the Gemara.
Meanwhile, Edison was also
Shema
intensifying
B'Shama.
his efforts in
The
developing
people around the
battery
side
technology
distilling
that
blood
would
with it.
outperform traditional lead
That's
acid
the
batteries, which
So,
took a long
come
to
out,
charge
got a wild
and
animal
was prone to
too.
leaking.
You
Edison's
don't have to
solution
people.
to
Because you
storage
get that
battery
to
which
see
could be
how
charged by running an
There's something
electrical
called
current
solid
of oxygen ions through an electrolyte solution
something goes
from a
as a
negatively charged
and
metal
they
plate
find out that
to
you
a
have
positive
broken leg
plate.
anyway. So
Once
after
the
you
battery
repeat
was connected to power an electrical
and now
device,
what? What's
the
the
ions
deal?
would move
The
in
code
the
says
opposite direction. After
it's
3
also
years of
telepathy.
experimentation
Normal
with materials,
stay in your house.
Edison
You
decided
can
to
have
use
you don't
iron
have to use
for the
anything.
negative plate,
I thought about
the
putting
nickel oxide for the positive
You
plate,
eat it.
and potassium
Like you eat a
hydroxide
sweet.
for the
Like you eat a
electrolyte.
beer. What does that mean? You have to shut
His work on his storage battery coincided with the early
Well,
stages of
so
automobile
if that's
development,
the case,
and
then
he
the bird also you
hoped
have to
that
shut
his
because you said
batteries
yesterday
would
that
be
it says
used
the
in
word bird
electric
and the hand in the same process. The
which,
ship is like some type of
while
animal body. Just like the hand you have to shut, so to a bird.
unlocked a new development
Well,
of the
you're
early
right.
21st century,
But
but
what
was
I do, I
actually
have
in
this process.
wide
You just
development
saw the shop.
at the beginning
And
of
that's
the
an exclusive. You
automobile
don't have to
revolution,
shut.
before
So it could be
being
tied up to the
eclipsed
eye.
by petroleum
Which one is
fueled
it? It's only one of the
engines.
two.
Edison bought
Well, I
several
found this
electric
on
cars for
the
his
tire.
personal
Maybe
use,
with the shop, the
driven
skills
by his
was
teenage
it
son,
was on a tire, not
Charles.
on a bird. Martin stopped to the song.
In 1901, Edison obtained a patent for his battery and
Which word
formed
is
the Edison
the word
Storage
The
Company.
word oil.
At
So
the
oil
low
is the one
price
that
of
you don't have to
$15
shut.
apiece, Edison's batteries
Now
were
the
in
Martin
high
asked a bunch of
demand,
questions on the
but
Gizmo
it
company.
soon
He says
transpired that they were
that
prone
maybe
to
directly,
leaking
let's go
and
back to
lost
that
as much as
You learned about
30%
Wiki.
of their
There's
capacity
3 options when it
after
comes to
recharging.
either there's a
Edison's
process that
team
tells me that I have to
made a
shut the
number of
chicken.
enhancements to the
Or
durability and
once
longevity
you're
of the
being alert to
battery
your
over the
point, so
following
that's
years.
called. How long will I see
Over
that?
the same
It's not even
period,
clear recording.
the
But
engineer Henry Ford was
or
working on a
it's
series of
There's
models
no reason
that
to shut
culminated in the Model T,
a bird.
the world's
The bird is
first
just a bird.
mass-produced car,
You
launched
don't
in
have a bunch of questions and they
1908.
spit.
Ford had first
I
met
showed you the
Edison
sound
in
of the other. You
1896
perform, you
as
done,
a
you
young
start shaking
employee
like a
of the
leaf.
Edison
And you do it
Illuminating Company
to
in
the whole
Detroit.
people. Now you went
Edison
above
had
the
encouraged his
tobacco
efforts to
barrel.
develop
Or
a
like
car
your road
powered
license
by a
pointed out to
combustion
you.
engine and running on
Below
gasoline.
there's a
During the
trachea.
intervening
The
years,
two areas that are
Edison
tough.
came to
All the way to
regard
the top.
combustion
By the
engine
tongue, you
cars
know, where
as
your
harmful to
trachea
the
connects over
environment,
there, like the
and
back of the
hoped
but
that
also
his
where it connects to the
batteries
lung.
would provide
If
a
you shift
cleaner
below that area,
solution
it's
for
also good.
automotive development. But the success of the Ford Model T
We usually talk
ensured that
about the upper
combustion
part, right? We
engines
don't
would
usually say.
become the
It's
preferred
right.
means of powering automotive vehicles. In 1912, at their second meeting, Ford asked Edison to design a battery and starter motor for him. Edison's storage batteries could not produce the voltage required to run a starter motor of a combustion engine, and lead-acid batteries remained standard in cars. Despite their failed collaboration, Ford's admiration for Edison was undiminished, and the two remained close friends.
Check this out. If we go back
In 1913,
at this
Ford
process,
and the naturalist John
he said that
Burroughs to meet Edison in
he doesn't
Fort
say,
Myers, and the three go on
welcome.
annual camping
When do you
excursions
see a
until
dam?
Burroughs'
When
death
you're about to
in
eat from the
1921.
animal. What if I take a deer and I shoot it in the
On
head?
the
I kill
9th
it.
of December
I hunt it. I kill it.
1914,
Am I afraid of
an
this
explosion
No,
in
I'm
Edison's
afraid of this
field
It's
inspection
not a day off. I can't eat it.
caused a fire to spread
So
throughout
you
the
instead of
Edison
work
factory
question,
complex at West Orange,
if I don't have to
destroying
speak on a
many
chicken,
buildings,
look here.
including
You
the
say the
phonograph
there's no
works.
shit in the chicken.
Edison
So I
had
cut it
belatedly
this way, not
and
that way.
reluctantly
I
begun
can
to
still eat it.
record
If I
on
can still eat it,
discs
I
in
should
addition to his
be
cylinders,
clear to do
and
because
his records
why
continued
does
to
it
be
say
in
here,
high demand.
comfortable as possible? I
And
don't
so
have to do
he ordered the swift
Yeah,
remodeling of the factory to ensure
that's how you
that he
keep
could
it
keep
either
up.
way. Rashi
As
just
a
says that
man with
you have to do some
lifelong
sort of
hearing difficulties,
action in the
Edison
esophagus and
held
trachea.
unorthodox
That's it.
views
You
about
can do it with
music,
wire.
cherishing
You do it with
clarity
scissors.
of tone
You can do
over
it with
displays of
So you
emotion
should be fired
in
for it, she said,
songs. For this reason, he continued to feature folk music and marching bands in his records, while his rival, the Victor Talking Machine Company, began recording discs with a great operatic tenor in Nico Harrison. In 1915, soon after the fire, Edison was keen to demonstrate the capabilities of his phonograph by organizing so-called tone tests in concert halls. He recruited Anna Case, a 25-year-old soprano at the Metropolitan Opera in New York, to make records on his phonograph. In front of a live audience, Case and Fairhope was the last recruited by Edison, begin singing in tandem with her recording, before pausing every now and then to allow the machine to continue on its own. Leaving the spectators guessing as to whether they were listening to the live performance or the recording. Edison's efforts to keep up with demand for his phonograph records faced a major challenge with the outbreak of the First World War in Europe. This quickly resulted in a British trade embargo on carbolic acid, a chemical used by military doctors to prevent infections, one which was also a key ingredient in Edison's records. The great inventor responded to this challenge by building a plant to make his own carbolic acid, using benzol, a byproduct of steel making that he obtained from steel producers in the Midwest. The experience of the economic disruption of the war led Edison to believe that the United States should be economically self-sufficient. Unlike his friend Ford, a rabid anti-Semite who believed that the war was caused by Jewish businessmen in Europe, and that the United States should stay out of it, Edison was of the opinion that the United States should be prepared to defend itself should the war spread across the Atlantic. Shortly after the sinking of the passenger liner the Lusitania, which was carrying many American passengers, by a German submarine in May 1915, Edison proposed an American submarine fleet to protect the East Coast. Not long thereafter, he signed a contract with the Department of the Navy to build submarines and battleships. Edison was appointed to head the Naval Consulting Board to advise the U.S. Navy on innovation and research. Although the Naval Research Laboratory proposed by the Consulting Board did not materialize until 1923, after the United States entered the war in 1917, Edison worked full-time as a defense advisor, leaving his son Charles in charge of
You can't eat it.
operations
You
at
can't eat
Rothschild.
it. You know, you can sit down, my
Although
boy.
Edison's
So
fertile
sometimes
mind
it's
developed almost 50 different projects for the Navy, none of them were implemented, causing the by now 70-year-old inventor to express frustration at the bureaucratic processes within the U.S. government. In a further display of patriotism, Edison sold phonographs to entertain servicemen overseas at the discounted price of $60 a piece. After the war came to an end in November 1918, Edison returned to West Orange, which Charles Edison had managed competently in his absence. Now in his 8th decade, and having seen that Charles was capable of running the company, Edison was increasingly willing to leave day-to-day operations to his son and other subordinates. In 1923, he formally resigned as president of his holding company, Thomas A. Edison Inc., leaving Charles as chief executive. However, when sales of his phonographs were threatened by the development of wireless radio technology, Edison stubbornly refused to abandon his attachment to his phonograph cylinders, and Charles spent much of the 1920s formulating with an increasing number of departures among staff and management who defected to more innovative companies. Edison's failure to keep up with the times did nothing to diminish his fame, and a 1922 poem by the New York Times named him as the greatest living American. Although Edison's companies only filed 31 patents in the decade between 1921 and 1931, a major decline on some previous decades, during this period he turned his mind to larger conceptual issues. While he had once enjoyed the financial support of the likes of J.P. Morgan, throughout his life, Edison believed that Wall Street financiers were exclusively interested in further accumulating fortunes rather than in also developing American business and industry. He was a critic of the Federal Reserve and the gold standard, arguing that gold is a vital utility and its value rests only on its scarcity. In a New York Times article from 1922, Edison proposed that the US dollar should instead be backed by reserves of agricultural and industrial commodities that had tangible value and utility, such as wheat, sugar, coffee beans, wool, and coal. Money created on this basis, he argued, could never lose its value. One particular commodity, rubber, was the focus of Edison's energies during the final decade of his life. In an age prior to the mass deployment of plastic products, rubber was essential for many aspects of life. Edison's interest in it began during the First World War, when import restrictions caused the price of the commodity to spike in the United States. Moreover, during his camping trips with John Burroughs and Henry Ford, they were often joined by the tire manufacturer Harvey Firestone, and the four discussed the issue extensively. During the war, Ford and Firestone began manufacturing their own rubber by implanting specimens from abroad, but Edison was determined to create rubber from plants native to the United States in the interests of national security. With the financial backing of Ford and Firestone, Edison established the Edison Botanic Research Corporation and collected specimens of rubber-bearing plants by consulting botanical scientists and sending his agents throughout the whole of North America. Much of the experimentation with rubber was carried out at Fort Myers, where the climate was more suited to rubber cultivation. After methodically extracting the rubber from each part, Edison would record the characteristics of each sample, ordering his agents to return to the field to acquire the best performing plants for further testing and cultivation. By the summer of
and you
1929,
check and you get
he
rid of the
narrowed
tree.
down his search
You see
to
over
two
all the white
varieties
doesn't
of
work.
the
It
golden
doesn't
rod
work
plant.
because you do grease
This
up.
was
You
one
do
of his
salama.
last
You
major
like to sit
projects
into
as
the
a
bag.
lifelong
You're
researcher,
pushing hard through the spine.
inventor,
You're not going
and
back and forth.
innovator.
That's the problem. So you see, you need a street though.
In the
According
autumn of
to you, you don't need
1928,
street. What's the problem?
the
Let them go through the bag.
81-year-old
Let them
Edison
be cutting
was
through
awarded
the
the
street on them. And
Congressional
they did a
Medal
nice
of
street
Honor
which removed
in
the
a
color.
ceremony
Why
at
is the
West
program
Point.
damaged? I'm just going to
Speaking
throw
via
something
radio
out
link,
again.
President Calvin Coolidge declared, quote,
Why is
although
this
Edison
bird
belongs to the world, the United States takes pride in the thought that his rise from humble beginnings and his unceasing striving to overcome the obstacles on the road to success illustrate the spirit of our country. Edison's friend Henry Ford would also take steps to honor his achievements. At his birthplace in Dearborn, Michigan, Ford planned to build a museum dedicated to the history of American industry. As the centerpiece of the display, Ford proposed building a replica of Edison's Menlo Park complex, which had fallen into disrepair following the death of Edison's first wife. In October 1928, Edison and his son Charles joined Ford in obtaining the original masonry from the site to use in the exhibit. When the museum was inaugurated on the 21st of October 1929, it was renamed the Edison Institute of Technology, with Edison and President Herbert Hoover as guests of honor. Oil magnate John D. Rockefeller and scientist Marie Curie were among the guests, while Albert Einstein called in from Germany. The climax of the ceremony saw Edison connecting two wires to reenact the lighting of his incandescent lamp, which in turn lit up the whole display. Within days of the ceremony at the Edison Institute, the stock market on Wall Street in New York City crashed, sending the United States and the world into the Great Depression. Meanwhile, Charles Edison was in the process of implementing a decision taken earlier that summer to close down the phonograph operations. While Edison was particularly sentimental about the phonograph and regretted the demise of the business, he was optimistic about his other experiments and was able to cultivate a golden rod that yielded 12% rubber from its leaves. He planned to build a factory in Georgia on land owned by Henry Ford to produce rubber for the Ford Motor Company. But this would never see fruition in his own lifetime. In spite of his optimism for the future, Edison's physical health was in decline. For several years, he had been suffering from diabetes, and in a curious approach to his health, had been subsisting largely on milk and cigars. He had developed sleep issues as well, and rarely slept for any more than 4 hours a night, something which caused him to frequently doze off during the day. In May 1931, he gave a radio address from Fort Myers to the National Electric Light Association, telling listeners not to despair at the latest economic downturn, stating, quote, my message to you is to be courageous. I have lived a long time. I have seen history repeat itself again and again. I have seen many depressions in business. Always, America has come out stronger and more prosperous. Be as brave as your fathers before you. And may go forward. After returning to West Orange in June, Edison made occasional visits to the laboratory before he collapsed in his chair at home on the 1st of August. His health rallied for a few weeks, and he was able to take car rides outdoors. But by September, it was apparent that Edison was dying. In the early hours of the 18th of October 1931, Thomas Alva Edison died at the age of 84 at his home of Glenmont in West Orange.
I'm going to bring your Rabbi Metushan on you,
Thomas
whoever you
Edison
are.
is celebrated as one of the world's most prolific inventors, with 1,093 U.S. patents to his name and a further 1,339 other patents. Generations of school children around the world have been brought up with tales of Edison's inventions and scientific discoveries. Over his 6-decade career as an inventor, Edison's work spanned major innovations with the telegraph, telephone, phonograph, electric lights, energy distribution, mining, cement, storage batteries, and the production of natural rubber, among other industries and products. While Edison saw particular commercial success with the phonograph and the incandescent light bulb, many of his projects failed to meet his ambitious expectations. In recent years, Edison's legendary status has been challenged by critics who claimed that he took credit for ideas that originated from his collaborators or his rivals, and the unsavory methods he adopted to discredit Westinghouse and Tesla during the current war is a major stain on his reputation. There is some truth to this, and Edison was certainly a ruthless businessman, trying to undermine his competition. Yet he was also unquestionably one of the great visionaries and architects of the modern world. What do you think of Thomas Edison? Was he the great inventor and scientist of American legend whose genius made the modern age? Was he primarily an aggressive businessman who stole the ideas of others and exploited his own fame to destroy competitors and create market monopolies?
Because the thing, he's the one that's actually learning. Makish, Tzvi, Va'ayel, Tzvi, Va'ayel, the fun side. I didn't learn Sulam Adoshin from a deer. I learned that a deer, you had sheep and a deer from Sulam Adoshin. I thought I was going to learn something from a deer. Turns out I learned deer from you. So it comes out from this puzzle that only a deer has sheep and a deer. But a chicken, for this one, only a chicken is only from Bahamas. It's only the Rabbi. So my daughter was a papa. Who's going to argue with the Rabbi? Rabbi, Vera Kodesh, the one who wrote the Mishnah, he argues. What does he say? It's on your Rabbi. Mitzvahakto kasher tzivisifa. The knowledge of the Sabbath, I want you to check Mitzvahakto like I commanded you. What did I command you? I commanded you that you should check. Only one thing, I'll tell you right away, one thing was a bird, and two simon, but that's what I told you on Art Sinai. There's a more ridiculous places here. One of these incredible places says, where did Rabbi get it from? Yeshua Fortune, the Dorf, the Gematria. Who's a Gematria? The Kasher, the word Kasher, or let's just take Aleph Shin Reish, that Asher, Aleph, Echavoy, Shin, Shnayim, Vehema, Reish, Ruben, Shalachim, Kamoy. So it's not so much a Gematria, it's like a Rosh Hashanah. So if you have a Hagoyz Tzion, and I want to read to you an unbelievable thing from the Mishnah, Ois Sama, in the Hagoyz Tzion, Mirish Yesh Kisar, the Dibri HaTaisus. It's missing. Where's the Gematria? It's not Levi, Kimosh, nothing in Balakur. Balakur, where's the Balakur? The son of the Rosh, Arisha. He said, Hashem Rabbeinu Yaakov Kurim, Ki Kasher Tzibisich, and I did the math. Kasher Tzibisich came out for me 1,047. The Gematria. Here's the Gematria. That's what's missing from Taisus. Roy Becha Boy, Roy Shnayim Behema. It's also 1,047. Kasher Tzibisich and Roy Becha Boy, Roy Shnayim Behema are identical, and that's Rebbe's remez from the Pasuk. Not the first time we saw that in Taisus, but it's very rare. Gematria. We're literally talking about Gematria. It's not a Kabbalistic, It's one of the things that you learn. Material. Oh, so that's exactly. I once said this part. Kasher tzimisicha. You see, kusim in Zushkita, kusim are marking on trees, kalada, shehia, and ikur. What's the shot? Because Kasher tzimisicha, it's the one time in the Torah that says, "Mufurish, like I commanded you," and he didn't command. So even their Moida, that was the halacha that Moshe Rabbeinu received directly from his Baruch Hu, although the halacha is not for the market on it. Zdukim. I'm talking about Zdukim. Who says Zdukim? The ones who don't believe in Torah Shabbat Peh, believe in this one because it says Kasher Tzidisicha, that I gave you Torah Shabbat Peh. It was just a part. I don't know what to tell you. No, it's not like brought down the spark. It's a book. Oh, yes. Shalom Aleichem, yes. This whole page likes your guest. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Mark. Shalom Aleichem. From where? Shalom Aleichem. And you, sorry for disturbing you. What's your name? Ah, you're texting me? You're trying to... You never understand. Let me try. What's your name? From where? I'm not Shalom Aleichem. And you? From? Shalom Aleichem, David. And you? There you go, Shalom Aleichem. Who else is a guest? Oh, who's your uncle? Oh, he's your uncle. We also kind of... You come every day. Oh, he doesn't want to look at him. Manishma. What's your name? From Yerushalayim also? That's it. Yeshua. Cool. Nice. All right. Who's that kid across from you? What's your name? That's your son? Wow. Son, how old are you? 10. Wow. You did the that? Try it. Okay. There's good stuff. Now the blood coming out. Gory stuff. Nothing. Okay. Something you might. Everybody. Rabbi said, we know that when it comes to chicken, you don't have to chef both simanim, the cut and the vessel. Only one, with the rice. Which one? Which one? Which one do you cut? Either. So that's the sugi of machlok. Everybody, what's the first one? What's the first one that you hit? In Mavir al Mitzvahs. The first one is the trachea. You could either or. This is interesting. Only the esophagus, the food pipe, not the breathing pipe. Especially, how do you get to the vegetable without the kana? The way I always understood it, and it seems from Rashi is the Furish, that he goes kana, with veshet, and spines. But it's not like that. The pictures that I asked from Vices, it's a little bit on the angle. Like you can get to the veshet. First comes kana, but to the side of it, in the back, here I'll show you a picture. It's more like this. You see, first you hit the white, the kana, but the veshet is not directly behind this. The veshet is behind it, but slightly to the side. So you could actually come from an angle and just cut the veshet and not the kana. My vegetable economy, my echad, what does it say? Echad? Echad. What is that? The more important one. Why is the veshet more important than the kana? Because the veshet, it says one or the other. Either one you want. There's one, it means the more important one. The more we start off the shear. Kana, you can have a cut in the animal's not even considered a trachea. You have a tiny little hole in the trachea, not in the trachea, in the esophagus. It's done. Wow, how did it get so late? This is simple. You're doing a shkita, you shefted the veshet, the kana. I'm sorry, the veshet, the esophagus, and then the gargaris moves the color. Then the trachea pops out. Shira. Why is it kosher? You did a great change there. You checked the mesha. Afterwards, something popped out. It popped out afterwards the animal's dead. So it's kosher. Mishra gargaris, but if the trachea popped out first, the kept up the mesha too long. We had to talk about if it popped up first, so it's trachea, no good. Show us that mesha, then you gotta get a shkita. What if you did a shkita on the how do you say it? The esophagus. And when you found that the trachea popped out, maybe then so you don't know when it popped out before that shkita. There might be lunches for another other for somebody. Give it too long. But what's the worst part? You'll see what again first time. Thursday, that person checked the trachea and the esophagus popped out. Why doesn't it say that? What's the answer? Why does it say that person checked the pana, he's checking the trachea, and all of a sudden, the esophagus popped out? So you see, you know what to point out, you see that you're not allowed to go. That's not a good shkita. You're only good shkita if you check the esophagus and the trachea pops out. But if you check the trachea and the esophagus pops out, that's a good shkita. So you have to check the one simon, which is that one simon, only. But what's the real answer? The real answer is it doesn't happen. It's not something that's counted. Right. Which is a great area. Some people are some with it. What could happen is for the trachea to pop out, but what never happens is that the esophagus pops out. Some say that place you want to know. If a person checked it at half the semen of the trachea, half the semen of the esophagus, blood in the bird, suma. Why? Did it do a right any of the semen? Based on one of the names, I'm sure we can do the same thing in animals as well. Really, you know, everybody, as you took that message, it's a reason. So it says, by the review, it says, by bird, we'll talk about the review. You have to chef love. Infection. It doesn't say conduct. It says infection. Only the eating tube and the breathing. Let's see it. Check this out. You have to get that fridge, that blue thing. The jugular, according to our giraffe. These are in the breathing. But it says before it. Only one. And which one? The esophagus, not the trachea. What? What? No. It's from the vessel, so it's the breathing. It's only because that jugular is next to the vessel of air, so the line is next to it. So it's easier, but you check the pana and then the video. When we learned, last time we learned, you know, like I didn't like do research on it. It claims that the jugular by kosher animals is the monkey's people. So when you touch the money, you get the jugular, gets over the veins, and once it comes out, the animal dies very, very quickly. By non-kosher animals, we claim that the jugular is behind the spinal cord. And you can't get to it by regular speaking. That's right. Show me how to get this off to the speed of parents in the morning. This is the question I asked you again this year. You shut the half a tongue or half a trachea, and you want to sleep, as long as it takes to do a sleep and let's go to the they speed up parents will do more than anything and he can't post the job. You look at children, it's a good speaker why, because the first time they use cars, it's not a good speaker. My life, but the first time I'm first. Well, my tomorrow's going to get it. Or maybe you see they cut do once in them, and even the trachea, even the car. Lord, the behemoth. You got both things good. When it says that it's tested kids, you want to know about it first. It's not about anything. And when it says to finish, it means to finish. And then, you might learn, you finish 14 months. That's not. I saw you back in front of us. If a person, same idea, trying to find that the corner is past damage, you know, once ago, post tomorrow. The night you went and you made it, instead of having an incision, 45% incision on the street. You know, you go ahead and cut some more. And he finished. He got the carry. My love, and you see they could be behind the mix of people just on the trade here. Well, Mike, you already saw it on the floor. We're only talking about an animal. He did this to an animal. Mike, Mark, the best. And it means he finished off not only the trade here, but also the top of the best. That's not. Take the multi-part play. How do you do this stuff? Go back to Malika. So again, Malika is, they think it's the thumbnail. They go through the back of the neck, through the spine, into the esophagus, right through the face. Well, like, quite the sugar of the head, the way you're focused. Not the muscle. Otherwise, it's ready. Actually, you know, that's the runner. Get the either for as an important to get both of the step, the corner, and you left the Malika. This is checkmate. It says either or, the bishop or in the corner. You ask me, which one of the two are you checking? Out of my court. So this is Makuris. Even if I check the trachea, I'm not checking. The leak of the trachea, that's good. You get over to the corner. And once you get there, take it to that part. So it's not pretty much, you make sure you cut all the muscle. Regardless, trying to side, and all you have to set the whole line. You have to set both. You're about to have a youth is very, very strong. So you want to have that. At the end of the day, which one of the two do you touch? Like, the Congress, like, this established checkmate, no? Checkmate means checkmate. It means that all you have to do is touch either or. No, you don't want to do a great ride. But little tiny help you can do my friend. We're talking about Malika. We're talking about going from the back, like the stick, going right through the breakers from the spine. Guys can do it for them. Even this corner, a little bit is don't turn the animal because the animal's 3/4 strength to the human. Hard about coming from the other side. People from the other side, maybe cutting the corner is not enough. Maybe that will continue living. Maybe that'll get you. That's not. Your boy said 40 times. Now, by the after that, having a rubber, there's a thought. But you can just stop. Also, getting my straight number, its whole neck was full of blood. Now, we have a good problem. How are you going to shut this stuff? I need to shut it quickly before it dies. But I don't know if the blood is coming from the trachea, from the esophagus, from the tongue. You have a tooth problem. I don't know where the blood is coming from. Or where all they even have, and what can we do here? It's a big problem. This is if they've a high decay, the perfected day. We do the controversial story. I'm going to shut it. Then I'm going to open up and see whether it had a hole in one of the kissing models. I can't check it, or I don't know if maybe the knife went exactly into the hole, into the blood and the source of the blood. I'm not going to see the hole. So check it. Snip the gave all the initial day, so check to see the hole beforehand. I can't. Why? I'm a eyeball. Next, they would be with a hook, so we need to snip. Check this out. Beautiful picture. When I check the esophagus, I can't check on the left side. I can't see this is the hole. It runs right in. But if I check on the inside of the esophagus, it's right. You can see the hole. But that's only after the animal is dead. I can't pull out a line of esophagus and turn it inside out and keep the thing. And if I did, what did I do? I made it a trace on the spot. They say trade, but I hear what? All my areas look red. So this is rough. All my layers are mission red. So it's rough and soft. This is have a great idea. Nip the careless on with your fingers, you can just run it up and down the trachea from outside and see if it has any holes. The initial thing with color and only cut through the color with the sugar. So we'll be cautious because I did one signature. So what do you see in the story right here? What do we see? The one signature in the color also. For other, and after it's dead, the cooler that's in the beginning. Then you pull out the vessel and you'll check it. I think that's a very good point. Wow, that was powerful. You said, what a great idea. I love it. If you live on Rashi brings that you will send 13 tablets to Jerusalem. But what is that? It's not that the whole shop sees where he figured the those videos nothing. Nobody's going to see him. Unbelievable. All right, we have a video. Hold on. I'm here, but it's real this morning. It's a practical way to drain all the blood. Obviously, now that I eat blood, it's direct blood. That's a practical way at its weight. There's another reason. Maybe part of it's secret. Maybe it's like 50 months plus the drug dealer. What's an askimina? The night is an askimina. Going to the halacha speaker, apply to the base. Shihina, 3 times a day. Or no, take any device, take a plier, and go like this and cut it. As long as you get it to drain the blood. I'm going to have to use them, I'm going to use them with I was to make one careful. He said, no, the reason is to drain the blood and give you practical advice, and it's only in a bird you need practical advice. I was like, hey, look, you're an animal, it's sorry. It's an animal. So you're chopping it up into little pieces. It doesn't matter. The more I'm in all the time, you're using short damage. It's a practical thing. But now, you know, every actually, but there's a bit of what the streets are on the juggler. The streets of the juggler. Anymore, you're not going to something good. I'm going to do the mirror. We're going to see soon, I'm just going to steal it. But I told them, you know, the little fuck, people that don't like blood, they change it a little bit. In other words, it's not going to be street, but it's going to be all the liquid out. And they're not going to read it. Why is she? Why did it say street? Actually, we try the shot. There's a whole, the real figure is a kind of a whole much weight of things. Poland and Hungary, they used to take these stuff and sandwich them. They put it right down the mouth and stuff it, right? Eat. Well, no. Well, we are. Silent. Some of them have understood the problem is when stuff the funnel down the throat. No, forget that. You make it a straight, but you make a tiny little hole in the no, none of it's tricky. In the pocket. It's small, it's tricky, not a problem. Small. It's all in the pocket. So actually, I didn't see this. This whole thing doesn't should have worked anything one. That's not being given for his pizza. You review this, you see the Indian of pizza, not a Indian of draining the blood. Hey, look, this is something that pizza. No, you're Indian to make the whole. When shooting pizza, review it. That's not related. Pizza. Not for you, reading the law, I turn down. Now you see the knowledge of pizza. If the whole point is just to drain this animal, why does that be gone? You do that 10 minutes later. Meanwhile, when you start to speak, you see that it is speaking. We're actually expression of the crowd. Mali and I will start speaking. Mali and I will start speaking. What you do is when you do the whole blue soda and what's back in the soda, why does it say blue only? This makes a lot of sense. Because people are up and down the side. It's quite easy. When the blood is flowing easily, it's much better to do like people. When it's like people, if you wait 10 minutes, you walk it down, it's not going to come out. The fire because it gets congealed. But here we are. We're actually doing here what the physics says. The water says it's a practical way to get that blood out. We need a saw that blood right now. What is there? I love the street on the jugular. Over there, Sabo. Where is there? We are not in. Nah, talk over the log. Sabo, Sabo, the log off the review. You're not going to get cut. This picture right over here. It doesn't have to be street though. As long as you make a hole in it and drain it, that's enough. It is. I'm going to do four more lines. I'm going to figure out this. So if I tell you, Simon boy. By the way, in our Gemara, I was very proud. In our Gemara, tiny little thing was Zika, and it tells you what the sister said. Other Gemara, no, tiny little thing was sister. We were the sister on top of all this. I don't know what it is. A lot of us don't even remember what we were thinking. What is it? In our Gemara, we're not to these kind of things. To bring it in, official Gemara. What does it say? What does it say? That the Yehuda only said that Allah by a bird. By a bird, there's an issue of breathing. By an animal, there's no issue of breathing. That's why you have to stop the breathing. What's the first thing you're going? The chef is 2 halves. Awesome. It's a little baby. You learn that only in a bird is a sister. Actually, you should salvation is a reason. You should say only in a bird that the chef does reading. The governor, the Rothschild, have a wonderful Look, Freddie Burke is out to work. Sponsor a share today.
He'd probably sit me down and go, listen to me, you fat fuck, you're gonna shut your mouth. And I'd sit there and I'd go, absolutely. If somebody said to me, of all people, it's just gonna be you, and those people, and everyone else is gonna die. It's both. How fun would it be? Is it fun? Is it fun if the whole world dies? And I'm just sitting there getting answers on my phone. Is that the fucking tomato tail? Yeah, is that
Rothschild, day 4. Morocco. I know you want to see it. Months later, last year, Rogan acted like he'd never heard of it, and now here he is asking Tim Dillon whether his opinions would change if he got invited to a millionaire's welcome. Do you think you'd feel differently if you did? The question is an admission and a confession. It's the new iteration of just come hang out at the mothership green. Now it's just come hang out in my bunker. Whether Joe Bunker Rogan realizes it or not, he just outed himself because the obvious follow-up to that is, did Joe's opinions change when he got his invite? Did his politics shift when the millionaires let him in? Because looking at the last 2 years of JRE, the answer is staring us all in the fucking face. And credit to Tim there because he's so transparent about all this. He says he was invited by Tina and turned it down. He's the one disclosing it. Meanwhile, Rogan asks the question and volunteers absolutely fucking nothing about his own relationships. Now, I've been thinking about this for a while, so I want to put it out there. Here we go. Why does Joe Rogan keep having millionaires on his podcast? JRE started as a stoner comedian talking to fighters, comedians, and weirdos. It was long-form conversations with interesting people. Nobody was asking for Mark Andreessen's perspective on surveillance cameras. Nobody's petitioning for the CEO of Palantir's point of view. These are the richest, most powerful people on the planet. They already own the media and all the platforms and the infrastructure and the whole political system. They don't need a fucking platform. They own the platform. So why are they on JRE? Like, what is the public service here? Rogan's whole brand is built on just asking questions. Don't you choose who you're curious about, right? And when you keep choosing billionaires and when you sit across from the chairman of the biggest surveillance company in the world,
for the first time where Trump is really odds with them. He's had enough. I think he is starting to understand that his legacy will not be tainted if he doesn't find a way to extricate us from this war. So I think it's certainly the job of anyone who looks at this stuff to look at it and go, yeah, what is going on? What is happening? So this is effectively the essence.
Rothschild. Day four in Morocco. I know you want to see it. Right up and off, it's looking to say the fire on your back, then fire trick. This was the highlight for me. To see this live. I told you, the Jews gave it to them.
Jesse did it again. Another wonderful trip. Hopefully another trip next year. Thank you.
What up? I was never so emotional on paper. I mean, I don't really know that. They burn, they make a hadlaka on the caver. Don't ask. No questions. The tree doesn't burn. The whole city has blue buildings. We were on the rooftop. NDY Official Edition Masechta School in Volume 2. Over 200 people picked it up from sale allocations because there's a discounted price. Takes $25 if you pick it up. You get to know your satellite location. Dear Rabbi in the years plus since I've been doing your share, you've spent on many topics that require chizuk in Klal Yisrael, namely Shnei Mikro, not talking to the Kaddish, untossing the importance of the Yomi, of course. No one all to be a better year. For the Yomi, of course, no one all to be a better year. I can proudly say that every time you stress importance on the topic, I take you seriously and I've committed myself to them. This is my first year ever, and I'm up to date on Shnei Mikro and everything else I've mentioned. But this clincher that has really saved my life has been a recent stress on the importance of acquiring a bidet sprayer. Rabbi, you seriously have changed my life, and I hope this email will inspire Gantz Klal Yisrael to join in this initiative. So thank you for everything. I'm not going to want me to send you this one also. Okay, so thank you for everything. And for teaching us how to truly live life. There might be some truth to what he's writing. Now, when I do email part of the share from the restroom, I can truly enjoy saying No. Now when I do the email part of the share from the restroom, I can truly say Eliyahu Slavovitz, the comment of the email since Sanhedrin Bays, the comment of the complete share since Sanhedrin Samach Ches is keeping track. It takes sometimes 66. No, if there's another email like his, the Sanhedrin of Gimel, we would have joined right away. Problem is, good morning, Rabbi. It's currently 4:51 a.m. when I'm writing this email. At the beginning of school, and I wanted to take my learning further, so I completed my job in seminary in Limud. I already started Barothas, so I continued on one of those doctrines that covered the spoke of how bad it is to sleep in tefillin. Being that I'm in my youth, I tend to pull all-nighters, so I'm private and to try to put on tefillin. If I doze off, it didn't bother me. But tonight, so I had to do my secondary receptor. Once I finished, the time was an hour and a half, and then so I stayed up and made sure to fill in quickly before getting drowsy. Thanks so much for helping me and many more people understand and internalize many halachas and mitzvahs that there's confusion. Thanks so much, Moish friend, Staten Island, Okama Daf Bays. And finally, Rabbi Meir. I just wanted to share with you an anecdote. I was on a flight to Frankfurt, Germany, heading to the Kiryat Tzadikim. Sitting next to me was a Malaysian woman. I was watching the day's Daf 24, and one of the AI videos came on. She said, "Excuse me, which Israeli movie is that?" It looks so awesome. I explained to her that it's better than the movie's MDY. And that religious ruler who's all over the world learn the same page of common grain of shine, day in, day out, don't forget. So she's visibly impressed. She went on telling she loves Yidden and wants to visit Israel in the near future. She asked where she can access the shiur, and I gave her the website. You never know, you might have a female Malaysian learning MDY daily, all because of AI videos. Rabbi Talmud Eliyahu from Lakewood, New Jersey, official edition of MDY shops in Sefton, saying Yal Sholach, Shloya, Da'at Zayin, Eliyahu Nimed, Schos from Shpocha, Eliyahu Chashpega, Dina Nencha, Bas Miriam. That's how it's dedicated memory of our mother from Barak and Tzvi to Brother Rafa. The Hospital Foundation, we gradually getting sorted in the lives and only supporting me. Anonymous has some groups of guys who think she Benny. Anonymous is living for Shlomo and everything from Kalei Bethesda. Yom and Daniel Rosenfeld, Yus Besimcha. Aryi Simon, these pastors for Shlomo, Avi Murray, Baruch Ramirez. Yom and Daniel Rosenfeld, also from Rothschild Shepherd. Weekly sponsors, Gratitude sponsors, wishing the MDLA team at Slocha, Siavi Gishmai. Jay-Z sponsors, Nana bring my first son. The research to Abraham, Marino Manso, Yitzi Walker, Mary Engel. Gratitude, that's how you sit out. Gratitude to Hashem will dedicate a blaze to MDY, igniting so many hearts.
This class is meant to serve as an introduction to
King George, Taylor Simon, thank you, Patty. Shkoya. Linda Taylor Simon, thank you, Tati Akiva, and Vince for holding up the world with eternal learning. Susie Razu, memory of Alan Razu, was a part of the Rock 40 yards and a Chaim Oscar, and a Leo Yevim Nasser. David Blumfeld, Galatians Heights Quarterback to the Leo Elso, and Charles Ben Fred Hadassah Shlita from the Mashpaka.
in their historical and cultural
Yeah,
context.
so that's Gary's Bear was the original.
Admittedly, as civilized as they are obscure. Let me
Not
express
related,
my
so
gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me
Is
to use these lectures to
Gary
reach a
Bear
wider audience.
Mr. Early,
esoteric
and Robert, I forgot what happened. Yaakov Dono Gita, not of the engagement of Paul, Avram Shimon, and Esther Simha.
after autumn of 2021.
Pearl sponsors for the month H1 Pay Ventures in the sports for success of all our clients. And a Pearl sponsor for the month being known as the Rothschild, Rabbi and like his sponsor Innovations LCS, construction simple Pego, Eric Yudis Bas Gavakaya. The IR month, Muslim Yonatan Muslim Brocha, Muslim Mordechai Ben Esther. So Ayala Daniel Zek Ben Ayala Esther. The voice side, we're starting a brand new
Now, let's enter the
I
garden.
see both shoppers in here. He gets a big mouth. He has a son.
I can say, welcome back.
Did it? I mean, really?
To the second part of our 10-minute session.
Mazel tov. Grandfather, Simpson.
We're still 1,200 years away from Kabbalah.
The voice I were holding a brand new Parak number 2.
Right around the turn of the
Good
common era.
news.
That's to say,
Tsunami.
around the year zero.
Easier, maybe even
We're
Parak
anchor
hours.
of where we are.
So we're
And
going
just to recap a bit,
26
right? Just to recap a little
days.
bit from last time, just want to see where we
We
were
did
in the
in
lay of
Seth
land. We defined mysticism, at least for the purposes of this class. But doing things like defining mysticism makes it certain that everyone will agree with you that saying this stuff.
If you chef one
Basically,
simon,
anytime I say
using
divine
the
mysticism,
trachea
it's
or
like we're
the
going to
esophagus, tunnel of the vessel, usually, what do you try a bird first? What comes first in the bird? You talk from the neck area. You're going to be shifting the tunnel, you're going to be shifting the trachea, the Israeli air conditioning type, the white pipe. That's good enough. It's not the name. The Gemara is going to address right away. Hashota means rather than Septa, we learned Hashota because we have that was like the beginning of the time, no? If you do it, okay, it's okay. What's going on? She does it share. These are halachas we already learned, we're familiar. Roy is just as good as the entire thing. So even if you don't check the whole, let's see, let's look at some pictures here. Over here exists the esophagus, even the esophagus.
And as I mentioned last time,
Nine to behemoth.
Jewish mystics
Like, why did all the other? What else are you supposed to do in this case? What else could you do?
Remember that the Jews,
Ruboy Shalefa, let's see where we have Ruboy Shalefa. Oh, Ruboy Shalefa, that's by an animal. Not good. This is also not good. Anyway, Ruboy Shalefa, if you do Roy, it's as if you did the whole symbol. If you do man, actually, you should have reading. No, you gotta get those reading. So the maflag is like, some say it's the jugular, the maflags are showing here. You gotta cut those blue pipes also. It's not just enough to cut the, and we're talking about, by the way, specifically in a bird, you see this picture of the bird, you're thinking only in a bird you have to cut the jugulars. So remember, only in a bird, and the idea is to empty it out, to get the blood out of the bird. Huh? It's not the sinner, no, there's no shyness in it. No. Because maybe you could rip it open. The idea is to get the blood out, not the idea to cut it. Cut, you have to cut the simonis, the tunnel of the vegetable. Katsi Echaboy, that's the picture I showed you before, where's Katsi Echaboy? Okay, Katsi Echaboy. You only do half, not the roy, obviously, no good. The Echaboy, the Katsi with the Hema, you do a full run and a half of the trachea, no good. She does it too. And then the mission repeats one because they say, one, Roy is Echad Boy, one sinning by a bird is enough. So if you do Roy of one sinning, also enough, 51%. The Roy is trying with the Ema, or cut most of the two simonim here, like this, let's say. Here you had a good Roy. She doesn't share it. That's the Gemara right away. I thought that the other dude was the light. You should have two simanim. You only get out short. It says at the beginning of this short, and then it goes up to say all the cases. One of the cases is Snipe the Behemoth right away at the beginning. I think the never go, but Snipe the Behemoth. What else do you want us to do? Snipe the Behemoth has killed a lot. How much do you want to do? Before you say, I empathize. It's not referring to Snipe the Behemoth. It's only from the first word of the Mishnah. That's the idea. Look at Kino Shishab, two simanim, fat, Shukhanov brings it, and they asked Rabbi Fish, and Rabbi Fish said, yes. They try to do two simanim. Went on to say, we discussed the Shukhanov, and it says over there, he tells me that when he went to the Sahara, the Rav asked him, what kabbana do you have to have when you shop? So you should have in mind, not a kavanah in your brain, but like make sure not in your intent. You should, like a goal, and it's like not in the lotion of kavanah of tefillah, but more make sure that you cut through. What do you say more? The second shot is Roid is not good. It's good if you have it, if you did it. But try not to be silent on a 51% cut. What if you do 49 one time? Go through the whole thing. Try to get the whole thing. So one side, this Gemara all the way to the end of today is just going to be discussing one simple thing. We know, everybody knows that any child, where do you check from? They know it's from the neck. But how do you know that? Do we know from a passing in the Torah? Or it's just the tradition that we see from which Rabbi all the way to today. Especially when we see tradition, we weren't going to say all sorts of secrets that perhaps
the Judean state is destroyed. And as you
might imagine, when your entire world is now the vassal contract, right? And your vassal many different ways of knowing that.
that's the end of
The name is Shkita Shemim and Akara. How do you know that Shkita is from the front of the neck? Shanema. The Shokad has been up. It says the word Shokad. When you learn from the word Shokad, it's actually two words. You must know Shishak. I'll tell you. Shok. So what Shishak means to bend over. What part of the thing, let's look at an animal, let's look at a cow. What part always bends down? The neck. What else always bends down? The knee doesn't bend down. The knee bends, but it's a straight thing that comes across the body. The head comes straight out, and then it bends down to eat. The tail should be a straight thing, and it bends down. So right away, you weren't going to ask about a tail. And what does Hatay mean? Hatay means clean. Clean it out of its blood. That's where the blood should pour out of. Rashi uses a lesson here, Tahareyu. Tahareyu, that's what it says. Clean it out. Why not? Okay, but maybe you start there and then somewhere else. Okay, you make a long cut. It's interesting to point out. There's time in Ginger Kanti. He says the idea of Shkita by Abraham is that you leave the Malchamonis out of it. You don't let the Malchamonis kill this animal. You kill it. And by not letting the Malchamonis in, so you remove the tumor from it. When the Malchamonis kills an animal, it inserts its venom into it. It's tumor. That's the lesson of Harei. Through the Shkita, I tell you, Harei, you're creating a certain Tahara to the animal. This is interesting. Think about it. But that animal is with Talmud. But you checked it nicely, then it has no tumor. You don't have that by human being. Human being does however it dies. It's a major source of tumor. The mind the high Hatay just means a clear. I didn't know that Hatay means to clean. And we're actually going to see soon a lesson of Hatay that doesn't mean clean. Hatay means to break. To tear open, to break. So here the word brings the chicken of city. The case of Bayis, you clean out the house from the terrace. When the house has a terrace. The very same of the Hafeni, the Israel, the charge of the Ramah says, I want to clean it out from the Aveil, the Sheva, the Israel, the charge. I want to be clean. Ask the Gemara, so you can't read something that fed. There's one other, I can think of two other things actually, that fed on an animal. Now everyone think of the third thing. It's a tough one. What else on that animal fed? Not its knees, not its tail, but not its neck. What else? Oh, bends. It stays in the what? No, they don't bend. The ear. That's no, horns don't bend. You put it down. They're stabilized. They're whatever you do. It does. That's the more answer. It should be like this. It has the foot of Shedra to go in line with the animal. It's the position of the spine. But it goes down. The ears. The ear is very interesting. By an animal, the ears can stand up or down, move. So something that has the word name of his mother. Maybe the tail.
Now that leaves another question. Why don't they describe the eventual success of the Maccabees and their very poor Maccabean, at least
it goes down.
they got timber
Should have been straight.
was
But very busy.
terrifying.
Says Gemara, it's in a downward position forever. It's always down. Once in a while, it kicks it off at the flag. To chase away the flies or whatever. But it's in a downward position. The neck is an upward position that goes down. That's a Gemara. Maybe you can see it. I think it's super interesting to look around at all the animals. Every animal can move its ears in different directions. And it's basically to test it. Like it wants to see it controls the way it hears. Human beings, stationary. That guy in the Hebrew shield that moves his ears up and down a little bit. And not like like animals go up, down, to the side, right, left. What's the shot? Shot is we don't need it. We do. That's not how we use our hearing. We hear song, we hear this. We're not trying to protect ourselves from enemies with our ears. These animals, they're constantly, you see them in the safari. The jeep is coming from there, where's it coming from? Different directions, right, left, evolving. I just want to say this thing. It reminded me of this idea, and I think it's a very good idea for a lot of people. There's a guy that came to a road. He says, I'm having issues with tradition. Unfortunately, it's, every person I know basically has an issue here and there in this culture. And they're upset at very different things. He said, remember when your son got engaged? They all for business. The Putin said this, and then he didn't do it, and then the phone was like that, and he didn't come like this, and this didn't work out. Because of the pastor, like, with a heavy heart, he says, the Lord gave you a gift, and you didn't like, wow, unbelievable. That's the problem. You let the problem overtake you, and you focus on the problem instead of the unbelievable gift that the Lord gave you. So right now, it's not interested in giving you another gift. When the gift comes, remember, when the gift comes, you take it and you nod it, the simple, then about it. The authority is always going to seep in there and try to knock out that gift and put down the gift for you. So you have to know how to concentrate on the tongue.
They're describing things that have happened using code. Why would they do that?
So you know,
because it might be politically expedient.
It reminded me. No, it reminded me because this is what gives you what you need. Not more and not less than you. You see, we have these trigger this thing. No, he's right. Video. No, it's a very good legitimate. It's a legitimate question. It has nothing to do with it. It triggered the nerve. I have these sites. Sometimes it doesn't work out well, All of a sudden I remember something. Because sometimes I say it, and that's where my foot just fails a lot of times. But this is a good one. I didn't want to forget it. I want to say it. Yeah. For the most part, those who are further down the table.
They're thinking into the world. They're thinking all the
So the Gemara.
the world, Messiah.com, this is going to be this, that, the battle of
Being in Damanefesh, we're going to cut from the ear. That's not where the Damanefesh lives in Satan. We see that for the Damanefesh, it spurts out that blood that the Neshama goes out with. The Damanefesh is the blood. Okay, so there you go.
Christianity does tend to think of the apocalypse as like something happening in the future, although early Christians thought it was going to happen pretty soon in their lifetime. Jesus kind of dragging his feet, but they really thought it was happening soon. But this idea that it's going to happen in the future is an idea really from Christianity that has sort of shadowed flavor.
The tale is a lot more sensitive in my opinion. Earlier, Mark, you're talking about how it's an offshoot of the shape of the spine, which is one of the areas of the body that the body goes out in a millisecond. If it gets separate, it's just a continuation of the shape. It happens to be that at certain points it's less sensitive. But I could see where that could kill an animal a lot quicker than cutting a little piece of its hair. They go into the air every day and they put these tags on the ear. It's nothing.
He predicted that Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything.
Let's do this. Let's see what happens.
Predicting, right?
So you might be able to pour out the Ozil ad Damanef. Start at the ear and continue until the Damanef. The shoe, the suit. Shivio Rothschild, Kaloga, Agromo, Shikuminoma. Obviously, you don't have a policy that tells us Shivio Rothschild, Kaloga, Agromo, Shikuminoma. What are those 5 things? Let's see them real quickly in Nakamo. Shivio is when there's a pause in the speaker, turn them amplified. Ross is when you do a downward motion. I like the fact you did a whole secret name that's not even gross. It's like sterile and everything. Khalada is when you hide the knife under a cinder or under a blanket or if the knife is hidden. Over here you hide the cinder. Equal is when one of the pipes pops out. Usually I guess the crazy. And Agroma is where you do the shkita not in the place of the shkita, more like past the tabas. Like, oh, you know, we have the whole studio. It's higher up on the comment. So when you see these 5 problems in shkita, I love Gemara. It's a Messiah. It's a Kabbalah. You see a tradition from generation to generation. So therefore, shkita and Atzavanami, Gemara, so too, shafting an arrow from the neck is a tradition that we receive. They did this in the midbar. They did this in the it's not in the Torah. It's from Moshe Rabbeinu, from directly from the Torah. Crawl the Maya. The one thing we have to talk of the Shochan is going to the Lord have you a gift. Don't make it a gift now. Remind us, maybe if you're brand new, it's a lot of people starting the first, also very clean. Like this.
Very common idea in ancient world. And so, anyways, the predictions they do give by the end of the world
Look at the guy in the left top window.
just if you were to go to a Greek philosopher at the time and ask, what's going to happen at the end of the world, they say, the logos, the fire, is going to consume the whole world. They're like,
Philly.
sounds reasonable. They went with that.
That's a gift to basically chopping an animal in half. So what do you see in the pasuk? It's soft. What's the lotion that they use? Tateyu. It should be a sheet of tateyu, and not more. Not more. It should be up to a certain point. Don't go crazy. It almost seems like it's also to cut it. It's also to cut the head completely off. We have another child. How do you know the shit must be from the next? The mocking shizah, it's also towards Zov, tateyu. From the place that the blood comes out of, tateyu, break. Over here, tateyu doesn't need to clean, it needs to break. Cut it right there in the neck. My master that tateyu listens in Hebrew. How do you know that tateyu over here means to break? The sin, I'll cure about paper. Don't fear, don't break. So, paper is lashon breaking. Another place where it says I'll cure about paper, I thought it was murder. It's by Governor Mel Tel Shlomo. I want you to build a base Hamikdash. I'll care about paper. Which I think it's unbelievable because a lot of times it's natural. It's like so Rabbi could say, why should I build a base Hamikdash? My own holy father, one of the legs of the Merkava, didn't build a base Hamikdash. So who am I? This idea of like, I'm not worthy. My father did it. Who am I? No, somebody has a murdered idea, a murdered plan of this. You go with it. You don't say, oh, but that devil didn't do it, or my father didn't do it, or whatever. No. I'm serious about paper. If it's good, if this is enough in Hashem, we do it.
There's just a serious problem.
What?
The serious problem is...
No, the first one. No, we're nothing to do with Shkita. We want to know what Tefas means. Tefas is second. Yeah, we translate it. Does Tefas mean to clean, or Tefas means to break? You see over there, I'll hear about Tefas. Don't break. No, Tefas means to break, not to clean. Ask the Gemara, the Imam of Chachmai. Why your noses are running? Cows have running noses, and it's another thing that so the Zovachta, he chefed it in a place that something runs, a runny nose, huh? Flow, the flow. They say, down the line, if your feet smell and your nose runs, you flip upside down. If your feet could smell and your nose could run, so you flip upside down. Jordan, put some top. You visit that, he's gone anyway. He's masking his phone. Now you just open up a whole nother box of humor. So you already can't be the noise because the flow must come through breaking, through shkita. Over here, his nose runs whether he likes it or not. He doesn't like it actually, he's still right. As the more when Levi maybe supposed to stab him in the heart. I had a whole conversation with Rabbi Tzvakerman. He used to work for that good. He was the original one that told me like 2 years ago about the Sina Shams and what we should do and the whole thing. And I had a whole, this is 2 years ago. And I had a whole conversation with him until like 1 in the morning. He's working now on convincing politicians. They brought a whole group of, they spend a lot of money getting cardiologists and brain surgeons and all sorts of things and all different equipment to hook animals up to these machines and prove that Shkita is the most humane way to kill animals. That's less sad than stunning, which the guy used. And they don't prove that it's instantaneously. So the animal doesn't feel the knife, but the blood, something with the brain, and it just shuts down immediately, and that's it. And it's quicker than stunning. They prove it. People are happy because he says what happens is that places like in Holland, that the first thing they go after the anti-Semites, they go after the shkita. Once they get the shkita done, then they go straight to the needle. And the cooks jump. And now this week they put Milan in jail. They arrested Milan at home. So they want to get it before it becomes, the shkita and all that out of hand. Okay, very, very interesting stuff. No, but to prove, they came with the assumption that the Torah knows what it's talking about, that the Baruch is not interested in Tzarel Chaim, he's interested in Tzarel Chaim, and he's with Shkita. Zog the Gemara.
You simply innovate your theology.
Where are we? Levi, we're in Levi, but I can't find Levi.
In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back.
I didn't do it. I'm just looking for them. They were Levi. I'm not enough for that. They were Levi.
Killing animals and burning.
Vesu, Shemira, Russia, Halaga, Drama. You can know if you have a little bit of affinity a few times.
No one here recognizes
Okay, see, you have a source for Shkita in the Torah. And where's your source for Shia and Drisa? Ela Gemara Yakin Bridge, that is a big component of tradition. Shkita is not Gemara, so the Shkita also is tradition. Shkita and I also is the one. Because in Shavuot Yisrael, that Chateyu and no more than Chateyu. Shouldn't cut it and chop it completely off. Very small part. Another the shochan. So before we did the shock with the shin, and it bends down. But here it's a sin. The shochan, I think of the shochan, there will be socha. Sin, sama. The socha means the welcome shesach. From the place that he vocalizes, whatever, he makes room from the vocal cord. So the piti in the time, that's where you should clean it. Now we're going back to Tatei, clean, in other words, cut it and clean out the blood from that area. Oh, maybe I'm going to show you nice. Maybe from here. This is Damaneth.
Is now said to be the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just responsible for everything, but responsible for everything.
This is Lashoina.
God has a plan for the entire cosmos.
The whole part, whatever it is.
Precisely important. God is planning everything. And everything that happens is according to that plan, no matter how bad it is, no matter how confusing it is. In fact,
listen, I read that. You go until we can put a full stop.
Right? So this kind of theology is going to be decisively important in this matter. So what also has to happen here, right, is that the Israelites, right, are going to have to
maybe cut his tongue and that's the
change the way they think about their relationship to this God.
Get out.
And the problem is,
Get out.
this God's going to have to tell them.
It's not easy, Visor. Get out.
Look,
I don't know where we got to put a stop to it.
This is supposed to happen if we keep it. This is supposed to happen if we don't.
From England.
And we're still here. What's happening? Well, what ends up
You want to
happening
do trigger and say like a man?
is that
It's going to be a big push for that.
in which God shows them
Let that fight it out, please.
right? Again, here's the language here, right? The older prophets heard God,
Threw me off now.
communicated what God said.
Maybe.
Oh, the prophecy
Okay, now I can continue.
sees what God showing them.
Please, if you're from England, do not try to say everything here. Learn it.
So this is a much more
More,
literary
fine.
and it's much more visual.
Let's get used to it. Kind of nice though. I'm confused now. I'm so confused. I don't know
Now
what he's
think of
doing.
it as a distinct kind of religiosity. It's not prophecy. They're not speaking on behalf of God. They're describing
Let them
what
come
God
down
is
a
showing
little
them.
bit.
What God is
They're not showing like that.
And that is a completely different phenomenological mode of experiencing this. Right? Very different kind. Now, what we're seeing is how they get the ability to have more underwrites. And the answer is really not yet. The short answer is we don't know. We don't know. We don't have good records about how this goes down. Here's what I see is that what ends up happening is that the Judahites go into exile and they come in contact with an
Okay, Hebrews are not very much better. They will show you. They should have been
have to understand
even
that
that
the Judahite
again.
aristocracy goes into exile.
It's not going to give you that love that we need. Dama nefesh. Oh, where do we get the dama nefesh? I forgot to show you. Ki nefesh ha-basar b'dam hu hi. But don't eat. The Apostle says you need dama nefesh.
Of the ancient world.
They know the part of Muslim. Dama nefesh. Maybe you're cutting the tongue all the way. That is what I thought about the conversation. It's suburban. Cut the tongue is very painful and then all the way to dama nefesh.
It was not a metropolis
The
of
Sioux,
order of magnitude.
she just colored out brother Nico Manala, the freebie. How do you know those 5 things that are awesome? Hello, tomorrow.
It was a tiny settlement.
I learned there was a tradition, so maybe also speaking of the football, and I also once again, we're talking about
an aristocracy that is a
you
relatively
can't cut
mass
it off completely.
coming into contact with an
Stop
incredible
there by the Simon and don't continue in to the
diplomatic documents.
the spy. The Tana Maisalaf, another Tana brings a source for from the neck. The Sayor, the Peel Omar. First, the Hanam, and I was people in that south. I don't know, it's from the next. Lord, from the Arab, the Hanam is in the south. We're talking about the oil of the covered every single morning, the oil. You chop it up into pieces, and you bring the turkeys to Hanam, they bring the parts onto the Mizbeach and the Makrim, all the parts. So it says already, cut it into pieces. What is the point out 2 parts? The head and the fat. Say, they've already. The legs, the hands, the stomach. No, what is that?
obvious what they believe.
Mas, I'm limited to religious stuff. Why is it? You see the second. It's already stuff. It's already part of the house. Why you? How do you point out? Single out. Why are you singling out the head of the body?
Non-physical spiritual entities are
That is something they could skin. The problem is that you're not skinning the head. Why? Because already it was severed from the body. What does it mean severed from the body? The shkinta, the simanim, it severs the head, so to speak. And the Mela, it's not part of the Hashata. Here's Hashata real quickly. I saw Hashata and realized it doesn't look this easy. It's a lot harder. This is just the Sabbath night. In real life, you have to do that. You'd be sitting there for 20 minutes, schlepping it. And schlepping, yeah? And then they pull and pull. Today, they have machines. They hook the machine in. Hydraulic machines. But you're doing it by hand, it's an avoid. It doesn't just tap off. They're the instructions without shop. So you need to skin the animal from a place in the skin. But you're not going to skin the head because it's already not part of it. And that's... Why is it single out here? Also, it says, why do you single out Rosh? It's a partner. What says, but that's in public today. Go back to this puzzle. Why does it say? That says Rosh is a partner because it's special. You don't have to skin it. Says Gemara also thought that Rabbi already came off. I'm going to is a puzzle. You're right. We're going back to this puzzle. This is the puzzle. The problem is, Rosh is pretty low. What I need is puzzle. This puzzle, what I need. It seems like it's extra. The violence inside. I'm not going to rush the pedal. She's putting the bar or something. Let me show you this video. There's something wrong with this video. So I'm going to tell Yoshi he needs to change it. It seems like from the Mishnah, it's not Mishnah like this. It seems like the head, the guy holding the head is in the front. But he says in the Gemara. So ignore the first guy. I tried to take him out this morning, but it didn't work well. I could have started the video from here, but I wanted to show the whole. But he's in there. The guy in front of me, can't take him out. There's a procession, and each person schleps. But there's a certain. You see what it is, they're a parent of not showing disgusting things. Somebody sent me a video, I guess it's supposed to be funny, of Los Angeles. The guy is taking a body, literally, taking a body in the street, not in front of everybody. And the stretcher falls, and the body falls on the street. It's a whole commotion, and he's by himself. He starts taking the body, put it back on the stretcher, back up on the children. People walking by over this. You have common sense and respect for things. So you go on this path where there's a cut head. You don't want to show all the insides of the head. You're not in the road to person to call himself. Somebody came over to me yesterday. The Christian rapper was coming in. One thing I'm not a telling you. That was so that we so sweet. So what makes the apocalypse now what's important about this is that no one said now in Judea or in Babylon said, I'm going to create the apocalypse. But to see the sweetbread live, uncooked, not so Lishma. And they innovated. And the group, the specific religious innovations that they developed, we now call apocalypse. Right, so it's very important to note here. This is a scholarly term. The brains of an animal. It's you're not allowed to, you can't really get it here. I don't think you can get it. So apparently they thought it was a really good thing that really was cautious. They served it. It was one of the 20 things they served that night. I mean, you know. It's such a stable kind of scheme. It's very, very confusing to a lot of people. It's sweet bread. So it's schmucks. You can buy all of it. It's sweet bread. What's wrong with sweet bread? The first thing is what I mentioned here last, which is first. That's the last thing. Is an apocalypse, right? How do you know that you put it on the staff? Not like in the video. You put it or to uncover. And what
what's important about this
First one is
scripture is that
Kamaloi Meretz Rothschild Best Pidroi Ba'ara.
the idea that God is
Zayin on this.
something
Opeder Kamod. Oh,
to the person
so it goes first. That's why we have the extra funny. It's Rosh and it's Pidroi Ba'ara. First the Rosh, then and the back the Ba'ara.
Some king, especially a king, right? Go condemn those who are being
Attorney of the Dow, sponsored by Dow, global specialist in international financial services, and by Kai Milrad, it is my Simon Marossi, by Rachel Bass, Yitzchak, Alea Shalom. Who better Kama, the first impulsive cracks, this is private, it's not one of them. Before letting the time you get noise, what's the process? You cover the best you can all the gross parts. You sterilize the mouse like our pictures over here. No blood, everything's perfect. The zero cover Jamalo, you see a soil over here. If you can, you cover things, you cover the wound, you cover this. Look good. The high, was based on top. Another source for Shkita from the nest. The sign I told you it's easy. And it's going to be even a Gaza today. The sign is always started with Behemoth. It says the word Behemoth and bird, Behemoth, all together. Well, it's going to be one of these videos. Shockingly beautiful videos.
What's up, Mr. Aquarius?
Think to yourself, churches of liberation.
I want to thank you. Just listen to my podcast.
What happened?
No, I'm just listening to it.
Why is the
Okay, have a good day.
For what halacha is it? When you have a dead animal, that wasn't shafted. Wasn't shafted. It's just touching it. This is not such a great masa. Masa would mean even if it's like separation of shells or whatever, but since you lifted it up, here comes Tommy right away. Okay, fine. Masa. Oh, you ate him with masa. When you touch a dead bird, a kosher dead bird, you're not coming to flowers. Oh, how do you become coming from a kosher dead bird? On a vela, one that was run over by a car. Which is huge. It's a very severe trauma. It's so severe that it makes your clothing common. When you touch an animal, you become common. Your clothing don't become common. You touch a vela, in that case, this guy right over here, his clothing will become common.
By describing them as if they're happening in the future.
Oh, Mago, yeah, Masi, yes,
So they
correct.
describe present events
Okay,
in a
fine,
given way.
but our Pesach video is a tremendous thing. What's up, Pesach? And Yoshi did a beautiful video. I wasn't able to show it last night. It wasn't ready yet.
Didn't include anything.
And I told her, I'm done with that video with the Tesla almost running it over. We need something new. Besides, I told him that one of the main points of the video should be that another person inserted into the mouth. You didn't touch it. You're not touching it. Sticks it in the back of the mouth, then you become common. That's the clue that I want to point out. He's not even part of his job. But in the time of going to the Pesach, I take a piece of steak that's an available steak, and shove it down my friend's throat. Doesn't come coming. So here's the new and improved one.
Why did the Greeks just whip our ass? That's a bad thing. Greeks get whipped by their own. They just killed a bunch of us. What's going on, God? Right? That's a real question to ask, right? I mean, we all ask sort of why bad is that good people in this job? It's why do people get like that? For most of us. They're very interested in why this tribulation's happening.
When it hits it,
And I guess
he said,
tribulation,
it
the idea is it's real
the
bad
bag
for
was
the
throat,
world.
becomes common.
God has a plan.
So the Mela, what are they similar to?
Also, it's
Not
interesting
in Shkita, avoid the Shkita. There's like an aim required Shkita, so to agree. Maybe a bird, you also need the right Simanim, a majority of both Simanim.
It doesn't matter if you're a good person or a bad
Dr.
person.
Green, before we mentioned that the head was chopped off with the Moroccan garden. Kamalema is choice. It's a new. No, only an animal needs to. A bird doesn't need to see one. The legs are right there. Easy player shots of it. Ain't alive, but it's what are an animal? Home back there. Another thing that animal is similar to a bird. Another shot. Run a lot now, like a German Sava, Bema, German Sava. We see the concept of doing the leaf gut through the nape from the neck, the back of the neck. So they love the aim also from the neck. You might love the Malaya, maybe you should shut the animal from the neck, the back. Kamalema Molak is really shy, only this birds. His name is Malik on the Malay for the Yaku. Rosh Hashanah Malay, Rosh Hashanah Malay. Rebbe just said that the behema and the birds are equal. I say my other place, so what does he do with the word zoy that makes it exclusive? Well, I just said, I mean, I'm out from an effort. I behema is it. It's going to bird. Look at the behema from a bird, and a bird you only need one simon and only two simon on him. So maybe an animal only one simon. One is zoy. No, the one simon is reserved only for a bird, but an animal you have to cut two simon. Turn it back to part. Still got it. Turn back about zoy part of the behema there. If you look at the first song, you see they have behema, oil, then fish. Behema, fish. So the bird is situated in between a behema and a fish. People are constantly like behema though. For what? Look higher than Mishneh Simonim. And a bird, you have to shove two Simonim there, according to the Bible. No, sorry. Look higher than Mishneh Simonim. That can't. Why? You think you see one? No. You like a fish. A bird should be like a fish, and fish, no simon. Knock it on the head and that's it. The part of the just maybe it's like a fish. Zero simon. You can't do zero because it's like an animal. It's like in between an animal and a fish. So what's in between an animal and fish? Fish is zero. An animal is two. Okay, so if you're an apple, so you give them one. So you give them. I didn't know fish doesn't need shkita. The label is supposed to sit outside to walk your shop. In the same possible. Very good. This week's part is true. Very good. And so we're walking shop. Even as old as you're awesome. But I see from the outside, it's an unfortunate possible. It starts with saying that the cattle, you should do shkita chocolate. It says right away it's called the you only gather them. So I see from the outside, more than the mindset with Rabbi and a guy that came from Russia. It's true guy that came from Russia. Everyone asked me. Pretty sure. They made out a yacht that just fell 34 years ago. Right? They're not school. That's unbelievable. People like you didn't fight. So, this guy comes from Russia. Every night comes to the yacht. She falls asleep. So somebody asked, so what are you doing? Go home. It's like I'm married. He said, listen, when I was in Russia, I was once in a park. And the KGB burst into the park with their there's vectors, and they started beating every person in the bar up. I said, I have no idea what these people, I'm not part of this group. I'm not in the group here. I happen to be here. Doesn't matter. You're here, you're getting beat up. And they beat him up. He said, oh, I want to be part of the group that learns Torah. I am sleeping about. Okay, just like in the bar. I'm also not part of it. No. But to be here, just sitting here. You're going to jump once in a while. Be here. That's part of it. You don't understand. You say you don't understand. How do you not understand? Everybody. Hello, man. I think I was slow. What's love? Anybody? What does it look like? You have some here in the channel. This is a nice, this is a functional one with the brown. It's not AI. It's the real deal. Shmuel says, you want meat, I'll give you meat. Who else give you meat? I'll kill you sick and tired of it. But it says in the Apostle,
right? And so he puts Enoch's name on it, right? The patriarch who never died.
So by slaughter says together, fucking out of the why was the puzzle with the Bird Yevshar? Maybe said a bird Yabu Shkita, Mara Sugya, bird in Shkita. Also says the Mara like Siva Siva Moko Shkita that reading. What does it say over in the puzzle? The puzzle starts over with Shkita, suddenly walks in the shop, then it says the guy on the outside. So here in the shop, you also get the gather. But when the smell that says the word Asifa, but it's so possible, he says about Shkita. Obviously, you have to shut the slot. So Asifa, when it's mentioned, Shkita, so Asifa means just to gather. Says Spurs from Gilgal. The earth is hard, it's strong. That sure is Simanim. So you have to cut the Simanim to counter its strength. So it's soft, it's nothing. That sure to eat it, you don't have to cut anything. All you should never remember the bird that was created from a mixture of the earth and water, like a it's in between. I think it's only one time in chance to work out. Shari, no
one likes the idea that she's going through a traumatic experience.
Check this out. You look at the foot, you look at the birds. These are chicken feet. There was some of us who learned that our mother put it in the chicken soup.
It's not like I'm going to be a memory.
That's why we're different.
That doesn't make sense from a human perspective. We want to understand why our traumas are happening. We want our traumas to be.
That says some people might as well of the way they buy off market, the black market, the chicken feet, the black market.
Is that God has planned.
Anyways, look, it has scales. So you see, it's a riot that they're poured from water. What's going to come out of the water? And a bird. So you see that they were created from water. Birds. This is Minadoma they came. They came from the land. So, I just want to point out that Rashi says Bochela is referred to Gemara in Pirates that says, Kuntrikun Egmon asked, this one is not even brought there. It's just a user for Pirates. The whole stuff should be, I don't know, should be all I got with that, according to this.
And the apocalypses have been revealed.
So, you can ask, no, I'm working on Pirates now.
This entire whole trauma.
So, which one is it? Was the bird created from water, or was the bird created from the earth? Oh my God, you see, he tells him in a I just want to show you this unbelievable video. Here we go.
No one's really about that. That's bad. And so,
it gets better and better. We'll see.
Right? You're going to protest against it, right? The Algeria, when the French come into Algeria and destroy that country, the Algerians like we have, right? And they protest against it. Now, there's one before you protest. What are they protesting against? Militarily trying to fight their own. You can try that.
Every school is going to show it.
They have very limited success. You can also write books about how they're bad. God hates them. God's going to judge them. God's going to kill them. Eventually. Now, again, as I said earlier, you can't figure out
it's not created yet. But then it gets created.
Now, Tiberius sucks. God will kill him. God wants to be like, that's interesting. How would you like to be crucified? Right? So, what are they doing? They're going to kill him. And if you know, you know. Right? That would be yummy. Right? If you know, you know. Then maybe if you know how to read the scripture, you'll read the code. They're like, yeah, I'm calling it. They'll get their ass. What is God? Hold their ass. Yeah. And the Roman's like, what are you reading? Right? So, that was a way of coding this. Now, how does all this work?
So beauty.
God has to tell you. God has to reveal to you.
That's real fast.
itself is unfolding according to the very set down by God. And everything is part of the world. Everything's part of the plan. And the apocalyptic literature is marked by that repeat, that uncovered. As you might imagine, in a world of turmoil, Jewish people go through turmoil, right? Everyone's always here and there, right? You can imagine this was an
You have a stira. On the one hand, it seems like the bird is created from the water or from the earth. Which one is it? From in between, from the mud. Sees later is probably them looking at each other like, what did you say? It's hard for you to see that I just pushed my enemy away with nothing, with a silly answer. No, I am telling you the birds were created from water. Beloved, we Adam. This puzzle that I can brought them play to Adam, literally just to be named. The Shomer Bloshana.
That idea, I don't know about you, right? It's one of the most seductive
like the second thing that he just said down that the birds were created from water is what he told us. But to his Talmudim, he said the truth that they were created from both water and earth, which is a cock. In fact, we should have seen Al Vayitzer, the in the puzzle of Vayitzer Hashem Kim Mino Adam of Hashem did create from the ground, or from the water, which means the Rakak, have a wonderful
America's book of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Flourished for hundreds of years. One can even argue for 1,000 years, beginning roughly about 350 BCE, and extending all the way through the Middle Ages. Honestly, like Jews, the turmoil, it continues. And so, apocalyptic literature kept being produced. Christianity is in many ways an apocalyptic religion. It's a religion that forcefully accepts the apocalyptic paradigm that any other form of Judaism, with the exceptions of the Essenes, those folks looking at Quran or the Dead Sea Scrolls, they believed it so much, by the way, that when the Jews revolted against the Romans, the folks that lived at that site, Josephus could be trusted to do anything else, and Josephus looked good. They thought they tried to organize a resistance to the Romans. They were massacred at 2 battles, and guess what? They stored other souls near their buildings, and they never came back from it. Why? Because they were dead. Because they thought the scroll part of the plan. Lucky for us, the scroll sat there for a couple years without happening. You can even see the literature where they're heading for this battle, even the surrounding banners. They will be blowing and carrying in the battle. And I bet you, when the legion of Roman soldiers were like, all wars and stuff, right? And they see the thing that's going to work. And then the Romans massacred them, and they left their scrolls there. What was a hell of a drug? I mean, when you literally God's going to intervene on your behalf, the very last moment to save you, if that's your battle plan, stay home. Right? If that's your strategy, that was a strategy. Media, the big ones, Daniel is imbued with apocalypticism or stronger than his scrolls to say, figuring apocalyptic text. Perhaps the most famous apocalyptic text of all time in all in either Christian or Jewish literature, preserved, thank God, by Daniel Rothschild. Brilliant tacticians, but they preserved all these writings that are so important to Judaism. So anytime I think about the one thing Ethiopian people have done to preserve our Jewish writings, I have enormous thanks for what they've done. So what's going to also happen in the point of this next time is that apocalypticism is also going to give rise to a new form of mysticism called the American mysticism, which we'll be discussing next time. How do you get this vision? How do you go see what God has to show you, or what angels have to show you? Well, spiritual techniques were developed for this, and a new form of mysticism arose as a subset of apocalypticism in which mystics describe going into God's palaces and being shown this stuff. We'll get to that next week. It's scary. As you might remember, that's what Jesus. Apocalyptic Judaism, right, and rabbinical Judaism, however, never quite saw eye to eye. The rabbis never fully embraced apocalypticism. Right? Because the rabbis are all about
voice, I know I'm putting this together. These are all video pictures that he took, or we
The
took.
Titanic battle at the end. Right? The rabbis
We are going to save
how do we do Judaism now the temple is destroyed?
in our
How do we
spirit.
move the
It's a
temple into
very,
a
very
home?
small group right
The
now.
apocalyptic people out there being like, God's not judging people
I gotta
tomorrow.
wait to speak to me after that, and
So, in many ways,
I'll better chat to you
Judaism
over there.
was never
Here we go.
meshed with rabbinical Judaism. And
There's sheer everywhere.
one famous quote from the Talmud, right? It says that for every time you try to calculate when the Messiah will come, God delays the coming of the Messiah because of the years that you calculated in the future. The rabbis don't like this, right? When Rabbi Akiva said, right, that Shimon Bar Kokhba is the Messiah will save us all, the other rabbis make fun of it. They're like, grass will grow in your cheeks before the Messiah comes. Like, that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, grass didn't grow in his cheeks because he didn't get married because he was burned alive. Sometimes it's too late, right? The apocalyptic is very, very dangerous. But it was incredibly popular.
Read one book, read them all.
Right now. There's a short list of all the apocalypse literature from this time period. If I were to grab my collection of apocalypse literature off the shelf, it
You
would be
don't need to
longer
read
than
it,
you
see
would
one else, see one else.
an enormous amount of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic genre. Dozens of books that were very popular. For instance, at the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are more copies of the Book of Enoch than there are copies of Leviticus.
Alright, developed it.
That's the Torah.
Whoever
folks.
Torah, but
That's
whoever
like
Torah,
the
speak to them.
Torah. There are more copies of the Book of Enoch there, right? They're more interested in Enoch.
That's just the
If
cover
we
of the
take
book.
the amount of
That's
scrolls
just
they
the
had, right,
cover. You guys did
as
it.
any indication.
But you know, like the time I knew Indigo from the oh yeah. There's one that was grace and there's very complete see that. The voice like me and Bob, there's no excuse from anyone. So we got to do some video of them. His daughter married a Cohen. Great guy, and now Jackson number 2, which is so to see great service que handling videos from Airbnb. The common practice does Eisenberger.
They're being
Well,
marginalized by the Jewish people that didn't really like them.
Ransom.
They faced
Wow, so
Jesus wasn't coming back.
well, I'm gonna come. What was your first one?
What we do.
Jeez, what's your name again?
And Jesus not coming back.
Are you gonna
Year
be
after
signed?
year after year. Well,
This
even
is
then,
so
further apocalyptic ideas of what's going on.
to do something by
And the
grace.
persecutions are all part of the plan.
Yeah.
Right?
No, my father got some of the lives, and he got the first one.
Right?
You know, the voice, I'm going to skip the beautiful email over here. This guy says he was traveled this. He went over there for a little bit. I grew up in religious religion, went over there for so long, very short every day. And like the more is so good and simple to understand. It makes learning that memorable for me every day. I actually remember things from days later. I bring them up and share in Shiva. It says, I don't want to compare it to other Gemaras, which I won't mention. Investing in one of the hearts to stay behind the spirit, wonder of the prayer of how consistency in learning, how to slope it every day actually counts. So you know it, if it's preparing than another, and something assumes the whole shot, I didn't even want to read it, I just read it. 810 Goldstein. And they were learning at the Federal on the way to Maryland, to Cleveland, for Game 4, Maryland. Go Knicks, learning on the way. Hurry with the Knicks. But this one, the boys that check this out. Thank you, Kobe. Guess Kobe came in there. I had to pick the pieces because the people made just president. I'm going to read this from Hebrew. It's a sad email, but it gives chisel. The same email without possible. 2 weeks ago, 2 days, my wife gave birth. We were very complicated emergency service. The baby girl was in extremely critical condition. I went to the Saturday right after the drop. He told me, leave on the set aside, 6 times in prayer learning, accepted it, but it was very difficult for me. The kind of person who don't deal dealing with him doesn't like, committing to anything, felt like an impossible task. General living was never something that really spoke to me. But what won't a person do for his child? So I started listening to Mr. Room on YouTube and hope for the best, and indeed, parents' day condition began to stabilize. But unlike other stories that ended happily, our daughter eventually passed away after a week. Not only that, my wife has been going from one conversation to another and still hospitalized with notification of when this is being led. A few days ago, I happened to come across this here on YouTube. I enjoyed it so much and started listening every day. Not because I felt obligated, but because I genuinely enjoyed every moment of it. There's so much humor and wit. She's so clear and pleasant, it's truly an experience. I listen with headphones, and sometimes I literally burst out laughing and find out the Redeemed sitting on feet. I'll be laughing for at least 10 minutes straight. Nobody around me understands what is happening to me because the situation is fully heartbreaking and depressing. At the moment, there's still no expecting to start dating, not doing addiction. Listen to this. I have a 4-year-old daughter who's blind. And I feel like this shit gives me life, it gives me tremendous strength and positive energy. Whenever people told me that Gan Eden is a place where righteous people sit and learn, Torah, it always sounded very boring to me, and I wasn't so sure I was interested in Gan Eden. But if Gan Eden means attending sharing with you, then I'm definitely interested. Our huge shukaya. If possible, I would greatly appreciate it if you could dedicate a share to the recovery of my wife, the Kwame Baskana. Thank you very much. Moisha S. All right, let's start the show. Official edition, Pennywise Shots, except for Zev and Yao, Kulo, Eric, the Benedict family, Cap, Bob, Steve, Sarah, Corlin, Rushlemo, Farouk, Naomi, Bat, Elisheva, Bakia, Dave Sauer, dedicated member of the Murray, Reb Shmuel, Barker, Pines, Vidal, Kurt Ruffin, 5-pound donation of Rabbi, giving to him in the line, and all of you supporting the Iran, for some workers who got this thinking she's Benny. Anonymous completely before Shlema Nari for some Kalei Bassessa. The Young Daniel Rothschild, Dries Simcha, Harry Simon for Shlema, Money Sponsor, for Shlema Money. Audrey Murray Bar Bermir, the Young Daniel Rothschild, and Osmo Shefa. The Spanish Church Weekly Sponsor, the Spanish Church sponsors, wishing the White family to be at Sloppy Sands. Thank you. Anonymous for Shlema for the South and Esther. Moses Ginsburg in memory of the artist Moshe Halevi. Charlie sponsor, that was a daily sponsor first. Anonymous. Thanks for making that Christmas success of all our clients. The Young Daniel Rothschild of the Parnassa. Every white kid sponsor of the innovations on the series is by Simple Vega and Ricky Moon is by Java Fire Star. Anyway, art, for some you're going to connect another show with Rothschild. For some more than Esther. Say yellow, Daniel said, Daniel Dexter. There we go. Just remind me what your name is again. Del Monkey from London, Malaysia. And your name? From Brooklyn. In Brooklyn? Argentina. From Culture. So you were here just recently, no? It was a few months ago. When was the last time you were here? 2 weeks ago. All right. Welcome. What's your son's name? What's your name? From where? All right. We get some other guests. He's a player. How do you know? There's definitely a player. Mom from Kanji, the famous mouse in the mirror. Guy tells his father, let's go to shop. He says, you're not going to believe it over here. They put him in a church. He's always the only time I read the show. The thing that says, how do you know he's a player? It's Tuesday. Oh, he was standing in the first movie. Not always use that. Of course, also, John published another text on social don't hate it anymore. Okay. But boys, here's a good one. If you didn't hear the show yesterday, what food type that becomes tummy, you can make it called. You can, a person, if it becomes tummy, goes in the mikvah. Please, becomes tummy, put it in the mikvah. What type of food, put it in the mikvah, becomes carbs. So, who said that?
Another form of mysticism that emerges from the breakdown of
right, water.
Water
that becomes tummy. If you touch it to the mikvah, you do have stuff. You kiss it to the mikvah, you know, like,
and show
it becomes carbs.
Plan of the universe and how you.
So we have to finish off the sugya of Pema, and then we're going to go on to the Pirush Nayas, Kila, Chalitza, Neo, all sorts of interesting stuff today. What's Pema? Pema is when a person, I'll remind you here, Gaila really enjoyed this one. He ate 2 grapes, and 200 bits come out of his mouth. He's trying to make wine.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining me in today's regard of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah.
I enjoyed the mind from the art. All right, so the Mishnah tells us that if it was machmed, if it fermented, considered wine, you purchase it with my sustaining money, it's different if it did not ferment, so it remains water. There's water, you can't buy water with my sustaining money. If you add sink water to a mikvah, it passes the mikvah. If you don't have a 40 saw and you add sink water before the 40 saw, it makes it possible. She says Gemara, we're starting where it says Gemara, 6 lines from the bottom of Chaf Hayam Face. Mani Masnisim. What does our Mishnah go like? Our Mishnah talks about becoming fermented and not fermented. That was the whole Naf community. She says, you want to learn Rabbi Yehuda, learn Rabbanon. You can't go neither like Rabbi Yehuda nor like Rabbanon. Why? Besides, I'm a Samet. You know, somebody's trying to make Samet. She puts in a liter of water. He comes back a few days later, measures out the amount of liquid, and he finds exactly a liter. So it might start fermenting it. It's not fermented yet. It looks like a liter. It is a liter. So you put it for mice, so why? Because nothing changed. You put in a liter of water. You have a liter of water. That's the indication that you didn't really benefit from this whole famine. Nothing came out of the grape seeds. Rabbi Yehuda says, listen, naturally, water evaporates. So if you put in a liter, you should have a little bit less than a liter. How do you have a full liter now? Obviously, some of the grapes went into the water, and now you have real famine. So you should have to give mice or up. But there's no mention whether or not this mixture fermented or not. It doesn't say anything about fermentation. It says, did you find the liter or not? That's the whole problem. Mani, Rabbanon, the ethmet, according to Rabbanon, doesn't matter even if it's fermented. If it's the same amount, it's not considered wine. Even if it didn't ferment, it's considered wine. You missed this, but the whole point over there is that it became fermented. That's where it's much like is. And if it didn't ferment, then Rabbi Yehuda is masking that there's no mice. Who masks Rabbi Yehuda? And our mission would be Rabbi Yehuda. Why? Because according to Hachama, if it became fermented, it's harder for mice. If it's the same amount of water, there's nothing happening according to Hachama. So our mission differentiates between Hikmitz and Lo Hikmitz is talking about Rabbi Yehuda. Says the Gemara, the Penam are good to me. And you know, the Hikmitz not like. And only when it became fermented is much. Well, we're not going to go up temperature to talk because of mice. Listen to this. If you purchase unfermented tempers, he did the process, he mixed water with grapes, and he wanted it to become some sort of wine, and you purchase it with Meiser Sheni money. Are you allowed to purchase it with Meiser Sheni money? We said no. It's Lo Hikmitz. You're not allowed to purchase it. It's like Hikmitz. But then we found out that it did become Temet. So the guy, listen to this. Well, let's go backwards. Let's say you purchase Temet, and you find out that it never became Temet. It didn't work. It didn't ferment. It didn't ferment. So what happened to the money? You bought the Temet from a guy. He's a seller. What did the seller do with the money? And therefore what? And therefore what? He bought it with Meiser Sheni money. So now the seller has a problem with that. He has Meiser Sheni money. If it became
You're modern day Da Vinci, kid.
so then the money changes as it becomes Temet. Now we know that it's a good purchase, and the money goes out and becomes really cool, and the guy can do whatever he wants to buy cars. But if it never became Temet, then he never had a right to buy it with Meiser Sheni money. So the Meiser Sheni money has a good thing after that. He has to only use that money with the right to buy food.
Ser Piero da Vinci was a prominent notary, also
One
one
got the whole time
of
to
and served in a role similar to that of a lawyer or clerk in the legal profession.
But if it fermented,
Working in this capacity, Piero spent much of his time in Florence, though sometime in 1451 he became romantically involved with Leonardo's mother, the pair eventually conceived out wedlock, which was particularly scandalous due to Piero's middle-class status. However, Leonardo's parents ignored the potential stigma and pronounced his birth openly. Until recently, not much was known about Da Vinci's mother, though it is believed that she was a servant named Caterina. Recently, art history publications name her as Caterina di Meo, a 15-year-old orphan who
It
left the
always,
Avicii,
always a change,
or
man.
other words,
That's how it goes.
recent
It happened in
speculative
one
historical
shot.
fiction, such as the
It's
work
when
by
it's hot
Italian
now.
literature professor Carlo Becce, theorized that she was an enslaved woman from the Caucasus, a theory supported by a document signed by Ser Piero in autumn 1452, in which he freed an enslaved woman named Catalina from bondage.
But it says in the Mishnah, all of Kimina is calm fermented, not to go fermented. He shot got a knockness. Really, he shot got a knockness. Since most of the time, why would you waste your time? Most of the time, it comes so you have Roy. Then they just wait it out. In other words, even without waiting it out, not even the Mishnah that didn't be problem fermented. Right now, it's a problem. Why?
Spent the first year of his life
Most of the time, it's not. So it shouldn't be a problem. Why don't we
by his father's parents,
I'm a rabbi, you're right. It's a sheer
who in their
medical
80s and
choice.
60s respectively at
It's
this
only
time,
a situation
with
where
Leonardo hardly seeing his
you
mother
put a
or his
sample on the
father
side
after this point, as
in
his
a
father was
factory
living
they
and
call the
working
retention
and
sample,
was
something
eventually
like that.
married
Right?
in Florence.
Just take a little
Catalina herself
sample of
eventually
food.
married
And
another
put it
man
aside. This
and
is
went
from
on to have
Tuesday. This
5
from
more
Wednesday.
children.
Then it issues with
His father
you
had
put a
been
little
married a
sample.
total of 4 times,
And then you go
and
back
would
to that
come to
sample. You see,
parent
it's going to become
11 children.
fermented. Not become fermented. Don't know.
Unlike other wealthy children,
Bravo,
because of his
my
illegitimate status, Da Vinci was not formally educated
The
in
other
Latin,
movie says
and was forbidden from
that
entering
it's always
college.
dependent on
However,
one thing.
he
If
was
you tell
taught
right now,
arithmetic,
there's a
how to
look,
read and write in
there's a
Italian,
look, you
and
walk
how
like
to
a
play
dog,
the
there's a
lyre.
look like a
While
dog.
also
What
learning
does it look
farming
like? That's all I
techniques
care
from
about.
his
What
young
does it
uncle
smell like?
Francesco, an early experience that most likely contributed to his
Right
lifelong
now,
fascination
when I
with
mix it,
science
when I
and
buy it, it's
nature.
not. It's really
His
looking
early
my
education was
person.
undertaken within the household of his
You
father,
have
and were
3 looks
involved
that ruin
both
the mikvah,
formal
but it's
lessons
missing a
and
tiny drop.
incidental learning
It's
from
not
his
100%
local
free will.
environment, such as
Minus
gaining an
1 aspect.
understanding of
So
elementary
not all the
mechanics
intelligence
from the
perfect,
operation of
and
motor floats and
a
potteries.
tiny drop of wine
Several
fell
years
into these
later,
3
in
looks. So what happened?
1464,
It
when
changed the
Leonardo was
color of
12
all
years
the
of
wine.
age,
Well, my
Ser
Raya,
Piero's
my
first wife
Yaya, the
Alfiera
lovely one,
died,
well, it was
and
smooth.
the
It looks like
following year,
wine.
he
So
met
we wrote
Francesca
something.
di Ser
But
Giuliano
not only that, so you look at my
became
fucking
Leonardo's
color.
second
color.
stepmother.
I wonder if a
Following
little
this
drop of milk
remarriage
fell in
and
it.
the death
And
of his
milk looks like
grandparents,
water.
Leonardo
And my
joined his
Raya,
father
to
in
my
Florence,
Raya. Now, this
which was
looks like
an
wine. It looks
artistic
like water.
mecca
You
and
know,
hub
the
of
liquid
the
is why
Renaissance
doesn't
and
have to
to
come
around
out because now milk
100,000
fell
people
into the
in
mikvah.
the
Milk is looking back to the
1460s.
mikvah. Before wine fell
The
into the mikvah.
Renaissance, literally meaning
Awareness
rebirth
is
in
over the
French,
distinction between milk
refers to
and
the
wine.
renewed interest in classical Greek and Roman scholarship and art, as well as the
Hello,
rebirth of
Margot.
European culture
Also,
after what was viewed as the academic and artistic downturn of the medieval period. The term was coined in 1855 by Jean Michelet in his work of the same name,
Right
which
now,
argued that the
it
period
looks
saw
that
the
it
revival
smells
of
like water.
classical writing, artwork,
So
and
even
related
if
themes
you
deployed to meet a contemporary
find out later
socio-political
that it became
environment.
funny,
In areas
even
of
if later
Italy,
it became funny,
reference was often made to the
fermented,
Roman
it doesn't
Empire
matter
in
to the
nationalistic
movie.
terms,
I'm looking at it
as a
right
way of
now.
highlighting the
Right
grand
now,
and
it's
progressive
water,
heritage
it's
of this
awesome.
collection of states. Importantly,
Another
which
interesting
noted
Allah
that the
you
term
interesting Allah.
Renaissance is what scholars
What
call a
about take the
Eurocentric
shear
term,
of
meaning that although this period from the 14th to
I
the
take 3
17th century
little bit of water.
saw the rebirth of
If I
European
put
art
it in
and
the right now,
in contrast to the
because I
previous
don't have
dark
40
ages,
soil.
other places and people in Asia
And I
and
add
great Islamic
a
empires
drop of wine
have
to it, and
already
it
been
turns red.
succeeding in innovations
And I
and
put it into
scholarship
the
in the previous
also
period
important
when Europe
cultural
was
thing we
stagnant.
get from the Nuri, the
However,
type
the
of
term
book.
is useful in describing
You
the
say
greater
culture,
movement
anybody
of which
cultural?
Da Vinci was
You
a
put in the
leading
whole amount.
figure.
In Rebbe from the Nuri.
During the Renaissance, Italy was not yet unified. Instead, it was made up of powerful city-states and rural landscapes, and
What
endured
a cow,
consistent
white
wars
wine.
between
So
the
now I
Philippines
see
and
that
the
this is
Papal
how the
State,
is operated.
a term which refers to the
No,
swathe
it's
of
not.
land with its own
So,
army that was controlled by the Pope and the
Very
Catholic
good, very
Church.
good.
Moreover,
Gave it away.
nobility and those who controlled
They did.
cities
Okay,
and
good.
land at this time commonly hailed from
Good
one
luck.
of two
Maybe that's the
groups.
test of the shit doesn't change.
Either those who
Maybe
still
not.
retained power
But
and
look,
land
right,
from
places
the
over
feudal
here.
era, or the bourgeoisie
I'm
who had flocked to the
usually
cities
used to
to
do
make
the
their
Nuri
fortunes,
some other
consolidate their wealth in banking, shipping, and other trades. Within Florence itself, there were also slight factions and infighting, which is confirmed in the layout of the city streets during the Renaissance. Based on historic maps and
They also by the
records,
tapes, not only by the
historians
law.
have remarked that a
You also go by the taste. And therefore, white wine tastes like wine. Then Mela, it helps
So
after
a
the
wide
mikvah.
variety of people and families from different trades might have occupied the same neighborhood, with a family from the nobility having lived in that same neighborhood for centuries, almost a sort of holdover from feudal times, should families have been need protection. Such an environment motivated many to acquire status symbols, which would demonstrate their wealth and
This
societal
was
position.
not, you know what?
In Florence,
And that
these
was
symbols were
that
commonly
you
based on
go
the
after,
arts.
if
Private
eventually
citizens
we
with
find
wealth
out that
invested
this is
heavily
wine,
in
that comes from
sculptures,
Hawaii,
paintings,
so we
jewelry
go by
as a means of demonstrating their
then
taste and
retroactively
expensive lifestyle.
it was a good
It was
sale
this
of
dynamic which
the works.
fueled the rise
In
of
other words,
Florence as a center of the Renaissance and the arts in particular.
after it
And
became
it was this that gave Leonardo the opportunity to found his life as an artisan. Florence was one of the powerful city-states that made up Italy, and young Leonardo was one of the many to migrate from the country into the city during the 15th century. And there he grew accustomed to city life. He clearly had an after-dark curfew, and impenetrable locks and security on buildings. As well as this, Florence itself was a walled city. Indeed, life was made turbulent not only due to wars and political intrigue, but also due to plague and famine, which periodically affected the population and led to a significant level of fear. During the 14th and 15th centuries, the old markets and public squares were prime locations for political organizing and for communities to gather. And for Leonardo, the squares would have served as excellent opportunities for observing the human form, or perhaps gaining potential clients and patrons for his art. Some of the most significant movers of the artistic and political world of 14th, 15th, and 16th century Florence belonged to the powerful banking family of Medici's, though their origins were as humble as the farmers in Tuscany. In the 14th century, they migrated to Florence to take advantage of economic opportunities, and over the next couple of centuries, the Medici family would have members connected to the French throne, as well as the papacy. Important for Leonardo da Vinci's story, the Medici and other powerful families were patrons of the arts, beginning with Cosimo Medici, born in 1389, and not only established the political legitimacy of the Medici during a time when many were suspicious of bankers, but also began the tradition of the Medici's art patronage. Cosimo was particularly interested in architecture, as exemplified by his support for sculptor Filippo Brunelleschi's design and implementation of the famous dome of the Cathedral of St. Mary the Flower of the Cathedral of Florence, completed around 1436. Renaissance era Florence was a hub for artistic and scholarly achievement, spurred in part by the aristocracy's interest and participation in the arts, and a cultural milieu that was motivated by both a revived interest in Greek and Roman history, as well as humanist values. Humanism at the time of Leonardo was not the modern atheistic movement of the same name, but was an intellectual and aesthetic school which highlighted the centrality of humans and the development of the human experience through art and literature in reference to classical ideas. Da Vinci, along with other artists such as Michelangelo and Raphael, are considered to be the leaders of the so-called High Renaissance, referring to the period from the late 15th century to the mid-16th century, in which Renaissance art and science reached an all-time high in output. However, at this early phase of his life, Leonardo was not yet the rounded Renaissance man he would become. Rather, in 1464, he was eager to be a lawyer, and soon to be an artist's apprentice, and it was due to his illegitimate status that upon arriving in Florence, Leonardo was unable to follow in his father's professional footsteps and become a lawyer. Through his father's connections, he was able to become Florentine artist Andrea del Verrocchio's apprentice when he was 14 years old. Although apprenticeships of the time typically started a couple of years earlier, around the age of 12. Andrea del Verrocchio was born in 1435 in Florence, although
He was the official sculptor for the powerful Medici family. Verrocchio was originally trained as a goldsmith, eventually also mastering bronze and marble casting in 15th century Florence. Verrocchio relished shop, which was called bottega, which was essentially an art factory producing different types of art, theatre costumes, and even tombstones. Between 1464 and 1473, Verrocchio was commissioned to craft Cosimo de' Medici's floor tomb in the Basilica di San Lorenzo, as well as the tombs of Cosimo's sons Piero and Giovanni. These lucrative and high-status connections catapulted Verrocchio into a position of influence, and his workshop took orders from many notable clients, demanding a range of wares. In addition to these tombs, Verrocchio designed and produced many pieces, including the monumental group bronze sculpture Christ and St. Thomas, which was crafted over 16 years and unveiled in 1483. This sculpture was designed for the exterior of the Orsanmi Michele in Florence, a church which dated to the early 1st century, but was rebuilt in the early 14th century. Verrocchio was not only an esteemed sculptor, but a painter as well. He was trained by Florentine master Fra Filippo Lippi, who was born in Florence around 1406, and was a renowned painter of the previous Renaissance generation, who was at one time a priest, and was also patronized by the Medicis. He was known for his frescoes and altarpieces, such as the Madonna Child, painted sometime in the 1440s. He also had a scandalous reputation, at one time carrying on an affair with a nun, while he himself was a priest, before he was arrested and tortured. His life spared by Cosimo de' Medici.
So Rabbi says that
It was
interesting
in
thing is
such
to
a
notice
lineage of
don't
artists
literally
that
forget.
young Leonardo was
He
being
makes a
trained.
distinction between
It
whether
is worth noting
the
that
water of the
contemporaries
Kemet
considered
Tahar
artists a full
before
craftsman.
he started the classes
Clients
of
would
Kemet,
order
or
custom
it
wares
became,
from a workshop,
and then only
whether this be a
afterwards it
painting,
became Kemet,
sculpture,
or the water is
engraving,
coming
or
before that.
bronze, and expected their
He says
specifications
you
to be
cannot
met.
make
The nature of this
Kemet
market
that was
meant that
coming before
Leonardo
you started the whole
would have
class
been
of
trained
Kemet.
not
You can't
only
make it
in mixing and application of
Why?
paint, but also in
Why
stone
else started the
masonry,
one to come up with? And we
casting
don't
bronze,
understand why.
and
Come around
drawing,
with some of those
as well as in the use of mathematics, engineering,
When you
and
started, you
music.
had a nice cup of
As an
tar water,
apprentice
then you
working
added
under
the mix to
Verrocchio,
it, and then you tried to
some
make
scholars
step,
suggest
and
that
then it became
Leonardo
probably, then
aimed
take
to
it to
be
the mikvah
equal in
and touch the
Verrocchio's painting
but
of
maybe
baptism
you
of
put a
Christ,
lot. But when
completed
the water is
circa
coming, then you add heaven to
1472,
it, it's not
as
going to
well
work.
as the fish on a
I
string
don't
and
understand
the
why.
dog
Ultimately,
in
you guys give
Verrocchio's
me the
painting
hustle, I'm going to try
Tobias
to
and
make
the
it around.
Angel,
You said so
created around 1470.
I should have read
But
it.
it is suggested by some
You
historians
understand
that
this.
Verrocchio,
I mean, an
perhaps jealous or in awe of his young apprentice's skill as a painter, as well as his understanding of color, gave up painting and devoted himself to sculpture and goldsmithing instead. Da Vinci studied work as an apprentice, was crafted using tempera, commonly painting medium during the Renaissance, that was actually made using a yolk, which acted as a binder for powder pigments and water. But indeed, it was Leonardo's experience with tempera as an apprentice and as an artist in his own right that may have led him to experiment with and be drawn to oil painting. Using oil paints as a medium was a trend that spread to Italy during the Renaissance from the Netherlands, where it had been popularized by artists such as Jan van Eyck, though it had been used since the 7th century in Afghanistan. This form of oil paint was created using powdered pigments mixed with oils like linseed to bring the medium to a smooth paste texture. With artists able to add more painting medium at their will to further change the paint's consistency. This also allowed the artist to produce more nuanced shadows and shading within their work, giving rise to a style which emphasized distance and perspective. After studying under Verrocchio for 6 years, Leonardo ended his training at the age of 20 in 1472, soon after joining the Compagnia di San Luca, or the Company of St. Luke, the Painters Guild of Florence. Throughout the Renaissance, artists could not open their own workshops without being a member of a guild, or an organization of people from a specific profession. Although Leonardo joined the guild upon ending his apprenticeship, he continued to work
Very
as
good.
an assistant in
I think
Verrocchio's
we got them all.
workshop for 5 more years until 1477.
Oh no, we got one
As a
left,
member of this
one more. Which
organization,
one?
he would have been recognized
You're right,
as a qualified
Rothschild.
independent artist.
But if you
During
quite
this
good.
time,
You did
as
quite
an
good.
assistant in Verrocchio's
Yeah,
workshop,
that's what he said.
Leonardo undertook his first
All
solo
right.
painting, The
So we have
Annunciation,
Yovel, we
dated
have
between
the
1472
with
and
Master Guy, the
1475.
Master Mary,
The painting, which is now held in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, based on the unevenness of tones and colors. Some scholars doubt that this is Leonardo's work.
Okay.
However, others argue that
The
this
story
work
says
is
that a
without
father
doubt
can sell his
Leonardo's,
daughter. Now,
but
when
a
we go to
young
the Sugar, a lot of people,
Leonardo's,
especially today,
before he had begun to truly understand the science behind painting that would bring a preciseness or passion to his later works.
If you go back
In
in
The
history,
Annunciation,
I'm not
one can view
trying to
Leonardo's
be
care
hard
and
to clear,
interest
but
in
to make it
nature,
a little bit
as
easier
well
to
as the
understand.
use of nature to establish the mood of a painting, rather than,
That
like his
people
contemporaries,
they didn't have
simply
what they
using nature
and
as
the
a
better
background.
way to save your
Around
family
this
was
time, in
let a wealthy
1474,
family
Da
take
Vinci
care of your
also
kids.
painted the
Otherwise,
Ginevra
it's
da
nuts.
Vinci
Think
portrait,
about
which is
pottery
now
that was
displayed at the National
100 years
Gallery
ago.
in Washington,
You
D.C.
know, we live in such
This
a
portrait is of 16-year-old
But I
Ginevra
think
da
there's
Vinci,
people
the
in
daughter
this
of a
neighborhood
wealthy
that
banker
have
and a
started.
practicing
You go
poet.
to bed
And
hungry,
given that
you go to school
Ginevra
hungry,
was
people
married
in
in
this neighborhood.
January 1474
There's such a
to
thing, I mean,
Luigi
but
Nicolini,
there was a
it
lot
is
more.
suspected that this
Multiply
painting
it by
may have
10, by
celebrated
100.
her wedding.
So
However,
in such a
it may
Muslim
have
cult,
also been
and you can see
commissioned
the
by
same
one of
Muslim that
several
very sad.
admirers, including great
You're not
Florentine
the
leader
only person that
and
can marry
art
off the
patron
daughters of
Lorenzo
fathers.
de'
Yet
Medici,
Muhammad said no.
Cosimo's
But
grandson.
even if there's no father, the
Ginevra's
father
portrait
died, the
also
brother can
has a
marry her off.
reverse
Because we're
side
talking
in
about
which beauty
girl,
adorns
she's
virtue
gonna go to
is
witch.
written in
She's
Latin,
gonna
surrounded
lost
by
somebody.
a sprig of juniper
Bad things
to
are gonna happen
represent
to
her
her.
name.
So the
As
allowance
juniper in Romance
marry her
dialect
off,
is
but for
Ginevra.
something called Neil,
The
the
back of
different
the
brother or
painting is
mother,
also
marry her off.
decorated
It's
with
only
olive
Rabbanah.
and palm
But all
leaves.
the girl needs to
On
do is
recent
say, I
infrared
want to be
scanning
married.
of the painting
That's it. I don't want to
reveals
be married.
another motto
I want to go
written
home.
in Latin, virtue and honor, which was the motto of
So
the
says,
Venetian ambassador to
second
Florence,
listen, a
Bernardo
mother she
Memmo.
never
Memmo and Ginevra had
if she's
an
that
admiring
old,
platonic
then
friendship
sell
common
her
at
off.
the
In
time,
other words,
and so it
she's
has
found
also been
created
noted that
this
the
pattern
painting on the reverse side
that's
and
0
the
to
front
12
portrait
narrow.
were actually
From
commissioned by
12 to 12
Memmo.
and a half.
Although this, as well as suspicions of Lorenzo de' Medici's involvement,
If she's so young, she's in the first category.
between
Tell her
1474
off. Ain't
and
not.
1478,
Somebody
Da Vinci
was
painted
honest and
the
found her,
Madonna of the Carnation,
then you
also
got to
known
follow
as
the
the Virgin with the vase of
But
flowers.
that's only in the stage, the middle stage of Nara.
As it is housed in the Alta Pinakothek Gallery in
The
Munich,
mother,
Germany.
she's not.
Although the style of this painting is
At
similar
every
to
place
its
that you
other
know,
earlier work, Annunciation,
if
in
this,
terms
she's
of the
older,
method
no,
of
she's
painting,
in the age
the
of
plaited
12,
hair,
then we
and the
can't sell
flowers
her
in
off.
her
So
vase,
she's a Ghana,
much
she's
of the
not a
painting
man.
remains
She's not a
difficult to
Ghana.
decipher and analyze
All around,
due
you
to
go around,
damage
you
caused
mayor,
by previous poorly made restoration attempts.
no,
For
somebody
example, the
was honest and
Madonna's
found
head was
a
entirely
young
repainted
girl.
using too much
There's no
oil
Ghana.
and
How
paint,
many years
leading some scholars to
But even a
suggest
Ghana
this was a Flemish technique, and that the painting
is,
was in fact a Flemish copy.
is a
Da
famous
Vinci
queen
opened his
card.
own workshop in
On
Florence
this
in
drawing right here.
1477. Although he received his first commission on the 10th of January 1478 to paint a nativity scene for the chapel of San Bernardo. For reasons unknown,
He asked the
but
question, of
perhaps
course,
due to his destructible
He
nature,
says,
Da
what
Vinci
is this? I'm
never
about to say,
completed the
this is
assignment,
telling you.
despite being
Give a
paid in
five
advance,
two.
a commission which was later given to Domenico
Basically,
Ghirlandaio, a Florentine painter, but was eventually completed by
But there's
Filippino
no
Lippi.
selling, no
Whilst running his
nothing.
workshop, Leonardo
The
struggled
whole
to
sale
find the bricand patrons that were necessary to sustain his work. Yet, despite this, in his early years of independent work, he took on an apprentice of his own, named Laura de Firenze, a man concerning whom not much historical information remains, though we do know from Da Vinci's documents that he was skilled at carpentry, the art of using veneer to create small decorative designs on furniture, and through Leonardo's letters, we know that he supposedly kept bad company and was eventually forced to flee the city. In July
Says,
1481, the mission was commissioned
that
by Augustinian monks from San Donato in Scopeta,
That's
just
what we're
outside
saying
of
now.
Florence,
He's
to paint an altarpiece depicting the celebration of the feast of
This is a
Epiphany,
naira.
which was entitled The Adoration of the
Sell
Magi.
it with this note.
Although, per the terms of his commission, he was due to finish the painting in 30
Naira
months.
period.
He never completely
If
finished the painting,
then that's
which
always
today
how the verse
is
says
housed
that
in
you have
Uffizi
to pay
Gallery
your
in Florence, and
They
consists of
were
a
not
mixture of
in the
watercolor, oil,
So
and
they
charcoal
are
sketches. It underwent conservation efforts recently from 2012 to 2017, and altarpieces such as this were able to popular successful artisans and artists, as both churches and private patrons were interested in commissioning them as a way of expediting their passage to heaven. Interestingly, whilst there is little known about Leonardo's appearance, it has been suggested that the figure on the far right of the Adoration of the Magi was a self-portrait. Other records suggest that he was a striking figure, tall and with blue eyes. Although scholars have no clear idea of his motivation for leaving earlier works uncompleted, by the time he abandoned this project, Da Vinci had accepted a position at the court of Duke Sforza of Milan and to move there in September 1481, though it is not entirely known whether he was commissioned by Sforza to be his court musician, or sent as a diplomatic aid by Lorenzo de' Medici. In the 15th century, Milan had a population of around 80,000, and had just recently, in 1480, undergone a power shift when Ludovico Sforza seized control of Milan by assuming regency over his 10-year-old nephew, Gian Galeazzo. Politically clever, Ludovico forged and maintained alliances with Lorenzo de' Medici of Florence and King Ferdinand I of Naples, both through marriage alliances and through other forms of diplomatic nicety. Ludovico was eager to make Milan into a cultural powerhouse with a status sufficient to rival Florence, and was keen to patronize Leonardo da Vinci as a means of acquiring this status. As the court musician for Duke Sforza, Leonardo used a silver lyre that was shaped like a horse's head, an unusual shape that was most likely intended to attract attention. Historians have also discovered letters which were most probably unsent letters, addressed to the Duke in Da Vinci's journals, which boasted of the many other skills he could offer the court, including building war machines. Throughout Leonardo's journals, several war inventions were theorized and sketched, such as a giant catapult, a multi-barreled gun, and even flamethrowers and an early tank. Milan was then at war with Venice, and was an established manufacturer of weaponry. On the basis of these designs, Leonardo would eventually be appointed as an engineer to the Duke. In 1489, Sforza commissioned Da Vinci to create a bronze statue of a horse, which would serve as a monument to Ludovico Sforza's father, Francesco. However, due to later wartime bronze shortages, he was unable to complete this work. During these years in Milan, Leonardo also took on another apprentice who would stay with him for the next 30 years until Da Vinci's death. Giovanni Giacomo di Pietro Caprotti began his apprenticeship at the age of 10 on the 22nd of July 1490 and was soon known as Salai, meaning little devil or imp, due to his propensity for theft and mischief-making. Many scholars believe that Salai and Leonardo had a romantic affair during the 30 years they were together, while, as posited by historian George Chauncey, actions now considered indicative of sexuality would have been interpreted differently at the time. Open-on sexuality would still have been wholly prohibited by the church. However, for artists and supporters of the Renaissance, there may have been an interest in homosexuality, given the commonplace relations between master and apprentice in Greek and Roman antiquity. Indeed, upon Leonardo's death, Salai was included in his will, receiving a house and land in Milan, as well as several pieces of artwork.
went to
Leonardo also undertook many other
There's
projects
a very
during
short
this
period of
time of
time where she
Milan,
do,
such as developing
even when
designs
she's
for
above
centrally
12,
planned
it's
round churches
I must
and
have that
classical municipal
But so what
buildings.
time,
He worked
how old is
alongside
she?
influential architects such
She's
as
published
Donato
this
Valente,
during May.
who was
She has
heavily
two
influenced by the Renaissance
2 years.
and wished to
You go in
develop
there
new
and you
buildings
stuff
based on
out.
the style of ancient Athens and
That's the
Rome.
key that
No
is more
buildings
dark
which survive today
than like
are
more
obviously
dark than
based on
skill.
Leonardo's
In other words,
designs.
not style.
However,
It's
several of
it
his
takes a
ideas
few
were
weeks later,
modeled.
whatever it is, a certain
Meanwhile, in
period of time,
1494,
where
French
she's
King
considering
Charles
Naira,
VIII
so
invaded
she
and attempted to conquer
at that
Naples.
point, but
The
also
following year,
Khalifa.
Venice, Milan,
Khalifa
Rome,
because
and
the
Spain
Naira, but
formed
even
an
here,
alliance to repel the French. And subsequently,
says the
in
mission.
July
In the time of the Gemara, they
1495,
used to
France vacated
blow
Naples
a
and the
shofar
Italian
before
territories,
today.
despite winning
There's
the
a
Battle
signal,
of
there's a
Novo,
siren,
because the battle
there's
occurred
the
when the
music,
French were already
you know,
abandoning the
a
territory
siren
in
thing.
response to the mass
So
forces
2.5
assembled
hours
against
before
them.
Shkia,
During
the
this time,
first siren,
in
that would tell
1495,
people to come out
Ludovico
of the field and
Sforza
come home.
commissioned Da
Then
Vinci's
they
famous
do a
fresco,
screw, that
The
was
Last
Shkia.
Supper.
Then they do a screw
Frescoes, a popular
gas,
medium in the Renaissance,
signal
was
to the
painted
stone
with
and
dry
equal
pigment
shot.
directly onto wet
They did
lime
another
plaster,
one,
commissioned to be
before
painted
Shkia,
on the
that
dining
both
room
people
wall
that
of
had
the monastery of
light
Santa Maria della
candles
Grazia in
took the
Milan.
top of
The
it.
Last Supper took 2 or 3 years
Then it's a
painting
whole
to
thing,
complete,
since
with
it's
the help
cool,
of many assistants.
However,
However, compared to other pieces from the 15th
we
century,
tried to
this was not a long time for completion.
empty white shop.
Leonardo experimented with a mixture of oil paint and tempera for this fresco, though the mixture made the artwork more susceptible to the damp conditions at the monastery and contributed to the painting's quick degradation. By the mid-15th century, the artwork was a disaster, and today the Last Supper has been restored many times, with only about 20% of what remains having been actually painted by Leonardo himself. The paint on the Last Supper began to fade off soon after its completion, due to its medium being a mixture of oil, tempera, and gesso, as well as due to the effects of humidity. In 1999, a restoration effort was undertaken by specialist Pininfarina, which took over 20 years
So,
and millions of
the
dollars,
last
and
one,
included
it's
removing 5
like not
layers of
do
paint.
not do
The work is notable for several other reasons, including the fact that Leonardo chose to render Judas the traitor alongside the other disciples. Jesus holds the center of the frame. The light on the faces of the others present comes from him, as indicated by Da Vinci's use of shadow. The work, now considered one of Leonardo's greatest achievements, was the cause of some upset at the time, as his patrons were
in other
angered
words,
by the
it's
time
like
it took
Eric
to
Chavez
complete it,
going
and
into the
reportedly, Leonardo lost his temper with a particularly impatient abbot and threatened to portray him in the place of Judas
we're
in the
talking about
fresco.
Yom Tov and Shabbos together. Either Shabbos is
During his
first,
time
Yom
in the
Tov is first, and Shabbos is second.
Leonardo worked
So
as
when
the
I
official
do
portrait artist to the nobility
here,
and their families.
then I'm
Some
not going
of
to
his
do
most
what
striking work was undertaken in his role, and he was widely
So what
regarded
is
for his
Abdullah
ability to
in
render
Hebrew?
expression
Say
and
Abdullah
emotion in
between
these
Yom Tov
pictures.
and
You will
Shabbos,
find this
then I'm
technique
not going to
with
blow
several
it.
studies,
Yom
including
Tov Shakali
studies
is
of
very Shabbos
grotesque
is
and beautiful,
Yom
which
Tov
we see
Shakali is
in
very
his Madonna
If Yom
paintings.
Tov falls
He
out,
was
Mom
also
said this
noted
year,
for his distinctive style in
Yom Tov
portraiture,
fell out on a
in which he
Friday.
positioned
Yom
his
Tov
subject at a three-quarter
I
view
have to blow the
instead
shofar
of upside
between
on, which gave
Shavuos
him
and
an
Shabbos
opportunity
to
to
tell
capture
people
shadow
Shabbos cooking.
and
And I'll
depth.
cook anymore. It's
One of
not
the most successful
going to Shabbos.
portraits he completed
The
was
Lord
that
my
of
people.
Cecilia
What am I
Gallerani,
going to make
the
Abdullah?
mistress of Ludovico,
Abdullah is
which he
from
also rendered
Kurdish
her
to
dog,
But over
a
here, I'm
clear
going from a
indication of his
lesser
capacity
pizza
to
to more of a
capture the
pizza.
movement and
There's no
emotion
point to me of
of
making
both
Abdullah.
humans and animals in his work.
The Muslim
Leonardo
Shabbos,
also undertook several projects in which he attended
when
and
Shabbos
painted
is Yom
dissections,
then I
which
do
would have been a
Abdullah.
highly
I'm going from
unusual
a
practice for an
more
artist in his
to less,
position.
but there's
Although
nothing
it
to
gave him
blow
greater
from.
knowledge of the composition
Takes
of
him
the
up.
human
When
body
Yom Tov is
and
not
allowed
like
him
Shabbos,
to
what kind of
render
Abdullah
living
do I do?
subjects
I say,
with
I'm
greater
not going to
accuracy.
Kodesh the Kodesh.
He also completed several studies in
So
which
I'm
he
there because
analyzed the
Palmer
effect
would
of
say, I'm
sunlight
going from
on
a
a subject
severe
and worked to
douche of
define shadow in
Shabbos is
precise
always
detail
more
in
functional.
sketch form. In 1498, during his time in Milan, working for Ludovico Sforza, Leonardo was appointed Ingegniere Camerale, which translates to Chamber of Commerce Engineer,
I
position
think
that
of Kia,
entailed
and
designing
it was
defenses
straight
and
in.
weaponry
So
for
true.
Lombardy,
I don't
a
know.
region in Italy,
Kia true.
to prepare for a
But I
potential
feel like
French
Kia
attack.
come Maria
Throughout these turbulent pre-war years, Da Vinci also explored his interest in the intersection between mathematics and art by collaborating with mathematician
we had
Rabbi
a
on De Via Proporzione. Beginning in 1496, Louis Pacioli was born in San Sepolcro in 1445. Supposedly studying under Renaissance artist and mathematician Piero Francesca. And prior to being invited by Ludovico Sforza to teach mathematics at his court in Milan, Pacioli worked in several cities and published works such as Summa de Arithmetica, Geometria, Proporzioni et Proporzionalit, published in 1494. The first book in Pacioli's De Via Proporzione resulted from a collaboration between Da Vinci and Pacioli, with the illustrating because the lecture published as a three-book collection entitled Divinia Proporzione will explore the golden ratio, a guiding principle when sectioning and dividing art, buildings, or other things to produce the most aesthetically pleasing result.
When you
In
have
considering these achievements, it is important to remember that Leonardo was not trained to what was then referred to as natural philosophy or science. Da Vinci routinely emphasized the role that empirical observation had in its acquisition of knowledge and argued that the world could not be understood from books alone.
in other words, it's a feel
On
with
the
the
5th
truth
of
together.
October,
That's why we don't call it a truth.
1499,
Or it's a feel,
French
and
king
you look at the
Louis
breath,
XII,
and then you do a truth,
the
and we don't call
descendant
it
of the first Duke of
a
Milan,
truth.
invaded Milan and subdued Venice, forcing Nicholas Musa to flee the city, although he was eventually captured a year later while attempting to retake it. Louis had claimed the city through the Visconti. Ludovico handed over the throne before assuming power. Following the invasion, Leonardo fled the city with Savoy and Pacioli, stopping first at Mantua and staying with the Marchioness Isabella d'Este. He sketched a portrait, now housed in the Louvre in Paris. Subsequently, the trio moved on to Venice in March of 1500, before returning to Florence and living in a house together. During his short stay in Venice, Leonardo experienced life under siege as the Ottoman Empire threatened the city in a war between 1499 and 1503. Turkish warships lay off the coast during his stay, and he offered his services to the city as a military engineer. This led him to develop designs for diving equipment, machine gun used by Venetian troops in assaults upon Ottoman vessels, as well as several forts
You don't say,
defense,
I'm not
which
the
were
youngster.
designed
Oh,
to
we're
scuttle
going here
ships
from a lighter
before they
blue
could
shirt
reach
to a
their
farmer.
harbors,
That's
which would allow them to land an
I also
invasion
thought I'll tell
force.
you.
Once again, incredible though these designs
From
were, they lacked
a
practical
farmer
application
yeah.
and were hence
This
seldom
year,
attempted.
it was just our Dutch. I'm not saying
In
it's not
April
love. You know, I love it, okay?
Leonardo was once again in Florence, though it was no longer the Florence of his youth.
I'm sure
The Medici family, who had controlled the city for so many generations, had been ousted
and in a way,
following
you're saying
arrest
the
by
private
Medici's
schools
son
for
Piero,
because
the
once you got
unfortunate
married,
political
even before
conduct
Shakira,
in
so
1494,
inventing,
when
they
he
gave
met
us
Charles
the
VIII on
you
the
don't say
during his
young
invasion of Naples,
You say just
and
respect.
ceded multiple
To me, it felt like,
fortresses
oh,
around
you're right,
France's
Chavis is
governing
more
body,
calmer, but
the
it's like, oh, I
Seigneurias
had
of
nothing
Rome.
you was. I was up the whole
Although he
night
had
with you.
faced difficulty securing a
Buffalo,
patron while setting up his own studio and career in Florence 20 years previously. Now, due to the changing political culture in the city, Leonardo was seen as a great master of the heroic style that was in vogue. This respect resulted in him obtaining many commissions and jobs. Indeed, when the artist Filipino heard that Da Vinci might be interested in an altarpiece project that he himself had been commissioned for, the artist withdrew, allowing Da Vinci to take on the project if he so chose. Leonardo lived in the monastery of Santissima Annunziata, where he was commissioned to paint the Virgin and Child with St. Anna, which he failed to finish. In 1502, Leonardo was appointed military engineer to Cesare Borgia. He was well known now for working with and being written about by Italian statesman Niccolo Machiavelli. At this time, he was a commander of the Pope's
Pope's armies, who was using the forces in an attempt to seize control of central Italy. Born in 1475, Cesare Borgia was Pope Alexander VI's illegitimate son, and together with the Pope, he sought to establish himself as an Italian prince, re-establish the Papal State's control over central Italy. After a fortuitous marriage with the King of Navarre's sister, Charlotte d'Arblay, and following his appointment as Duke of Valentinois by Louis XII, Cesare used his new access to French forces, combined with his father's papal forces, to establish dominance. After Cesare ordered the strangulation of Vittorio Delhi, Niccolo's dear friend, he left his position and returned to Florence. Meanwhile, in 1503, Cesare Borgia fell from power after his father's death, before being imprisoned in Spain and eventually dying in battle in 1507. During this period, Leonardo completed all of his celebrated works and indicated a talent for calligraphy in his rendering of the town plan of Imola, an Italian city which had never before been mapped in such great detail. He also developed plans to link Florence to the sea via the Arno River, which involved detailed plans with water currents and flow models. Once the project was of military interest, it was soon abandoned. Florentine Republic officials, after their victory over the Medicis, ordered celebratory frescoes of battles won by the city, the Battle of Agliari in 1440, and the Battle of Cascina in 1364. Michelangelo was commissioned for the latter, and Da Vinci was commissioned for the former. The Battle of Agliari was fought for a single day between Milan and the Alliance coalition of Florence and the Pope's armies in a small Tuscan town named Agliari, thus cementing the power of the Republic in this region. Another leading figure in the Renaissance, Michelangelo, was born in Tuscany in 1475. 20 years ago, some of Michelangelo's most famous works, such as the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in Rome, which Another famous work, the statue of David at the Piazza dei Signori, was completed in 1494. Like Da Vinci, Michelangelo lived and worked in and around Florence during his lifetime. Although both Michelangelo and Da Vinci had been commissioned by the city to complete these frescoes, both remained only partially finished. In Leonardo's case, his own experimentation got the better of him when he tried a new method of painting frescoes by mixing oil paint and tempera. While in Michelangelo's case, he was called away to work in Rome. Eventually, both of these unfinished works were covered by artist Giorgio Vasari in the 1560s. Michelangelo and Leonardo had something of a rivalry with one another. Some contrasted their characters, indicating that Michelangelo was boastful, rude, and untidy, whereas Leonardo was quiet, thoughtful, and elegant. The two had an acrimonious relationship, and Michelangelo often criticized the fact that Leonardo had so many unfinished works. In 1503, Leonardo eventually began painting one of his most famous works, the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa, short for Madonna, is believed to be a portrait of Lisa Gherardini, the wife of silk merchant Francesco del Giocondo. Although this assertion has always been contested, Da Vinci worked on this piece for 4 years, having well-painted many layers and adding to it throughout his life. Leonardo was evidently fond of the painting and kept it for the remainder of his life. This remains a mystery in itself, as if the portrait had been commissioned, then it would generally have been handed straight to the sitter after completion. The work remains arguably the most famous painting in the world. Indeed, the Mona Lisa was stolen on the 21st of August 1911 by Italian painter Vincenzo Perugia, though the painting was found 2 years later when he tried to sell it, and Perugia was imprisoned for 18 months. The painting is currently in Paris. In around 1507, Da Vinci was appointed as the court artist of King Louis XII of France, who was then based in Milan, holding on to the power that was wrested from the Sforzas. While employed by the French king, Da Vinci was paid a salary and painted and designed sets for plays, science with art included lavish gardens with hydraulic devices and aviaries. Da Vinci's architectural plans and drawings for Dumboise included a loggia, or covered exterior corridor. Furthermore, some scholars posit that these designs were influenced by the Villa Portoreale, the governor of Calabria, designed by Lorenzo de' Medici and realized in 1488 by Giuliano da Maiano. During this period, Da Vinci's propensity for unfinished projects was catching up with him. Signoria received a letter from Dumboise in May 1506, requesting that Da Vinci return to Milan to finish an unspecified work of art they had been promised, and that he had not delivered. Unfortunately, Da Vinci also owed unfinished work to the city of Florence, the Chiari fresco. The Signoria granted Leonardo permission to travel to Milan and finish his projects for Dumboise. However, by September 1506, Dumboise wrote again to the Signoria, requesting that Da Vinci stay longer in Milan to finish his work. This request was denied. In true Da Vinci fashion, he remained in Milan anyway, only returning to Florence to settle a personal lawsuit with his brother pertaining to his father, who died in 1504. Leonardo took on several new apprentices at this time, although his own artistic output as a painter was limited.
You know, you gotta try the rooms. They fill up the air conditioner. At 9:30, that was it. You gotta check out. Dear Belly, hello from Tucson, Arizona. 3 years ago, 6 families from Pakistan moved out to Tucson. Tucson, a city with 30,000 views and maybe 30 strong families. Now, we bought 2 families, 4 families, and now a happy child. Spiritual. Welcome family has been slowly reaching people of Tucson. And 40 people were dying in the schools and 20 people living all night. They would roll to and from the toilet. Started to why was in office and gave a cheer on the top this night. McCall used at Jaeger was special whole year he lived in Tucson because he stationed in the U.S. Army there. Remember in 19chapel, we don't know exactly what he thought. Let's just say he may have played a very big role in the recently Iran war. He was his ruling schedule, somehow managed to keep it without prisoners insane. Make it easy to grow into success as learning and slow. The whole test, the rally of the whole test, and the representative of Tucson Police Center. And this from the Yezer Kessler. We all know that he has children in Park City. The shame sinner says not has the summer. And some really small group of rebellion. Because of the son, he just sent an email to the Torah telling the Jews. The residential breakfast about Valley was his son, the whole Kessler guy. Paul Yeager to join and do it.
Parts of this painting are uncompleted.
Dear Rabbi, I'm a fucking yeshiva. I learned the adoption charity from the very started by the desire. Since then, I haven't missed a day. Now, the problem is, since I'm a yeshiva, I get 100 pages for doing the daf. We're on 3rd yeshiva for the year now. And the first yeshiva when I started the daf, my Rebbe gave me a whole list of things. Next thing the Rebbe knew that he was learning the daf with me every day. In the next yeshiva, I didn't really get any hate people, was still the trans I do the job. Now the place yeshiva, I get fighting. I'm trying to reform my saying, but I fight back hard. This Rebbe took away my solutions because I do the job, so he thinks I don't know how to learn. Learning yeshiva places about 11, so I know what I was talking about right away. I went to the Rebbe, started up and going riot, where I was saying from the Gemara in office, and told me, where's that Gemara? I told him enough about the show, it's not anymore, another minute, until we shut down, we can't forget. This is 3 weeks ago. It gets better. Different places 2 days ago, I brought a Gemara from his book, and I was the only one who knew what it meant on the spot. It was the case of Yizal from Yayin, Agabi, Haitian. What? Listen, one guy thought that it means to pour wine on the parking lot. Like me. Anyways, please give me tips on how to fight friendly wine because it's kind of what I do for a large part of my day. No, you speak
undoubtedly an inspiration to artists during the
Renaissance. Don't fight. Don't fight. 6 on the download. Don't.
Shakabans was celebrating the
One day
arrival
it'll
of
be
Napoleon's
big and
army
you'll
and
cheer.
saw the statue
Do your
as a
thing.
symbol of tyranny.
Learn with the yeshiva. Are you
Portions of the
spare time?
statue,
Yes,
such
share
as
it.
its
Don't
base,
fight.
did
Not
survive
that.
until 1811.
I
In
know not into
1937,
it, so we're
the
not into
director
it.
of the Brera
Not
Academy,
convinced anybody.
Francesco Messina,
All right.
to celebrate
Now,
the
one of our artists,
bi-millennial
Nachman,
anniversary of
he
Emperor
got married
Augustus'
last
life,
night. So
commissioned
Michael
a
Cliff did.
replica
I
of
was
the
talking to
destroyed
him. This is
religious
one of those.
symbol, which was
Oh, we
placed in
haven't
the
shared
same
the old
spot
time, but
in
now it's
front
the old
of the
time.
Miko
Now it's
religious
talking
symbol
about
in
mitzvah.
Pavia.
There's another.
Though he had been studying
So
human
Wasserman
anatomy
had a
since the
granddaughter that can
1480s,
come with us.
during
Okay,
what is
Rabbi
known
Gemara.
as his second
Huh?
Hellenizing period, Da Vinci
Oh, that's right.
devoted much time to
Gemara.
this subject, evidence of which remains
Sponsors,
visible
the
to us
official
through his
edition of
new
MDY
books
Shas,
and
Observe,
detailed
Eyal,
anatomical
Shoah,
sketches. From a notebook
Herrick,
dated around
and Benedict
1512,
family, the
it's
Benedict
clear that Da
family,
Vinci
Daf
drew one
Cafe,
of the first
Isaac,
drawings of a
Cement, in
child.
honor of Itchy and Gitti.
Around 1510, Da Vinci
The
met and
actual
collaborated with
Nesef is sponsored
Antonio
by David Salomon,
Bellatore,
dedicated memory of
a
a
great
murder,
anatomist.
small Parker,
Torre
Tansky,
was
good
born
for
in
Photographer.
Verona in 1481.
Oh, the good
The
is
son
here
of
now,
a
the
medical
boy side,
professor,
so away from him.
trained in medicine and philosophy
Smiles,
himself,
you come
went
very
on to
often.
teach
About
at the
Father
University
Talent
of
Foundation,
Padua
granted the
and
consortium,
later at the
and
University
Alliance,
of
and all the
Pavia.
people support him
Though
DY.
not
Are
much
you
of his
one of the
work
people who's
remains today,
considering going to the
due to
Alps?
his
The Shabbos,
premature
or that's
death
not you?
at the age of
You can't
30
say it's a secret,
from
okay?
cholera.
Anonymous, that's not on the roofers of the Gashmias, so they
Many
didn't see
scholars
Betty.
attribute the excellence and accuracy of
Anonymous,
Leonardo's
it's supposed to be a
anatomical
surprise, and
drawings
now
to
it's
his
a surprise over.
collaboration with
Yeah,
Torre.
here's the
Others
fact.
point out
And
that
on
Da
to the
Vinci
deep
had been
reform
working
statement,
on
we show
and
from
thinking
Leah
about
Bassett,
anatomy
young
for as
Danielle
long as
Rosenfeld,
Mark
readers
Antonio
specific from
Bellatore
Mother sponsors
had
I
been
Simon,
alive.
unfortunately,
And
will be married
based on
both of
his
them,
own
young
books,
Danielle
it
Rosenfeld,
is
by Uncle
believed that
Chef.
Da Vinci
The
dissected more
Spanish
than
here
30
sponsors for the
human
week,
corpses.
wishing them the white family to
Studies
prove that
that
Slopin
peaked in the
Siavan
early
Ishmael.
1500s
Shlomo
and
Nagila
resulted in
Mostavsky,
around
Nachman
200
and
total
Nassim Mostavsky, and
drawings of the
50
human
at the
body.
outside, you will see them.
While other artists
The
during the
first sponsor
Renaissance
for the month
dissected
is
bodies to create
Adventures,
studies for paintings,
and this was
Da Vinci
success
was
of all our
motivated by
clients
curiosity
by
about
the
the
young
anatomy
Danielle
itself,
Roosevelt, Barak,
rather
Other
than
than
to
us. And
create
do
a
I keep
specific
constant monthly,
painting.
the business
The
is
process
the
would have been unpleasant,
Back to
since religious doctrine determined the dissections
which
had
name
to be
you not
conducted
them
at
from
night,
Brock.
and
Which
it
name
was
was having Esther.
activity
Which
was
I yell
likely
at
to
Daniel
arouse
said, then I
suspicion.
yell.
Meanwhile, in 1512, the Sforzas attempted to return to power in Milan when Ludovico Sforza's son Massimiliano, born in 1493, returned to the city with military power, backed by Switzerland. But despite this effort, the combined forces of France and Venice pushed the Sforzas out once again, with Massimiliano settling in Paris. A decade later, at Sforza, Ludovico's other son Francesco once again held the title of Duchy of Milan after
So
being
first of
appointed
all, I
by
need to
Charles
fix a
V.
mistake that I said
He
yesterday.
was indeed the final Sforza
When
to hold the title
announced
during this period.
enters the
Amidst
airspace
these
of an
continual
earthenware
power struggles
fleet,
between the Milanese
so
and
the
the
actual
French,
fleet becomes
Leonardo
common,
went to live with
and
20-year-old
everything that
Francesco
enters the
Mills,
fleet
who
afterwards
remained a close companion and
becomes
potential
common.
lover for the rest of Leonardo's
You
life.
have a Havamina,
Upon Leonardo's death,
that it looks like this, the Havamina, that the fleet itself is a Rishon, and the next level is whatever touches the Rishon is a Sheni, and whatever touches the Sheni is a Shlishi, and whatever touches the Shlishi is a for whatever purpose it is. Usually it doesn't work at all, but sometimes for Paraduma or Kachim are very sensitive. Sometimes they're affected by Shlishi, the Paraduma is affected by Rabbi. In fact, let's go, maybe this one, let's do this one. This is a dead mouse.
Renaissance artists Raphael and Michelangelo.
This
During
is
his
actually
residency
custom,
in
but
Rome
okay.
from 1513 to
So now that
1516,
the
the
fleet,
Pope approached Leonardo for
as he
assistance
pours
in
it
crafting
in,
the plan
it
for
becomes
draining
common.
the
Everything
Pontine
remains
marshes,
common.
which was a malaria breeding ground and borderline
Yeah?
uninhabitable.
That's why I said when the
These
mouse is still
were
in there.
eventually drained and
Today
reclaimed for agricultural use in the
uh,
1930s, while
That's
Da Vinci's
crazy.
designs
That's
and
very
plans,
Hudson,
though not
they
utilized for
work.
this purpose, can be
Well,
viewed in the royal
all
collection
natural.
at Windsor Castle. Rome
Even
itself
when the
was
mouse
still
is not in
reeling
there,
from the Great
it still
Schism,
goes off from
which was
forever
concluded in 1417,
on a
a
shady
process
level.
which had seen two rival popes
All the way
fight
around
for
the
power
level.
between the papal-seated Rome
Fail it out,
and a challenger in Avignon in France. This reactionary
So now we're
period was
doing the typical
manifested in
Californium
Rome
that we
with
saw
the drive
a
to set
number
the
of
power
times in
and
all the
authority
circles.
in the
We're
Vatican,
doing the same thing.
which led to a period known as
Why
the
can't
High
the preterists
Renaissance.
become prominent when we touch it
In
from the outside?
1516, Leonardo
Let's
Menzies
say a
sailed
metal
to France the same year, the
Saying
king
Hanan
Francis
Navir
III
doesn't have the special halacha, doesn't have the special sensitivity when it
again
comes
foreseeing what
from
cells from power,
inserting
although unable to
Kuma
find
in the
work
first
and they
step, Navir is
translated
how we got him.
Da
You
Vinci
never
settled in
like,
France
when you
and
put the
became the
outside,
official
you
painter of the
she
king
was having that
Francois
video on
I,
put
of
the
France.
which is more sensitive because probably you put
Francis
a mouse
I
in the
became
ear
king
space
of
inside
France on the
and
1st of
did
January
that way
1515
certainly it
after
becomes
the
common
death
when you
of
touch the
Louis
outside.
XII.
Oh my god.
Francis had
The
wed
common
Louis
sweep of
XII's
Sua.
daughter
Oh,
Claude shortly before the king's death. Historians
let's
write
take
that
this case for
Francis
instance.
invited
You
Leonardo
have
to
too
his
much
court
oil.
purely to converse with him.
If somebody brings a dead person into a room,
Every day.
then the entire room becomes
In
common.
France, Da Vinci and Mozzi
Everything in the
small
room
village of
becomes common.
at a
Now,
manor provided to them
what
by
about
King Francis,
if you have
and it was here
a
that Da Vinci
barrel made
created
out
his
of
famous
earthenware that's
self-portrait
in that
drawn in
room,
red
but
chalk,
it's sealed?
now held in the Royal Library of
Which
Turin
how did
in
it become
Italy.
common?
The drawings
No.
are estimated to be from
It's able to
1512, depicting Leonardo around the age of 60.
What's inside
Some
that
posit
barrel?
that Da Vinci
Why?
experienced
The
paralysis
whole
leading up to
very
his
common.
death
Now, this is
around this
a
time.
severe
Based
coma,
on an examination of some of his
spreading the
writings,
entire room.
such as a sheet
But
from
the
October
whole of
1517,
if it's an open vessel, actually in some possible
which was written by
that
Leonardo,
it doesn't have a nice cover.
a large collection of
Basically, too much
German
of
and
them to
Leonardo's
display what
thoughts and sketches
vessel
made
that
up
the Kuma enters in its
119
opening. I love it
sheets
if we perish.
dated from
If the ink some possible of good only when there's no some possible
While
no
examining the
seal.
codex,
Oh yes, some
scholars
possible
noted that some
color
shading lines are
bar.
ragged
If there's a
and
nice
clear,
seal, then it'll be
leading them to
hard.
suspect that while Da Vinci maintained movement in his fingers,
Okay.
he lost
So
movement
in
of the
Iran,
arm itself. Many of the works he
so you
produced
see
towards
that
the end of his
the
life
carrots
were
only becomes
apocalyptic,
pomade
concerned
from
great floods
inside
and images
and
of
not
great
from
force.
the outside. I want to tell you, I'm
Last
worried
days
to
of
this.
his
When I
life,
heard this, the
spent
first time
trying to
I watched
organize
this,
his
I
many
was serious.
thousands of
This
pages
time
of
I
notes,
was in
which,
Hilton.
given their extent, he failed to complete. After living and growing into his later years in
Two
France,
carrots,
Leonardo da
you
Vinci
touch, if
died
you take
on
a
the
dead
2nd of
rat
May
and you
1519,
touch the
at the
outside
age
of the
of
two carrots,
67.
the
He was
inside
buried
does not
at the
become
church of
common.
Saint Florentin
The whole
in
thing was become
Rothschild
common.
in
It's
France.
protect. You touch the
Unfortunately,
two carrots,
this church was
nothing.
demolished in
You go
1802,
inside,
leading to the disappearance of the
boom,
final
becomes
resting
common.
place of the
You
great
take a dead
Renaissance
person, you take a dead
and
person's
artist
hand, and you
Leonardo
touch
da
the two
Vinci.
carrots on the outside.
Leonardo
Nothing.
da Vinci left to history not only
It's a
numerous
protect.
frescoes and paintings, but
This
his
is
notebooks,
finished.
which was said to have numbered around
Now, if I
20,000
take,
pages,
let's say, a
of which
finish
only
top, a metal
7,000
finish top, and I
pages
put it
survived.
inside
Today, some
this
are held in Milan or England.
this two carrots,
Others have been
which
compiled and
had a
published
dead
as
mouse
the
in there a minute
Trattato
ago.
della Pittura.
What
The
happens to
Trattato
this
della
pepper,
Pittura
this finish
is
top?
composed of 8 books and 935
Huh?
chapters.
Anybody
It
agree with
serves
this?
as an important source of Leonardo's
Huh?
views on art and art
Right?
as science.
Oh,
Because,
the answer
interestingly,
is that a queen,
Leonardo da Vinci
another vessel
expressed in his
cannot
writing
become
the
pomade
desire to bridge the
from a
gap
research.
between art
What
and
happens when you
science,
put mouse
considering it
into
his
the ear
mission to
space?
establish art's
So the
respectability
actual prefix
as a
becomes a
science.
return because a
Likewise, he
dead mouse
believed
is the
art possessed
Abakuma.
a godlike
The thing
ability to
becomes
recreate
one
and
level
distill
below
the
is a
natural
region. A
world.
region cannot make
Significantly, these
make the
notebooks
queen
explore
common.
Da Vinci's fascination with
A
water,
region cannot make a
flight,
queen
and
common.
dissection. To
Now,
understand the
a
human
dead
form,
person could make a
Da
queen
Vinci was
common.
fascinated with the
I
power
want to tell you
of
more
water
if you
from a
consider
young
this.
age. After
If you
witnessing
put
the
a dead mouse
flooding of
into
the
this
Amazon
queen,
River, which may have
so
led
the
him
queen
to a
itself
greater
became what?
interest in
A
the
return.
destructive power of
If you take a
nature
dead person
and
and
man's
touch the
potential
outside of the
ability
queen,
to harness
now the
such
tumor
power.
goes right through, penetrates the two
Leonardo
carrots.
was also
Why?
fascinated with the
Because it's already
possibility
common.
of human
It
flight,
loses its
design what
protective
many consider
shield.
the first parachute,
The shield
which
is
Da
only
Vinci
there when it's a
sketched in
hard beat.
1485.
But once
This
it's common,
parachute,
even
shaped like a pyramid,
from another
was
tumor,
tested
from
on
a
the
lesser
26th
tumor,
of June
then it doesn't
2000
protect
by
when
English
the dead body
skydiver
touches it.
Adrian
And
Nicholas.
whatever's inside, let's say
It
there's a
was a
queen inside,
success.
there's a better inside, that queen will become
Figure of the high
become actually a
Renaissance,
research.
Leonardo da Vinci was a mathematician,
Nothing to do with
architect,
that
and
queen, just
painter
wanted to nice
who was
queen.
dedicated to innovation and
Doesn't
exploration.
matter.
Whether that
Now
meant
I'm just going to
exploring
do the
within the
simple
human
kind of
body,
reverse.
in
Vehicle
the
activity,
sky,
or
or experimenting with new painting
all
mediums,
other vessels,
though in many
metal
ways
vessels, let's say,
restricted by
wooden
his time,
vessels,
such as
that
when
have a
he had
plate,
to
a wooden
repeatedly
tree, a
move
wooden
around
bowl, a
Italy
wooden
and
cup.
France,
Is
depending
a
on the
Kalakuma,
political
vehicle
situation,
activity, I'm
at
not
a
here,
single
how come when you put a dead mouse in the ear space, it doesn't work on all the cable of the world? Look at the hundred of the simple carbohydrate. You must be better saying time you got Nadira. You just established that if you better does not become Kwame when you touch the outside. Yes. Well, I can't drink on the gobble, but every other yet and what? Because you come away from the mouth and the ear space, you go, hey, you come the gobble. Every queen that, why is it so close?
But even more so after his death. Despite the fact
He might
that
be
he
encouraging
finished all
them
his
to come out here, so I tell you, come the gobble. And it is,
over the
so
extent
come out
to
here.
which he
So every queen
contributed to many of the
that's
artworks
more
attributed to
sensitive
him.
than a few parrots. It becomes
Often
funny,
being
but the
repaired and
outside
restored
serves to
several
become
times over the centuries
when
since they were
you
created.
put too
Being
much
so
in
to question the extent to
on
which
a
we can
draw,
fully appreciate his artistic
that
talent
plus it
as a
talks
modern
about,
audience.
and what does it say over there? It says the closely parrots. Only earlier has the union of
Da Vinci, despite these setbacks,
as
posited by some historians,
as the
perhaps
tomorrow,
because these setbacks excelled.
we already
However, at the same time,
took the word
there were many
and
cases
we
when Da
learned.
Vinci did not
Yesterday we learned from the
complete
two words
what he had paid for,
we learned two
and in other
things.
cases,
First of
such as
all,
with his experimentation with
food
painting media,
items that are inside the flea become
his
coming
experiments did not
from
work
the
out
ear
for the
space.
best,
The
and
ear
cost
of
us
the
today
parrot
the
is the
opportunity to
food.
view his work
And then we
in
learned
its
the
full
Jewish
glory.
Shabbat
But as
that
with other
the
great
actual
minds
vessel
throughout
becomes
history,
something.
we can
Yeah,
ask
two things. The
ourselves,
food
what
and
is
vessel.
innovation without risk?
Mara, you're right.
What do you think of Leonardo da Vinci? Is his status as the
But the
Renaissance
fact is,
man
our
well deserved?
above doesn't see
Or
me.
do you
It's
think
a
his
puzzle four
influence has been
times. Where does it say four
overstated
times
at
in
the
the
expense of other important contributors to this
It
period
should have
of
said
European
pipe.
history?
Pipe, that's your above is another time. And
Section.
big
And
pipe,
in the meantime,
it says instead of that,
thank you very much
pipe,
for watching.
another above. So total of four. So what are you going to do with those four? Pipe. Each pipe is actually says the word pipe. In pipe. Oh, wait, that's for how you sound. Type, the word of pipe, it says type. Oh. Yeah, everybody, you get it. It's not a joke, damn it. It's an inside joke. That was good. That was very good. That was very good. Oh. That was one of the better ones. Listen, everybody, let me tell you your site. Your site. When somebody has that good of a one, then we have to, you got 6 stars. You can't even try. Now you can't even try. Stop. So you're not in the town. I'm going to max in this rabbi. Sorry. Worthy. That was Kishus. So there's kind of buffet, but kind of zero shovel. No. It reminds me of myself. Let me tell you, I don't know if you know this myself. My oldest son, you know it, but he doesn't know it. My oldest son played a game that if he did one of these, and you looked at it, then he has the right to slap you on the head. Okay? So he'd be in the Shabbos table where everybody's behaving nicely. All of a sudden he goes like this. He looks that way, he points this way. Got you, give me your hand. Boom! And people are screaming. Hold me up. That's his game, and if you don't play the game, too bad. You're part of the game. So I couldn't control myself. I told the photographer at his house and I said, I need you to take a picture right now. I'm going to put the cup. And he smashes the cup. I'm going to put the cup on the thing, and I want you to take a picture. And I put the cup on there, and I went like this. And then I went like this. It's not very nice. So give me your hand. I smacked his hand and said, that's the end of the game. It cannot get any better than this. I'll leave your chuppah, and I don't want you to ever play this game again. And he never played the game again. Never. That was it. The game was over. It's game over. Game over. Game over. It's inside joke, game over. I said, Nigma, certain time, game over. I just said, that's game over. That's it. No more fun. Game over. The certain point you have to realize, wow, that was the one. And somebody saw next. Move on to the next game. That look buffet. You know this myself? This one? Oh, of course. From now on, you're smacking each other.
The 22nd of April,
Sorry. Kindly buffet is one of the ways again put in the book.
New York City. He quickly became known primarily by his middle name and is typically referred to today
Oh, never
as
Hasana. serious, not
J.
serious.
Robert
Smacking his son.
Oppenheimer. Robert was born into an affluent Jewish family in New York City. His father, Julius, had been born in the Hesse-Nassau province of the territory of the Kingdom of Prussia, what had just become the United German Empire. Months after his birth,
Says
in
Gemara,
May 1871,
what's the
at a
buffet
time of
Rabbi
growing
say? The
anti-Semitism
food
across
that goes
Western
into the kli, even though
Julius
there's no
Oppenheimer
tumah there,
left
the
Germany
ear
in
in the kli gives the tumah.
17
It
years
makes
of
it
age,
what?
bound for the
A
United
shady.
States. Though
The
virtually
kli itself is a
penniless,
rishon.
he
Anything that comes
prospered
in
in
drops
America.
one
By the
level
time
to
Robert was born,
the half is
graduate
the
from
rishon.
he
And
had
one
risen
tells
to
me that the
become
kli
a wealthy
itself
executive at one of
absorbs the
Manhattan's
tumah
leading
through the
textile
ear.
manufacturers.
The
Robert's
fat,
mother
Koifer
was Ella
Shazer,
Friedman,
the Koifer
of
Shalater,
Jewish heritage as well.
this halacha that we're trying to learn, that only a kli teres has its ability to give off tumah from the ear space. The fat, Koifer, the Lois, Koifer. So a lot of Gemara's have this picture. The truth is, I would tell Yoshi to get rid of the smell. So it's a little confusing. It looks like it's touching. The point is that a mouse came into the ear space of the outer kli. The inner kli does not absorb tumah. Va'afilu, the Gemara says, please
Robert's
shut
youth was a privileged one. By the
Please
mid-1900s,
shut this means
his
even
father
another
had
type
become a substantial figure within
of if you
business.
notice over here in this picture, the inside kli is made out of wood.
They moved into a
It's not
larger
made out of
apartment
earthenware.
on West 88th Street
This
in
wooden
Manhattan,
kli, so let's do this
overlooking the
again.
Central Park
So
Reservoir,
we could at least
one of the
know
most
it for
affluent
today.
areas of New York City.
The inside kli cannot become tummy. Why?
The family had
Because
rich
the outside
works by
kli
Vincent
is
van Gogh
touched by a
and
mouse,
Pablo Picasso,
or at least absorbed the tumah from the ear space, the mouth from the ear space, so the outside kli became went from a tumah of the mouth down one level to a rishon.
early 20th century.
A rishon
By
doesn't
the
have the
time he was
power
5,
to give
he
any
was already
tumah
interested in
to another kli.
mineralogy.
It cannot make another kli come. It can make food come.
Such was his
So
aptitude.
the inside
At
kli
11
is
years of
protecting
age,
all the food
he
that's
was
inside
admitted
it.
to the
Now, if you
Library
notice in this picture,
New York City.
the rim of the inside kli is above the rim of the outside kli. Why? Because if the rim of the inside kli is lower, then the ear would go inside. The ear of the outer one would still have room to seep into the inner one. It would make everything inside the inner one come.
By this time,
People
interests had developed
as the Gemara of the Came in the Common
sciences, particularly
If
chemistry,
so,
but it
let's
was
do something
eventually
else.
physics which would prove his
Let's say that every kli cannot become tummy at all.
In
At all.
1922,
If you touch the outside of the kli, it becomes tummy. But the Torah says that a kli becomes tummy. So maybe it becomes tummy only one way only. Element Kalifan, inside a kli uvin is here. Maybe a mouse must touch not the outside of the kli, touch the outside and remain starved. Maybe the mouse touches the inside.
Specialized in specific fields. While studying at America's oldest college, he was deeply influenced by the teachings of Professor
What's
Percy
the word about the Bible? Not the time from the common out here in the time we got boy. But the Teres could be the
This was
common
also a period
from
when
the
students
ear
at
space
Harvard
and now we
and
touch the
other
outside
universities
Pelican
in
from the common out here.
still studied
So
a
all of
very
the
wide
Taylor
range of
that are not
subjects.
common. Clear for going to do the same time we got with certainly they should be stronger and not become coming from the outside. So how do we become coming? The inside is the clear cut. I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to be the Suach Asher, you come to all the coming. How do the team come from all the coming? This plea that doesn't have a covering comes from. But yet some puzzle all of sides. The parents that has a covering doesn't come at all. Okay, then. You're the diagram. Any other plea, they should come puzzle later. They don't puzzle later. The time is, although tailoring, whether or not they have a cover or not, they can come from the outside. So to sum it all up, here we go.
Even before he graduated from Harvard, Oppenheimer had already been accepted to continue his studies at Cambridge University. This was the great center for the study of physics at the time, a reputation which has held and cultivated since Isaac Newton's days there in the late 17th century. The year that Oppenheimer spent at Cambridge between the fall of 1925 and the summer of 1926 was influential in his development, as he was exposed there to the teachings of Lord Rothschild, a New Zealand physicist who is typically understood to be the father of nuclear physics today. For instance, it was Rutherford who first discovered and explained
he's hoping that the kids in school pick it up.
become giants in the study of theoretical physics during the 20th century, notably Werner Heisenberg, Enrico Fermi, and Edward Teller. Several of whom Oppenheimer worked alongside during the Manhattan Project in the midst of the Second World War.
All right, everybody,
Remarkably,
next Mishnah, same thing.
PhD in physics in the spring of 1927, less than a year after arriving in Göttingen. The internal examiner, James Frank, who had won the Nobel Prize for Physics 2 years earlier in 1925, is famously said to have expressed relief when the oral examination, Five Virtue, concluded, stating that Oppenheimer had easily defended his top and had seemed to be ready to begin the quest for freedom. The great promise which Oppenheimer showed as a theoretical physicist, as he acquired his PhD around the same time he turned 23, was most clearly demonstrated in the paper which he co-authored on the quantum theory of
So something that's hard to create, this exact
and which laid out what has come to be known as
in
the
metal would be
Oppenheimer
from
approximation.
flat
This
piece of metal
pertains to
is
the
tough.
field of molecular
Hard to
dynamics,
create,
or how
but it doesn't
molecules
have
move
resets.
and interact.
Resets
The
the
approximation which Bohr and Oppenheimer
hard to create.
demonstrated
Between
showed
my
that the
company,
wave functions of nuclei
hard
and
to create,
electrons
hard to
within the
create.
molecule are
If
different,
it's flat to
owing
create,
to the fact
and
that
it's
nuclei
hard,
are
hard to
considerably
between my company.
heavier
If it's
than the
metal, it's
electrons.
tough.
This means
Hard
that the
between my
orbitals of the
company.
nuclei are
When?
relatively
So this
fixed
is
in
what the
place,
city's going to be.
whereas
If
the lighter
you
electrons
have
are
a
impacted
piece
on
of metal,
to
not
a greater
100%
extent
finished.
by wave
You didn't do all
functions,
the finishing
and
touches
their
to it.
coordinates
You
are
didn't just
consequently
engrave
more
it, you
dynamic.
didn't polish it,
The
whatever you did do,
approximations reached
it's
by the
not
pair to a
the
great
cobble
extent
cover.
owing
Why?
to
That's not how
Oppenheimer's
you
dual
sell
interests
a
of
piece of
chemistry
metal.
and physics.
A
Theory
metal
which they
dish, a
presented
metal
employed
object is
elements of
always
quantum
finished
chemistry
completely.
and molecular physics.
Masha ain't getting
In
fixed when it comes
terms
to
of its
war. What
practical
is
applicability,
as long
the
as you don't finish it
approximation
off,
was
you give it the,
important
you know,
for
squintery.
scientists from
That's
the
how you
late
can sell it off.
1920s onwards
So
to
probably
separate
between,
the motion of a
if it's
nucleon
not
and
moving
an
on the left,
electron.
you didn't finish it off,
An
it's still
individual
coming
who
when it comes
wrote
to
the
fields. In other words,
thermodynamics
if you have a bowl
and who
made out
acquired
of
his
wood,
PhD at Göttingen was a curious
something's
figure.
in it's made in China, it's
Oppenheimer was a
100%,
mix of a
you
distant
know,
scientist
95%.
and a relatively
That's tough.
jovial individual,
But if you
who
have a
slipping
piece
from
of metal made
introversion
in China,
to
not
extroversion
100%, it's not
as
done.
occasion sometimes
But
demanded, or
on
as his
gold
mother
may
was
create
implying.
so
The
gold
change
may mean something that's
He
not
was
finished.
perennially
It
surrounded
doesn't
by a
have all
cloud
the
of
beauty.
smoke throughout
So
his
if it's
adult
create,
life,
if it's made out
having
of
which would
wood,
contribute substantially to his premature
it
death in his
it
early
has
60s.
a big people talking
Individuals
about
who
if you
knew him
receive
during
something.
his years at Harvard,
It's like a
Cambridge, and
bowl,
Göttingen
but it's not
recalled a
100%
person
finished.
who was a
Then
strange mix of
it's
intelligence
coming.
combined with a
And
striking
the same
naivety at
create
times,
that's
often
flat
making
like
poor
this,
judgments
even
and
if it's
decisions, and being
finished,
prone to
this is
exaggeration.
finished,
As the
but
years
it's
went by,
shiny,
he developed an arrogant streak,
it's
but this was
sanded
tempered
down.
by intellectual generosity to
Hard.
those who studied and worked
Now
with
we
him,
do the same
and
exact thing in
those he
reverse.
taught in
Metal,
later years. A
gold
striking
making my
aspect
supper
of
is
his
sorry.
personality
If
was
it's
his
not
interest
finished
in
piece of
Eastern
metal,
philosophy and
no matter
mysticism,
what,
being
it
particularly
could have
interested in
it could be a
Hinduism
bowl,
and
it could be a spoon,
Confucianism,
but it's not
even
finished.
going so far as
It's
to learn
hard.
Sanskrit,
Shoot
the
the air,
sacred
but a
language of
flat
the
piece of
Hindus,
metal
so that he might
without
read the ancient
its
texts
people,
of this
but
faith
it's
in the original. This
finished.
interest in religion and
Sorry.
mysticism was
Yeah,
not an
it's the same
eccentric
metal.
pastime
Comment.
for Oppenheimer.
Then
The
it's
study of
so
physics
we
was
see
an
that
entry
everything is
point
moving.
into
This is
understanding
hard
the
to
mystical
create.
nature of
What
the
is
universe
typically it's
and
flat.
existence, and his broader
Sorry
intellectual
to
learning
create when it's
was one of
probably
curiosity
in the coffin.
rather than a
If
quest
it's
for
flat
hard
when it's
scientific
wood,
data.
it's tummy when it's
There
metal.
was, though,
Or
also
it's in
an
the coffin
unstable and
when it's
erratic side to
unfinished
Oppenheimer.
metal, so
His
it's hard.
behavior at
Tummy to
Harvard
create.
was
So if
sometimes
you have a create
questioned
that
by
has
fellow
its
students
parts,
and
but it's
teachers.
not finished,
In
it is
1936,
coming.
while he was at
You
Cambridge,
want to go
he
this one
allegedly
very
doused
big
a
way.
man with some illness-inducing chemicals and left it in the office of his tutor, Patrick Blackett,
Very
with
way.
whom he had had a difficult
Hang it on the
relationship
base.
before heading off to
Very way.
France on holiday. Evidently,
This
this
is what
action and perhaps others
unfinished people would
besides
look like.
saw him
So
briefly
us is
threatened
lucky.
with being
You're
suspended
gonna
from his studies at
finish it off,
Cambridge.
polish it off.
A close friend
Let's
of
shop
his in
it.
the
We'll put the
1920s,
suns on it
Francis
live.
Ferguson, who later went on to become an acclaimed
You
theorist
know,
of
like in
stage
America, you see like in gold shawls that have those golden nails that put the fabric on the chair. You know, like decorative nails.
was a strange
And even
mix
it's
of
called
an
meat.
individual who
I
can be
have no
wrongly
idea. That's what
ignored
they're telling you.
and fell out with a great many colleagues over the years as a result.
Shamata que
But
viene la meat.
many biographers have concluded
Like you,
was also a
look at
deeply
you.
insecure individual.
Like the
The
meat.
root of this may have been Oppenheimer's position
Ah,
as the
the
son of a
Mexican,
German Jewish immigrant to America at a time when anti-Semitism
was common across the Western world. He was a constant outsider, or at least
Ligare.
one. And his
Ligare
note
means to
of
plane it,
violence and depression.
even out the word.
Something
Likarke means to
after completing studies
carve out something like
several more papers from the research
great like this guy over here.
Oppenheimer returned to the United States, briefly holding fellowships at Harvard.
Even though he didn't finish that, he wanted to, and he didn't do it, he still was double trouble by the war.
Worked for a few months
Look,
at the
he has
University
to
of Leiden, the Netherlands,
So, obviously, you all know who knows
where
this.
Albert Einstein
I'm not sure
carried
if
out
this is
much
it,
of
but
his earliest
why not?
and most groundbreaking work. In Leiden, he acquired his nickname, Orby, popularized Dutch rendering of his name. It was not until 1929 that Oppenheimer settled back in America permanently, having been presented with numerous job offers at U.S. universities. He accepted two, became an associate professor in physics at
The
both the
light
University of
picture, you see
California,
the
Berkeley, and the California Institute of
So
Technology.
the skin, they use it
For
for
the next 13 years,
sandpaper.
between 1929
This might be a problem with the
he held positions at both institutions, teaching during the
when
fall
you take it out of the water, all I remember is when we learned this, I don't know, it's tricky or something similar. I think I hear said something about
during the 1930s.
focus.
Oppenheimer became famous within the physics community in the United States
Shed
for his teaching methods,
shell.
and the finest physicists of the mid-20th century in America
So I don't know
trained
that
under
Tunis
him
is
at
Tuna. I
Berkeley,
decided
Caltech, and the School of Theoretical Physics, which he
Environment
founded.
said was the Tunis is
Within this, there was usually a cohort of a dozen or so advanced graduate students who researched further, worked closely with Oppenheimer on some of the most relevant questions in the field of theoretical physics
or
at the
the
time.
handle here has some
During
pictures.
busier times in turn, they would often meet daily, with Oppenheimer quizzing them on their progress and offering suggestions
No,
thereof.
this is Eisen.
Mostly as several biographers who knew him during these days later recounted,
Oh,
he
it's not
inspired
mistake.
those
Because
who
I
knew
get
him,
an over here.
conveying to them the idea
We
that
gotta,
they
we
were
gotta
the
change this.
answer
I
itself
don't care if you can go in there and change this one to Eisen and say, Eisen,
at the time.
listen to this
Yet
sound
it
over
was an
there.
eclectic academic
Fine.
environment, and when not discussing physics, Oppenheimer and his colleagues were often
No,
seen
what's
to
our
be reading
Capito?
Plato
This
in the
would be
original
up
Greek,
to the
or
create,
learning Sanskrit.
to the clean of
Hans
science.
Bether
A
knew
good
Oppenheimer during
example
these
of
days.
mixing up peppers will use a flat piece of metal. Knife is flat, has no base keeper.
in California. Only learning of the Wall Street crash of late 1929, months
Yeah, I know, I'm
after
just
the
going in and see the pictures. I'm
there
showing
were
it. I'm
impressive
showing it
scientific
to
breakthroughs made by Oppenheimer
But
and
what's the
his students at Berkeley and Caltech during the
meaning? It doesn't have a
1930s.
base keeper.
In 1930,
But
for instance,
the piece of wood doesn't
Oppenheimer
have
wrote a paper which effectively predicted the existence of the
receptacle.
positron
Stars.
and
As
the
tomorrow,
electron
because
as
of
an
the keeper. What do
antiparticle
you mean?
of
You
the
said it has to.
although its
It's
existence
flat. It's
was not
flat.
fully proven
Look,
until
people, it's not
1932,
flat. The
when
cup,
Carl
a
David
piece of the
Anderson,
copper.
a
He
student who
started
worked with
working on it.
Oppenheimer at
He
Caltech,
did 3/4 of the job. What?
Oppenheimer worked closely with Wendell Fermi to work out
That's
the
pretty
model
clear.
of the electron-positron theory and
It
how the
has
two
to
interact
because
with
it
each other.
depends what part. Some of them you
Perhaps
screw in
his
the
most
middle.
influential
Don't
professor
know.
Albert Phillips,
I'm
who
always
many years
probably
was
remember
first
two
taught his
people
students
who
at the time as female physicists. Together, they proposed the molecular
Those are so quick that they might have rich people in the middle. Who knows?
such the neutron
Hold on a second.
fuses with atomic
He's showing that this is 3/4 of the job. It's only a pizza. He's trying to get the full top. To get the full top, that makes it fun. That might be more than the Saturday night. Okay. They go ahead and go into the company. It's interesting. The machine says, what's a physical age? So I showed you this because he put it out once. He was using this is with silver, but he brings a shear. This is a shear
He sought
physical
out the dry desert air of Arizona and New Mexico in the years that followed, eventually buying a ranch in New Mexico. In the mid-1930s,
Okay.
he began a
That's what
relationship
he's showing, that he wanted to get to. He wanted to get to the
was the
outside.
daughter of
Very
John
good.
Strong Taplon, an eminent old English scholar.
See, if he wanted to make a much smaller fleet, it would be feeble, it would be
10
entitled
years
to.
Roberts Jr. Gene was a
This
troubled
is not
young
something
man
that
with
is
severe
issue.
depression and a conflicted
So
sexuality.
that's why I'm not emphasizing it. According to the McEvy,
But
a
continued
shear
through
is
1940.
flat
even
It's not
after
Muhammad.
Muhammad began
And he was saying, Rabbi did say it doesn't make sense based on Allah with
eventually
Moshe or
divorced her
whatever.
second
Okay.
husband, Stuart Harrison, in
Says the
November
Gemara,
1940,
you have to look into
married
that.
on the following
But
day.
Yoshi
It
went with
remains
the review.
unclear to this day if Oppenheimer continued to periodically see Tamak in the early 1940s prior to her taking her own life in January 1944.
Venom Goldman Klimatavik, what does it mean to unfinished piece of metal? If you just thought about shining it with Shabbos to put some pieces, those little, what do they call them? The Nitim, the rivets, the garage, the planet, what's called planet, the Parker, the Raven. You might have over here in
by the outbreak of the Second World War. The
oh,
conflict
here.
came about as a
These
direct
metal,
result
very
of the
nice.
ascent to power
Metal,
of
the
Germany
Parker,
of the
we're right over
Nazis,
here.
led by Adolf
Engraved.
Hitler early in
What else do we have? The
1933.
Shabbats.
A rabidly anti-Semitic nationalist and fascist organization. The
And the
Nazis
Hackett
had made
between
their
us
goals
hit
to
it with a
crush the
hammer
Jewish people of Germany
and to do some
and
sort
to
of design,
initiate
to
a
some
new
sort
war
of
in Europe to
inclusive
overturn
time.
the
It's
terms of
missing
the Treaty
the
of
bottom,
Versailles,
the Eugen,
which had brought the
the
First World
Eisen,
War
or
to
the
an end,
handle
and
part.
to build a new German Third
Because
Reich
you intend to
empire,
do this in the
which would
future, you're not
dominate
going
the
to sell
continent.
without it. So right now it's not
Oppenheimer
a
was
secret.
very familiar with the
But what's
Nazis.
Isu?
As a Jew himself,
It's missing the
reacted
cover.
himself. He had become politically involved for the
Why?
first time in his
The
life
thing with that is you
during
have
the
a
late
cup, and you still have the
1930s,
Rebbe
when he began setting
cover
aside
for the
3%
cut.
of his salary
It's
to
still
help
coming.
German Jews who were trying to flee
What is
Germany in
it?
the wake of the anti-Jewish Nuremberg laws,
I asked
which were
yesterday, I
introduced
guess
from
only in my yeshiva
1934
we had something
onwards.
like this.
The Nazis' anti-Jewish policies had become more extreme from 1936 onwards, and particularly so in
Oh, this is the oil
1938,
over here.
as Germany began annexing
Oh,
neighboring
yeah,
states,
yeah.
first through Austria and then Czechoslovakia. With the invasion of Poland in September 1939,
No,
Britain and
this is
France
oil.
declared war on
This is
Germany.
oil. It doesn't,
The
it
public
doesn't,
opinion in
this
the
oil
United
doesn't
States
affect.
was not yet
Yeah,
wholly in
it
favor of
doesn't
the
affect,
intervention in what was deemed to be a European
so
war.
I hope that is
Therefore,
fix this.
America would remain
Instead of
officially
other.
neutral for the first 2
Okay.
years of the conflict.
What am I looking for?
Though the administration of
Oh,
President Franklin Delano
Sure
Roosevelt
is that, but
was
that goes
providing
especially to
extensive
international
support for
for
the
the
shape
United
of
States. What I
which
do
it
every day.
to bring
Someone sends me a WhatsApp, they go on their WhatsApp, they send me a
Oppenheimer's life takes
so
place in
another
Israel.
one. Oh no, I want to send somebody
Forever
who
with the events of
and
December
listen, Yoshi, something.
1944.
Every single day. Listen, Yoshi,
By
something.
that
I'm not
time,
looking at my
the
phone for an
United
hour or
States
2 hours.
still
I gotta go
remained
to church.
neutral in
But I
the
have to send Yoshi WhatsApp. That's what I want to do.
Despite the
I go
desperate
on, I
situation
see
in
many
Europe,
everybody
the
sending
Nazis
me. Oh,
conquered
Henry,
Poland
what's
in
going
November
on? Mazda,
1939.
Look at
Denmark
my phone.
followed the following spring, and then the Low
Am
Countries
I the
and
only one?
France in
You're
the summer
looking
of
at this
1940,
is no one.
with many other states like Italy, Hungary, and Romania allied with the Nazis.
But that little specialist says, no, I went here to look at the turning of that, and I see this jar. I like, wait a minute, I don't remember this, showing this jar. Oh, that's the oil thing. Then I forgot that when I was turning of that. At that
Creating an Asiatic
oh, yeah. You see, well,
which
that,
already included
it's not in
Korea,
here.
Nigeria,
That
and much of
the
eastern
yeshiva,
China by
because
the early
I learned to
1940s,
do about that
decided to
before we
preemptively
were
attack the United
and
States
we didn't
without
have too much
declaring
to do
war.
there.
The
Very
attack
little
on
to
Pearl
do.
Harbor
So one of
in
the things we
Hawaii
do,
and
we
other
hit head.
American
And
territories,
very
such
tight.
as the Philippines,
One
on
of
the
them come
7th
there
of
and
December
that bird in the
1941,
front.
pulled the United States
So
into
the
the Second
citizen
World
of
War.
us, including
For
myself,
8
we put
days,
food from the
the
front.
U.S. was at war with Germany,
So
Italy,
we
and the
provide
other Axis states
not
as the
more than
entirety of
for
the
the
Northern
middle of the
Hemisphere
front. And you
ended
flip
up
it
in war.
over, and we
Oppenheimer would soon be
we heated
catapulted
it
into
the
the center
other
of
way.
America's research efforts
That had
during the
people
conflict.
handles. That was
This
the
occurred
problem.
in the context of efforts
Plastic,
by
not
Nazi
after
Germany
a few
to
times,
acquire a
you
weapon of
don't
mass
take
destruction
bird
as a
metal,
means of
bird
winning
butt,
the war
better than a
swiftly.
dead bird.
In the 1920s and the 1930s,
You know, some of the
Germany
guys
had
had
been home
iron,
to some of the world's leading scientists, and so was well
iron,
placed
get a
to
balloon.
develop
You
a
can make
nuclear
shit on it all.
weapon.
You know what you're doing.
Nuclear fission, for instance,
2
had
irons
been
instead of.
discovered by a team led by
Okay.
Otto Robert Frisch and Lisa Meitner in Berlin in
Back in the grilled cheese
1938.
sandwich. You had grilled cheese
Various
sandwich. We didn't know it was
experiments
grilled
were
cheese.
initiated by the Nazis.
Kai Milrat, we just want to know us. Frater Elton, Frater Elton, back since the last summer.
Some of these focused on developing a nuclear reactor.
But nobody knows what I'm talking about. Meister Honey and Meister Honey. Actually, the most finishing metal
to
and
produce an
wood.
atomic weapon.
Unfinished wood,
Was carried
finished
out in
plumbing.
Nazi
Unfinished
occupied
metal is
Norway
not
throughout
plumbing.
the war.
Says the
Already
Gemara.
in August
If you open
1939,
Lama Hoyle,
President
cover that
Roosevelt
seed.
in Washington, D.C., in received a
People
letter
use
from
metal
an
to give it to
American
the gas.
physicist
It's
years
for Ashivas. Ashivas, you don't give
alerting
undumped
US
Ashivas.
government to the threat posed
Not
by
for all
these
my
Nazi
food, maybe
experiments.
it's
Little effort
because
was
you want to
made
get
to
top
respond
dollar
to
for
this
it.
in
So all you need is
1939
another
or
polish, another
1940.
handle.
But with
So
the
maybe
entry of the
you
US
don't,
into the
in your
war at
mind,
the end of
you want to throw in the job
1941,
that this is a
fresh
fear.
consideration was given to America
Might be nice.
commencing its own
Where's it
research
actually mean
in
if you
this
do it for
area.
cover or you do it for money?
Oppenheimer
If you're
attempted
not
to
you
be charged with Moscow's
if you have
during the Second
a
World War,
product made out of gold,
but this was
like
all
this.
under the umbrella of the Manhattan Project.
So gold
Research
are
and
very
development
expensive to
program
do it,
initiated
but
by the
it's not
US
something
government
you're not
in
going to honor
1942
your guests with
with
a
the
book.
ultimate aim of
Dead
developing a
animal.
nuclear bomb. The
So
name
maybe
comes
if
simply
the
from the fact
reason
that the team
is
of
that
individuals who were
it
in
costs
charge
a lot
of
of
the
money,
project
so this also
had
costs a
their
lot of
first
money, so
headquarters
some how
where
it
they
comes
met
to
in
you can do it. But if the
1942
reason is
on the island of Manhattan,
covered,
New York City.
this is not fun.
Eventually, it
Those are
grew
my
from
guys who are not
1942
made over a Nachman, Nachman goes upon his own sheet.
onward,
The essence
more
three
than
must have his
30,000
own.
people across the country.
A bone
They worked on various
bone
elements of the
vessel
project
and
in
a
many
metal
states and
vessel
regions.
are not
For instance,
mechanical
a
sumo
large team working
until
in Chicago
completely
throughout
finished
the
from
war,
Morocco.
which included Oppenheimer's
Wow,
old
so that's the
colleague
mechanical
professor
sumo
Enrico
of
Fermi
a
and
bone is
Leo
mechanical
Szilard,
sumo.
who
Yes,
co-wrote
the
the
sound
letter
is
to
close,
Roosevelt
but
in
not to real
1939, warning the
Matamos
president about the Nazi nuclear program. Developed the first
anything made out of a gold,
nuclear
you have to
reactor
make sure that's
Another
taught.
team under
Your hobby,
Manhattan's
Glover,
Scientific
Above, and Egypt, and
State
a name, and a
were
profile.
charged with
It's
producing
to add
plutonium
things that you
and
wouldn't
uranium
think.
as a raw
Even
material
the horn,
for any future
even though
nuclear weapon. And a similar project
Chardonnay
was
was fine, and
underway
I
in
the
Tennessee.
puzzle says about gold.
There
How
were
do you know
even
any
teams
other
of
animal?
individuals
Tom of
operating
a coal
under the
mine.
rubric of the
It's not
Manhattan
sure, so it
Project,
comes to features any
carrying out
type of animal.
espionage to try to
The
uncover
cones
what the Nazis
are
were
the top
working on.
of the
Overseeing the
one
most
to
critical
pick out
research
a
team
gold.
from those involved in the
Rad
Manhattan
law
Project was director of the Los Alamos
besides
Laboratory
birds,
in New
birds
Mexico.
will try to make
He was very nearly undertaking
some
this
sort of vessel
position.
from the bones
The
of a bird.
individual who oversaw the Manhattan Project
It's not
was
mechanical.
Major
So
General
Rashi
Leslie
brings here
Groves.
something called the
Groves
griffin.
is not exactly a
And in
household
fact,
name
here
today,
next scroll
but
that
he has the
griffin
distinction
cultures.
of having been in charge of
That's
both the Manhattan
you go to
Project,
Gamla,
which created the first
you
nuclear
see
weapon,
these guys.
and also overseeing the
So
construction
they
of
used
the
to make
Pentagon as the headquarters of the U.S.
things out of
military
their
Department of Defense.
nails.
Oppenheimer was suggested to Groves in 1942 as a possible
When I
candidate
first
to
I
lead a
learned,
team
I
of
was
theoretical physicists and
old
scientists
Americans.
as part of the Manhattan
Nesher
Project.
in
But Groves
Hebrew
was
is
initially
not
skeptical,
illegal. Nesher is a
favoring
whole.
the idea of appointing someone
So if
who
you go to
already knew
Gamla
about the
and
rise in
you're
physics
hoping to see
and consequently have
Google,
enough academic
well,
gravitas
Google,
to
you're gonna
of
see
some of the
these
most eminent
guys.
minds of the day.
Some people say
He
they're
was
ugly,
eventually persuaded that
scary
Oppenheimer
looking, but
had
they're
a track
massive.
record of
Man,
getting
you're
the
talking
best
about
out of people he
like
worked with.
2
He
meter
contacted Oppenheimer,
wingspan.
and after interviewing him,
Very
came
cool.
to
If
the
you look
conclusion
closely, you'll
that
see
he was
like
well
some
suited
of
for
the
the
things hard to
post.
see.
In
Well, I
the
can tell you
weeks
the
that
mice.
followed the early winter of
Tell you the
1942,
mice, I have it on
Oppenheimer
video, so maybe I
scouted out
realize
the
it
secret
reminds me.
location of the
I was on my
establishment
way,
of
I
a
used to
research
see
center
like 4 hours
somewhere
I
remote
used to do like
and
once a
away
week
from
in
the
Iraq.
main urban centers, where
And
secrecy
I'm
would
like,
be
okay,
ensured
Iraq, it says
and a
there's
nuclear weapon could be tested in due course.
a bird view. So
He
the
eventually
picture of
settled
flying
on Los Alamos, New
close
Mexico,
inside the rocks.
where a research facility was erected on the
I'm
site of
looking
an
around,
old
I don't see
school.
anything.
This
Then,
was
in the corner of my eye,
subcontracted to
I
the
see this
University of
massive hole,
California
this ball
through the War
standing there.
Department, so that
So I pull
Oppenheimer
up my
had
phone,
some
pull up the
degree of
camera, and then
autonomy
start
in
recording
hiring
like,
and firing his
believe it,
director
and
of
show
Los
me it's
Alamos Laboratory.
unbelievable. I start getting
Although
closer
there
and
would be
closer and
more
closer.
hiring than firing,
And the thing is
at its
still like
height,
staring
there
at me,
were well
like it's
over
gonna eat me, this
5,000
thing.
people
So
employed
I
at
kept
Los
telling
Alamos.
you, finally I get there, and I realize this is plastic.
The team that
This is
Oppenheimer assembled at
the
Los
vulture
Alamos
looking, yeah.
included some of the finest
Marvelous.
scientists of the
So
first
another
half of
tip
the
to
20th
Americans,
century.
don't be fooled with
One
that.
was John Hasbro Van
Great.
Vleck, a physicist and
So,
mathematician
the
who had been
Hilligan
at Harvard when Oppenheimer arrived there
What?
in 1922. He was subsequently
As
awarded
you
the
know,
Nobel
I
Prize
was like, I
in
was testing you. I wanted to
1977
see if
for his
you look through
work
the whole
on
Gemara.
electronic magnetism.
I wanted to know, how
Van
did you know
Vleck
this book
made
of Oppenheimer?
significant contributions to the gun design, which would be used in the bomb used in
How did you know this book of Oppenheimer was only going to know? I've never seen that.
Robert Serbian acted as an organizing physicist at Los Alamos, and would eventually name the bombs used in the first test explosion, as well as against Japan, as
Let's see,
the
what
The metal characters were detected
not
in recent novels,
Mekabel
such as the Maltese Falcon.
when it's not
Was a
finished.
general
It's
theoretical
Mekabel when it's
physicist
flat,
who
and then
claimed to be a
no,
woman
it's
in
not
Nobel
about
Prize in
Mekabel
1967.
flat.
He
So
was
wood
central to
is
calculating
Mekabel
the
when
critical
it's not
mass of
finished.
bombs
It's
designed
Mekabel
by those
when
animals.
it's flat.
Finally,
Okay, but you don't sell like that. You don't feel like who's the easy answer to that. It's part of the time there for something. It's part of what people use. No, it's not even it's logic. It's what you use and what you don't use. It's what you sell and what you don't sell. People sell to be says alien. Akari beschädigt in Amorin. There's two types of almonds. There's
chemists and military experts involved in the research
I don't know why my thing's not working. 43.
working on a wide range of finer details about how the first atomic weapon could be
Nothing over
constructed.
it has column before the show.
The task which confronted this team of physicists and other
Two
engineers
types,
and
the sweet
scientists
and
was
the bitter.
daunting. When they
The
assembled
bitter you can eat
they
when
had
they're
little
small.
work other than a theoretical
The
knowledge
sweet
of
you
how
eat when they're
nuclear
large.
chain reaction could be
So there's
produced.
a reverse.
But what
You
must
only
be
take nicer when the bitter are small,
and the
and when
destruction
the
that it results in
sweet, like we're familiar with the sweet ones on the
just
left.
trying to build a nuclear weapon, but also to
We only
predict
take
what
nicer when they're fully grown.
Thus, there was an enormous
When
amount of
it's completely
experimentation and
finished, that's when we
theoretical
take nicer. When it's
speculation
small, it's not edible.
1943
But when it comes to the bitter ones, the exact opposite. When they're very small, that's when you take nicer.
As Hans
When they're
Better
large,
recollecting years
you don't
later,
take nicer.
his
There's
uncanny
a
speed
guy, yes, sir,
must
this
be
is
the
Joe.
main point
He's
of
now
any subject
rolling over there.
was a decisive factor.
But
He
I'm
could acquaint
hoping
himself with the
one or
essential
two people
details of
can joke.
every part of the world.
Old lady gets on
He
the
did
bus
not
every day.
direct from the head
He
office.
was
He was intellectually and
two
even
hours
physically
to look
present
at.
at each
2 days
decisive
later,
step.
the guy says, listen,
Yet the incredibly
you
arduous work
I
schedule which Oppenheimer followed at Los
don't
Alamos
have food.
also
I
took
can't
a
really
toll on his health.
All I do
He
is
was always
I
a
eat
thin
the
person.
chocolate or
But during the work in New Mexico, he lost another 20 pounds, eventually weighing as little as 110 pounds, or less than 8 stone. During the course of 1943, research efforts at Los Alamos
These
began to
modern,
focus on a
these
prototype
bitter almonds are very dangerous. They have
code
cyanide. These have
This was a
cyanide.
plutonium gun-type weapon,
Yeah.
which would work more like an artillery gun
I kind
to
of get my
detonate
motor and
rather than an explosion-type
looking at the high the
The
nicer
research into producing this was
the
extremely
bitter
complex
almonds,
from a
but
logistical
usually eat
perspective,
them when they're
with the
small.
polonium, which was
Also,
used in
within
the
that same
shooting,
size,
having to be
you
obtained
cut them
from
with
walls
the
in
almonds
Ontario
because
and
they're not
Canada,
edible.
and then manufactured at a separate facility in
When you
Tennessee,
try nicer on
which was
the
also part
sweet
of the
one,
wider
in other
Manhattan
words,
project,
fully mature
or at the Hanford
almonds,
site
off
in
the
Washington
tomorrow,
State.
that same size is no
More
good
complex still
for
was the design issue.
the bitter
In
one.
order for
Nobody
the
eats those
gun-type
very large
weapon to
bitter
work,
ones.
the plutonium bomb, which would be fired off inside the bomb, would have to be accelerated to a
The
speed of
direct
3,000
is
feet
when
per
it's
second,
small, but not when
over
they're large.
3,200
But
kilometers
the
per hour.
reverse, when there's
Else, the
sweet
nuclear
blood
fission
of it,
would begin
that's
before
when
the
they're
rest of the
finished.
mechanics of the
Stop
bomb
it
were
there.
ready for
Nobody eats them
successful
when they're
explosion.
small. There's only
This
ratio
was
I never come
ultimately
up.
the longevity of the thin-man design,
When
as it was realized during the course of
varieties
1944
of almonds are
that the
small,
gun barrel needs to
they're
reduce
popular.
their speed.
Why are they
Far
popular?
too
Even when
large
they're
to be
bigger, they're
employed in
popular,
a
but it's
bomb
not
of the
considered a
kind
free. They're too
which could
small
be
to be
transported
considered
on
free.
board a
But I don't
B-29
know, some
fighter
say that's
Fortress.
different.
The
Zen is
newly
in the kid.
designed heavy
So you can
haulers,
figure it out
which were
yourself.
to be used
What would
to
be
transport
higher
any nuclear
when they're
bomb
large?
developed by the
Both
US government.
varieties, the
This
bitter
whole
and
issue
the
is
sweet,
related
when
to the
they're
use
large,
of
they're both
plutonium
higher.
in a
It's a
gun-type
finished
bomb,
free.
saw the thin-man design of
Okay,
American
look, we have to
in
understand.
April
So what if it's finished
1944.
free? Who's going to eat a very
With the
bitter, a
abandonment
very
of the
large
thin-man
bitter
design,
almond?
Oppenheimer redeployed many of the scientists and engineers
Alright,
working
well,
on the
it's
for
part of
the
Israel.
design
All you made that short. That when they're small,
This was a simplified
even if it's
gun-type
bitter,
fission
it's
bomb,
nicer.
but
So the man
unlike the
it's
thin man,
kilo,
it was
so
intact
if you
with
like.
uranium
So even if it's
235,
bitter, it's
could
higher,
be
it's
used
well,
instead
I
of
wouldn't do
plutonium
it, I
for the
wouldn't do it,
nuclear
I'll
fission
help you up,
that
I'm
would
not
create
going
the
to
explosion.
What do you mean what you do? You
Simultaneously,
put it in
a
a
third
fire,
type of design was
roast
being
it up, you
progressed.
put it over a
The
plate,
thin man,
and
as
you
it was
make
known,
something out of it.
would use plutonium, but was designed as an
So after this, I'm just
encryption-type
going to learn
bomb.
this.
The design team for it was led by an
So
American
as
physicist by the name of Seth
a
Ledomeyer.
preview, we
Oppenheimer
know
continued
that
to
nicer
favor the
shading,
gun-type design, even as the Fat Man was
person has a
being
bunch of
furthered
proteins. He
during
gives
the course of
2% to tumor, 10%
1943
to
and
nicer to the lady. Then 10%
Oppenheimer's
he takes,
brilliance as
and
an
here's 1, 2,
overseer of
4,
Los
5, he
Alamos
takes that and brings it to
proceeded
July.
his decision to bring
You
John
can't
von
bring it to
Neumann,
July.
a Hungarian-born
Too much, let's
mathematician
say
and
he has a
physicist,
giant
to Los Alamos in
portrait. He
1943.
thousands
review
of
the
views.
design.
So he
It was formulated
changes it
and
for money.
suggested a spherical
Guy
shape, shaped
sells off
charges,
the fruit
which
to
would
someone.
reduce
The
the amount of
guy
plutonium
gives him
leaking
money. The money
and make
becomes
the
punished.
assembly
Takes the
and
money that's
production
punished,
dialogue
gives it.
more practical
He can
and
buy
achievable.
any type of food he
Over
wants.
the next
Now
several
he's very,
months,
very thirsty because he
intelligence
had a very long way. He
had to try
cannot
to
buy
solve the
water
problem
with the money.
of how to
That's
cast
one of the two
plutonium
things. One of the
into
two
a sphere. But this was eventually
salt, like
overcome
fish.
when a plutonium
That'll keep him
gathering
afloat
alloy
with
was
the AI.
devised.
I have to go
Which
back.
was
He
pressed into
has to keep
spheres
on the toilet.
coated with
I
nickel.
told AI
The
that
design
can't
process
eat
was
fish.
nearly
He says, no,
completion.
you don't know what you're talking about. Mama
In
shoes. What's this back to
1945,
me?
at Los Alamos,
He says,
Oppenheimer's
no, and
teams
he brings me
were
the
coming
chicken
close to competing with
policy
the
on
design
sale
for
all day. You can eat fish. 100% you can eat fish. You can buy fish.
there were two possible candidates for a
I'm telling you,
successful
Mike, right out now.
In the end, both
Huh?
were completed at roughly the same time.
AI.
The design problems were
Hey,
worked
Mr.
out in the
AI, I
spring
know,
of
it's supposed to be very smart.
1945, and the required levels of enriched uranium and plutonium were
Exactly.
reduced at the
This is
sites
probably
of
brought.
Washington State
Cost
and
himself on a
Tennessee.
example. So now,
The latter were
I'm just trying to say, do not
given
always
the
rely
technology
on
available
AI.
to the Manhattan Project, as
Now,
it was extremely
another
costly and
outlaw.
time-consuming to
Maybe you want to give me that
to
nickel
become
behind
fissile
you. Why not?
substances in
We
the
start using it.
mid-1940s.
A
Other
big star
elements
needs
which
40
needed to be
solid
resolved
water.
were engineering problems for the most part. For instance, the Fat Man was being assembled
Maybe you
using
have
a
chat
huge array
I'm
of
trying to
approximately 1,500 components in 1945, an impractical amount to develop a working model.
maybe
By the time it was
my
completed in
Muslim.
the early summer of 1945,
In
Oppenheimer's
this
team
mikvah,
had
every
reduced this
mikvah
to
needs
just
40
90 volts.
solid water.
Other technical
If
issues
you were
concerned
introduced
how
to
the
this
volume
mikvah,
descent
made
would
loads
drop
of
from a height.
sink
Throughout
water, that's that 40 solid makes chunk of
tests were done to assess
ice,
how long the
whatever,
size
let's call it
and
makes
structure
chunk.
of the Fat Man
Non-nitrous.
and
If
little
you were to
boy
put it here,
would fall through the
3
air.
loads
All
of
of this came
sink
together
water,
during the course of the
this
spring
mikvah
of
can never become closer. You
1945,
can add on
and by
1,000
midsummer,
loads of
Oppenheimer was able
water
to
of
deliver
make
ahead of the
something else.
Manhattan Project. Major General
Something
Leslie
called
Groves
thermos.
had
Thermos
news
means you
that
take
they were
water
ready to conduct the test
and you
detonation.
add
The Trinity
the
nuclear
48,
test
please,
was carried out
and
in
you
the
add
Alpha del Muerto Desert, New Mexico, on the 16th of
grapeseed to
July,
it. Mom is
1945.
like this. Eat 2 grapes and a
The
lot of
desert's
seeds come
name,
out.
translated from the Spanish, means dead man's root. Oppenheimer revealed in correspondence with Grove in 1962
Yeah.
that he codenamed the test Trinity as he had been reading the religious poetry of the 17th century English poet John Donne around the time that he came up with the name. The device which would be used during the test was a Fat
So
Man
at a certain point, the
using
water
plutonium and
transitions
organic
and
prototype.
becomes
For the purposes of the test, the bomb in question
wine. If
was
you
christened
introduce wine to the
Gadget.
mikvah,
In order for
the
the
meat is
test
kosher.
to be carried out
It's
safely,
not true
the
is not.
location was chosen.
So
It
therefore,
was
to the
highly
Mishnah had
remote,
Temed, actually
almost
it means
entirely
when it didn't
unpopulated, and otherwise
Temed, thank
isolated.
you, and
There
you
was
got to
only
get
one building
some ice if
built
it's
across
considered
the
water.
site.
So it's considered
Donald
water like
Rothschild,
bottled water.
which had been
You
built
can't
there by a
purchase it
German
with
migrant
mice
in
shaming.
1913,
Who puts
and
us
which
a
had
mikvah
been
and
forcibly
therefore
vacated in
also it's sink
1942
water
by
that
the
makes a
Rothschild
mikvah
family
bottle.
after the US
Forgiven
government
it,
took
or
over
once
the
it
region
ferments,
under
so
the
now it's
remit of the
considered
Manhattan
wine.
Project.
Then you gotta get some
The
ice. You can
test
buy
was a carefully planned
high-end
thing,
wine with your
as the
mice shaming money.
plutonium
You do
which was
whatever
to
you
be
want.
used
How
had
much your
cost
mice shaming?
millions of dollars to
Maybe buy
reduce
some
in today's money.
that doesn't make the mikvah
Such
bottle.
were the
Now,
torturous methods involved in
you gotta do
enriching
this halacha
uranium
because
and
there's no
plutonium at the
murder
time.
really on it.
Much
Adam and
hinged
Shulchan,
on its success.
two brothers
As
that
Groves
inherited
noted
from
at the
their
time,
father.
he didn't
If
want to
they leave it
explain
as
to
is
the
before they
congressional
do
committee
any division
why he
on
had
your
wrote
mikvah,
out $1 million
then
worth of
it's as
plutonium in the
if
desert for no
it's
reason.
still their father.
The
Something called
Trinity
Shit's
test
Habayis
was
is
carried
still
out
within
near
the,
the
then the
morning
divide.
of the 16th
But
of
what if
July.
they divide the
Observation
content? They
shelters were
divide,
established
so
in 3
you get
different
this
places
figure,
to
I
the
get this
north,
figure.
south,
And
and
now
west
let's
of
be
the Gaza
partners
site,
in this factory.
each
Let's take
approximately
over
9
the father's
kilometers away
business.
from where the bomb
So
would
now
be
they're
detonated.
100% partners.
Goggles were provided
So
to
what
prevent
happens with
against
partners
harmful
is very
ultraviolet
interesting.
wavelengths.
Let's go to
While the
47, call
distance was
47 for a
considered safe
second,
enough in terms of the radioactive
or the
half-life
minute that it
which
takes.
would be
Check
produced.
them out.
Many of the observers that
When a
morning were
person
scientists,
has
and including
brand new
Oppenheimer, Teller, Beta,
animals,
Enrico Fermi,
baby animals,
and John von Neumann.
so he takes
Some
the animal
believed
and
that
puts
the
them in
bomb
a
would
pen.
not work.
He opens up the door,
Others were concerned
and
about
he
exactly
counts.
how
And the
destructive
10th
it
one that
would
comes
prove to be.
out, he
They
puts
had
on it
their answers
red.
at 5:29 a.m. when the gadget
Block.
exploded,
He puts
releasing
it red,
explosive energy
and
equivalent
that 10th
to
one goes
25,000
into line.
tons of
Rabbi, can I tell you
TNT.
a kiddush English maybe that you
This
don't know.
created a crater a third of a kilometer wide and melted the sand across the north side, turning it into a light green
sounds like me.
The observers, 9
Who
kilometers
gets to
away,
eat this animal? Who
could
gets to eat
hear
this
the
animal? He
immense
brings
noise
it.
from the shockwave
It's a little thing.
40
Shepherd as a
seconds
cargo.
after the detonation.
How much does the plane get, Rabbi? How much does the plane get?
Witnessing
Rabbi Schoenberg, how much do you get from the mice? Do you remember?
purple,
Who's the pioneer?
orange, eventually.
The plane gets all of it?
They
The plane gets zero of it. Zero. Reb Malcolm. Reb Malcolm, good thing you came to cheer today.
kilometers into the sky.
You almost took away from the Israel.
Shot from the
The
explosion
plane gets
was
zero.
100 kilometers
Not
away.
the oil, nothing. The Israel gets 100% of it. The only thing the Israel loses, so to speak, loses. He gains and goes in fast.
They were standing in
The
front of
Imurim, that's it.
for a few
If
seconds.
this animal has a moon, she gets the whole thing.
Detonated.
Great. So,
Oppenheimer's supposed
the
words as he
halacha though,
watched
when
the
it comes to
Trinity
nicer,
test
if you have a
explosion
partner, you
become
don't have to use nicer.
times.
It's a nice way
He's alleged to have
to
quoted
get out of
from
this.
the
You know, if you want to get out of the mitzvah, you get a guy, give him a shulkus 2% of all your animals, and you don't have to give
the
nicer.
first millennium BC.
So Mela,
At the time
Aham
which
that they divided the Yerusha now, they are partners.
is a 700
Bishkayov and the Kalba, we learned the halacha recently that if you give a matzah shekel to the Beis Hamikdash, you have to add a tiny amount for the Kalba, let's call it, for the exchange rate. A little bit of a Kalba. So if that one has to give a Kalba, why? Because they come from different areas, they're two different people, and they're just partners doing the nice behavior. They're partners, and therefore they're not doing nice behavior. But when they're not considered partners, why? Because they're taking animals from their father's estate. And it wasn't divided yet, this estate. Then the state paid for the matzah shekel. When the state pays for the matzah shekel, so when you pay for somebody else's matzah shekel, you don't have to add a kalba. So the state paid for the people. There's no kalba, and there's no nicer shit, there's no nicer behavior. On the other side, have a wonderful
However, what in retrospect should have been a sobering moment, the general reaction in the observation shelters was one of glee that the Manhattan Project had succeeded. Oppenheimer, it was later noted, was jubilant. The ramifications of their success, though, would become all too clear within a matter of weeks. Within weeks of the Trinity test explosion, the atomic bomb would be used as a weapon of war. By that time, the conflict in Europe had come to an end, as the Allies had streamed into Germany from both east and west in the spring of 1945, leading to Hitler taking his own life in Berlin in late April, and the Nazis surrendering just over a week later. However, the Emperor of Japan had indicated no willingness to surrender. Germany's older systems and military culture seemed to suggest an invasion of the Japanese islands would be necessary to bring them to the Pacific to an end. The US government had calculated that this could result in millions of deaths, and the Japanese would fight to the bitter end. Consequently, the decision was quickly taken to utilize the new atomic bomb as a demonstration to the Japanese government of the new weapon, which was available to the administration. It was now headed by President Harry Truman, who had succeeded to the White House following President Roosevelt's death in office in mid-April 1945. The result was the bombing of the Japanese city of
and we
Hiroshima.
know that a soul will work on and transfer
Bombs
those
on the 6th of August 1945. In Los Alamos that evening, Oppenheimer was triumphant.
This person said
And
he
seemed to
different
regret the
different
fact that the weapon had not been available to use against the Nazis in Germany.
with
This
different
war
names.
quickly gave
Same
way to
basically.
disillusionment 3 days later,
Well, they
when
all
the
started
US
here
dropped the second bomb
So
on
you
the
know it's the same
Fanpan
guy.
on the city of Nagasaki in Japan.
I want to
Surely
expound on the
Oppenheimer and
point.
his colleagues
I
concluded
know I'm not regular. I grew up in basic Talmud.
after all,
I think you know
the
what that
Japanese
is.
had not been given
There
enough
was
time
also
to
a time when
process
I
the
remember
implications of the
signs
first
came
bomb
from many of the
and
daily
would
shows
decide
saying
to
that you should
surrender,
not have
which
videos
they
or
did
copies
6
put in
days
order.
after the bombing
Watch
of
them immediately
Nagasaki.
VCR, and then you might want to watch other videos. Oh, how far we
The
come.
bombings of
You
Hiroshima
know how
and
somebody
Nagasaki
cutting up someone
remain
who
the
cooked
only two
and then watch
occasions
him
in
do
world
what?
history when nuclear weapons have been
He
utilized.
watches them do what? He became
They
a
are
cook,
accordingly
and then watch him do what?
controversial.
I still
Today,
think
most
that while there
analysts
are
of the
many
events
Jews
of
who
August
were exposed to real
1945
violent
tend
videos
to take the
will
same
laugh off
view
like
as
concern,
Oppenheimer and
there
his
are many
colleagues
others
did.
who still have the
The
natural
use of the
instincts that
first
gave
bomb
them
in
to be
Hiroshima
repulsed by
was
violence.
somewhat
Since
justifiable,
such videos
though
that is our
eminently
feeling of
regrettable at the
repulsiveness
same
and
time,
please,
as
if
it
any of
was
you really take
forcing
my
the
word
Japanese
to
to
don't forget,
surrender, and in the
hundreds of
process
children
potentially
watching, many
saving
of them are
millions
still
of lives by
food.
avoiding a land and invasion of the Japanese archipelago.
It's really not necessary to damage your holy sensitive feelings as regards
Just
getting
3 days
say
later,
routes to compensate now.
the ethical
I think
implications
there's
of the
very
work
good guy
Oppenheimer and his colleagues carried out
giving
as
those
part of
back
the Manhattan Project during the
Brussels and jumped on him
question. There are
and
two sides
put
to
him in
this.
a
On the one hand, the development of nuclear weapons has introduced an existential threat to humanity's survival in modern times. And on the other hand, the nuclear deterrent has ensured that the world's superpowers and the armed states have avoided major wars ever since 1945. For centuries, Europe's states
you ever have a video of Abel Nyrus? Of course not. I know it's not exactly the same, but it still makes violence feel more normal and doable. Especially, I'm just showing that it really started with Kelly is either way. Especially in today's society, you need to be extra careful. You have guys doing
The
stupid
risks
stuff like
remain
this.
profound in a world where politics are
Oh,
becoming
you have
more
guys doing
antagonistic
stupid stuff
and
like this.
destabilized
Okay,
during the
so
21st
maybe
century.
that guy watched the new I never could
With the end of the war,
More sharpness.
Oppenheimer's reputation was at an
Great shot.
unprecedented height
You fucking
within
know me.
American
I said big
academic
shot, walk down.
circles.
The one we
There were
listened to
accordingly
is
new
you
opportunities
ain't good chef whatever you want.
and he decided to leave Berkeley and head to
But
the
look,
East
the
Coast
talent look
to take up a
every
position as director
single
of the
day, no
Institute
matter
for
what.
Advanced
The
Studies
place compared to
in
little.
Princeton, New Jersey,
They
in
need the young,
1947.
the daily
An
consistency of
esteemed
learning
center
every
for the
single
study
day.
of physics in the
Right,
United States, which included Albert
It's
Einstein,
about the young
Niels
me.
Bohr,
Just thought I'd share better than anything ever.
as former charter
I like
members
it.
or visiting fellows. Under Oppenheimer's leadership,
Dear Belly,
he
thanks for
became
the
a
amazing
center
cheer.
for
You're doing
emerging
most of the amazing
physicists.
good mother for
And
slowing
when
it
he
down
left
on the
Berkeley,
June.
half a dozen of his
Rapid
more
Joseph,
promising
nothing back
graduate
page.
students
What's the
left
June
Princeton
tunnel?
to study at Princeton. In New Jersey,
Oh, from
he
England to
continued
France.
the methods he had
So
developed in
is this like he's waiting for the
1930s,
train or he's on
producing
the
an
train?
environment of
That's what
energetic
it looks like
discussion
inside
and
the train.
research, often at the expense of his own research.
Oh, you got
Oppenheimer,
it.
choosing to write and publish very
I'm
little himself
sure they
at
have seats
Princeton.
also for people
As a
to sit.
result, the institute became
There is
the
no
leading
garden
center
seat.
for the study of
Everyone's
physics in the United States in the late
Oh my God.
1940s
And
and
you get out of
early
the car and sit down on
1950s.
the side.
Many of the most
Wow.
important physicists of the second half of the 20th
Hi,
century
Belly. Jimmy Newman here.
passed through the
Just wanted to tell you
institute,
that today I'm proud
notably
to be full
Yoshiro
year full
Nama,
down.
a
For this young
Japanese
guy.
American
Now,
in
there's one thing to
2008
top that is consistently, I'm proud to say that in the past year, I've
his
never missed
worldly
a dot.
discovery
Whether it's food from
spontaneous
America,
broken
at
symmetry,
times it was different, or had a
subatomic
compliment
physics,
for him.
and Monica
Marvelous,
Land,
marvelous,
who won the Nobel Prize in
really full year.
1969 for his work on elementary particles.
Interceptor,
As well as his work
edition,
at Princeton,
Zeb and Yao Shoah.
Oppenheimer continued
Paris,
to hold
the
a number
Benedict
of
family.
government positions throughout the
Doc,
late 1940s
Gonzalez,
into
Victor,
the 1950s, while also having security clearance to
Unit
view
Mayor
classified
Benabro,
documents and
the Esther
material
Bascula,
relating to the
Moistro, the
United
Mayor, the
States
Simcha
involving
Basescu,
nuclear
Rasto
program.
Paragon.
Notable in this respect was his membership of the newly established Atomic Energy Commission,
That's it.
which had been founded in 1947 as a commission headed by the United Nations, itself a newly created body designed to foster peace in the aftermath of the war. The Energy Commission was charged with regulating the proliferation of nuclear materials and the development of nuclear weaponry, while the United States was for several years the location of access to nuclear bombs after 1945. It was only a matter of time before the world had seen that it was possible to develop such weapons before other nation-states began building their own bombs or trying to develop them. Oppenheimer and several of his former colleagues from the Manhattan Project were central to efforts in 1946 and 1947
Get
to establish restrictions on nuclear proliferation, which are still in force today. As the first chairman of the commission, Oppenheimer tried to discourage nuclear arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union in the context of the developing Cold War. But these efforts were in vain, and a major nuclear arms race developed once the Soviets conducted their first successful test of a nuclear weapon in 1949. As news of the Soviet acquirement of a nuclear weapon reached the US in 1949,
Okay, I don't know what this means, but they tell me Michael Yeager, the merit of 8 Palestine pervades who brought light of Torah to the desert of Futsal.
far more powerful nuclear weapon than the atomic bombs which had been developed under the rule of the Manhattan
Tucson,
Project
Arizona.
and
Yeah.
used against Japan in 1945. Oppenheimer and agreed many other
I gotta do that
scientists
again.
who had contributed to the work of the
Pretty
Rothschild laboratory
They brought light of
between
Torah to the
1942
desert
and
of Tucson.
1945 were opposed to such a measure, arguing that such potentially triggering a nuclear war, which would wipe out much of life on the planet. In their petition to the government in late 1949, they stated that the extreme danger to mankind inherent in the proposal to develop thermonuclear weapons only outweighs any military advantage. Nevertheless, Truman pressed ahead and greenlit the new program in January 1950. Nearly 3 years later, in November 1952, the first hydrogen bomb was tested on an atoll in the Pacific Ocean. Ivy Mike, the bomb's name, produced an explosion equivalent to over 10 million tons of TNT, and was 450 times more powerful than the atomic bomb which the U.S. dropped on Nagasaki in 1945. Despite the reservations expressed by Oppenheimer and many others, the bomb was heading into the era of nuclear short destruction. As much as he had been absolutely central to the Manhattan Project and a senior government scientist for many years, Oppenheimer fell foul of the government in the early 1950s during the Second Red Scare. These were years when the Cold War with the Soviet Union was deeply following the division of Germany into a Western aligned West Germany and a communist East Germany, along with the formation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the Warsaw Pact as a rival military alliance. While the Korean War pitted the Western and communist blocs against each other for the first time in a major proxy war. In this environment, America became wrapped with what were initially legitimate concerns about communist organizations within the United States, acting as a fifth column for the Soviet Union within America. But this soon gave way to intense and overwhelming paranoia about the motives of anyone associated with socialist politics, or evil groups such as the American Civil Liberties Union. The Second Red Scare, which is termed as such to distinguish it from the First Red Scare, which struck America in the late 1910s following the Russian Revolution in 1917, gathered pace in the late 1940s and was at its most intense between 1950 and 1954. As Senator Joseph McCarthy undertook extensive efforts to identify and bring to trial anyone who might be suspected of communist sympathies. Oppenheimer would soon come under suspicion during the Second Red Scare. Oppenheimer's associations with socialist and left-wing political movements and civil liberties organizations in America stretched back to the mid-1930s, when, after being largely apolitical throughout his youth, he began to finally take an interest in political affairs. This led him to join a number of left-wing progressive movements at a time when socialist parties and organizations were seen as the logical opposition to the growing fascist tide across Europe, particularly so from 1936 onwards, when the Soviet Union and other communist parties supported the Republicans against the nationalists in the Spanish Civil War. It should be noted, however, that Oppenheimer never actually joined the Communist Party in the United States, though great many individuals awfully close to him were active members, including Gene Tadlock, with whom he was involved romantically in 1936 onwards, his wife Kitty, and his brother Frank. Other movements in which Robert was involved in, such as the American Civil Liberties Union, were also considered radical between the 1930s and 1950s, and are viewed as the torchbearers of the civil rights movement, which ended segregation after nearly a century. All this ensured that Oppenheimer was viewed with some suspicion by the authorities. Development was compelled by his father's birth in Germany once the United States entered the Second World War. This was a complete oxymoron, as Oppenheimer's Jewish background would have made him a persona non grata to the Nazi regime in Berlin. Nevertheless, suspicions of him were about He was even under surveillance for America's involvement in the Second World War. In this hard period, during which he was one of the most senior figures involved in the Manhattan Project, but the FBI simultaneously had a file open on him. These issues coalesced by 1949, and that year, Oppenheimer was forced to testify before the House Un-American Activities Committee about his political associations.
It's
During
close to
this,
that level.
he
So
admitted
but
to
if you
ties to
see
the
that level,
Communist
it's called
Party,
Linces.
and that many
Okay.
of his more prominent
Part of the
students
part of the
at
student
in the
great part of
1930s,
the
and also
doesn't work by
inofficial members of the party. But
shopping with
stated he had never
what is it
been
called
a
that
member
big
himself. Not
the
much
cleaver,
more came of the interrogation at this
cutting with
juncture,
the cleaver.
but 4 years later, in the early
It's called
winter
when
of
the part of doing that was
1953,
part of doing
the accusations against
after the
Oppenheimer were
the same
resurrected,
question that we asked
and
the
on this
only guy
occasion, the
is that
FBI
same
were
kind of question,
convinced,
simple kind
wrongly
of
as it turns out, that
topic.
Oppenheimer
Because
was a
part of
Soviet
shared by
asset
reform is
operating
Why they
within
say
the
that
US.
you
Such
use
was
the
the
cleaver
level
on
of
the part
paranoia
of
pertaining within America
my
at the
egg was
time of
the
the Second Grand
people
Scare.
to not
In
reform.
mid-December 1953, Oppenheimer's security clearance for the US government was revoked, and he was advised to resign from his government positions. This Oppenheimer refused to do, but demanded a hearing, one which was held behind closed doors in the late spring of 1954. During this, Oppenheimer was completely undermined by his old colleague Edward Teller, who testified that he found Oppenheimer's behavior questionable at times during his time as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory. With this betrayal, Oppenheimer's stricter security clearance cast into the political and social wilderness of the mid-1950s. The years following his security hearing and the revocation of his security clearance were difficult ones for Oppenheimer. The reaction within the academic community was mixed. Most of his colleagues defended Oppenheimer, with the bureaucrats and administrators who ran the American universities were often less sanguine. With many cancelling lectures and appearances which Oppenheimer was scheduled to give, Oppenheimer's own confidence was dented, and he refrained from overt involvement in numerous initiatives launched by figures like Einstein, the government, and the medical society about the dangers of excessive nuclear proliferation. Instead, he spent an increasing amount of time away from the continental United States, relocating to the Virgin Islands in the Caribbean, a U.S. overseas territory. Here, he purchased an estate on what was then known as Gibney Beach, on the island of St. John, but which has since become known colloquially as Oppenheimer Beach. He spent extended periods here from 1957 onwards, though there were many institutions and organizations within America that continued to invite him to guest lecture. Yet the 1950s were notably heat years for him, with so perspective, during which he barely published anything. By the late 1950s, there were concerted efforts underway to rehabilitate Oppenheimer. For instance, in 1957, the French government awarded him the Légion d'honneur in recognition for his wartime service to the Allied cause. In 1962, he was made a foreign member of the Royal Society in Britain. By that time, there was an increasing awareness at home in America that the Second Red Scare had been utterly excessive in its prosecution of individuals who had been vaguely associated with the American Communist movement and had no real ties of any kind with the Soviet Union. Accordingly, in 1963, President John F. Kennedy moved to rehabilitate Oppenheimer by awarding him the Enrico Fermi Award, an award which had been created in 1956 by the U.S. Department of Energy and named in honor of Enrico Fermi, the Italian-American scientist who developed the world's first nuclear reactor in Chicago in 1942 as part of the early stages of the Manhattan Project and who had died prematurely of stomach cancer in 1954. The award had been bestowed on several individuals who had worked in the Los Alamos Laboratory on Oppenheimer between 1943 and 1945. Including Better and Teller in 1956, 1961, and 1962, respectively. And Oppenheimer's receipt of the award in 1963 was belated, but a welcome acknowledgement of the government's mistake in persecuting him as part of the Red Scare. Oppenheimer did not live long to enjoy having his reputation partially restored. 2 years after he was awarded the Fermi Award, he was diagnosed in late 1965 with throat cancer, an illness which was undoubtedly caused by his lifelong chain smoking. This was a time when many forms of cancer which are treatable today were effectively the death sentence. Thus, while Oppenheimer underwent aggressive chemotherapy in an effort to prolong his life, he fell into a coma early in 1967 and died at home in Princeton on the 11th of February was 62 years of age.
I need two
While
words
his
to
reputation
sometimes,
had
otherwise
been
what happened
partly
to what happened to the fact that the person who works you get for
many political figures continued to view him suspiciously. The academic community clearly demonstrated its respect for Oppenheimer at a funeral service which was attended by over 600 colleagues from within academia, the scientific community, and the military. A great many of whom had worked for Oppenheimer at Los Alamos. His ashes were later deposited in the waters off St. John's Island in the Caribbean with a bird.
only
In the decades since,
one thing
his
has
reputation has been
a
fully
flavor like back of the
rehabilitated.
neck, and that's
By
in
way
La
of
Lupa
contrast,
and nothing.
Edward Teller, who testified against
Now
Oppenheimer
there's
at
one
his
that says
closed
the
doors
reverse
hearing in
counterclaimer, the
1954,
super
was
counterclaimer,
spurned
who
by
said
many
he's
within
serious
their
speaking
medical
counterclaimer.
scientific
How come you
community
cannot
for
trust
decades to
La
come.
Lupa? Why do you have to use a cleaver?
In
Other
1967,
counterclaimers, my
Oppenheimer was
person,
posthumously nominated for the third time for
apart
the
after when
Nobel
we already
Prize for
established
Physics.
you can't use a
He
cleaver,
had
you have to
previously
speak
been
up.
nominated
That
in
was the everybody
1946
so as
and
I was saying, you can
1951,
use a
but he
cleaver
would
more
receive the
time than
accolade
it
on
is
those
to
occasions.
certainly
Brought
if
in
you use a regular knife and just
1967.
it up.
There has been considerable attention
The
given
article
over the
as
years
well.
as to why he
That's
did not
the
receive
for
the
him
Nobel
to keep the
Prize,
law.
given his
Just
extensive
to remind
accomplishments.
oil why not
But
brush
there would
up
seem
on
to
it.
be clear
And when it
reasons
comes
why
to
he did
caution,
not.
they don't say
Firstly,
something twice.
Oppenheimer did not publish extensively.
So it's just
Unlike
article,
someone
it's
like
our
Albert
fault
Einstein,
that
who published
for
over
something
300
else
scientific papers during his
only
lifetime, and many books
by
later in
recall
his
or
life.
not, to speak of
By
only
way of
the cleaver or
contrast,
not with.
Oppenheimer published just
Pause it
5
for a second. Come on,
academic
let's go
papers
to
after the Second World War. Furthermore, while he contributed to numerous fields of inquiry within physics, he did not make the kind of theoretical or applied breakthrough in any one specific area which would have warranted the Nobel Prize. The Nobels are not awarded for a lifetime's work, but generally for a specific scientific accomplishment. Einstein, for instance, won years primarily for his work on the photoelectric effect. Hence, Oppenheimer was deemed not to have warranted a Nobel Prize for his individual contributions to science, though some have speculated that his work on gravitational collapse was worth the honor. His primary accomplishments throughout his career lay in collaborative work and overseeing teams of physicists and other scientists. It was this which made him the ideal individual to head the Los Alamos Laboratory during the war. Rothschild is one of the most important theoretical physicists in history. His research and work between the 1920s and 1960s added substantially to our understanding of the universe, notably the manner in which the Oppenheimer approximation transformed our understanding of molecular dynamics in 1927 onwards, and how the Oppenheimer-Phillips process allowed for a deuteron-induced nuclear reaction after Oppenheimer and Melvin-Phillips provided an explanation for this phenomenon in 1935. He will forever be remembered for his role in the Manhattan Project as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory. In this capacity, Oppenheimer might be said to have been the lead physicist in U.S. efforts to develop an atomic bomb during the Second World War. Whatever the existential or implications of the introduction of such weapons into the world might be, there is no doubt that this research was considered necessary in the context of the times. Oppenheimer was clearly troubled by what he and his colleagues had unleashed into the world, and spent much of the post-war period arguing against the development of even more deadly weapons of mass destruction. It was in part owing to this that he found himself persecuted and prosecuted by the government he had worked for in the early 1950s, and cast into the wilderness as a result of the Second Red Scare. His legacy, though, is alive and well today. An eccentric man who viewed the physical universe in mystical terms, Oppenheimer should surely be remembered as one of the great scientists of modern times. What do you think of Robert Oppenheimer? Was he the most significant individual involved in the Manhattan Project? And should he have been awarded a Nobel Prize? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
I have no idea. I don't think it. What does a client do? What's his job? What's his main job? To collect 5 cents for picking up pen. What's his main appointment base in Nico? Why? You talking about experience? People What's stealing your shoes? Yeah. Yeah. They literally take it. So you stand on the shoes. It's a thing. You stand on the shoes. What kind of thing is that? Or you give your shoes to your kid. Your kid is also playing. Wow. Okay. So Kohen's main job is to do that trouble of the Korbanos. He also watches the Beis Hamikdash. He watches the Beis Hamikdash from the inside. What's the Levi's job? What's the Levi's job? Singing, more than singing. Also using the instruments. Security on the outside of the instrument. On the outside. And one more thing they're not learning. What took them a long time to learn? Also I guess the singing. But in the Midbar, they used to take apart the Kalim and then move on the Kalim. So when I see something super interesting, to me it was super depressing. Kosher B'Kohanim, Kosher B'Levim. Levim had a very short period of time to do that only 20 years. From age of 30 to 50. 50 is considered too old. 4 years is too 50. Everybody's scared to raise their hand. Look, I know you're 50. I know you're about. So why don't you raise your hand? From 15 over. 15 over. 15 over. Raise your hand. 15 over. What is going on? We got to change. We need a little young blood in this group. So we are all possible. Rabbis are all possible to do any. If we were Levim, we would all be possible. Over the hill. But yeah, well, not in the NBA is like starts at 15. How old was Kobe when they entered the NBA? 17, 18. I don't think he was even 18. Okay, I'll go on him. 30. Near 30, because in the NBA, I guess you have to learn, but over here you have to learn. It takes 5 years to learn. So you can only start at 30.
History as Nikola
So
Tesla
what's
was born on the 10th of July, 1856.
You start by mitzvah,
Which was originally part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but is now located in Croatia.
Thank you.
His father was Milutin Tesla, a priest of the Serbian Orthodox Church, and the son of Nikola Tesla's grandfather, who was also named Nikola. His grandfather had served as a military officer for the French Empire during the Napoleonic Wars, and had risen to the rank of sergeant before marrying Tesla's grandmother, Anna Kalinic, the daughter of a respected colonel. Following the defeat of Napoleon, Nikola Tesla returned to Lika, which was assimilated into the Austro-Hungarian Empire, where he fathered 2 sons, including Milutin and his brother Joseph, as well as 3 daughters named Stanka, Yulia, and another whose name is unknown. Milutin Tesla and his brother were sent to the Austrian Military Officers Training Academy to follow the career path of their father. While Joseph thrived, eventually becoming a professor of mathematics at the Military Academy in Austria, where he authored several standard mathematical textbooks. Milutin decided instead to choose the conversion path, enrolling in the Orthodox seminary in Glasgow to train as a priest, after being castigated in training for not maintaining the shininess of his brass buttons. Nikola Tesla's mother was Juka Mandic, the daughter of a priest from Rothschild, called Nikola Mandic, and the sister of 3 very successful brothers, including Nikolai, who climbed the ecclesiastical ranks to become the Archbishop of Sarajevo and the Metropolitan of the Serbian Orthodox Church in Bosnia, Pajo, who became a colonel in the General Staff of the Austrian Army, and finally Tricho, who excelled in the business sphere as a respected hotelier and landowner. In addition to being a dedicated housewife, Juka Mandic possessed a keen intellect and a strong work ethic, and was herself an innovator of her household appliances, which she often modified to make more efficient. She was an inventor of the first order, according to Tesla, and a creative influence on him until her death in 1892. Milutin Tesla was a gifted student and graduated with top honors in 1845, marrying the 25-year-old Juka Mandic in 1847, after being delegated to oversee the parish of Senyi on
the Adriatic coast, settling into a house perched on top of a cliff overlooking the ocean. The newlyweds started a family, with Duca giving birth to Mariela's son Dale in 1848, a firstborn daughter Angelina in 1850, and finally another daughter, Bilka, in 1852. However, due to the poor pay he received and the salty sea air which caused him health problems, Building Tesla was reassigned to the Church of St. Apostles Peter and Paul in Syria, which meant the place of sweet blossom in Lincoln Province, where he was provided with a picturesque farmhouse, a parcel of fertile land, and even an Arabian horse, so that he could ride to see his parishioners. It was given to him by a Turkish pasha based in Bosnia as a reward for assisting some local Muslims. As well as being an extremely smart man who assembled a vast library packed full of volumes on religion, mathematics, science, and literary works in many different tongues. Building Tesla was also an arduous reformer of the Serbian people, regularly writing articles for variety newspapers and tirelessly promoting the establishment of language schools where Serbians could learn to read and write. According to his family, Nikola Tesla was born at midnight, sometime between the 9th and 10th of July 1856, in the middle of a terrific thunderstorm. 3 days later, Nikola was baptized at his family home, and with his future seemingly already planned, he was also enlisted as a member of the 1st Liga Regiment of the 9th Medak Company, a squadron he was to join when he was 15 years old. By all accounts, Tesla's childhood was happy, one he shared with his older siblings, as well as his younger sister Maritza, born in 1859, who would often accompany him to the churchyard or the farmyard to play with the chickens, geese, sheep, and other livestock, which his father kept. Tesla was often joined by his black cat, Jack, who first introduced him to the phenomenon that would define his life's work after he set off a loud spark upon stroking him, an event which was explained by his father as a secretion of electricity. In another formative experience again involving Manchak, Tesla noted one day how a halo of light suddenly surrounded his dear cat, illuminating briefly the candle in the room he was sitting in. Inspired by such marvels, Tesla devoted much of his energy as a child to experimenting, and encouraged by his mother's inventive streak, drew plans for flying machines, very similar to how a helicopter would later function. He disassembled clocks to see how they worked, and even designed himself a wooden sword so he could pretend to be a valiant Serbian warrior. Behind the fascination, however, lay a troubled young mind. As Tesla reviewed that as a young boy, he suffered from a strange affliction whereby he couldn't distinguish images from reality, which troubled him greatly. Tesla's childhood trauma was exacerbated by the death of his older brother Dane in 1863, who was killed in front of Tesla by the family's Arabian horse in a traumatic experience that would endlessly haunt him, and which was also the reason why his distraught father moved his family from the idyllic Croatian countryside to the larger town of Kosmic, an unfamiliar environment where Tesla struggled to adjust to urban living. The untimely passing of Dane cast a long shadow over Tesla's own relationship with his father, who admired in grief, always underappreciated the talents of his youngest son, a neglect that young Nikola tried to compensate for by striving to be perfect in everything he did, so that he could win back the love of his parents. Blinded by sorrow, Building Tesla treated his young son with contempt, flying into rages when he caught him reading from his private library, and on one particularly hurtful occasion, after Nikola had accidentally ruined a local nobleman's dress by unintentionally jumping on it as he trailed down the aisle of the church, he slapped his son across the face in public as a punishment. As a result of his strained relations, Tesla developed a series of peculiar phobias as a child, such as a repulsion for women, heroes and poems, a strong aversion to air, a loathing for the smell of camphor, as well as a number of other strange habits.
including an obsession with counting his steps and measuring in volume the contents of his meals, calculations he was only satisfied with if they were divisible by 3. Overwhelmed by a plethora of odd neuroses, Tesla was able to regain some sense of balance after he came across a novel called Rabbi, published in 1836 by Hungarian author Miklos Yoshika, which featured the story of Oliver Rabbi, a young, impulsive nobleman and hedonist, recast as a valiant national hero who sacrifices himself for the well-being of the country. Tesla was particularly inspired by the character of the protagonist, seeing in his desire to better his moral character while ignoring frivolous distractions, a masterful example of self-restraint, which showed Tesla that it was indeed possible for him to control his violent emotions. Tesla realized that a good coping strategy was to work with rather than against the nebulous visions that assaulted his consciousness, and delving even deeper into the make-believe world of his imagining, Tesla began to embark on strange journeys where he would stumble across fantastical countries, people and cities that he dreamed of. As Tesla hoped that untamed imagination that would later serve him so well in his profession, he began theorizing about the nature of reality itself, coming to the conclusion that he could trace all of his mental images to something he either saw, smelt, or touched in an early echo of the mechanistic view of the world he would later espouse. It was also an idea that had real-life application for Tesla. On one occasion, he was extolled as a hero by a band of firemen after he spotted a small key in a firehouse he instinctively knew was preventing water from reaching a burning building, a problem he quickly fixed by ironing the roof out. Tesla's ingenuity would be further fostered at the Real Gymnasium, a grammar school he attended in Gospic, where he would amaze his mathematics professors by demonstrating a natural ability to calculate numbers. But while he excelled in scientific pursuits, Tesla was unable to translate his talents to drawing class, where a preference for undisturbed contemplation distracted Tesla heavily, leading to grades that were so extremely poor, his father had to speak of the principle, which instilled in a young people a lifelong aversion to diagrams. During his schooling at the Real Gymnasium, Tesla began to take inventions seriously, devising the schematics for a flying machine that will use the pressure of a vacuum to push air molecules, a concept that Rudolf Tesla would later go on to disprove. Shortly after he graduated from the Real Gymnasium in 1870, Tesla, perhaps because of his overactive imagination, became very sick with a range of maladies sufficiently serious enough for the doctors treating him to nearly give up on his case entirely. Throughout his recuperation, Tesla began voraciously reading, and it was during this period that he was first introduced to the tales of Mark Twain. It was a story he would later recount to Mark Twain himself, who burst into tears upon hearing it. After a period of convalescence, Nikola Tesla was next enrolled at the Higher Real Gymnasium in Karlovac in 1873, where, in accordance with his father's wish for Tesla to continue the family profession, he was enlisted in classes at the local seminary. However, Tesla's true desire was to learn everything he could about electricity, a passion ignited by an inspirational physics teacher who taught him about the radiometer invented by British scientist William Crookes, a device that powered a vacuum bulb with energy produced by 4 rapidly spinning tinfoil vanes. This roused Tesla to conduct some of his first experiments with batteries, induction coils, and electrostatic generators. Yet Tesla would have to put some of his projects on hold after again falling seriously ill with cholera upon his return home to Gospic, causing the young prodigy to be bedridden for over 9 months and to experience several close shaves with death. After one particularly worrying incident, Tesla supposedly implored his father that if he were to study engineering instead of entering the priesthood, that he may well recover, causing bloody desperate to avoid the unbearable pain of losing another son, to solemnly promise that Nicola would go to the best technical institution in the world. Having finally been heard, Tesla made a miraculous recovery, but before he could become a student, he was sent to the Croatian mountains with nothing but a bundle of books and some hunting equipment by his father. Worried for his son's health, did everything in his power to hide his son from the authorities, as by law, Tesla would have to serve in the Austrian armed forces for 3 years. For 9 months, Tesla wandered the forests and lakes of the Eastern European countryside, becoming stronger physically and mentally as he thought deeply about invention, reshaping the vividness of his visions from a debilitating weakness into a powerful contemplative tool that could be used to future the contraptions that flashed across his mind, such as a pipe installed underwater that could transport letters and packages placed in capsules using the principles of hydraulic pressure, and a ring constructed around the Earth's equator that could be used as a high-tech transport network. When Tesla returned, his father had kept his promise, securing for him a scholarship at the Military Frontier Administration Authority that would enable him to study for 3 years at the Polytechnic School in Graz, Austria. Receiving an embroidered bag made from typical Serbian materials from his mother, which he would always prize, in 1875, Tesla left Kosmich to start anew in a completely different culture and environment. In the same way that his own Serbian relatives had adapted to life on the Austro-Hungarian border decades prior. During his freshman year, Tesla proved himself to be a perfect student, never once missing a lecture, and supposedly studying from 3 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day, a schedule that was thought so extreme that one professor wrote to Pilotin, warning him that unless his son was escorted out of the school, that he might work himself to death. Others commended him for his zeal, such as the dean of the technical faculty, who informed Pilotin Tesla that his son was, quote, a star of first rank. In fact, Tesla was keeping himself very busy, administering his earliest experiments with alternating current, or AC, that would later make his name. But during his sophomore year, Tesla would be sidetracked, developing a destructive gambling habit and wagering away his entire tuition fund in the process. Near destitute, Tesla had also neglected his studies, scoring extremely poorly in the examinations, and with no marks registered for his final semester. He was also unable to graduate and was forced to abandon the university in December 1878. A failure he made sure to keep secret from his family as well as his classmates, as he was riddled with guilt and embarrassment. In 1879, Tesla would live for a while in self-imposed exile, first making his way to the city of Maribor, where he became a draftsman and was paid 60 florins a month, while in his free time he continued to play cards and wager money on the streets with the locals. Yet Tesla's Slovenian sojourn would be short-lived, as a couple of months into his stay, he was seized by the authorities for not possessing a proper residency permit and returned to Kosmich, escorted by armed police. Back home, Tesla's father would not get much time to set his son straight, as only a month later, on the 17th of April 1879, Milutin died, heartbroken that his son had been labelled as a vagrant and had chosen to indulge in a life of vice, not content to see their talented nephew waste his abilities. In January 1880, two of Tesla's uncles gave him enough money to start courses at the Charles Ferdinand University in Prague, despite Tesla not meeting the language requirement, which specified that students had to be fluent in both Czech and Greek. However, communication issues aside, he also arrived too late and was unable to enroll in classes, and so for the entire time, Tesla was only permitted to attend lectures and receive low formal grades. In 1881, Nikola Tesla landed his first job for a telecommunications firm in Budapest called the American Telephone Company, where he was drafted in as an electrical engineer by Theodore Puskas, who had previously worked alongside Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb, at the Edison laboratories in Menlo Park, making himself a valuable employee and sharing his findings with his work colleague Anita Sogeti. Tesla continued his study of the concept of the alternate current in his spare time, proposing that a motor driven by circuits that were out of phase could maintain power levels to supply a constant stream of electricity. But in order to make the system function, Tesla realized he needed to figure out how to rotate magnetic fields. Strolling in the park with Anita Sogeti in February 1882, Tesla had a sudden stroke of genius and solved the rotating magnetic field problem, going on to explain the concept of the induction motor to his friend, and drawing its basic blueprints in the sand with a stick, outlining a new type of engine that, unlike its direct current DC counterpart, did not need a commutator. An inefficient cylindrical device segmented with metal that had to be regularly maintained. Impressed by Tesla's genius, Theodore Rothschild recommended that Tesla art a Paris to be with an acquaintance Thomas Edison at his Continental Edison Company, who specialized in electrical equipment, which was first assigned by his boss Charles Batchelor, a graduate who had worked for Edison since 1817. Transfer of converted mechanical energy into electrical energy, which was used most commonly in direct current circuits. Off the planet, Tesla continued to advance the AC theory, making it set to work on Project X-Plus, where he built the first induction motor prototype. However, Tesla was unable to garner any serious interest in alternating currents. This was unfortunate, as alternating current is recognized today as a better method of electric current delivery than direct current. Direct currents are the kind which came to dominate electricity delivery systems in the late 19th century, consistently sends electricity in one direction, unlike an electric grid. Alternating current, with contrast, rapidly reverses and changes direction along a grid system as its magnitude alternately reverses course. Alternating current is considerably more efficient than direct current. Tesla's error, if it can be defined as such, is that he was simply ahead of his time in trying to propose alternating current as the better method of energy generation. He was correct, but the technology available at the time simply favored the more crude direct current method. Tesla soon found himself in another personal finance crisis. After spending all of his wages, yet he had done enough during his stint at the company to impress his overseer, Charles Batchelor, who was convinced that Tesla had the intellectual fortitude to work alongside Thomas Edison himself. In 1884, after being mistakenly registered as a migrant from Sweden after the immigration officer misled him saying Smiljan, Nikola Tesla arrived in America armed with an introductory letter penned by his mentor Charles Batchelor, who stated, quote, "I know two great men. One is you, Thomas Edison. The other is this young man." Although Tesla fundamentally disagreed with the notion of direct current, he was put to work improving the DC motors devised by Edison, who believed that the AC devices that Tesla envisioned were too dangerous and unfeasible, a diversion of opinion that would become a lifelong rivalry. Forced to develop an invention he had no belief in, Tesla became disillusioned and began outlining the weaknesses of DC and championing the advantages of AC, pointing out the inefficiency of Edison's direct current, which only dimly lit lamps, proposing instead that generators should be engineered with what he termed the polyphase principle, whereby energy would be constantly recycled, since he believed in the cyclical nature of electricity. Tesla also insisted that a huge disadvantage of the direct current was its reliance on costly power stations installed at 2-mile intervals, since it was unable to maintain high levels of voltage over distance.
It's way
contrast,
like, because at the
arguing
end,
that the
the other
alternating
nicest
current,
copper man with
which is the
umbrella.
direction of
A
energy, is
child can only
changed
do it
50 to
together
60
with
times
adults.
per
It can't go
second,
up there.
was
But
a
the
lot
nice
more
thing is that
effective
15,
since it
14
could
year olds do it
flexibly
by themselves.
sustain
I don't know how
varying
much work
levels
that
of
would
high
provide.
voltage power
Seems like you
and
need a beer.
minimize power loss over long
In terms of
distances.
being a chassis,
This is why
it's
today
interesting.
the power
When
delivered
most
to
things
consumers
down,
via power
you should be
grids
about
is
25 years
AC,
old,
which
25 to
sustains
30.
power over
And
long
there's different
distances
different
using
different
transformer
pole buttons,
substations.
this, that,
These
25
reduce
to
the
30.
AC
There
voltage
is a
over a
certain
given
age
distance.
that is
Once the
more
AC
appropriate
power
to be a
reaches its
chassis.
destination,
To have a
such as a
beer,
home, the AC power is
me
used
gusta
directly
calcular.
for electrical appliances, such as washing
Once
machines.
the earlier
But for
time
other
is
smaller appliances, it is possible to convert AC power
Yeah.
to DC via diodes within the appliance's power supply. These only allow the electrical current to flow in one direction, thus ensuring the appliance receives a
If
constant
you have two
stream of
people, a
power.
guy without a beer,
Disassociating himself from Edison and eager to spread the AC gospel, Tesla started his own company in 1885 called the Tesla Electric Light Company with the financial backing of two rich benefactors, Robert Lane and Benjamin Vail, who were certain that the alternating current was the future. However, in a common issue that would prevent almost all of his later endeavors from succeeding, Tesla asked for too much money from his patrons, who, increasingly fearful that AC was too risky, ejected Tesla from his own company that same year, forcing him to eke out a living for the majority of 1885 as a repairman and even as a manual laborer, a job in which he was paid just $2 a day to dig ditches. Having learned from his mistakes, in 1886, with the aid of philanthropists Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent, and Charles F. Pegg, Tesla established another company, this time called the Tesla Electric Company, based in Manhattan, New York, where he finalized the designs of the polyphase induction motor, unveiling it to the amazement of the scientific community in 1888, when he presented a landmark paper to the American Institute of Electrical Engineers entitled "A New System of Alternating Current Motors and Transformers." George Westinghouse, an investor most famous for inventing the railway hair brake and head of the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company, was particularly impressed, and his curiosity was piqued in a visit to Tesla's lab a few days later, where he was shown an early polyphase prototype. Convinced that Tesla's groundbreaking invention could power America, Westinghouse purchased all 40 of Tesla's trailblazing patents pertaining to the generators, motors, and transformers necessary to construct a polyphase alternating current circuit, and recruited Tesla as an advisor to serve for 12 months at the Westinghouse plant in Philadelphia, where some of the first commercially available AC devices would be produced. The release of the first AC machine in 1886 was the harbinger of a bitter conflict that erupted between Westinghouse and Edison, known as the War of the Currents, which pitted AC against DC from 1888 to 1892. During the dispute, Edison tried to use his resources to sway public opinion in his favor, and despite the evidence clearly showing that AC was safe and more effective over long distances, he issued a number of articles in the biggest publications warning of the dangers of the alternating current. Edison was unable, however, to convince his largest benefactor of the superiority of DC, and Wall Street moved on Pierpont Morgan, who in 1892 merged Edison General Electric with the AC-focused Thomas Edison Company, removed Edison's name to create General Electric, and switched entirely to alternating current instruments. With Edison sidelined, the alternating current emerged as the undisputed victor of the War of the Currents, as Westinghouse increased its annual turnover from $800,000 in 1887 to $4.2 million in 1890, while Tesla was paid around $105,000 in royalties by the end of 1891. A period that also witnessed several other personal and professional triumphs for Tesla, who officially became a U.S. citizen in July 1891, at the same time as he established two Rothschild laboratories in New York, situated at South Fifth Avenue and East Houston Street. On the the other hand, Tesla's dividend checks would come to an abrupt end after Westinghouse's finances were left in disarray. Their plans to expand the company by borrowing heavily, falling through in November 1890 after the collapse of the Baring Brothers brokerage firm compelled panicked creditors to call in their loans. To cover his losses, Tesla continued to focus his attention on high-frequency AC experiments, inventing a lamp that required only one wire, an oscillating transformer, and a high-frequency alternator, which he exhibited at a lecture in spring 1891 at Columbia College in New York on behalf of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers to a flabbergasted crowd who were amazed at the ways that AC could be implemented into modern lighting circuits. The Columbia lecture established him as the leading electricity researcher of his day, and in follow-up experiments, Tesla would consistently show that electricity for light and power could be transmitted over long distances. Before long, Tesla was also sketching out the fundamentals of radio technology. In an 1893 lecture at the Franklin Institute, later popularized by Century magazine, illustrating the concept of telegraphy without wires, he first underlined the importance of grounding the transmitter and receiver to astonished onlookers. The same year, Tesla's company achieved its greatest accomplishment to date after lighting up the Chicago venue hosting the world's Columbian Exposition entirely with alternating current. An honor that Tesla procured after outbidding General Electric by $1 million. By 1894, Tesla had gained the admiration of his peers, was awarded honorary doctoral degrees from Columbia and Yale universities, as well as the Elliott Preston Medal by the Franklin Institute. More good news followed after the Tesla Electric Company was contracted to build the first ever hydroelectric power plant at Niagara Falls, a childhood dream of Tesla's that became a reality in 1895 after the first schematics were unveiled. The Niagara facility was an accomplishment that represented the ultimate defeat of the direct energy school of thought, and Tesla was lavished with the highest praise and honors, including even the Order of Delhi from King Nicholas of Montenegro, as his achievement was celebrated worldwide as an important step for the future of humanity. Tesla remained unperturbed after a fire in March 1895 at his laboratory destroyed much of his early research, including hundreds of models, notes, scientific tools, and photographs that had a combined value of $50,000. Despite this, in 1896, he demonstrated some of the earliest uses of the X-ray, discovered around the same time by the German scientist Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, and astonished his contemporaries with the first ever X-ray of a man, published in the Electrical Review, printed using rudimentary X-ray tubes of his own design. Having revealed some of the most innovative functions of the X-ray, Tesla next devised the basic elements of the radio transmitter, and in 1896 built a rudimentary unit that received radio waves. He assessed his new invention at the Gerlach Hotel, located on 27th Street in Manhattan, where he was living, by sending radio waves to it from his New York laboratory on South Fifth Avenue. Tesla presented his insights at an 1898 exhibition at Madison Square Gardens, where he demonstrated a radio control over to the all-day telephone to study audiences, and by 1901 he had been awarded with a patent clarifying that he had created a system for transmitting electrical energy. Between 1899 and 1900, after being commissioned by John Jacob Astor to assemble a new lighting system for a contract worth $100,000, Tesla relocated his laboratory in Colorado Springs, where, disobeying his patron's instructions completely, he decided instead to explore terrestrial stationary waves, which he regarded as his greatest discovery. At this rural outpost, located far away from the humdrum of New York City, Tesla started to piece together an enormous transmitter powered by millions of volts of electricity at an experimental facility built on the outskirts of the town of Nob Hill, keeping inquisitive onlookers away with an ominous Dante line nailed to the front entrance which read, quote, "A planet hope, all he
But everything in the
and
middle
he.
is going to come apart.
It was here
But
that
if
Tesla
my
first discovered
police
that the
full
earth had
of
electric
electricity,
potential and could be
I take them
employed
out
as a
and I go like
finely
this
tuned
inside.
conductor to
The
transfer
entire thing
electrical
becomes
energy
common. Let
without
me show you
wires.
what I mean.
On next noticing that when his
For me,
experimental
only by
Tesla
paradigm.
was powered,
Here we
emitting
go, here we go.
sparks as far as 30 feet that could be detected by antenna 10 miles away.
I'm saying
Realizing that he
maximum.
could now wirelessly transmit signals using the electromagnetic frequencies of the planet, Tesla explored the practical applications, ranging to light up 200 lamps fed by a power source situated 26 miles away. Exploiting the same phenomena, he was even able to produce man-made light as a result. Tesla noted that the discovery of stationary electromagnetic waves and how they interacted with the Earth had far-reaching implications. It was a discovery which Tesla spent the majority of the rest of his career investigating, and he felt it had the potential to transmit electrical power across large distances without the need for wires. Indeed, he hoped that his work could one day provide the whole world with clean and free electrical power. However, as with so many of Tesla's ideas, it was funded by investors such as J.P. Morgan, who intended to market his inventions for profit and were only prepared to fund research which would garner a return on their investments. Thus, it would be the all-powerful market forces that would eventually scupper so many of Tesla's imaginings. It was during this fertile period of discovery that Tesla also made some unorthodox assertions, claiming that he had made contact with extraterrestrial beings that had triggered a series of wireless beeps that sounded from one of his receivers. Tesla had first heard this strange combination of noise from the device in the middle of the night and interpreted the irregularity of the beeps as a sign that they were being manipulated by an intelligent entity, a theory he publicly advanced in a letter to the American Red Cross in January 1901. Although Tesla's story was discounted by many skeptics, there was still some who believed him, influenced by the notion of an intergalactic race of Martians, as popularized in 1895 with the release of a book called Mars, and by the American astronomer Percival Lowell. Tesla's supporters pointed out that he may have established contact with aliens from the Red Planet. Nevertheless, convinced of the revolutionary potential of terrestrial stationary waves, Tesla returned to New York in January 1901, eager to secure funding for a major invention that would eclipse his scientific rivals, also investigating wireless systems such as Reginald Fessler, Lena Forrest, and in particular Giuliano Giovanni Mario Marconi, Italian inventor who became Tesla's next arch nemesis after Edison. Eager to keep his May 1899 promise, in which he vowed to wirelessly communicate with Paris by 1900, Tesla hunted for a source of funding after patenting the magnifying transmitter he had constructed at Colorado Springs. Since the device he envisioned had to generate enormous volumes of electricity from AC equipment, Tesla first approached his old ally George Westinghouse, who declined to become involved, but loaned him the necessary machinery. The majority of the project's funding came from the coffers of Wall Street whiz J.P. Morgan, who signed a deal with Tesla after negotiations discussing the purchase of Marconi's wireless patents broke down. After convincing him that the wireless transfer of information would make the expensive underwater cables his company used to send transatlantic messages obsolete, Morgan informed Tesla he was willing to support him with the $150,000 investment on the condition that he would own a 51% stake of the inventor's payments. Between 1901 and 1905, with the backing of the biggest financial titan in the world, Nikola Tesla constructed the 187-foot-high transmission tower and Rothschild laboratory, topped with a 68-foot conductor, which was the first wireless broadcasting system ever built, and was largely powered by a gigantic magnifying transmitter designed to channel large concentrations of electricity to any destination conceivable. Assured that by sending receivers attached to the ground, he could pick up the electromagnetic waves emitted by the tower anywhere. Tesla was desperate to overshadow his rival Marconi, who December 1901,
All
at
right.
St. John's, Newfoundland, was hailed as the inventor of
Shalom.
wireless telegraphy by the world's
A
press,
newsman.
reporting
The
triumphantly
right side, so
that
this
he
is
had
day
successfully
one in
received
Morocco.
the
Somebody,
first
as I was walking there, I
transatlantic
was trying
signal
to think what
sent
it
by
says. This guy
colleagues
comes
at
over to me,
Bordeaux,
he's hacking me.
England.
And then he hacked me again.
With the
But
jaded
it was
Tesla
very,
making
very,
it
what's really
explicitly
bothering
clear
is
in
not that I didn't
newspaper
really anything
interviews
about
that he
Morocco
believed Marconi had
in the
stolen many
shares.
of his
I'm
ideas from
unsure.
the
Not that I didn't mention
1890s.
Morocco
And
too.
wishing to keep his
So this is
benefactor
for
on
you.
side, he next announced that he was going to create
Day
a
one.
world telegraphy system, a cutting-edge communication array similar to the World Wide Web of the 1990s, in which individual receivers would pick up messages and news broadcasted by transmitting facilities. Tesla pictured several different types of receiver. One would anticipate the fax machine by acting as a printer and publishing daily newspapers. One that was a loudspeaker that could play voice messages, and another that was a handheld contraption attached to a vertical wire on a short pole that could decode radio waves, foreshadowing the modern cell phone. By the summer of 1902, Tesla had moved permanently to Rothschild laboratory and was focusing exclusively on amping up the power levels. On the other hand, after setting up a company with Morgan to assist the enterprise, Tesla found it hard to sell shares to the moneyed New York elite who believed the investment was too risky. An appraisal not shared by Tesla, who sold $33,000 of his personal property and borrowed a further $10,000 to realize his dream. Faced with an additional $30,000 bill from Westinghouse for the equipment, a lawsuit from the landlord James Warner, who was taking Tesla to court for not paying property tax, as well as another bill from the phone company who had installed a special line out of the laboratory, Tesla struggled financially. Tesla's promise to extend the coverage of his system so that it could be detected as far away as Australia failed to persuade Morgan, who in July 1903 let Tesla know that he was unwilling to invest any.
Just supply and said, yeah,
Pimp. The pimp.
So day one, whatever I said, I apologize. Day one, I told somebody, hey, stand over there, take a video, and I started running backwards, forwards, and it's going around in circles. He's right there with me. Fine, so he became, but he had something special. Anybody that said free Palestine to us, he walked over them, whispered something in their ear, we don't know what. And the guy goes, I started running, didn't stop for 2 blocks. You go over, like, let's say, like, a moped wants to, like, go between us. Goes over to the guy, whispers something in the guy's ear, and I go, just complete fear. We don't know what he said or what he did. Any peddler that tried to sell us anything, whether it's trying to collect money from us or sell us soap, what's over them? It's gone. Like, nobody spoke to us. And he had such people. I don't know what it was.
A mortal and unexpected blow to the world telegraphy system that enraged Tesla, who in true mad scientist fashion furiously cranked up the voltage of the magnifying transmitter at Rothschild to the maximum level and hurled lightning bolts into the New York sky. From a risk perspective, Morgan's decision was quite understandable. 6 after 2.5 years, Tesla had failed to fulfill his pledge to provide a transatlantic system in 6 to 8 months, and the Pacific branch a year later. Yet others have postulated that Morgan abandoned Rothschild because he was worried that Tesla was going to make the energy completely free for everyone, and thus deprive his firm of a lucrative paycheck. Another interpretation contests that Morgan was growing increasingly less confident in the wireless industry, which had been mired in scandal by the actions of Lancelot Albright, the Oscom, who had secretly invested money, often promising to create a wireless service between Philadelphia and New York. Moreover, Morgan felt more inclined to invest in DeForest Wireless Automobiles, a company founded by another of Tesla's rivals, who was projected to make $5 million a year, which had already secured for itself a major contract with the U.S. Navy by February 1903, supplying wireless DeForest transmitters.
After
Without the
this,
families, the
Tesla
nation granted
no
the
longer
consortium in
fell
their
over
lives and all
electrical
the support
engineering,
and DY.
continued to have no
That's
longer
something we
attracting investors
cheap
as the
value.
breakdown of his
Allowance was
forklift
approved for
project
Simon and
had
his
turned
son, Korea
academic
Bassester.
and
Remember
public
Daniel
opinion
Rosenfeld,
against him,
Luis the Simca.
who he once
I started for
celebrated
Simon
genius,
with Murray
now
Boston
painted
Miriam.
as a
Remember
man
Daniel
who
Panos
could
Shefa.
never quite
The
fulfill his
Spanish Jewish
promises.
party wishing them the white
Determined to
family to
restore his
Yosef
credibility to investors by
Yael
putting out a
Foundation
commercial
team,
product,
remember
Tesla
Yael
devised a scheme to sell
and the
small
children
Tesla
Benjamin
coils to
Mass.
laboratories around the
We'll
country
claim for from
via a
Shire
company
Bed,
called
Slav
the
Border,
Tesla
Ruben
Electric
Benjamin,
and
Torah
Manufacturing
Masaki,
Company.
Naxon
But
de
this
Naxon
ultimately
Masaki,
went under
50th yard
because
side,
of a
you
lack
will
of
see that.
investment.
Bell Sparks is
Downtrodden
working
and
eventually
defamed in the
success
US,
of
Tesla
all
would
our
learn that
clients,
even
knowing that
his
Neil
reputation
Rosenfeld,
in
Rock'em
his homeland
Pernosa.
could not save him.
Monthly,
After
and like
Serbian
kids
bankers
sponsor, Quebec
declined to
City,
fund
like
him,
in Zoom,
while his
Vega,
old business
and
partner,
Ricky is back
John
to
Jacob
Hataya.
Astor,
And
still
like art for the
annoyed
month,
that
you
Tesla had
say
spent
money,
his
that's Ishan Bek,
$18.99
Hashem Bracha.
researching
Who say no more
terrestrial
heaven
stationary
Esther.
waves
Who say,
instead of
Daniel
wireless
Zed,
lighting,
Ben, Ayel,
but he
Esther.
refused to get involved. By
Hey,
early 1904, Tesla was hiring out his services as a
What that's what we
consultant
do now?
and had embarked
Give
on a new
more.
project that aimed to harness the
Give
power of
more.
Niagara Falls in
So all
partnership
the
with the businessman
7
William
lines
B.
from the bottom
Rankin.
by Boyer
Yet Tesla's real desire
and
was
these
always to
questions
restart his
are very,
experiments
very close to each other. These
prospect
doctrines
that
are
was
very,
becoming
very
increasingly unlikely
similar in
since
terms
investors
of
were
the
discouraged
structure,
by
the
the fact that
questions, of a
Morgan still
minor.
owned 51% of
A
Tesla's
lot of
gains,
freebies.
meaning that
Entire
business
studios
partners
are freebies,
would always
basically.
have to consult him to
Boyer
reap
didn't say
any
that.
financial benefit from Tesla's inventions. In
Well, we have
response,
to be out of here by
Tesla
when?
bombarded Morgan with impassioned appeals to take him back on.
34
In a
minutes.
series of letters
More than
that
enough.
could come in many forms, some carefully prepared proposals promising Morgan unrealistically high profit margins,
All right,
while in
one question.
others,
That's it.
Tesla
Where is it?
desperately scribbled in
Oimer,
motion
I realize
outbursts
Oilam and
decrying
Aquarian,
his
Oim,
unfair
Min,
treatment.
Dene, Hayoide.
Unable to drum up financial
So,
backing
we know
and still
Aquarian
struggling to get the
are
forklift
the
tower functioning,
mature, the gold.
Tesla was in a dark
Dene,
place
Yoida
and began
are the
spiraling into
little
a true
guys.
nervous breakdown.
They
After
even
the
do us
untimely
that
death
seal
of his
to
business
reserve to the
associate Rankin and
This
the
tells
collapse
us
of
that once
Canadian
it starts
Niagara
turning
Power
yellow,
in the fall of
you can't
1905,
breathe either.
a man who was
The
always
very important
fascinated with
dilemma.
human
And
psychology,
this
in
guy
the
decided to
1920s,
bring
Tesla shared his experience of emotional
birds
collapse
when
with
it started
author
becoming
George
yellow.
Sylvester Lyric.
He said, I'm going to bring either
Well-publicized
adult
book on Freudian
or
theory, explaining how,
the
in his
chicks, the
delirium,
babies.
he was
And
haunted
it
by
brings like the
images of his
in-between.
deceased brother
And this
dying,
it puts us
as
in a
well as
sugya
their mother.
of the
Tesla
in-between.
would recover from his
I
breakdown
said
in
already before
1906,
that
and with a new determination to prove
the
himself
children of
as
the
a valuable
Mahatma
asset, he switched
are
his
pretty
focus from
crucial.
electrical to mechanical
The
engineering,
Israelis, the heads,
delving
the
into the
Americans,
science of
the
flight
non-Americans.
in a bid to raise money
Here
so
it
that he
shows
could
a lot of
continue
separate
his
as
work at
Israelis.
Wardenclyffe,
And when they go to camp
which
in
in
America,
1904,
everybody
due
calls
to
them
lack of
Israelis.
funds,
It's,
he had mortgaged
for
to
someone
George C.
promoting it,
Belt,
to know,
the owner of the
it's actually
Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where Tesla lived for many years. The result was the invention of a turbine that worked without blades. But Tesla's contraption was met less than enthusiastically by John James Astor, who refused to invest in the idea in 1909, yet Tesla still remained highly confident in his design, issuing 2 patents for a pulp turbine in October, and even starting a new company, the Tesla Propulsion Company. However, after Tesla began failing to impress at a demonstration of the waterside power station in New York, and still daydreaming about restarting his research into wireless power, he approached the son of J.P. Morgan, Jack Morgan, in 1913 about becoming a potential investor. More interested in his turbine designs, Jack Morgan allocated Tesla $20,000. Instead of using the money in the way it was intended, spent it all trying to persuade Sigmund Bell, a German industrialist, to finance his project, which was discontinued after the outbreak of World War I. Over the next 10 years, as his personal wealth began to evaporate, Tesla continued to assess his turbine and to work in conjunction with manufacturers such as Tile National in Chicago, Alice Chalmers in Milwaukee, and the Wood Company in Philadelphia. But he was unable to fix a recurring problem that ultimately spelled the project's doom. As everyone raised it at over 10,000 RPM, the thin discs of the internal machinery would start to deform.
Trying to
And
kiss
with
that
no stronger materials
This
available,
right over here says,
Tesla's inability to secure funding for any of his pursuits and his penchant for overspending led to the near emptying of his bank accounts, and from 1916 he was forced to file for bankruptcy. Tesla admitted that his monthly income was no more than $350 to $400, declaring he was unable to pay $935 in taxes to the New York Treasury. Although he was still technically the president and treasurer of the Nikola Tesla Company, over 90% of the company's stock was owned by friends or bankers and creditors, and many of his patents by then had expired, leaving Tesla virtually penniless. In a bid to save himself from financial ruin, Tesla launched a lawsuit against Marconi in August 1915, accusing the Italian of illegally patenting radio technology in 1904. The case went nowhere, and Marconi remained the official criminal for the time being. The decision later overturned by the Supreme Court in 1943. A few months after Tesla's death. Consequently, Tesla was forced to earn a living by creating minor inventions and registering several improvements in automobile speedometers, frequency meters, and flow meters, which he licensed to a Watson Watch Company in 1918. The company used Tesla's name as a marketing ploy to sell scientifically built speedometers, as despite Tesla's changing circumstances, his name still carried certain gravitas. Tesla's opinions, of course, still garnered much press interest, such as in 1917, when, presaging the advent of radar technology in the 1930s, he forecast microwave radiation could be employed to detect ships. In the midst of his financial troubles, Tesla still had his admirers, and in 1915, it was reported by the New York Times that he had jointly won the Nobel Prize for Physics, an honor he was to share with his one-time ally and now bitter enemy Thomas Edison. But when it was presented, the award ceremony, it was instead given to William H. Bragg and his son, as Tesla refused to share the award with his nemesis, nor had he forgiven the Institute for recognizing Marconi as the pioneer of radio communication technology after the Hippocratic the same accolade in 1909. 2 years later, in 1917, however, Tesla's individual efforts were recognized when he accepted the Edison Medal from the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, the most prestigious prize in electronic engineering. His life's work was praised in an address by the vice president of the organization, who said, "To seize and eliminate from our industrial world the result of Mr. Tesla's work. The wheels of industry will cease to turn. Our electric cars and trains will stop. Our towns will be dark, and our mills will be idle and dead. His name marks an epoch in the advance of electrical science." Yet Tesla cared very little for the decoration, wanting to leave the engineers' club when the award ceremony was taking place. Shortly before he was presented with the medallion, forcing his friend and the person who had nominated him, B.A. Beard, to embark on a frantic search that ended in Bryant Park across from the venue when Tesla was busy feeding pigeons. Tesla particularly loathed the fact that the award was in his rival's name, despite being lauded for his work in electricity. Nikola Tesla remained poor throughout the 1920s, and because he made only a small income from the royalties he received from licensing his minor inventions, he became embroiled in a string of legal disputes, such as in June 1925, when he was sued by the attorney Rothschild for failure to pay $913 in fees. It was during this decade that Tesla started to retreat from the public eye, living hotel to hotel as an eccentric recluse and spending so much of his time feeding pigeons in Bryant Park behind the New York Public Library at one end of the park. Nikola Tesla Corner now was his name. However, on his 75th birthday in 1931, Nikola Tesla was suddenly back in the spotlight, appearing on the front cover of Time magazine, and thanks to the efforts of a young science writer called Kenneth Swayze,
Exactly, but
received over 70
he
letters
said
of
about it.
congratulation
He
published
never
in a
never
testimonial
stopped
volume
learning. He was
from
always
some of the
always
most
hesitant.
esteemed scientists of the day, including Albert Einstein.
His
Interviewed
son
by
went to
Time
collect
magazine,
money
Tesla
at
outlined
some
many of
British
his
house,
future
and that's the
plans
only thing he was very
and
like.
confidently disclosed
So why?
how he was going to
Because of your
disprove
dad,
Einstein's theory of
my
relativity.
wife is alive
He was
now, and
unconvinced that
we had a
energy
great
was
marriage,
released
and
from a
one
split atom,
he says,
as well as
your
espousing
father
the
gave her a
possibility
drop
of
off.
interplanetary communications
He promised
in a
my mother to
conversation
live.
he enjoyed so
So
much
it's
that
something I
every
know his
year
father.
thereafter,
He never done
Tesla
something
would
like that.
organize a press conference on his birthday, usually a 6-hour affair where Tesla would speak to a number of reporters
He says,
and
no, let me tell
update
you
them
what happened.
about his scientific and
He
personal
says his
progress.
father
For
finished
example,
Shiva,
in 1932,
and
he
shit was
informed
over.
the general public
And
about
he
his
was
desire
such
to
pain
build
that
a motor
he
propelled
wasn't
by
learning.
cosmic
And
rays.
that, by the way,
And in
a lot
1936,
of people
he
have
told
to come to
journalists
me and
that
tell me,
he wiggled
the
his
one thing that I
toes
cared
hundreds
about
of
the whole thing
times
was the doc.
before he went to
This is
bed.
the doc.
An exercise he
But don't worry
believed
about it.
would tone his body
I'm not going to
and
make it
enable
up.
him to
Keep
live
your head,
until he was
and most people
135
do
years
make it.
old.
They tell me.
The
I
1934
already
party
did it.
was a
But
particular
then the whole
highlight.
thing, I'm
When
already caught
Tesla
up with
first
it.
revealed he was in the process
So
of
everybody
creating a
keep learning.
particle beam
One
weapon,
fellow survived
claiming
walking
in the New
towards
York
the Shiva,
Times that it
and this
could
woman stopped me.
send concentrated beams of
Shiva,
particles through the
being
free
by
air
herself, the
of
daughter,
such
is very, very
tremendous
sick.
energy
The
that they
Machwa,
would bring down
you
a
can come
fleet
in for a
of
minute, give me a
10,000
drop.
enemy airplanes at a
You
distance
know?
of
So what's
250
that? He
miles
walks up
from
and
a defending nation's border
and
and
he
will
gives you a
cause
drop on
armies
the
of
mother.
millions to
I
drop
want
dead
this
in
Shiva
their
from
tracks.
Shiva. Give me a
Anticipating the later
That's
doctrine
gonna
of
be mutually
assured destruction and the concept of
You got
nuclear
caught.
stalemate,
His
Tesla
position
believed
felt like
his
a
laser
sword,
beam could end war completely, since it was so devastating that every conceivable defensive measure would be useless against it. Although Tesla was susceptible to fits of fancy on occasion, the death beam was the real project and was the subject of a Tesla study rediscovered in 1984 entitled A New Art of Projecting Concentrated, Non-Dispersive Energy Through Natural Media, which laid out the fundamentals of a weapon system that discharged tungsten and mercury particles at 48 times the speed of sound to produce devastating projectiles. Despite Tesla's invention being impossible, it elicited a great deal of publicity, motivating Tesla to recruit Hungarian architect Titus de Borbula to design a new tower to evaluate the death beam. Yet the project would never get off the ground, as by 1935, Tesla was no longer working with de Borbula, who had proven himself a slippery character after attempting to borrow money from Tesla and trying to get him involved in an illegal arms deal in Paraguay. Nevertheless, Tesla, ever wily, was still able to use the furore that surrounded him to his advantage in some situations, offering up a working prototype of the laser beam, valued at $10,000 to the managers of the government Clinton Hotel as compensation for the $400 that he owed them, while warning them that the box he gave them, supposedly containing the weapon, would explode if improperly handled, resulting in terrified staff depositing it at the back end of the hotel vault. The laser beam also came to the attention of the international community, and Tesla soon found himself entering negotiations with the League of Nations, the UK government, and even the Soviet Union, who signed a contract in April 1935 stipulating that Tesla was to supply them with the information necessary to construct the weapon, although it is unknown if Soviet scientists actually carried out the research. The project, however, would start to disintegrate from January 1938, after the British concluded negotiations with Tesla, while the final nail in the coffin would occur in 1940, after he was left empty-handed, following a desperate attempt to persuade the US government that the laser beam could be a viable war-2 weapon. Hampering Tesla in his last-ditch attempts to liaise with international governments was his declining health, which had started to deteriorate in 1937 after he was run over by a taxi and refused to get medical treatment for injuries that he would never recover from, subsisting on a vegan diet of boiled vegetables and milk, and making sure to keep 3 feet away from everyone to avoid catching germs. Tesla's personal health choices led to narrow preference and
possible woman.
1942,
Let me see
he
that
was
for a
spending
second.
the majority of his days confined to his bed, where his grip on reality started to loosen. When in July, for example, Tesla tried to send money to Mark Twain, who had died in 1930, wanting to see only a select few visitors, including the exiled Prince of Yugoslavia Peter II, and a young scientist called Blois Fitzgerald, the creator of an anti-tank gun, who would come to discuss inventions. Tesla isolated himself from the world as he deteriorated. Nikola Tesla died of a heart attack in his sleep on the 7th of January 1943 at his executive suite in room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker, where he had been living for the previous 10 years. Inundated with letters of condolence from major scientific and political figures over the world, such as Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of the US President, the Vice President Henry Wallace, and a host of Nobel laureates. Tesla's funeral took place at St. John the Divine Cathedral in New York City on the 12th of January, where it was attended by over 2,000 people and presided over by members of the Serbian Orthodox Church. Afterwards, Nikola Tesla, who by the end of his life boasted over 700 patents to his name, was cremated, and his ashes were placed inside a golden sphere, which is still exhibited at the Tesla Museum in Belgrade. Following his death, the US government was curious as to whether or not Tesla's surviving notes there could be information to help with the war effort. So they investigated his documents, but found nothing of profound importance. And by 1951, they had been repatriated to the Tesla Museum in Belgrade and were accompanied a few years later, in 1957, by Tesla's ashes. For decades after, though, the mystery surrounding the laser beam gun persisted, as the US government consistently denied they had in their possession one of Tesla's microfilms, which, according to official records, had been intensively reviewed for over a month, sometime after his death. The truth of his claims, however, remains unproven. Born to Serbian parents on the Austro-Hungarian borderlands, Nikola spent his early childhood in pastoral paradise, playing for hours in the farmyard and the churchyard with his siblings and his cat, Macho. First set in motion Tesla's lifelong obsession after showing him the strange ways that electric phenomena interacted with the material world. As a youngster, Tesla was besieged by a catalogue of perplexing illnesses, including an oversensitivity to mental images, which made the products of his imagination seem real, as well as a fixation with quantifying everything he saw and experienced. Tesla was a classic eccentric genius, possessing an irrepressible self-belief in his own ability to devise fresh and original concepts, which he presented with the flamboyance and performance flair of a showman. As on stage, he was equally as electric as his subject matter, coming across, in the words of New York World reporter Martha Brisbane, as a most radiant creature, bright flaming at every pore of his skin, with a taste of his fingers and from the ribbons of air,
Kevin, she's up to 12 months. I know, she took some months on. What about the two problems that she was in 2018? It's called pounds of takes the stomach. Maybe pounds of now, it's going to start going to the pounds.
also had his fair share of anxieties, depressions, emotional impulses of despair and anger when things were not going his way. Tesla's misfortunes often arose because he was overconfident in his external tangible possessions, and had no qualms about irresponsibly spending all of his investors' money, or still asking for more. Having irreparably damaged his reputation in his later years and transformed him into an impoverished recluse who remained in New York hotels. As he began to age in the 1930s, Tesla enjoyed a renewed wave of international popularity,
my dialogue, we learned a lot about this in office. This is just one.
He anticipated would
The
be
guy
so
on the right is the
powerful
canvas,
that
he
it
thinks
would
one
end
side and side. The guy all the way to the left is the eye
like
of the
many of
three
his
side.
schemes,
That's
it
right.
would never come
So
to
in terms
fruition.
of
Dizzying out
the
by
flower,
1940,
very different.
after his last
Double if you
effort to
don't know.
interest the
In
US
terms of the
government
wine,
failed.
instead of a
Although
quarter of
many decades
a
after,
review,
curiosity about the death ray would still persist.
Okay.
Following a period of mental and
So
physical
you brought a
deterioration
public
in
review.
1942,
You bring
Nikola
like the
Tesla
aisle
died at
all
his
the way to the
room
left.
at the
You bring
Hotel
some
New
amount of
Yorker
wine, the same
on the
amount
7th of
of
January
flour,
1943, but was immortalized for his
the
foundational
free maybe a
contributions
little
to
bit
science.
but it's
Today,
more
one of the world's
why?
most prominent and valuable
Because you study
companies
the
is
Americans, you go to
Tesla
college,
Inc.
Well,
It is a
yeah,
company which seeks
I'll
to
tell you why.
revolutionize
I
transport
knew that
systems
was
and how
so
energy is
the
delivered
year,
across the
saying
world.
the pulse
But
of
while it has no
about
direct connections
so
to
that
Nikola
means it's a
Tesla, the
great
man,
reactor. The
it is
is not
fitting
going to
that
be
his
talking about
life's
profit.
work has been
I
remembered
was just
in
talking
this
about a
way.
great reactor. The
Tesla,
new
an
category of the
ethnic Serb,
power.
hailed from
It's about
Croatia
a little
in
bit
the
of power.
mid-19th century,
That's
at
what
a
you
time
want,
when
babe.
the Balkans was very far from the
According
center
to
of technological
Pablo,
and industrial
Dharma
development.
Maxi,
Who
says
formed part
Pablo,
of the
what do you
Austro-Hungarian
do? You
Empire,
bring
a backwards
all
power which did not contribute
the
greatly
two
to
soil
wider
electrical
societal
flour.
development
You
at
bring
the
that to
time.
listeners. He says,
And yet, despite
if
these impediments,
my
he
house
made
is
enormous
an IO,
breakthroughs during his
so the
lifetime
two
in a
soil
wide
flour
range of different fields.
but
It
if
was
my
Tesla
house
who
is really
first pioneered
and I'm supposed to
alternating
be only
current,
one
who made major
son,
advances in
so
radio
one son
technology,
goes to him,
and
and
who
one
first
son is
devised
just an
many of the
adult.
systems which are used today in
Makes it
renewable
right.
energy systems.
Me, I made it
Perhaps
because
most
not to reveal
impressively,
the master
he
name doesn't even
devised the
mention the
entire
fact that he's a
concept
breeder,
of
that he's
wireless
a countless, that he
technology
might be
and
his own
communication.
category.
In this
That's really
respect,
not
he
even
stands
that.
in
He
a
also
small
talks
line of
about the fact
individuals
that
in
it might
modern
be
history,
a third
which
category
includes
called the top,
Galileo
and
Galilei,
there's zero.
Isaac Newton, Thomas
Flower
Edison,
for a pop.
and
I'm not
Albert
going to play anything
Einstein,
about a positive
whose life's
flower.
work have transformed
So I'm
our
not agree. I have
understanding
11 clues
of
of
modern
open to
science
be and
and
of
how
high
society
school.
functions.
We don't have an
Given
answer.
all of
Boys
this,
say,
we might ask why
there's a
Tesla
video
was not
of tonight.
credited as much as
Professor
he should
Ayala,
have been in
the
his
Colon,
own lifetime for his successes. The answer to this conundrum is relatively clear. Tesla's ideas and the systems he came up with were simply ahead of their time, and he was overshadowed by the innovations introduced into Western society by Thomas Edison, a similar genius whose designs around electricity were more suitable for the level of technological development which prevailed in Europe and North America in the second half of the 19th century. But while many of Edison's inventions and pioneering work around electricity generation are viewed as being somewhat archaic and inefficient, Tesla's designs and ideas are still widely praised. Perhaps in this respect, it should be left to Edison to have the last word on Tesla. While he dismissed the Serb's idea of alternating current as being impractical at the time, in the end, Edison concluded that Tesla was one of the truly great figures in the development of our electric world. Edison was entirely correct in his assessment. While Edison won the contest to become the leading figure in electrification in North America at the end of the 19th century, when you boil a kettle or use many other electrical appliances today, you are most likely using an alternating current device rather than the direct current which Edison championed. As such, while Tesla lost the Cold War in the 19th century, he was a prophet of 20th and even 21st century technology and energy efficiency. Although Nikola Tesla did not invent or rather discover AC power, his genius lay in his ability to find far-reaching real-world applications to new discoveries and natural phenomena. He possessed a vision which few of his contemporaries could match. Thomas Edison, and there is no doubt that he changed the world just as much as his former employer, as the light bulb would be next to useless without a reliable and safe means of power delivery over long distances. Indeed, there are few people whose work has impacted more on modern-day society than Nikola Tesla. Electric power now being available to the majority of the human race, largely thanks to his work. He even tried to work out a way in which power could be delivered freely to consumers, which perhaps both explains why he is today so highly regarded, but also why he never managed to monetize his work in the same manner as people like Edison. Perhaps what most endears us to people like Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, and the brilliant other inventors and scientists with little
Okay, you can't come later. If you weren't there,
revolutionize
you
their
didn't
respective
see
fields.
that's it.
He is
Too
the
late.
allegedly
Long
eccentric mad
snacks.
scientist working alone
Right,
on
we'll see what you can do
experiments
about
and
it.
calculations.
Wednesday.
In an age in which
All
the
right, on one
discoveries
side,
and
same
achievements
thing
of
all over
individual
again. Same kind of
scientists are
question.
today
Wednesday.
subsumed by the multinational
So,
corporations
we
they
know there's
work
something
for.
called matter
There
and
is
something
something
called
romantic
quantum.
and
But there's
inspiring
something in
about
between.
one
I don't
human
remember
being
what we said we
having
learned
such
this.
a positive impact on
Probably
human civilization
Knuckles.
through their
Yeah.
own endeavor. Nikola Tesla is
These
one
are
of
the
these
threads
people,
that somebody
and despite the
good
fact
at
that he did
someone
not
got out of
perhaps
a
receive
disease.
money or
He went
recognition
through
he
the Sahara
deserved in his
Desert.
lifetime, he has,
What
since his
else?
death, been immortalized
Or he
as
went
one
on
of the
a
greatest
private
and
plane
most
across the Sahara
important
Desert
inventors to have ever lived.
on a cruise.
What do you think of
Did by
Nikola
a
Tesla?
monkey.
Do you believe he was a more brilliant scientist than
Your
Einstein?
dad?
Please let us know in the comment
That's
section.
our only
And in the
grandfather.
meantime,
What's your name?
thank you very much for watching.
From where? Yeah. In London. From all those good places, you pick London at that? Wow. Wow. Oh! Your voice, Addy. No, just reminded me. In 1 month from now, not just 1 month, I'm going to be in Austria for 2 weeks. Inviting Noila, anybody can come. We're not doing a program. The program is a web report program. Okay? Unbelievable food. That's why I'm going there again. Last year, me, the Kamyanskis and the Fixes, we went there. We loved it, so we're going back. They said we're going to come right over that. If whoever wants to come. But we got it from England. They don't know. I didn't hear numbers then. Contingency from England is coming there. To shot, like, spend time. Come for a day, 3 days, see the Alps, see how things go through cities, and leave. And I'm not educating Dialogue again, but I'll think it was So, what is it? Share every day, do share live, the whole thing, schmooze with the guys at breakfast, and hopefully they don't tag along on their little hikes. It's not taking Morocco where we went together. I'm not going to have I can bring him on spot. Bring him on spot. That's a good idea. Anyway, so somebody went through some tourists. He's in jail. So in jail, he brings a company to every forward employment. And he brings 10 grand, 40 grand, total third of 100 of them out. This guy says, I want to bring 10 bread for a fight. Either I'm not decided yet. I'm not decided. And the guy, what does it mean? He does the politics. He does the in-between thing. What's in between? It's called CR. It's not politics. It's not politics. It's the same kind of question again. It's the same thing. So you're asking the question. All right, but I really like this because I'm not sure if they hate CR now. Now, let's go to that CR. See, take a look at this. You have to look carefully because you see how it's all shiny? It's and now it's just turned non-shiny. That's Dixit Cornell. That cheapest remainer, that makes it CR. That's CR. But you get mouthpiece if you need it. According to the Udo, when it starts cracking, it looks like the antennas of a grasshopper. Okay, so that's a later state. And according to here, you can see the grasshopper on the left. And according to the Udo, you don't get any kind of, you don't get all these, according to the you can see according to the layer, which is going
largest man ever seen. And to mark the conversation, he does something here. His father is the most basically one that says, his child's mother was Susanna Downs. His child's was by the recipient of stomach cancer. He later committed
it's obvious that whoever's contact is
evolution
Ooh,
in
we
his
do that
quote,
for you like
the
this?
lives of the plants. There's some dating time he referenced vintage organs in plants, flags, and leaves, noting and he goes,
Okay, and
"You are great." And then bringing me a big brother because you are great. And I was thinking, and he goes, "You are great." And I go, "Thank you."
excellent.
You are great.
What?
And his wife,
Did you get one?
his name was Katie. And he
Okay,
goes,
excellent.
she was there, and he goes like this.
So you're gonna be writing this email like, hey, to drive my nephew, and I ended up stuck here. And Mr. Johnson, I was fine. Say hello,
No, I
okay.
said, no, he says, thank you.
How do you talk? Okay. So this is more like this, very simple. Serial mayor. Serial mayor, look what about that. According to the mayor, fix it for now. To change color, we can get markers. So, according to the mayor, it's only change colors. What would you use to say with mayor's case? It's garbage. Garbage is in it. If the state made it where it already looks like a grasshopper, and you'll get all this. So, in the mayor's case, look, if you see the mayor doing the Uga, not the obviously. This is Marcus, and if I brought 10 breads made out of this stuff, I'm going to my nether because I gave 10 breads of Marcus that's also good. Either if you Uga or the mayor, sorry, either if you Uga, now let's say it happens, so there's cracking, according to the mayor, what was the mayor saying was cracking? Marcus. Because before the cracking get out, the certainly the cracking Marcus drummer, and therefore what? I'm going to my nether. Either you do nether part of it. I brought 10 breads of pumpkin. I'm going to my nether. I said either pumpkin or not. And so what? Mr. Mayor, there be mayor. Okay, let's say let's talking about the simple nouns that change color. But of course, you're making Marcus again. Common. Either mayor or mayor, like how we call it. We went to all these steps, just getting about it. That here we are, elder and leader of you. They talk about this music that it looks like a grasshopper, we don't get on it. Mine, big out, no real, no other stuff. It's a suffix. But I brought either Mac or I brought Comet. I brought Comet or Mac. So which one? I didn't know I can decide, but my nether was like, I said I was going to be 10 bread either or. So either or. Or no, I do it real with another one, which is a big category called Comet, Maxa, and Seal. And because I brought two, I wasn't related to my nether. I said I was going to be 10 of Comet or 10 of Maxa. I didn't say I was going to be 10 of Seal. I'm not good. Okay, so that's all self-experience. And we remain in this up. But you know, it's asked, what happened here? What was the source? Why in the world did somebody say I'm going to bring 10 breads of tiger? Everybody knows they produce 40 breads of tiger. But somebody just says I'm going to bring the breads of the tiger. Maybe it's like the last one. They can bring both the tiger and the bread. Between the tiger and the tiger last one, all the others got rough. Pumpkin lacy matcha. Now, this person now owns 40 bread. Now, he doesn't know if the seal is hummus, and therefore he brought hummus, and that he owns the matcha part. He matcha is butter. Maybe he brought some of the matcha, and he has to bring another 20 matcha and 10 hummus. He has no idea. So what did he get? Either way, he's going to have to bring 40 bread. Well, it's straight with all mine. I realized how it was up to 20. What happened was, he's not going to bring 40 bread. So instead of bringing 10, I'm going to help my friend out. I know my friend can't really afford 40 bread. You know what? On me, I got 10. I got you for 10. Says, first, I'm sorry. I got you. Thomas was honest. He didn't help the friend at all. The friend has no idea what the seal is. The seal is honest, and therefore he has to bring the rest matcha. Or if the seal is matcha, he has to bring honest. What should he do? What kind of friend is that? He's not a friend that's helping out over here. He's not going to help at all. But the question is, the guy that made the net there is he like Sherman. Maybe the guy really neither enough to learn. The question is, this guy that promise is going to be 10 bread or either comes to master, was he like so we can see it? He didn't help the friend at all. The friend didn't have to bring 40 bread. You're right. Oh, what about the guy that made the net? Was he like turn out? Second child, what do? We do. Right. We'll just stop over here. Just one shot of the rails are waiting to come in. Thank you. Outside. Have a wonderful week. Thanks for coming.
Merry Christmas. Spreading love throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MBYsponsor.com. Sponsor MBY.com.
Folks, look at this.
History as Charles Darwin was born on the 12th of February 1809 in Shrewsbury, the county town of Shropshire in the west of England. His father was Robert Waring Darwin, a physician who was remembered in part for his towering stature and imposing frame, at over 6 feet in height and weighing 24 stone. Darwin later recalled that his father was the largest man he had ever seen, and noted the conversations that he would have with his father, who assumed that his son would follow him into the medical profession. Charles Darwin's mother was Susanna Darwin, a Wedgwood, who died suddenly when Charles was aged 8 of either a severe ulcer or stomach cancer. He later recalled that he could remember hardly anything about her except a deathbed, a black velvet gown, and a curiously constructed work table. Charles's grandfather on his father's side was Erasmus Darwin, a noted scientist who noted the theory of evolution in his poem The Loves of the Plants, written in 1789, in which he referenced vestigial organs in plants, flies, and humans. Noting, for instance, the fact that human males have nipples, flies' unused fourth wings. He also created designs for a rocket engine, which would be powered by hydrogen and oxygen, a canal bridge which would lift barges, and a copying machine, many of which were not realized in practice until long after his death. Erasmus Darwin was a notable writer and an accomplished man of science who turned down an offer from George III to become his royal physician, and instead directed his attention to the writing of poetry and the Bible.
Talk about levels.
The man known to history as Charles Darwin was born on the 12th of February 1809 in Shrewsbury, the county town of Shropshire in the west of England. His father was Robert Waring Darwin, a physician who was remembered in part for his towering stature and imposing frame, at over 6 feet in height and weighing 24 stone. Darwin later recalled that his father was the largest man he had ever seen, and noted the conversations that he would have with his father, who assumed that his son would follow him into the medical profession. Charles Darwin's mother was Susanna Darwin, a Wedgwood, who died suddenly when Charles was aged 8 of either a severe ulcer or stomach cancer. He later recalled that he could remember hardly anything about her, except a deathbed, a black velvet gown, and a curiously constructed work table. Charles's grandfather on his father's side was Erasmus Darwin, a noted scientist who promoted a theory of evolution in his poem The Loves of the Plants, written in 1789, in which he referenced vestigial organs in plants, flies, and humans, noting, for instance, the fact that human males have nipples, flies' unused fourth wings. He also created designs for a rocket engine, which would be powered by hydrogen and oxygen, a canal bridge which would lift barges, and a copying machine, many of which were not realized in practice until long after his death. Erasmus Darwin was a notable writer and an accomplished man of science who turned down an offer from George III to become become his royal physician, and instead directed his attention to the writing of poetry and the management of a new club, the Lunar Society in Birmingham, which was devoted to philosophical discussion between industrialists, scientists, and poets. To name a few, the relationship between Erasmus and his son Robert was strained, leading Charles to have little contact with his grandfather's theories and writings. These were not treasured by Robert, who instead attempted to encourage the young Charles to become a man of medicine. The Darwin family also included several other children, including one younger and 3 older sisters, as well as a single brother, Erasmus, who was 5 years older than Charles. His sister, Caroline, provided Charles with his first education, despite being only 9 years older than him. Having been educated for a time by Caroline, Charles later became a student of the Reverend G. Case, a Unitarian minister who noted that Charles had a passion for collecting various ephemera from the natural world, including seashells, minerals, and stones. When aged 9, Charles was enrolled at Dr. Butler's school in Shrewsbury, where he boarded, despite only living a mile away. He recalled later that he would often run home before the school was closed for the night in order to see his family, which he argued was absolutely essential in maintaining his mental health and well-being. Darwin spent much of his free time reading and was deeply interested in the poetic works of Byron and the writings of Shakespeare, although he later lost interest in them. He was also fascinated by the idea of travel and enjoyed reading works which depicted adventure on foreign planets. Charles's interest in science stemmed both from his readings and from the activities of family members. His brother's interest in chemistry led him to construct a makeshift lab in their garden shed, and his uncle excitedly instructed Charles on the operation of a thermometer. His fascination with formulas oriented on family tropes, such as those which the Darwins made to the Welsh coast, in which Charles noted that the insects and flowers to be found there were not always the same as in his own county. Charles performed with average success at school and entered the University of Edinburgh when he was aged 16, although it was noted by his father that a significant reason for his leaving school early was because he lacked any great progress in his studies there. Charles was emotionally healthy, from what we can gather from contemporary reports and autobiographical statements, although he recalled that he had once kicked his puppy for the sense of power that it afforded him, that he was sometimes frustrated by the social standing of the sciences, which were often regarded as beneath the gentleman. Entrance to the University of Edinburgh was encouraged by Charles's father on the basis that this would lead to his inevitable medical career. The university was a renowned centre for medical learning and counted amongst its alumni Charles Bell, the discoverer of Bell's palsy, as well as the functions of the root of spinal nerves, William Hewson, father of hematology, and James Lind, who discovered cures for scurvy and typhus, as well as the for the first clinical trial. Charles entered the university with some misgivings about his own enthusiasm for the course, and was not helped by the poor teaching standards he found there, later recalling the boredom he had felt in lectures, and bemoaning the lack of hands-on experience which his teachers afforded him and his classmates. University had nonetheless given Charles some experience which he would later come to rely upon. He presented his first academic paper to the Plinian Society while studying there, and met an academic who would later come to support his theory of evolution. Dr. Grant, after 2 years at Edinburgh, Charles had decided that he no longer wished to study medicine, following in the footsteps of his brother, who had already quit his medical course at Edinburgh, but his father decided instead that he should enter the clergy as an alternative. Charles was entered at Rothschild College at the University of Cambridge when aged 19. He once again, by his own admission,
wasted his student days by becoming involved with a group of fellow students who preferred the shooting field to the library, and he gained a pass mark in his final exams. The university had been invaluable to Charles as a means of introducing him to academics who would be formative in his own pursuit of science. J.'s hands and had Sedgwick both influenced Charles as a student and later in his life. Winslow was the man who arranged Charles' journey on the Beagle and often met with him for walks and discussions about science and art. Darwin also befriended H. Thompson, later an MP, and Dr. William Hume, who was to become the master of Trinity College and later the Dean of Hereford. Darwin left Christ's College in 1831 and joined Sedgwick on an excursion the same year to North Wales, where he was taught the theory and method of geology and was given an opportunity to apply his newfound skills as part of an academic investigation. In August 1831, Winslow wrote to Darwin and informed him of an expedition plan aboard the Beagle, a Cherokee Class 10-gun brig sloop of the Royal Navy, who Captain Robert Fitzroy had written to Winslow and had stated that he would welcome a naturalist on his voyage, given that they would undertake the journey without pay. Darwin was delighted at the chance to undertake a voyage as a naturalist aboard a Royal Navy vessel, although his father was angry that he was yet again stepping further from a career as a doctor or a clergyman. Charles involved his uncle to speak to his father, and after a discussion between Josiah Wedgwood and his brother-in-law, Robert agreed to let Charles embark on the Beagle. On the 27th of December 1831, the HMS Beagle departed from Devonport. Charles, with a degree in theology and classics, was her resident naturalist. Scientifically, he was a learner and had no one of comparable experience or expertise, even though he lacked an academic background in the discipline, which underpinned his vocation. Charles spent his first day aboard the Beagle constructing a timetable for himself, which would allow him to become acquainted more intimately with the subjects of meteorology, mathematics, and biology, as well as other subjects such as French and the Greek New Testament, which he decided would form the basis of his reading on Sundays. He also had copies of Paradise Lost and Humboldt's Total Narrative, which the scientist and explorer Alexander von Humboldt detailed his adventures to the Americas. Darwin noted in letters home that he had a difficult relationship with the captain, Fitzroy, as did many other members of the crew. Fitzroy was a member of the aristocracy and an illegitimate descendant of Charles II, with a wicked temper which would flare erratically. Darwin also recounted an event in which he argued with Fitzroy on the subject of slavery, which the latter supported. Darwin wrote that the argument had been so fierce that he had pondered leaving the Beagle altogether. Darwin shared his lodgings aboard the Beagle with Augustus Earle, a draftsman, and became friendly with several other members of the crew, including John Stokes and Charles Masters, a first-class volunteer. Another, Sims Covington, was a cabin boy who was later to become a personal assistant to Darwin. Over the course of the voyage, Darwin's notes show a man becoming ever more convinced of the potency of natural selection, as well as his conviction that fossils were the remnants of life forms which had existed before humans had appeared, all of which he formulated during his first few weeks at sea as he studied aboard the vessel in his cabin. He concurrently battled seasickness and wrote simply that the Bay of Biscay was hell. During the first weeks of 1832, Darwin commenced practical studies and developed a knack for collecting plankton, which he studied and wrote about emphatically in his diaries, noting the vast array of culls and forms which these creatures took. On the 16th of January, the Beagle made landfall on St. Jago in the Cape Verde Islands off the coast of modern-day Mauritania. He recalled that upon setting foot on the island, he was entranced by the volcanic rocks, the song of strange birds, and the vast array of flora and fauna that he saw. During his time in the Cape Verde Islands, Darwin developed a theory that hard white rocks, which littered the islands, were formerly
water lava flows which had flown over the seabed and contained imprints from shells and coral reefs.
Okay.
On the 28th of February, the crew of the Beagle alighted on the shores of Bahia, now the state of Brazil, and home to the city of Salvador. He wrote that this land is a chaos of delight, and his time in Brazil was to have a great impact on him and his work. He wrote of the beauty of the wildlife and of nature in Brazil, and thus this was nature in its grandest form. He also stated that to a naturalist, there was a pleasant nuisance in having to stop every few yards to study a new creature or flower. Darwin also encountered much slavery in Brazil, which was the last country in the Western world to abolish the practice, which it eventually did in 1888. He was deeply disturbed by what he saw and wrote that, "I hope the day will come when they will assert their own rights and forget to avenge their wrongs." Darwin and his companions settled at the small village of Botafogo, which was located a short distance outside of Rio de Janeiro, situated on a lagoon. He soon embarked on a 3-week ride into the countryside from his base, during which he travelled a distance of several hundred miles, in what would have been a dramatic and exhaustive introduction to his new landscape. From his base in Botafogo, Darwin also maintained a strict routine and collected specimens one day, to be followed by a day of preserving and analyzing his finds on the following day, a 2-day timetable which he maintained for the duration of his stay. Darwin was able to observe dramatic and exciting natural events in person when in Brazil, and noted with great interest an incident in which he had witnessed a vampire bat bite a horse and make notes on footworms, featherflies, and fungi. On the 5th of July 1832, the Beagle left Rio and travelled south to Montevideo, now the capital of Uruguay. Upon their arrival, the crew were informed that a revolution was taking place in the city, an event which was part of a series of conflicts which had emerged in Uruguay following the Declaration of Independence in 1828, and reflected a conflict between two political factions which had entered the vacuum which followed. The conflict into which the Beagle had strayed was rebellion by the Montevideo garrison in support of Rabbi, the leader of the 33 Orientals, revolutionary faction which opposed the presidency of Rothschild, a veteran military commander who was the incumbent leader. Fitzroy made the decision not to land in Montevideo, and instead proceeded to Buenos Aires, whereupon they were fired by a large Thai naval vessel, a problem which was later rectified by the governor. After this, the Beagle returned again to Montevideo, and Fitzroy requested to land at a private mooring. After this storm, the Beagle continued sailing, hugging the coastline in order to observe it. It was during this stretch of the journey that Darwin was born. For a single night, this was due to bad weather, which meant that the Beagle was unable to come and make one from the island, at which he had stopped in order to take samples. He would later write that he never knew such cold, although the experience allowed him to come across samples of fascinating fossils, such as that of the extinct giant armadillo and the giant sloth. The ship continued to pace back and forth between Buenos Aires and Montevideo, allowing the crew to send and receive mail, and Darwin to ship off his specimens home. Fitzroy, the captain of the Beagle, was also able to undertake a disturbing practice when he released 3 Fuegan prisoners that he had attempted to westernize from a previous voyage, sending them back to their communities with a bizarre assortment of items such as cabbages, tea trays, cutlery, and wine glasses. This was an incident, however, which Darwin expressed his opposition to. The next few weeks were spent by Darwin undertaking riding expeditions around Buenos Aires and Patagonia, during which he reported fulfilling the extremes of human comfort, writing that he often suffered from a great thirst. The fatigue of endless riding had caused him to feel incredibly tired. He was also plagued by mosquitoes, and reported that the jaguar animals which inhabited the surrounding
Where do
forests
I put that?
had caused great
The
fear
bird
amongst his
over there.
guides. On returning from an expedition
We're on
under
top.
Buenos
Maybe
Aires,
the Malik is supposed to be on
Darwin found
top.
himself
Meaning,
unable
anything
to
above the
enter
red
the
line is on
city
top.
on account of another
So to
revolution,
be standing
and
over
instead
here
was
on
forced
this
to remain
green
outside the city
sidewalk,
proper for a great
this ramp,
period of time.
what
He
do we
was
call
unable to reach the beacon until the
Sorry,
4th of
stand
November,
over here
after which the
and
vessel sailed, eventually
you
calling
Malik
into
over
the
there.
Rio de Santa Cruz in Argentina.
That's
The
what I
Beagle
want.
had
We're
been
going to go with that. I want
damaged
that,
over
man.
the course of her voyage and required
But that's what I'm saying.
repairs,
The
which
Pokemon
were
love dating
undertaken
person.
at the mouth of the river.
So,
Meanwhile,
tomorrow,
Fitzroy had
if you
planned
want
an
to
expedition
not
to
put
the
versus back, I'm
Cordillera
leaving with
Costa
you.
mountain range, which would require the crew to embark on a 245-mile trip upstream. A journey which was spread over 30 days, which the captain ultimately deemed a failure. On the 12th of May, 1834, the Beagle set out on her final trip south and crossed into the Pacific Ocean on the 9th of June, eventually reaching Valparaiso in Chile at the end of July. From here, Darwin tracked the Andes and was able to observe the differences in flora and fauna which correlated with their altitude. Darwin then contracted an illness, likely to be Chagas disease, which caused him to experience fever, swollen lymph nodes, and headaches, and to which some historians attributed his later poor health, such as his lethargy and heart problems. He reported at the time in his letters home that he had experienced great periods of tiredness and that he had suffered from blackouts and confusion. From Valparaiso, Darwin made one of his most important geological expeditions and ascended 10,000 feet into the Andes in order to observe the segmentation of the earth from the sides of the mountains which surrounded him. He commented that it was the first view I ever saw which really resembled those pretty sections which geologists make of the inside of the earth. Darwin also advanced on one of his longest expeditions, traveling some 450 miles to the north, during which he collected well over 100 geological specimens, which he labeled and recorded. By this time, he had been away from home for over 3.5 years, and his letters, despite showing his excitement at his work, reflected an ardent desire to return to England. On the 7th of September 1835, the Beagle sailed from the Galapagos Islands, which were to become synonymous with Darwin's work. As soon as the ship anchored off the islands, the focus of Darwin's work switched from geology to biology, and he noted eagerly that the flora and fauna of the islands closely reflected those of South America. Darwin's observational processes and birds of the islands stemmed from his interest in the fact that locals were able to identify which island an animal came from on the basis of their appearance, such was the localization of their variants. He realized that finches on the various islands had differences in their appearance, which correlated with the island from which they had originated. The beaks of the Galapagos finches were of particular interest to Darwin, and he noted that some were better suited to the consumption of insects and some seeds, suggesting they were adaptations to specific environments. However, his notes at the time suggest that he did not realize the implications of his observation, writing that when I see these islands inside of each other and possessed of but a scanty stock of animals, tenanted by these birds, but slightly different in structure and filling the same place in nature, I must suspect that there are only varieties, the Beagle remained in the Galapagos archipelago for a further 4 weeks, which it sailed south over the Pacific, spending Christmas Day of 1835 in New Zealand. While there, he commended the work that was being performed by missionaries in the region, and indeed, one of his first published reports from the voyage was included in an edition of the South African Christian Recorder, in which he wrote, "Missionaries thoroughly deserve the warmest support, not only of individuals, but of the British government." Such was his interest in the work of these organizations. Darwin co-signed this statement with the Beagle's captain, Fitzroy. On the 12th of January 1836, the Beagle landed in Australia, in what was the 5th year of her expedition. He noted in his diary that he was pleased
this
to have a
story.
level of
He said that in
immunity
the
to
Holocaust,
European diseases,
the
such was the
Holocaust,
suffering of native communities
he
with
was very,
illnesses such
very
as
happy
measles.
during the day.
In Australia,
And
Darwin
someone asked him what's
also
going on.
noted the
He said
similarities
their
between
group
different species
that
of mammal
is
and noted their development had occurred in
somebody was
tandem
afraid
with
of that
those of other
people not
continents.
have to
He
do.
stated in
So
his
comes the
notes
last one
that he was
says,
surprised that
there's
such
a
similarities
person by the name
developed
Mayor
through
Simcha.
such a varied pathway,
He
noting
has
that
to
it seemed
well,
as
I
if
got
two
that's
creators
like
had come upon the same product
It says
through an
that it's
entirely
happening
different
that
process.
you could check
The
other
eagle
for that
soon
night.
set
You
sail
need a
for
thousand
home
birds.
and made an
Why would you
unexpected
every day
stop
having
in
it?
Bahia,
You check for other
where
for
the
that.
ship had landed
You
4.5
actually put that
years
bird
before.
something.
Darwin
And
was
the Mayor
exhausted
Simcha
and craved
said
to
no.
return to England,
It's
writing,
happening because of
"We
the
have now
moon.
steered
When you
thanks to God
there's
under
something
a
going on
course for
in
England."
the sun.
Darwin, on the return
And
voyage,
that's
reflected on the majesty of the untouched natural world which he had been able to encounter through his journey, and the power of nature which he had been able to discover undefaced. This he referred to as an almost religious experience, writing that it inspired a feeling that there is more to man than the mere breadth of his body. On the 2nd of October 1836, the Beagle landed at Falmouth in Cornwall, and 2 days later, Darwin had returned to his home in Shrewsbury for the first time in over 5 years. He found his family welcomed him home with open arms, and his father, impressed with his discoveries, accepted his choice of career as a naturalist. Once he had returned home, Darwin went to Cambridge and then to London in order to arrange and edit the official zoology of the voyage of the Beagle, in which he wrote extensively about the journey, as well as his discoveries and ideas. Its hero was impressed with Darwin's work and praised his writing on travels in the tropics. Over the course of the 1840s, Darwin published further works which stem from research which he had conducted on the Beagle, including coral reefs, volcanic islands, and geological observations on South America, and was able to encounter various great scientists such as Sir Charles Lyell and Sir Joseph Hooker. Lyell was a prominent scientist and proponent of the theory of uniformitarianism, the idea that present-day natural laws and processes exist not just here today, but through space and time. Darwin adopted this theory and argued further that it could be used to explain a continuous process of change in organisms. Hooker was a young man and shared a great love of naturalism with Darwin. The two became firm friends, and it was to Hooker that Darwin confined his theory of natural selection, which remained a secret between the two for a number of years. By the time that he had returned from his voyage, Darwin was convinced that organisms underwent a process of change and adaptation. He further theorized that this could be the case on a grand scale. The change which occurred within a species could be responsible for wholesale and dramatic changes, both in their appearance as well as their mode of life. In July 1837, Darwin commenced work on a new text which he called The Transformation of Species, and only just over a year later, he had recorded what he now called the theory of natural selection. Darwin documented the thought process that led to his theory in his notebooks. He began from an observation that sexual reproduction leads to greater variation within a species than does asexual or parthenogenetic reproduction. Darwin noted this through reproduction, offspring within a species and differences from one another and from their parents, which can be referred to as random variation. These differences themselves do not appear to be directed toward any environmental advantage or design and were random. Sometimes inhibiting the capacity of the organism to live, and other times enhancing it. A variation could, over a period of time, become ubiquitous amongst a population of offspring if it provided an advantage in life. Those within a species were better suited to a certain environment and live, and pass these characteristics on to their own offspring, leading an entire population within a certain area to bear these particular variations.
pigeon and
Much
there's
of
a dog.
Darwin's theory
That
was
is
also
the
based on
fire is
establishing a
the
common ancestor of
One of them
species which had
has to
diverged
be
from
a
one
mature
another in
or
present
an adult.
characteristics, which he did
Yeah.
through an
And the
examination
Neoino,
of fossils,
what's the Neoino?
demonstrating that species who shared relatively few characteristics with one another had in fact stemmed from the same ancestor,
Right.
and that they had
Very
diverged
Look,
from one another through
right?
adapting to
The
particular environments.
Neoino,
Darwin noted this
the
point
whole
in his
always
writing,
the Neoino.
stating that
The
in
fellow
South
will never
America,
say
parent of all armadillos,
the
the
name
brother
always
to Megatherium,
the
and
how do you say it
the
for
level of variation in nature had been well covered in previous
whatever age that
works.
is, the
The
very small,
Archdeacon William
everyone that
Paley,
goes to the shears on
often
the very
credited with articulating an argument for the existence
Oh,
of God from design through an analogy involving a watch, had himself
First of all,
written
because the
of
country
great
we're in,
differences present amongst animals and plants, which he had presented in his work
probably myself
Evidence for Christianity. Darwin was puzzled by the potency of separately designed adaptations among species which had evidently undergone random variation. This evidently frustrated him, and he wrote later that how selection could be applied to organisms living in a state of nature remained for some time a mystery to me. It was whilst reading Thomas Robert Malthus's work on population on the 3rd of October 1837 that Darwin finally cracked the mystery of selection, explaining the preservation of useful variation and the disappearance of unhelpful or inhibiting variation. Much of the remainder of Darwin's professional life was defined from this point. He was committed to demonstrating the potency of natural selection as an explanatory theory for the modern natural world, and worked hard to document it in nature. Darwin also had other matters on his mind in 1837. The latter part of the year saw him construct a document in which he debated the various pros and cons of getting married, which he weighed a fear that he would be unable to travel and would have greater financial commitments to a constant companion, charms of music, and female chit-chat. He eventually erred on the side of marriage and entertained the joys which would come with it before concluding marry, QED. Darwin evidently also had a constant companion in mind when he wrote his list and proposed to Emma, which we saw afterwards, and on the 11th of November 1838. The two were engaged to be married. Darwin and Emma departed on a week's holiday from London, after which they moved into a townhouse at 12 Upper Gower Street on New Year's Day 1839. Indeed, 1839 started well for Darwin, and he was appointed a member of the Royal Society on the 24th of January, 5 days before his wedding. The couple remained in London for a time, although increasingly poor health had motivated them to make a change. Darwin and Emma moved to a country home named Down House in the Kentish village of Down. Hooker and T.H. Huxley, a fellow biologists, were regular guests at Down House, and Darwin wrote lovingly of the rural isolation of the place and the solace which it afforded him to conduct experiments, read and spend time with his family and close friends. On the 27th of December 1839, William, the first of 10 Darwin children, was born. William was of great interest to his father in many ways, including scientific, and he kept a detailed record of his son and his activities, including the ways in which he developed and adapted. Darwin was, by all accounts, a loving and devoted father, dedicating time in playing with and helping his children. He was very concerned with their health, but afforded them great freedom. Down House was a perfect environment in which Darwin could continue his research, and he stored vast amounts of information from his studies there. Specimens and notes as well as letters and documents that he had received from around the world, with information from experts and naturalists across the globe. Despite the joys of family, Down House and his advancing scientific work, Darwin was plagued by illness from 1837 until the time that he died in 1882. When his father died, he was too ill to attend the funeral procession,
small one was not going to see through the problem. But that's the feed before a certain age, which is interesting. You have to catch them if we lose the season right now. It's not going to do it. I don't know what to do. Like, in the year, it's not being born. All right, the new card. No, it's going to be new. So findings until he had collected a wealth of evidence which he could use to overwhelm any potential critics.
I'm telling you that this is
Originally intended to be a short essay, Darwin produced a draft from 230-page long work in which he outlined his theory and provided an incredible barrage of evidence for it. He had intended to keep the work to himself, although was encouraged by Hooker and Lyell, who were impressed and urged him to make his findings public. One of the major motives for Darwin's eventual decision to go public with his findings was the receipt of a letter from Alfred Russel Wallace, in which Wallace posited precisely the theory that Darwin had developed and asked him for comment. Darwin did not wish to rob Wallace what was a perfectly legitimate independent discovery, and arranged to have his findings published alongside Wallace's in a joint paper. It was this product that was presented before the Linnaean Society on the 1st of July 1858, and later published in the Society Journal. After this presentation, Darwin was motivated to fully explain his own theory and findings, and in so in the form of the origin of species, which he managed to complete in a remarkably short period of 13 months. He would go on to write 10 further books, all of which laid out his position and provided evidence, and in doing so, he changed mankind's perception of the natural world in a profound manner. There are several reasons why Darwin waited such a long time to formally present his findings. He was greatly concerned with ensuring that he provided comprehensive evidence to back up his claims, and was sidetracked somewhat by his work with barnacles, work which led him to investigate their reproductive processes, and which showed him the significant variance in the phenotypes which developed. One of the major forces that influenced Darwin to produce and publish his Origin of Species was undoubtedly the influence of Wallace, and it is important that his work be remembered alongside that of Darwin as research which revolutionized biology. Once it had been produced and published, The Origin of Species was a hit. The first edition sold out on day one, and the subsequent editions which were drafted and produced were in great demand. The book itself was thoughtful and well organized, presenting the basis of the theory of evolution alongside a wealth of evidence which covered all the major areas of known biology. Darwin also tracked the evolutionary development of several organisms and investigated how organs have become specialized to their roles, how some species have become extinct, and forecasted the explosion of the human population. One of the reasons for the success of the work was the review received from the noted zoologist Thomas Henry Huxley, who praised the work and exclaimed how extremely stupid not to have thought that. Several other highly influential scientists endorsed Darwin's work, including Hooker, Lyell, and Canon Tristram, the zoologist of the Bible. However, Darwin encountered much criticism as well as praise for his work, and was roundly attacked by writers such as Philip Goss, who asserted in his book On Thalamus that the world had been created by God in the way that it now appeared. In other words, that nothing had changed since the world had been created. His book fell flat. Other critics attacked Darwin on a scientific basis. Adam Sedgwick argued that he had abandoned the accepted scientific method as it had been formed under Francis Bacon, and another dangerous opponent was presented in the form of Richard Owen, an anatomist and paleontologist, who attacked the origin of species in a lengthy review, which Darwin himself stated was malignant and clever. Lynch's opposition to Darwin was furious,
and he was accused by Henry Tryman,
But they
a
only were talking
botanist,
about
that the threat he had posed to the doctrine of the creation was so powerful that the origin of species had made Darwin the most dangerous man in England. Tensions on this matter came to a head during a notable debate at the British Association in Oxford, during which Bishop Wilberforce attacked the theory of evolution, which was successfully and effectively defended by Huxley, who was at the height of his power. Indeed, Huxley remained a staunch defender of Darwin, and at a later public encounter with Bishop Wilberforce, was reported to have informed the bishop that he would rather have a ape for an ancestor than a man who used his reason and intellect to attack those seeking the truth. The incident apparently caused an audience member to faint, and Huxley's following scientific arguments, combined with this comment, led Wilberforce to silence. Darwin later jested to Huxley, "How dares you attack a live bishop in that fashion?" Similar battles were fought between scientists and preachers across the world, in the US, Germany, and Russia. Exchanges were held publicly between scientists and their opponents, bringing academics such as Ernst Haeckel to the fore, in positions similar to that of Huxley. Darwin attracted political as well as scientific attention. Karl Marx repeatedly tried to dedicate his book Das Kapital to Darwin, although this was rejected on numerous occasions. Darwin was later honored with a statue in the Soviet Union, which was used in part to spearhead a rejection of religious ideology. After 1859, Darwin published 10 biological works, 6 of which were engaged with particular botanical problems, dealing with questions concerning devices for securing cross-pollination, as well as the operation of climbing plants. One concerned earthworms and their effect on the natural environment, and the other 3 concerned themselves with evolutionary biology. Many of these later works were designed to augment and complement the theory that he had presented in The Origin of Species, though they also contained some odd digressions into theories of sexual selection. The first of these was the variation of animals and plants under domestication. In this work, Darwin turned his attention to the significant variation which existed amongst domestic animals, and included dogs, cats, and fowls, examining and analyzing the variation which they exhibited. He maintained from this his original conclusion that evolution was a slow process which relied not upon sharp variance between members of a population, but on small, incremental differences which became increasingly potent in a species over a long period of time. Later in his life, Darwin presented the theory of pangenesis, which was his attempt to examine and explain the ways through which characteristics were transferred between members of a species. He posited that something called gametes were transferred between beings through sexual reproduction, a theory which was, of course, erroneous, but which was nonetheless a valiant attempt to account for inheritance in the absence of any knowledge of DNA. Following his variations, Darwin worked on a new book, The Descent of Man, in which he sought to powerfully reject the idea that man had descended from Adam and Eve, and posited rather that they had developed over a great period of time through the process of natural selection. Darwin asserted that humans had descended from a form of ape-like primate, which may have originated in Africa, a theory which remains highly supported by more recent research conducted by academics such as Paul and Plant and Leakey. Many critics of the time were outraged at what they saw as his assertion that humans had monkeys as their ancestors, which was not in fact what he was arguing, since monkeys were the product of a period of evolutionary development which had been concurrent to that of humans. Darwin led his investigation with an examination of the similarities of humans and apes, and noted the similarity of the formation and operation of some organs and musculature between them, as well as the similarities in brain structure. He also noted several vestigial characteristics in humans, such as the embryonic formation of a vestigial tail, that some Humans possess what became known as Darwin's point, which manifests as the beginning of the helix at the tip of the human ear, an evolutionary trait connected to the pointed ear tips of several primates. Darwin also emphasized that humans and primates shared not only physical but also emotional characteristics. He argued that apes demonstrated an advanced emotional maturity, which manifested itself in reason, imagination, and sense of morality, although he emphasized that, whilst recognizable as a distant embodiment of human-like intellect, that of mankind was doubtless greater. Darwin also dedicated a great deal of need to set man to the topic of sexual selection, and argued that much of the struggle in nature was for reproduction. Animals attempted to win out over one another for sexual engagement through physical combat, which enabled them to reflect shows of strength. He argued as well that for many species, the size of the male was an important determining factor in the sexual treatment of enjoy. And to this, as a significant factor, his behavior of animals such as these, sometimes called the elephant seal, birds. Darwin argued sexual preferences and choices for members of a given species are often determined by visual displays. Male members of many avian species were more brightly colored than females, and their mating behavior often commenced with a dance or visual ritual, which enabled the male to display their feathers and plumes to a female. Darwin noted this behavior was particularly significant for birds of paradise and hummingbirds. Some of these ideas have since been discredited, such as Darwin's general assertion that animals were polygamous. We now know that many birds engage in monogamous relationships, and there have since been biological distinctions made between social and sexual monogamy, which Darwin confused with one another. Indeed, we now also know that coloured plumage on birds often acts to defend territory and intimidate tigers, as much as, if not to a greater extent, than it serves in determining sexual relationships. These omissions informed Darwin's further general assertion that sexual reproduction within a species was almost solely determined by the choice of the female in sexual partners. This view has since been discredited, and we now know that many of these rituals are in fact mutual in allowing both couples to make a decision. In the final chapter of his book, Darwin turned to the sexually selective practices of humanity and asserted that, in this case, selection was almost always made by men. He argued would choose a female partner based on several characteristics, such as their figure and facial structure. He indicated that many fashions attempted to augment desirable characteristics amongst humans, and for men, fashion reflected wealth and social status, which informed the choice that women made. These theories are, of course, very much of their time, and have been subject to countless criticisms from social scientists, and indeed, there is an obvious omission of several fundamental aspects of human social and sexual engagement, such as the importance of the formation of emotional bonds between sexual partners, and the fact that female choice in human sexual preference has been a constant throughout human history. Darwin's theory was important for the fact that it introduced the concept of displays as a form of choice and information in sexual preference, although the field has advanced significantly in the intervening years. Emotions and the development of points of interest in Darwin noted that primates and humans shared several emotions and had a similar reaction to emotional stimulation, such as public shaming, both expressed more complex emotional responses, such as the desire for deliberate revenge and bond. He pursued this field of study with his 1872 book, The Expression of Emotions in Man and Animals, in which he studied how emotions were expressed physically by certain species. He noted with interest the expressions of emotion in cats, horses, monkeys, and apes, as well as a plethora of other animals such as porcupines, hyenas, and kangaroos, leading him to conclude that emotional expression was innate to many animals. In his pursuit of data on genuine emotional expression in humans, Darwin focused his attention on the expressions of infants and inmates asylums, obtaining photographs of facial expressions which he labeled and analyzed. Concluding from this and a study he conducted internationally, that despite culture and region, human emotional expression was largely common across the world, and many behaviors and modes of expression would be recognized between humans wherever they were from. Darwin further argued that these forms of emotional expression, as they occurred in animals, stemmed from a preparation for action. Swans demonstrating a state of anger with arched wings and two frontal posture. Dogs baring their teeth in distress, which stemmed from an evolutionary practice of preparing for action, thus giving animals with these displays of emotion an advantage in their prospects of survival. Darwin also dedicated later books to the development of vegetables and plants and argued against a prevalent view that some plants engaged in self-fertilization. The variation which existed in these species would have to stem from some degree of cross-pollination, which he wanted to further investigate. Some work had already been done on the subject, notably by Christian Conrad Sprenger, who had advanced the theory that flowers attracted bees and thus played a role in the process of reproduction and cross-pollination. In his 1793 book, Das entdeckte Geheimnis der Natur, which was groundbreaking work in the development of biological understanding, but received little acclaim during the author's lifetime. Darwin wished to build on this understanding through research which analyzed the reproductive processes of plants and the process of cross-pollination. He studied orchids in particular and the ways in which the proboscis or moths had developed to obtain the nectar contained within them. One genus he studied was the Corianthus orchid, which was structured in such a way that bees would tunnel into the center of the flower and become covered with pollen, which once they had crawled out, they would spread to other plants. The various and ingenious ways in which plants were adapted to the process of cross-pollination was a source of immense interest to Darwin and led him to describe them as beautiful adaptations which could transcend in an incomparable manner the contrivances and adaptations of which the most fertile imagination of man could invent. Darwin examined these processes further in his later book, Effects of Cross and Self-Pollinization in the Vegetable Kingdom, which argued that there must be some innate value in the cross-pollination of vegetables. Over time, plants and pollinators such as bees become suited to one another through features such as the development of an elongated proboscis or a flower which allowed access to a certain species of bee. Darwin also advanced theories on the growth of plants and indicated that stems had the capacity to bend as they grew through the process of asymmetrical growth on one side of the stem, overtaking the rate of growth on the other side, and thus pulling the plant around the curve. This process was often seen in plants which adapted themselves to make best use of light conditions, although it was a process which also took place at night, indicating that mechanisms beyond the reflexive response to light must play a role. Darwin's last book was produced in 1881 and concerned earthworms. He conducted much of this research in his home in Down House and erected a millstone so that he might record the rate at which the stone descended into the earth, and thus how potent the influence of earthworms on the structural integrity of the soil in Darwin was. He conducted further experiments which allowed him to write about the anatomy, habits, and physiology of earthworms, and even analyze the effect that music would have on their behavior, noting that a bass note played on a piano would send them into their burrows. Darwin, now late into his life, demonstrated that earthworms have caused the monoliths of Stonehenge to sink, thus appear far short than they were. He also showed that their actions were responsible for a Roman villa sinking so deep into the earth that it was too submerged to be affected even by invasive agricultural practices such as plowing. This thesis, a little known work by a man who is best remembered for his other research, nonetheless encapsulates the doctrine which was central to much of his work, that small, incremental actions and processes would, over time, come to have significant effects on the natural world. In the winter months of 1881 to 1882, Darwin experienced serious heart problems and was incapacitated completely than he had been already. In February 1882, he wrote in a letter to a friend that he believed his course was nearly run, and on the 19th of April, he died, a short time after his 73rd birthday. Darwin was buried in Westminster Abbey and was carried to his grave by the President of the Royal Society, Huxley, Hooker, and Wallace, as well as several other notable persons, to be buried alongside Isaac Newton. Darwin was notable in his life for many things. The fact that a man with no formal scientific training would complete a voyage as testing as that undertaken on the Beagle, to then introduce one of the most powerful and influential models of biological development in human history, as well as a wealth of other botanical, paleontological, and geological theories which were groundbreaking in their own right, was truly remarkable, and he is today celebrated as the father of numerous scientific branches. The evidence of Darwin's central theory of evolution cannot be overstated. The disruptive effect that this had on biological, scientific, religious, and social understanding remains truly significant across the world today, and he is often celebrated as a paladin of reason and scientific pathfinding. Darwin was characterized in great part by his humility, his dedication to his self-appointed task of scientific advancement, and his insatiable thirst for knowledge. We undoubtedly owe our modern understanding of our own origins and existence to him, and he remains one of the most celebrated scientists ever to have lived. What do you think of Charles Darwin? Does he deserve his reputation as one of the greatest and most influential scientists who has ever lived? Or should some of the credit for the theories of evolution and natural selection be at least in part shared with largely forgotten figures such as Alfred Wallace? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
So you look at the wrong side. What the wrong side? You don't know what the wrong side? I said, open up the door. See where the chicken goes. If the chicken goes to the neighbor. If the neighbor, the chicken stays in the south. Everything becomes ugly. I'll get fat, ugly. I'll get flight, ugly. Then you can say that in Rothschild, he doesn't look at how long your back is, how long your soft, how long your beard is, how black your hat is. If you have a gun, if you wear green things, that it's nothing. You have to come from the Rothschild basically naked. And where's your head? What direction are you facing? Are you been tired of? You go to the Smetters, or you go over here. That's all that matters to the Rothschild. So all these feathers, all the shlusim, and that Baruch Hashem, say here in NDY, every single day, you have the Chassid and the Yushalmi and the Tziyoni, and even in this room, there are people that say, Hallel and Yom Tov with the bracha, and we have a very small oil. The Hallel with the bracha, and his own grandchild, who said that no bracha? But you get the idea. We have all sorts of people today. We have people with Rothschild. We have a Rothschild said before. People that if you say Rothschild, they'll spit at you, and if you don't say Rothschild, they'll spit at you. But not in this place. In this place, we call it out that way. There's no concerning it doesn't matter at all. It matters if you're on a high Madrega and you're doing the right thing. So, all the beautiful is there. There's those 2 shares a day. You got the tits on the outside. Then the tits on the outside. The lip on is this. And bust off. You know it. But on it, it's not the one. It's not going to be short. You don't have to make it short. You're back. Yeah. Yeah, before that. You have 30 seconds. It's going to be an hour. 30 seconds.
To history as Albert Einstein was born on the 14th of March 1879 in the city of Ulm, in the south of what was then the German Empire. Ulm was a major urban center of the Kingdom of Württemberg, a major constituent part of the German state in the late 19th century. His father was Hermann Einstein, a Ashkenazi Jew born in Württemberg. Hermann had been academically gifted, showed a strong ability in the field of applied mathematics when studying in Stuttgart, the capital of Württemberg, in his youth. However, the Einstein family were not wealthy, and he was forced to abandon his studies and went to work in the feather pen shop run by his cousins, Moses and Hermann Levy, in Ulm in the 1870s. Albert's mother was Paulina Koch, a member of a family of German Jews who had developed extensive connections as purveyors and merchants in Württemberg. She married Hermann Einstein in 1876, and Albert was their first child. A daughter, Maya, or Maria Einstein, was born 2 years later, in 1881. Albert's youth was dictated to a considerable extent by his father's business dealings. When he was still an infant, Hermann Einstein, following the business advice of his brother Jakob, decided to move the family to Munich, the largest city in southern Germany, some 170 kilometers to the east of Ulm. This occurred in 1880, as Jakob and Hermann sought to establish Einstein & Co. as an electrical engineering company in Munich, just as the great age of electrification was about to begin sweeping the Western world. There, Albert was enrolled in a Catholic elementary school, before being transferred to the Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich in 1887. Albert remained there until 1894, but at that stage, the Einsteins were once again uprooted when Hermann and Jakob failed to secure a contract to begin the electrification of Munich. Instead, they headed for northern Italy, settling first in Milan and then in Pavia. Albert briefly remained in Munich to continue his studies, but after several months became disillusioned with the strict and rotary learning on offer at the gymnasium, and convinced both his parents and the school authorities to let him leave to join them in Italy. Albert continued his education in Italy from 1894 onwards. He was already showing distinct signs of a precocious ability as a scientist and mathematician, although his father decided for him to take a more keen interest in applied engineering, and so follow him into the family business. In Munich in the summer of 1891, he had taught himself algebra and the advanced geometry of the ancient Greek mathematician Euclid. A family tutor by the name of Max Talmud, who excelled himself in the fields of optometry and ophthalmology, was employed by the Einsteins to teach young Albert advanced mathematics and scientific principles, but he soon found his charge was becoming more knowledgeable than he himself was when it came to subjects such as calculus, algebra, and geometry. Nor was he a prodigy who was solely interested in scientific and mathematical topics. As he entered his teenage years, he was also reading widely of some of the most advanced philosophical writers of the 18th and 19th centuries, notably the German Enlightenment philosopher Immanuel Kant. Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, first published in 1781, and offering one of the most analytical discussions of metaphysics, the study of the nature of reality, is one of the densest philosophical tracts ever written. Yet Albert seemed to understand it clearly at age 14, something which bewildered his tutor. Young Einstein's abilities did not go unnoticed by his teachers, tutor, and parents. Thus, shortly after he arrived in Pavia, and following his 16th birthday, he was sent to take the entrance exams at the Swiss Federal Polytechnic School in the city of Zurich, an advanced school of science, mathematics, and engineering. Although he scored high on the technical exams, Albert was not admitted at this time, in part owing to his youth. The following year, he passed the Swiss Matura, an equivalency exam in the country for those who had not gone through the formal schooling process within Switzerland, but wished to complete the secondary education curriculum there. Earlier that year, he had also renounced his German citizenship to avoid being called up for the required military service expected of all young men in the country. Thus it was that, as a stateless individual, he finally entered the Polytechnic School in Zurich in the autumn of 1896, age 17. There he would study physics and mathematics, the two subjects which he had demonstrated a prodigious ability in since he was a child. He would remain there for 4 years, eventually acquiring a diploma in 1900. Einstein's years in Zurich were those in which his research interests began to emerge in a fully formed state. He was becoming an eclectic scientist, one who might broadly be categorized as a physicist, but whose area of expertise covered a wide range of topics, such as the discovery of an accurate way to measure the dimensions of tiny molecules, a field of endeavor belonging to quantum mechanics, the broad science of describing the physical properties of nature at the atomic and subatomic level. Additionally, he was concerned to measure how light moves. At the time he was beginning to conduct complex research into this subject in turn of the century in Zurich, the prevailing view amongst European and North American scientists was that light traveled exclusively in wave patterns. As would become clear in the years that followed, Einstein doubted this theory and believed a further layer of complexity existed within the mechanism whereby light traveled. These and other aspects of advanced physics were at the heart of Einstein's research in his mid-20s. They formed the core of his doctoral thesis, which he was studying for part-time throughout the early 1900s and which he completed in 1905 in Zurich, entitled A New Determination of Molecular Dimensions. His research in the early 1900s was evidently aided by Mileva Maric, a young Serbian mathematician and physicist who had begun attending the Polytechnic School in Zurich around the same time that Einstein had first been granted teaching hours there after finishing top of the class in 1899. Maric was one of only 2 female students attending there at the time. She and Einstein were soon involved in a relationship with each other, and it is now assumed that she contributed to his research, though the exact degree to which she did so is unclear. In any event, her own research was interrupted in the summer of 1901 when she fell pregnant. Maric and Einstein were not yet married by then, and this was a time when having a child out of wedlock was still considered a social scandal. It appears that Mileva returned to her native Serbia to have the child, who was called Lisa in their correspondence after her birth. What happened to her thereafter is unclear. Some sources believe she died from scarlet fever in 1903, but others suggest she was put up for adoption in Serbia. It seems more likely that she died as Maric and Einstein had married in January 1903. They would go on to have 2 further children, a boy, Hans Albert, born in the summer of 1904, and another son, Edward, in 1910. It may seem peculiar in retrospect, but Albert did not immediately find it easy to find a teaching position upon completing his diploma in Zurich in 1900. He spent the next year and a half trying in vain to acquire a junior-level lecturing and research position in a Central European university, but to no avail. In the meantime, he acquired Swiss citizenship in 1901, finally acquiring statehood after half a decade of theoretically being without a national affiliation. With Swiss citizenship in hand, a family friend and associate from the Polytechnic in Zurich, Max Korsman, enlisted the aid of his father to get Einstein a post at the Swiss Patent Office. as a patent assistant examiner. What this effectively meant was that Albert was tasked with assessing the merits of various inventions and devices, which were brought before the patent office by individuals who wanted to have their intellectual ownership of their invention recognized, to ensure credit for the device was given to them, and they could benefit financially. Einstein worked there for the next several years. Beyond serving to support his young family, his work focused on many different devices involving electrical conduction and mechanics, and it has been posited that this impacted on Einstein's own research during his formative years. The manner in which Einstein burst forth from almost complete obscurity within the developed world's scientific community to become one of Europe's paramount physicists in the mid-1900s is one of the strangest stories in the history of science. While he was completing his doctoral studies and working at the patent office in Bern in the first half of the 1900s, Einstein was working on a series of papers for publication in the pages of Annalen der Physik, one of the world's leading academic journals for the study of physics, which had been published in Germany from 1799 onwards. This eventually resulted in 4 separate research papers, which were all published in the journal in 1905. Individually, they made major contributions to various fields within the study of physics. Collectively, they had been deemed to represent a revolutionizing of humanity's conception of the molecular and atomic dimensions of the natural world and the development of modern physics. Consequently, 1905 is usually referred to by biographers of Einstein and historians of Western science as the annus mirabilis, or miracle year, of Einstein's career. The first of Einstein's 4 papers of 1905 was entitled On a Heuristic Viewpoint Concerning the Production and Transformation of Light, and was published on the 9th of June. This explained what is known as the photoelectric effect for the first time. The photoelectric effect is where electrons are emitted when electromagnetic radiation, such as light, hits off a material or substance. The electrons which are emitted during such a process are called photoelectrons. Up until 1905, when Einstein described this photoelectric effect, the prevailing view amongst physicists was that light traveled much like a wave in the ocean. But Einstein explained that the photoelectric effect meant that light also traveled in what he termed to be a finite number of energy quanta, which moved without dividing, and which could only be absorbed or generated as entities. This not only explained much that was previously unknown about the nature of light and electrons, but had fundamental implications for understanding how light of a certain frequency could bring sufficient energy into play to liberate an electron. This built on work conducted by physicists such as Max Planck in previous years, but Einstein's paper added extensive new details on how energy and light interacted through the photoelectric effect. This had major implications for practical applied physics, and many years later, this discovery would be directly cited when Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics, although it was not until the mid-1920s that his findings were fully accepted amongst physicists. Just 6 weeks after this first paper appeared, Einstein's second paper of 1905, entitled On the Motion of Small Particles Suspended in a Stationary Liquid, as required by the molecular kinetic theory of heat, was published in Annalen der Physik on the 18th of July. Prior to Einstein's paper, there was no accurate way of measuring the dimensions of molecules, but several scientists in the 19th century, such as John Dalton, had noted that chemical substances tended to combine together or break down in weighted proportions, which suggested that they were all made from an as yet unidentified physical molecule that was common to all things. These unitary molecules are known as atoms today, after a word which had been coined by ancient Greek philosophers of the 6th century BC, who were themselves seeking to understand the nature of existence 2.5 millennia before Einstein's time. Einstein's second 1905 paper showed how these atoms could be measured more comprehensively using what was termed Brownian motion, whereby particles, in this case pollen, were suspended in a water solution. Einstein's paper, along with with a corroborating study produced by the French physicist Jean-Pierre in 1908 demonstrated unequivocally that atoms and molecules were real entities which were the building blocks of existence. Thus, this second paper of 1905 was a major contribution to humanity's acceptance of the existence of atoms and molecules and the emergence of atomic theory as the basis of much of 20th century physics. Einstein's third paper was published just over 2 months later on the 26th of September 1905. This was entitled On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies and focused on the issue of special relativity. This sought to reconcile an equation which the Scottish mathematician and scientist James Clerk Maxwell had devised in the early 1860s regarding electricity and magnetism. Maxwell's equations led to difficulties in how physicists should understand mechanics which occurred close to the speed of light. In response to this problem, Einstein outlined his special theory of relativity, or special relativity, in his 1905 paper. This stated that the speed of light is the same for all observers regardless of the motion of the light source or the observer of the light source. This opposed the idea postulated over 2 centuries earlier by Isaac Newton, which held that the speed of light is not fixed. Moreover, Einstein's special theory of relativity correctly assumed that when 2 objects are involved concerning light, there is no true way of knowing which is in motion and which is not. Einstein had come to this realization while traveling in a streetcar in Bern in the early summer of 1905 and looking at the clock tower in the center of the city. He realized that if his car suddenly started traveling at the speed of light, the clock arms on the clock tower would suddenly appear as though they had stopped, but the clock inside the streetcar would continue to move around as though nothing had happened, because both Einstein and the clock in the streetcar were traveling at the same velocity. Therefore, the speed of movement was relative. If the streetcar had suddenly accelerated to the speed of light, it would not mean that the clock tower had stopped, only that it appeared to have done so, relative to the speed which the streetcar was now traveling at. This was the special theory of relativity at work. Einstein's fourth and final paper of his Annus Mirabilis was published on the 21st of November and was entitled Does the Inertia of a Body Depend upon its Energy Context? Few have heard of that title today, but a great many are familiar with the equation which Einstein pioneered in the paper, E equals mc squared. In brief, what this means is that the energy of a body at rest, defined as E, is equal to its mass, or m, multiplied by the speed of light, the c of the equation, squared. This equivalency equation showed that a massive particle possesses an energy, or rest energy, which is distinct from the kinetic energy of a particle. This would come to be known as the mass-energy equivalence, and highlights how the mass energy of a particle, such as the nucleus of an atom, could be so massive as to result in an enormous amount of light and thermal energy being released if the particle was disturbed sufficiently. As we will see, the practical application of this equation was to have devastating consequences in later decades, and Einstein later grew to regret this aspect of his research. Einstein's 4 papers published during 1905 did not simply constitute breakthroughs in the confined world of academic theoretical physics. His research shaped the application of science to the whole world in the decades that followed. For instance, when you walk up to an automatic door today and it opens in front of you, this is because the sensors used in the doorway react when the photons in the light beams they emit are obstructed, in this case, by a moving person. The sensor then tells the door to open. Einstein first explained how photons work. Solar-powered calculators and street lights that automatically turn on when it gets dark, amongst other innovations, also emerged from his work on light. The special theory of relativity helped lead to the development of global positioning systems, or GPS, at the time. Thus, when you switch on Google Maps, it is effectively functioning based partly on research which Einstein published in his Annus Mirabilis papers, and when a nuclear power massive amounts of energy by harnessing the energy in the nucleus of an atom. They are doing so based on Einstein's discoveries concerning energy and mass equivalence as contained in the equation E equals mc squared. Einstein's groundbreaking research findings, published in 1905, soon came to the attention of the European scientific community, though at a time when people were still reliant on the circulation of hard copies of academic journals and word of mouth for research to be disseminated. It took a few years for the import of his findings to become clear across Europe. As they did, they transformed his career. By 1908, he gained a teaching post at the University of Bern and was able to leave his position at the patent office. The following year, he was appointed to a new chair of theoretical physics, which had been created at the University of Zurich. He remained there for the next 2 years. During this time, he continued to refine some of the points he had made in his 1905 papers, while also moving on to begin developing the theory of general relativity as an offshoot of his work on special relativity. The theory of general relativity holds that the observable gravitational attraction between two masses results from the warping of space-time by those two masses. This research made major initial contributions to the science of black holes and other mass objects within the universe. In 1911, Einstein left Switzerland after over 15 years there to take up a new position which had been offered to him at the Charles Ferdinand University in Prague, the oldest university in what is now Czechia, but which was then a constituent part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In tandem, he was offered Austrian citizenship. Although he spent just over a year there, he published upwards of a dozen papers on topics such as the mathematics of radiation, quantum theory, and gravitation. Before long, a new offer pulled him back to Switzerland. This was an invitation to teach at his old alma mater, the Polytechnic School in Zurich. He was there by the summer of 1912 and would spend the next year lecturing to classes who were increasingly familiar with the growing fame of the German physicist, while also researching problems on gravitation and molecular heat. Much of this latter work was undertaken in conjunction with Marcel Grossmann, the Swiss colleague who had attended the Polytechnic with Einstein in the late 1890s and whose family had aided him in acquiring his early position at the Bern Patent Office. In the spring of 1913, less than a year after taking up his position in Zurich, Einstein was visited in Switzerland by Max Planck and Walter Ernst, two of the foremost scientists of the age. Both worked in Berlin and had come to Zurich to convince Einstein to return to the land of his birth to take up a position at the University of Berlin. The post came with automatic membership of the Prussian Academy of Sciences, as well as his appointment as director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics. This would allow Einstein to concentrate on his research and build a team of researchers around him. It was an offer he couldn't refuse, and was made more attractive by the prospect of being close to his cousin Elsa, who lived in Germany, and whom Einstein had begun corresponding with frequently since the spring of 1912. Thus, early in 1914, Albert made the move to the German capital. His first wife, Mileva, agreed to move at first with their two sons, but she was immediately unhappy in Berlin and sensed Albert was growing closer to his cousin, and soon decided to return to Zurich with their children. They remained separated until 1919, when they finally divorced, at which time Einstein married Elsa. By then, both she and Albert were in their 40s, and this second marriage of Einstein's did not result in any further children, though Albert became stepfather to Elsa's two daughters from her previous marriage. Einstein's arrival in Berlin was immediately interrupted by the outbreak of the First World War. For years, tensions had been building between the major European powers over issues as disparate as colonial rivalry in Africa, the vacuum left by the collapse of Ottoman power in the Balkans, and the naval race between Britain and Germany. These all coalesced in the summer of 1914 into the outbreak of a pan-European war, which soon became a worldwide conflict. When it erupted, and Germany's invasion of neutral Belgium as a means of striking quickly at northeastern France drew widespread the 1908 recipient of the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his pioneering work in chemotherapy, and was effectively a letter from dozens of prominent German academics sounding their support for Germany's war effort. Einstein, who was a lifelong pacifist, refused to sign it, and instead, with several other German academics, drew up the Manifesto to the Europeans. This expressed the idea that Europe's sense of common culture could be harnessed to bring the war to a swift end. Unfortunately, their hopes were not met, and the war was to drag on for 4 more years of interminable conflict, followed by years more of revolution and civil war across much of the continent. Despite the ongoing war, Einstein was able to commence new research in a concerted manner in Berlin from 1915 onwards, as the initial shock of the outbreak of the war lessened. However, it was not until 1917 that the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute was finally established in Berlin, with Einstein as its first director. Funding and administrative delays brought by the war effort had delayed its inception. He would serve as head of the institute for the next 16 years. While in 1916, he was appointed as a member of the German Physical Society, which had been established in 1845, and is the world's oldest major academic body of physicists. Foreign honours would also follow in the years ahead, including membership of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences in 1920, and admittance as a foreign member in 1921 to the Royal Society, arguably the world's most prestigious scientific society, and one which dated back to 1660 when it was founded in London. Such honours aside, Einstein continued to break new ground in his research in the mid-1910s. For instance, in 1916, he hypothesized the existence of gravitational waves, which are effectively ripples in the curvature of space-time. These could not be detected using the instrumentation available in the early 20th century, but in 2016, a century after Einstein predicted their existence, they were finally confirmed by American scientists. He was also beginning to theorize the existence of what we now know to be black holes, points in space where gravity is so strong that neither light nor particles can effectively escape from them, and which distort space and time. As with so much else, his work on black holes was pioneering and paved the way for many of his successors to produce detailed accounts of the building blocks of the universe later in the 20th century. He could, however, be mistaken too. In 1917, he began working on what he termed the cosmological constant, a theory which supposed the existence of a static universe. Many years later, when the American astronomer Edwin Hubble discovered the recession of nebulae in the universe, Einstein realized his earlier theory of the cosmological constant was incorrect and referred to it as his, quote, biggest blunder throughout his career. His other great research project of the war years, though, was far from a blunder. Einstein had been working on the concept of relativity for over a decade, and special relativity was the subject of one of his acclaimed papers of 1905. Yet it was not until the mid-1910s that he began finalizing his research on the subject of general relativity. The general theory of relativity outlined the geometric theory of gravitation. This moved far beyond Newtonian ideas concerning gravity to explain gravitational pull and the full complexity of geometric gravity as it applies to the universe and not just individual planets. There is an ongoing debate as to who actually arrived at the general theory of relativity first, as his contemporary, the German mathematician David Hilbert, essentially arrived at nearly identical conclusions as Einstein did in the mid-1910s. As with Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace, who both broadly developed the theory of natural selection at the same time in the mid-19th century, both Einstein and Hilbert were in communication with each other, and Einstein visited the University of Göttingen, where Hilbert was working in 1915 to present lectures on his own findings. What seems relatively clear is that Einstein and Hilbert influenced each other sufficiently that they both arrived at the same conclusions concerning general relativity within days of each other in the winter of 1915. In late 1918, Europe and the wider world began to emerge from the grip of the First World War, although in some countries such as Russia, Hungary, Turkey, and Ireland, the end of the war saw the commencement of bitter civil wars, which eclipsed anything that those countries had seen during the war itself. Yet, with the resumption of some form of normal life, academic discourse resumed fully, and research began to be disseminated widely again. Thus, Einstein and Hilbert's work on the general theory of relativity reached a wider audience within the community of Europe and America's physicists. As it did, there was an increasing appreciation of how groundbreaking their studies were. Then, in the summer of 1919, the theory was confirmed as being accurate by Sir Arthur Eddington, an English astronomer and mathematician, during a solar eclipse. This time, the popular newspapers picked up the story, proclaiming that Einstein's theory had overthrown the model of the universe developed by Isaac Newton nearly 250 years earlier. Given all of this, it is perhaps unsurprising that in 1921, the Nobel Foundation in Stockholm decided to award Einstein the Nobel Prize for Physics. They specifically cited his work in discovering the photoelectric effect in his paper from 1905 in the award designation, but it could just as easily have been awarded for a wide range of research findings over the previous 15 or so years. Receipt of the Nobel Prize in 1921 and the opening up of the world during the boom time years of the 1920s, after years of war and social discord, saw Einstein and Elsa, whom he had just recently married, decide to travel internationally. In early April 1921, they sailed into New York City, where the couple were greeted by the mayor, John Francis Hyland, and a delegation of some of the most senior members of the city's Jewish community. Weeks of lectures and receptions followed, notably at Columbia University in New York and Princeton University in New Jersey. Later that month, Einstein met President Warren Harding in the White House. Afterwards, they left for a Pacific voyage to the Empire of Japan, and then onwards to Singapore and India before reaching the Middle East. There, Einstein visited Palestine, which had become subject to a British mandate following the end of the First World War, where the Jewish Zionist movement was attempting to establish a new state for the world's Jews after centuries of being scattered around the globe. Afterwards, he returned to Germany. Thus, the 1921 to 1922 trip was the beginning of a pattern of significant trips to different parts of the world. For instance, in 1925, he visited South America, spending weeks in Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, countries which were booming economically and socially in the early 20th century, and where Einstein was revered within the academic community. In the mid-1920s, Einstein became involved in a scientific debate which was widely reported on at the time. This was between himself and Niels Bohr, a Danish physicist who won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1922, 12 months after Einstein had been awarded the same honor. A dispute had been building between Einstein and Bohr throughout the mid-1920s over their differing interpretations of quantum theory. Much of this centered on Bohr's refusal to believe that photons, which Einstein had first theorized the existence of in 1905, were real. He did not accept that they did exist until 1925, and he
and it's going to do whatever it wants to do. It's going to have to agree with you, and it's going to be good enough.
Debates were held in London and elsewhere between 1922 and 1925, but culminated in a famous academic disputation in 1927 at the 5th Solvay Conference at the International Solvay Institutes of Physics and Chemistry in Brussels. Here, Bohr and Einstein continued their debate, with both figures arguing points which eventually proved to be accurate. However, beyond the theoretical arguments, the conference is noteworthy for the number of the world's most accomplished physicists it drew together. 17 of the 29 attendees had already or later received Nobel Prize awards, while Einstein and Bohr were joined by figures including Marie Curie, Werner Heisenberg, and Erwin Schrödinger. It points to the sheer level of brilliance of the scientific community in the interwar period. The late 1920s 1930s also saw Einstein reconceptualizing his own theories of the universe. This was in response to the discovery by the American astronomer Edwin Hubble of the recession of the nebulae, or what is now termed Hubble's law. This states that galaxies are moving away from Earth at speeds which are proportionate to the distance they are from the Milky Way. These speeds are always faster, meaning that the further a cosmic body is from the Earth, the faster it will move away from the Earth. These findings, which were made public in 1929, required Einstein to abandon his current theory of the universe at that time, which was known as the cosmological constant, which supposed that the universe was largely static in the way that it expanded. That is, that the cosmos had been expanding since the Big Bang at a relatively constant speed. Hubble's discoveries forced Einstein to reevaluate his hypothesis, as it was now clear that the universe was expanding at an ever greater speed. Hubble's discovery was also partly responsible for Einstein's decision to embark on a new journey to the United States in December 1930. He wanted to meet Hubble and thank him for his research, which he duly did in 1931. However, the trip is generally more remembered for Einstein's visit to California, where the ostensible purpose of the voyage was to take a 2-month visiting fellowship at the California Institute of Technology, better known as Caltech today. During this sojourn, Einstein honestly noted that science had as much and perhaps a greater capacity to do harm than to do good within human society, a reference no doubt to the increasing use of technology in warfare, an issue the pacifist Einstein found abhorrent. This somber aversion to the great militarism of the 1930s led Einstein to have an affinity with the novelist Upton Sinclair and the actor Charlie Chaplin, both of whom he met in Los Angeles during his visit, and who are both publicly affirmed pacifists themselves. Einstein's great friendship with Chaplin led him to attend the premiere of his new film, City Lights, a silent film which was significant in establishing the romantic comedy genre in American movies. When Albert and Elsa Einstein entered the cinema with Chaplin, Einstein was cheered with the same regard a Hollywood icon could obtain. It was also the beginnings of a long friendship with Chaplin, which saw the actor visit Einstein's Berlin apartment shortly afterwards, and Einstein renewed their acquaintance when he himself returned again to America early in 1933. While Einstein had been holding his positions in Germany and traveling widely in the 1920s and early 1930s, as his fame and accomplishments increased, the political environment back in his native Germany was changing for the worse. Germany had been mired in political chaos in the aftermath of the First World War, but from 1923 onwards had entered into a period of pronounced prosperity and instability, and was shattered late in 1929 when the stock markets on Wall Street in New York City crashed and a massive economic depression set in across the developed world. In Germany, as millions lost their jobs and their economic security, a huge proportion of the population turned in national elections to the rapidly anti-Semitic National Socialist German Workers' Party, Nazis, under their leader Adolf Hitler. In Reichstag elections in 1932, they became the largest political party in Germany. And in the first months of 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of the country. Within weeks, the party effectively turned Germany into a one-party fascist state. This was extremely ominous for the country's Jewish population and individuals like Einstein. In the United States, he decided not to return to Germany, and instead the Einsteins settled in America after a brief visit to Antwerp in Belgium, where Albert handed his German passport into the German embassy and renounced his citizenship. In Berlin, the Nazis had already searched his apartment twice on account of his Jewish heritage, and over the next year or so, Jewish academics such as himself were forced out of their positions across Germany. In the United States, following his decision to seek permanent residence there in 1933, Einstein quickly acquired a position at the Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton University in New Jersey. It was the institution which he would spend the longest portion of his career at, and barring a directorship at Brandeis University in Massachusetts in the mid-1940s, Einstein was primarily associated with Princeton for the remainder of his life. In the mid to late 1930s, Einstein undertook some further notable work here on the east coast of America. A particularly significant engagement resulted from collaboration with Nathan Rosen, a Jewish-American physicist. Together, Einstein and Rosen produced a model of what a wormhole might look like. Wormholes are theoretical structures which might connect disparate points in space and time together. At the time that Einstein and Rosen produced their theoretical wormhole bridge, they were a relatively novel concept, but they have latterly come to form a fundamental aspect of theoretical writings on space travel. In due course, they became a mainstay of science fiction writing from the middle of the 20th century onwards. While Einstein was teaching in the United States in the 1930s, developments were occurring back in his homeland, Germany, which would soon have global implications. Following their initial rise to power in 1933, the Nazis had made clear their intent to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end. In the mid-1930s, they began rearming Germany, recruiting hundreds of thousands of soldiers into the military and building thousands of tanks, fighter planes, and bombers. Then, beginning in the spring of 1938, the Nazis used diplomatic coercion to annex Austria into a Greater Germany and to seize territory from its older neighbors such as Czechoslovakia and Lithuania. When Hitler then invaded Poland in September 1939, Britain and France determined that they could no longer appease the Nazis and declared war on Germany. In the immediate term, the government of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt did not have public support for American involvement in what was deemed within the US to be a European war, which it should not involve itself in. However, when Germany's ally, the Empire of Japan, attacked the US Pacific Fleet at rest in Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in December 1941, the United States also entered the Second World War. More than any war in human history, it was one which would be shaped by scientific innovation. Despite his pacifism, Einstein was soon involved in correspondence with the US government concerning the growing conflict. Indeed, this had commenced weeks before the war erupted in Europe. Early in 1939, European physicists had discovered nuclear fission using uranium. With this discovery, the theoretical possibility of developing a nuclear bomb of some kind moved ever closer. A number of European physicists, foremost amongst which was the Hungarian Leo Szilard, realized exactly how possible it now was that a dedicated research team could develop a nuclear warhead. This deeply worried many European scientists, as many of the continent's leading physicists worked in Germany and could be co-opted into helping the Nazis develop a nuclear weapon, one which Hitler and his accomplices would have little compunctions about using as a conventional weapon of war, despite its absolutely cataclysmic capacity for the loss of human life. Consequently, Szilard and two fellow Hungarian physicists, Edward Teller and Eugene Wigner, composed a letter to the US government warning of the risks of the Nazis developing a nuclear weapon before any other state. They sent this to America, where Einstein appended his signature to it before it was sent to the administration of President Roosevelt. What has become known as the Einstein-Szilard letter was influential in the months that followed in the US initiating its own program to develop a nuclear weapon. The Manhattan Project, the US government's program to develop a nuclear weapon, was initiated on a piecemeal basis late in 1939, just weeks after the receipt of the Einstein-Szilard letter. This ran enormously against Einstein's own pacifist inclinations, though the possibility of the Nazis acquiring such a weapon before the US had forced him into warning the government of the dangers of this occurring. This aside, he viewed war of any kind as a disease which should be resisted by all of civil society in the modern world. Accordingly, he did not play a role in the Manhattan Project itself. Rather, it was led by Robert Oppenheimer, an American theoretical physicist. Those activities were limited between 1939 and 1941. Once the United States entered the war in December 1941, funding and resources increased enormously, particularly so as it became increasingly apparent that the Nazis were, in fact, trying to develop superweapons, such as a nuclear bomb. and various installations in Europe, notably in Norway, where what is known as heavy water was being produced, a form of hydrogen with different nuclear properties which could conceivably be used to manufacture a nuclear weapon. The research here, though, was slow and was scuppered on numerous occasions by sabotage missions launched by British Special Forces and Free Norwegian fighters. By that time, the Manhattan Project was employing upwards of 130,000 people in the United States, and a nuclear reactor had been demonstrated in Chicago as early as 1942. Eventually, in July 1945, the world's first nuclear device was detonated in the desert of New Mexico. By the time the first nuclear weapon was detonated, the Second World War had already been over in Europe for several weeks. However, because of the agreed Allied policy of leaving the conclusion of the war in the Pacific against the Empire of Japan until after Nazi Germany had been defeated, the conflict was still raging there by the summer of 1945. Accordingly, the administration of President Harry Truman quickly decided to use the new weapon against Japan in the belief that doing so would ultimately save over 1 million lives if it forced Japan to surrender quickly. Thus, on the 6th of August 1945, the first nuclear weapon used in warfare was dropped on the city of Hiroshima, killing upwards of 75,000 people on the first day, and a further 60,000 or so in the months that followed from radiation sickness. 3 days later, a second nuclear device of a slightly different kind was dropped on the city of Nagasaki, killing upwards of 18,000 people across the initial destruction zone, and as a result of the after effects, Japan did quickly surrender, but Einstein was appalled by the ferocity of the attacks and the fallout from them. Shortly after the bombings, he declared that the time has come now when man must give up war. It is no longer rational to solve international problems by resorting to war. He subsequently expressed his regret that his research on the molecular structure of the world and the concept of mass energy and equivalence, which he had first published in 1905, had contributed towards the development of nuclear weapons. The post-war years saw Einstein continue to research and publish, though by then he was nearing his 70s, and the pressures of his public profile and some health concerns restricted how much he could accomplish. Nevertheless, at Princeton in the late 1940s, he developed what he referred to as his unified field theory, findings which he published in Scientific American in 1950 as on the generalized theory of gravitation. This unified field theory sought to develop a single, unified theoretical framework which could be used to understand the fundamental forces of nature and the universe. Efforts had been undertaken by many physicists throughout the first half of the 20th century to develop such a unified theory, but none had met with acceptance across the academic community. Einstein's theory attempted to incorporate elements of his work on general relativity, electromagnetism, and gravity, and proposed a single origin for the entire set of physical laws, one which could unify forces such as gravitation, electromagnetic forces, and even the curvature of space-time, with which much of Einstein's work in the 1930s had been concerned. Ultimately, his work and that of others in developing such a unified theory were unsuccessful, but his research in this respect is nevertheless regarded as being consequential in the further development of differential geometry, the study of the geometry of smooth shapes and surfaces, particularly as they apply to space. The years following the end of the Second World War in America also saw Einstein acquire a form of celebrity within mainstream society, which was largely unprecedented for a theoretical physicist. In many ways, this went back all the way to the early 1920s and Einstein's first arrival in New York City. His theory of relativity had just been confirmed by other scientists, changing our fundamental understanding of the universe, while Einstein was the recipient of the Nobel Prize. The New York Times had run a story in December 1919 proclaiming that Einstein had, quote, destroyed space and time through his research findings. Here was the most fundamental overhaul of human thought since John Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection a half a century earlier. But Einstein's work was greeted with applause, whereas Darwin's had been viewed as sacrilegious. His associations with figures like Charlie Chaplin in Hollywood and his increasingly iconic physical appearance made him a more identifiable figure in the years that followed. Most tellingly, by the 1940s, it was becoming apparent how Einstein's revolutionary ideas were changing society and the world in practical ways, not just from the perspective of theoretical physics. As all of this occurred, he became a figure as fated within American society as Stephen Hawking later would be in the second half of the 20th century, or figures like James Lovelock and Richard Dawkins in the early 21st century. By the time his working life came to an end, Einstein's written and published output was enormous. Though it may seem unusual to many, Einstein's primary academic output was in the shape of papers in academic journals, of which there were nearly 300 over a span of 55 years, rather than books. This was and remains the primary means of communicating research for academics working in the hard sciences. Such books as Einstein authored, of which there were over a dozen, were generally reproductions of work he had already published as academic papers, the idea being to tie together his existing work on general relativity and other topics, or to try to make the material more accessible to a general audience. Some of these were used as advanced undergraduate and postgraduate textbooks for students of theoretical physics for years to come in universities. Additionally, translations were made into multiple languages, ensuring that Einstein's work was accessible in dozens of countries by the middle of the 20th century. Beyond this academic output, Einstein was a voracious correspondent, and at the Albert Einstein Archives at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, there are over 3,500 pages of his private correspondence dating from 1912 to 1955. He also wrote widely on various political, philosophical, religious, and humanitarian issues. Unsurprisingly, collected editions of Einstein's work, correspondence, and other writings, such as those published since the late 1980s by the academic press of Princeton University, the university where Albert spent nearly all of his career in the United States, have stretched into dozens of lengthy volumes. The individual who produced this enormous body of work was, despite his brilliance and celebrity, a resoundingly modest individual. He once proclaimed of himself, quote, "I have no special talents. I am only passionately curious." He never acquired the trappings of wealth or fame, and indeed visitors to his home in Berlin in the 1920s, or America in the post-1933 period, were generally struck by the modesty of the abode, where the most lavish adornment was usually a piano so that Einstein could play the classical music he loved. His family life, it must be admitted, was difficult. His two biological sons went to live with their mother after she and Albert separated in 1914, and thereafter their relationship was somewhat distant. Hans later immigrated to the United States in 1938, where they reconnected. But Edward remained in Europe, and despite maintaining a correspondence with his father, never saw him again after Albert left for America in the early 1930s. Edward later developed psychiatric problems and was institutionalized in Zurich. Albert's marriage to Elsa was also strained long before her death in New Jersey in 1936, and it has been widely speculated that Einstein retreated into his scientific inquiries at times as a substitute for his own weaknesses when it came to emotional relationships. Politically, he was humane, holding a lifelong aversion to violence and war. He deeply admired Mahatma Gandhi and his non-violent opposition to British rule in India, and the two became correspondents. Over time, his political views moved towards a criticism of capitalism and advocacy of socialism, while he also wrote on numerous occasions about the desire for a system of global government and an end to competition between nation-states. He held positive views of the United States, deeming the country to be a meritocracy, but the FBI developed a dossier on him before he ever fully relocated to America from Europe, and by the mid-1950s it ran to over 1,400 pages, a not wholly unusual development for a former German and an academic in post-war America. Einstein's character was his Jewish heritage, though he himself was a professed agnostic and viewed the Bible as a collection of primitive legends. His Jewish heritage also shaped his life from the 1930s onwards, as it saw him relocate to the United States in the face of the Nazi threat. Einstein also became noted in his later years for his support for Zionism and the State of Israel. He had visited Palestine back in the 1920s when it was being governed as a British mandate in the aftermath of the First World War. At that time, hundreds of thousands of Jews were already living in or migrating to the region, with the goal of reforming a Jewish state after nearly 2,000 years of being dispersed around the world. In 1925, Einstein agreed to be listed amongst the first Board of Governors of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem when it was established that year. Then, in the aftermath of the Second World War, hundreds of thousands of Europe's Jews who had survived the Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazis during the Second World War headed for the Holy Land. When the British mandate there expired in March 1948, the Jewish people declared a new state of Israel for the Jewish people in the Levant. In 1952, Einstein was offered the ceremonial position of president of the country, though he declined on account of his age and inability to leave the United States at that stage. Einstein remained supportive of the Zionist movement until his death, but one wonders what the pacifist in him would have made of the Israeli state as it descended into internal warfare with its Muslim neighbors from the Suez Crisis of 1956 onwards. By the time Israel entered into the Suez Crisis or the Second Arab-Israeli War against its southern neighbor Egypt in 1956, Einstein had died. Shortly after the end of the Second World War, he had begun to suffer from an abdominal aortic aneurysm, an enlargement of the abdominal aorta, the largest artery in the abdomen. It can become blocked, much like any other part of the circulatory system, owing to high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and smoking. Einstein had the issue operated on successfully in 1948 by reinforcing the aorta wall, but despite improving his lifestyle, including adopting a vegetarian diet, the problem resurfaced again early in 1955 when the aorta ruptured, causing internal bleeding. He was admitted to hospital on the 17th of April, but refused emergency surgery to try to intervene to stop the bleeding, proclaiming philosophically that it was best to meet death with dignity when one's time had come. He died the following day on the 18th of April 1955 at 76 years of age. The surgeon who carried out his autopsy afterwards removed Einstein's brain for scientific study, though this was done without the permission of his family. It was subsequently dissected, and the remains of it are today found in the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Washington, D.C., while some sections were put on display in the Meta Museum in Philadelphia in 2013. It has been suggested that the abnormal number of glial cells in his brain might account for Einstein's inordinate aptitude for mathematical equations. His body was cremated shortly after his death in New Jersey, and his ashes were modestly scattered at an undisclosed location. Albert Einstein was one of the most influential thinkers in the history of science. So significant were his findings in his research over a span of half a century that his surname has become synonymous with elevated intelligence. Perhaps what is most unusual about this is that it all sprang from relatively humble beginnings. In the 1890s, he was effectively an international nomad when he was still a teenager and young man, moving between his native Germany, Italy, and Switzerland as his parents tried to balance their financial and business situation with their awareness of their son's precocious abilities as a mathematician and physicist. His time at the Polytechnic School in Zurich provided some stability, but Central Europe's universities saw fit not to hire him when he completed his initial studies there, and instead he spent several years working in the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. It was here, while evaluating inventions during the day and starting a young family, that he began working on some of the most significant research in the field of physics ever undertaken. The result, in the Annus Mirabilis of 1905, were 4 groundbreaking studies which revolutionized humanity's understanding of the nature of the universe, at once revealing the existence of photons and the nuclear and atomic building blocks of existence. 1905 changed everything. In the years that followed, Einstein was promoted year on year to ever more significant academic positions, until he eventually reached the peak of European academia in Berlin, just as the First World War broke out. In the midst of that calamitous conflict, he developed the general theory of relativity. In 1921, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for his work, but more accolades followed in the decades ahead. What is perhaps most notable about Einstein's career, however, from the 1920s onwards, is the public profile he developed. Visits to the United States, South America, across Europe, and the Middle East allowed him to advocate on behalf of a number of causes. The most significant was his ringing of the alarm bells about the threat posed by Nazi Germany from 1933 onwards. Indeed, he immediately renounced his German citizenship when Hitler seized power and moved to the United States. There, he continued to note the dangers posed by the possibility of the Nazis acquiring a nuclear weapon. However, it was a double-edged sword for Einstein, the pacifist, for the cost of seeing Nazi Germany defeated in the nuclear race, seeing the US drop its own atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. In the aftermath of the war, he used his position to advocate on behalf of a state for the Jewish people in the Middle East following the Holocaust. When he died in 1955, he was the most acclaimed scientist in the world, one who ultimately influenced the entire fields of physics, mathematics, and cosmology in the modern era. The history of the 20th century might well have been significantly different had it not been for Einstein. What do you think of Albert Einstein? Was he the most revolutionary intellectual in modern history? And what might explain his inordinate intellect? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
This is a good question. No one got it wrong last night. I'm just going to ask you a question. How important you want to give money to a poor person as your comments of yours? Are you permitted to use your nicer money? Why not? Why not? Oh, he said it like I'm a puppet. Say it aloud again, you. You cannot use nicer money because it's said above. You cannot use nicer money for a deal. And my place of the other is a deal. And everything about the river. Yeah. Yes, everything about correct. Good point. Yeah. So anyway, I have to bring a carbon, I have to bring a bird. If I use my nicer shady money. What's my nicer shady money? I had a bunch of apples. And I didn't want to put them up to Schleich for my nice shady. I had to eat these apples in Schleich. So I squeezed it into cash. And now when I eat the cash, I went up to sort of give anything with I can try the steak, if I fear, I can buy anything. So I want to buy a bird. A bird for a bird. What do you do? No. That's me and the cool money. Who do you use? And you should be proving today. Who be on their brothers, who are them. I'm going to tell you that. That's what I learned from Mishpat. I learned that I was sorry for about the food. Who be on the Ubayah? What are your mothers? Say the thing here. Currently, that's sponsored by that global specialist in international financial services. I know that. You use what's in the Rossi. I like the back. Start with that phone. Tomorrow, I'm going for a time. Animal יחשב הוא זמן רב וואלה דיקטור אוילה וגם כן וואלה דיקטור sorry I read back in the book let me show you this video from Scotland and you get a much better understanding. This is how you do the oil side. He doesn't have a head on. Smear the blood on that kind of. Now the head, you also smear it by itself individually. And the head and the body go on to the mizbeach to separate sides. Two different trips. It goes back, and then he does the same thing to the body. Okay. So that's what it says over here. When it comes to putting the animal onto the mizbeach, that is different than the body of the ritual. So too, when it comes to the ritual, you sever the head. You sever both simonim, and you have a separation between the body and the head. Well, I'm going to finish off this. Once we remind them again, tonight, English is at 11:30 and Hebrew at 12:06. British London, British Club. British Club, right? It's the word that we had in the beginning. It should be the same watch. British Club, I argue. It's not like the harmless behavior. The harmless life in the area, what do you do? You have to do the legal from this part, not over here. So the back of the neck. Also, maybe should only do one thing. Big three boys. I'm not going to have maybe should once in a while. No, big three boys, but I don't think three boys. They love. It tells me that you don't see money, Rabbi said, you don't live, or what? So, good morning, Rabbi. Welcome to all the kosher guests, including myself. I wasn't here yesterday. I'm under the weather. I have a little bit of a virus. Still in the same matzah, basically, but we're getting better. Bezrat Hashem. The shaila is if it happened from the monkey. So we have a raya. If my wife gets sick, so this is the first time I really hope she gets sick. She's getting sick. She started complaining. So now I was feeling real safer. Otherwise, I have a problem. Why? But also, the siyat of the Shmaya says, the siyat of the Shmaya, that nothing went wrong. This could have happened during the trip. It happened at the tail end as I landed here in Israel. Beginning. We were watching our hotel program, that the whole hotel got sick with this thing. Even my wife had to have liquids, what is it called? Fusion, IV. Yeah. So, I just received this from Chaya Rivka and Meyer Fischel, reflections from the Morocco trip. And I'm reading this because we're in Shlishis Me'akbala and she was tired. This is not a regular trip or an excursion of any sort. It's a special opportunity of connection and deep appreciation of what true Torah learning looks like and encompasses. The highlight was definitely that the entire day revolved fully around when the daf would be learned with rebellion. The schedule was planned around this and adjusted to fit the situation as needed to do the daf both in Hebrew and in English. This is a true Kiddush Hashem. Be reminded that no matter where we are, Sahara Desert, on Camel, or Marrakesh Market, the priority remains the commitment we have to share in Paris Hashem. This is a true inspiration. It can only happen with the remarkable devotion of Eli and his special relative. Being with so many people that all have a part in this fire learning was a truly humbling and special experience. We're so grateful to have had the opportunity to join. Thank you to all who organized and orchestrated the entire program and schedule, leaving out no details. Sometimes you want to take a break to recharge and feel you come emotionally or physically. But this experience filled the spiritual cup with added feels toward fire. Mitzvahs, and a better awareness of being hugged with Chaveira and Chesed. Understand and feel the impact of prayer learning and that, but more than that, how it infuses one with chizuk to keep Kares Hashem on another level, to include others on a higher level of chesed. It is truly an inspiration. Asher Rabbi for all you do with the unwavering support of your Rebbe and with the utmost Yad Shema. Thank you for allowing us to be a small part of something having such an impact on us, our family, and the entire clients. So Hashem should bend your belly and his ribs with the green Torah. He's got so much miles of rough and knackers for many years to come. Meyer and Chayrik official. And now I want to show you a small clip that Ari Chaim once put together of just Torah. Just the Torah parts of the cheer. I don't wear those headphones. Oh, so I didn't hear noise from the outside. That's my mashpah. So the guy, oh, he's great. Listen to the song. It's incredible the way he sings it. Short diary, unbelievable. All right, we'll jump into the shir. I don't know if this is Naget. People here, maybe a lot of you, the women here, speak Hebrew. So the incredible Dubi Braverman is giving a shir to our women tonight at 9:30 on Zoom. So there's a link somewhere going around. Check it out. He's unbelievable. If you understand Hebrew, it's really good. And from the Politics Family Foundation, check this out. Having some serious FOMO about missing the Morocco trip this year. You want FOMO? I don't want to. Okay, no, it was terrible. Having some serious FOMO about missing the Morocco trip this year. I'm sitting in Manhattan overlooking the busiest bridge in the world, learning to adapt by myself and not feeling alone. Many outwardly successful people spend their lives searching for a deeper purpose, the opportunity to devote themselves to a cause greater than themselves, and to genuinely impact the lives of others for the better. I dare say that we have found that in MBY. Best, Naftali Polchik, the Polchik Family Foundation, the Shekoya. Let's jump into it. Breakfast sponsored by Shaya Spear of Luck from the UK. Welcome home, Rabbi Stefanski from Morocco. Poor money secured. Now let the party begin. Okay. Serious Oimer. The first time one vision shlito. If this is more of Yisrael than Leah, so the full shlema. Maybe it means the marine is important thing. I should really say Serious Oimer. I don't want that guy who could have missed the first, almost on the last day. Hayoim, Shmoina, Varboim, Yoim, Shem Shisha Shavuos, Vishisha Yomim, Boimer, Loimer. It's Rebel's fault because he forgot to say it in share. Serious Oimer by Anonymous for the merit of with Rothschild and Hero, the Rivka Sorabas, Hayat Vaira. The Mesepta Zev and Yal Shulhoff, the Perik, the Benedict family. Dav Hoff, Kobe and Eti Moses, the Zech Nishmas Krumet Baxter, Bavrom Yaakov Alel Shalom, Sholoman, Dalit Sivan Tafshin Samaches, the Shir Mesepta sponsored by David Sal, dedicated memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel, Baruch, Berit Tainti, Doz, and Rafa. The Palchik Family Foundation granted the consortium and alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, it's not Rufus of Gashris, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous with Lima for Shleiman Arikas Yom, the Leah Sester, the Yomen Daniel Rothschild, Brios Simcha. I'm thinking here, this is the cheetah man. What happened? Nothing about all the people. We're on starting getting the hardest thing to see is a not a kill, a catch, a chase. An ending of the neshama of the gazelle. And because we didn't see one, and we were on the way to the airport, and we were driving for 2 hours, we haven't seen a single animal, not even a giraffe, not an elephant garnish. And somebody said that if he sees a kill, he's going to give a certain amount of money to MBY. The next guy in his name, how much money total was raised in that Jeep, Avi? $12,000. And a few minutes later, we saw one of the best chases, kills possible. It was a cheetah chasing down a gazelle right in front of all our Jeeps. It means that every single person on the trip got to spot, which was extremely rare because we never had all the Jeeps together. And the chase was in circles, kept on happening right in front of us. Like, it didn't go far away from us. He was in front of us, over and over. Boom. And then by the cop itself, it was higher grass. It wasn't that gory. Okay. Today, in this trip, we had something. Then we went to Lala Slika and everybody cried there. We didn't know when we prepared. We didn't know that it's going to be your yard site the day that we're supposed to go to the cave. So which is a bigger, yeah. Yeah. It's true. People, it's usually when you have a trip like this, there's going to be the naysayers and the people that feel like, wow, why are you doing this trip allows us not to do a charity fundraiser, which is it's one of the reasons we do it, because our Kaimchem, they support and they help, and otherwise we have to go through the whole process of charity, and you know what it is. Some people like it. Some people say it's a good thing, and I hear it. Even Kaimchem, some of them say we should still do charity. Everybody should feel part of it. But anyway, I want to point out that everybody that came trip paid their own way. DY did not pay for anybody to come. It's an appreciation trip. We put the trip together, and we give it at cost, and it's a very cheap trip for anybody that pays, but they won't pay. Because I had already some people, emails, oh, you're taking our money, and if yes, it's not the end of the world. But, diagonish, you know, concentrate on the dot review. Next year, the show, his book will give you the opportunities that you can give, and we'll take you also on the trip. The way it works is that if you donated $30,000 from DY, then you can pay $6,000 and come on the trip, or $10,000 if it's a couple. That's how it was. Those were the numbers. All right. Zok the Gemara. Anonymous. No, I'm still in anonymous. I thought we're going to go because we're all invited. Yeah, but woman, let me just finish this. Anonymous, we completely report Shleiman Arikas Yom Kalev, Assessor, Yomen, Daniel, Rosenfeld, Brius, Simcha, Yisar, Shleiman is a monthly sponsor. For Shleiman, I'll be Larry, Baruch, and Miriam. Remind me to dream. I'm not joking. B'Yomin and Daniel Rosenfeld, Parnasim Shefa. Spanish Share sponsors wishing the MDY family a good Yom Tov and Chag Sameach. Thank you. Yishkoyach. I love this sponsorship. Mishulam Deer. Hold on. Mazel tov to Yaakov Shriver completing a Masechta for an 8-year-old cancer patient. No, he wrote me a beautiful email. Okay, hopefully we'll be in there tomorrow. Mishulm Deer. Maybe it was anonymous. It was a beautiful email. Howard Wimmer. Finish myself in Mari Chaim Avram Ben Nachum in honor of Bernadita who got me to MDY 2 years ago this week. Anonymous. Mazel tov to Uri Halyavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. The Yal Foundation team for the merit of Uri and Yal Halyavich and their children Benjamin and Matt. Anonymous. For the merit of Shidduch for Sarah Golda Bat Rivka. Oh, my good friend. And he got us the naming of the building. You'll see the naming of MDY. Louis Cohen made a Shidduch as his youngest daughter. Shira is engaged. If I already forgot to move. Oh, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Anonymous, before Shlomo for Rabbi Shaya ben Slavic Gorin, Ruchem ben Yudis. So many people Mostavsky, Nachman ben Nosson Mostavsky on the yard side. You will see them. The Malone family, Nazik and Ishmael, Mordechai Boaz, Ben Avram Yosef, Blumkin, who at the age of 80 received Smicha. At the age of 80, he received Smicha, Rabbi said. By Mati Stengi, Mazel Tov to Yehuda Stengi, MDY graduate. Remember, he used to come every day? With the hoodie and the things. To who? No way! Julie's daughter. And Ariella Bar Chaim on their engagement. Wow! That's Mamish MDY shit. Yeah, he has a lot of Akarsa type MDY, Mati. Ezra Abrams, in honor of my Shas-iversary. Ezra Abrams, where's Hillel? Where's Hillel? Thank you, Rebellion, for the past 2,711 days since Vulcan Daf 20. Remember Ezra Abrams, who came over there in the building over there? It's Hillel all the way from Australia. I want to say Shalom Aleichem. Oh, Shalom Aleichem, Ezra, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. What a big simcha. 2,100. All with MDY? Wow. Developed. If y'all see, stand up a second. Show me what you got us over here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to eat it today. I know. We saw today? A cheese chocolate babka. This is Loyeg LaRoche. If the oiler was going to eat it now in front of me, it's going to be a very, very big thing. Very, very bad thing. All right, let's go. Go ahead. Eat. Enjoy yourselves. Go, go, go. I lost 10 pounds. I don't intend on getting them back right now. Go ahead. No? You're slicing it up? Yeah, he has a satellite location in his... What's going on there? What's going on? Rabbi Schwartz? A little bit colder. Okay, good. Careful, careful. Oh, okay. Okay. What's that? No, bar park. Yeah, bar park. HYK Ventures, our boy side, we gotta go. Coil sponsors the month. HYK Ventures and Schools for Success for all our clients. We know Daniel Rosenfeld for Broken Parnasa. MDY Kids sponsors Innovations LCS, Schools for Simple Ben Fagan, Rivka Yunis, Batsi Avachaya. Anyway, art, before Shlomi Yonah Taneitam, Misham Brocho, before Shlomo Morcha Ben Esther, before Sayel, Daniel, Zev, Ben, Ayel, Tester. The boys are holding here by the Mishnah. You test on days by the Mishnah. If somebody sheds from the side of the neck instead of, let's say, directly over here, he sheds from over here. Rashi points out, unlike all the other Mishnahs, hashoy means only after the fact. Over here it means l'chatchila. You can check on the side of the neck l'chatchila. Hamoylek min hatzadim v'lekasib psula. Malika, what's Malika? You take your thumbnail. You have a nice long thumbnail that's sharp, and you go to the back of the neck right over here. You push through. I'll show you a video. There's different types. This is a little quarter. Boys, I'm warning dialogue. It has blood in it. If you don't like blood, do not look. We're going to get some emails about this one. No, we really looked away. This is two-handed. He grabs with one hand, punches with the second hand. It's to lessen the whole effect. This is with the same hand. The same hand does it. Or this could be right over here. This is how Yoshi did it. It breaks the spine and the spinal cord and goes through the veshet and hits the cover because we're going from the other side. There's a way to show it like this. There's another way. Hold on. There's one thing if a person is sick, he has a virus. There's another thing if he pulls these things out. Ooh. Rabbi say, everybody in Eretz Yisrael has one of these on his porch right now. This is not a big lick. Okay, you're used to this from yesterday. Malika is from over here, this side. Now, this is the head. Excuse me. I think you just decided to do something. This is the head. This is what we call Eiref. This head is the Eiref. The back part of the head down here is called Minul Eiref. That could see the Eiref. Okay. Finish the job. I saw my customers. I saw this guy couldn't even watch it on a video. Hey, video. He's getting all girls. He's gonna finish the job here. If you chef the bird up, he just decided to do something. We need a one. I changed diapers before. I never changed a pigeon's. We were in a real cannery. It was unbelievable. That was one of my favorite parts of the whole Morocco. It's massive, should be massive. And they had little mikvahs. 50, 60 little quarteros. And people were in it. Real life people were inside these pits that were full of pigeon poop. And they were putting the hides in. Mamash in the time of the Gemara. And they said that when the Jews left in the 60s, they gifted it to the Goyim. Yeah, they gifted it. They gave this whole, it used to be owned by the Jews, that's why they were nice to us. They said, we're nice to you because, the Jews, it's really a Jewish place. You can watch it. It goes from thing to thing, each person does another thing, and they make buckets per day. They sit in this stuff all day long for making like $10 a day. Crazy stuff. Anyway. So, obviously, Malika is from the back of the neck. What is it called in English? The nape? Okay. Obviously, we do shkita from the front of the neck. That's a normal shkita. But if you do Malika from there, it's no good. And the Mishnah finishes off the Malika. The entire nape, that's what you call it. The nape is kosher from Malika. The call at Saber, the front part of the neck, the whole neck is kosher l'shkita. And then the Mishnah says, Ninsa kosher b'shkita possible Malika. Everything that's kosher by shkita is possible Malika. It's on the opposite side. Kosher Malika, possible shkita. My Earth. What does Earth mean? Elay Earth Mamich. Earth means on the other side of the face. This is the face. Earth is on the other side. It's on the head. My Earth you can have the Malika on the head. Why can't you do Malika on the head? Mimula. It's a Mefurish apostle that says, not on the arpoi, not on the head, but mimul arpoi. Yeah, it's a little confusing. What's mimul arpoi? The part that sees the arpoi. What sees the arpoi? Here, let me show you on this. This is the real thing. This is arpoi. This part over here sees the arpoi. This is mimul arpoi. Arpoi, mimul arpoi. Okay. So we have to say that Eiref means underneath the head, underneath. The Kani Seifa, and I'll prove it to you because it says, Kol Eiref, Kashal Malika. The entire Eiref is good for Malika. Now, what is Kol Eiref? Look how small the head is. How are you going to do what's all? But this entire area, that means that I can understand why it says kol. From here all the way to here is a good area for Malika. Kol if it was enough of them. They don't stop. So it's a natural. Okay. You know what? We're gonna put them back in the thing. We're going to say goodbye to our star. Check this out. During Shir, they inserted this. This is what we saw, Rabbi said. Crazy. Was I exaggerating? This is what we saw from the top view. And there's people in here. Let's see if we can see a person here. Here's a guy inside the bar. You see him inside there. Not shy. Here. Yeah, they give you mint because it really smells. Here's the hides all over. You see hides. The different. They put a yellow on it in the beginning. We sat there and just were mesmerized by this whole. They take just the regular hide. You see it coming up the animal. They pour some yellow on it. They smear it. They put it this one and that one. Each one is different colors. It's really cool. Okay. It's a borsiki. It says they should put the borsiki on the east side, on what side? We put a borsiki on a certain side of the city because it smells so bad. And okay, let me get rid of this. Okay. Zog the Gemara. The Torah Rabbanon, how do we know that it's Mimul Arpoi, not Arpoi? Torah about Mimul Arpoi, Mul Haroya, so Eiref, what sees the head, which is the nape that sees the head. Balak tells Bilam, the Mul, Klal Yisrael sitting across from me, I see them. I'm able to see them. So you see the idea of Mul is that it can see. You can see the nape, can see the head. So now I have another part that tells me that it's not the face, but it's behind the face. It's the Eiref. What's the second puzzle for? I don't know what the Eiref is. I don't even know what the Eiref is. How am I going to know what sees the Eiref? So I know that Eiref is the opposite of the face. The face is on one side, the Eiref is on the other side. In other words, the back of the head. So now I know that the Eiref is the opposite of the face. And Mimul Eiref is down a little lower than that. It's the nape. Amri b'nei Rebechia. The two sons of Rebechia, the famous twins, Yehuda and Chizkiah, they come along and they drop a big bomber. Mitzas Malika Maxer Simone La Eiref Umoyre. You thought that Malika is one way? I'm going to tell you something completely different. Malika is like this. You gotta pull the cut and the veshet and bring them all the way around to the neck, to the back of the neck, and then you could do a kvetch with your nail. What do you gain by that? You gain that you're not coming in directly into the spine. The way you do it now is you go to the spine, through the spinal cord, the animal's pretty much dead by that point, and then you continue going weiter into the cut and the veshet. It's kind of late, no? Huh? If you do it this way, it won't become true. If you do it this way, it won't become true. Mitzvahs Maliko, Marzur Simonim La Choyre Hoyre. If you take the two Simonim, the cut and the veshet, and you pull it back behind the neck, Umoy like an Eden Maliko. Yikidamri, and some say half Matzir. You could also, if you feel like it, you could bring it back. If you don't want to, you don't have to bring it back. You can go regular. And there's another sheet that says only regular. What? That's not what. No. The first sheet of Hiski's sons is no. Look at Hilo. You go and you do the Simonim first, and then the spinal cord. Mitzvahs Malika, Mabzer Simonim, Lachayray B'moylim. Yeah, the Ikadamri is now. What's the word in the Ikadamri? No, it's not up. It's not up. We're going to twist the head. You're supposed to put your finger in. No, you didn't gain anything. Twisting the head. I don't think. Then either you're not going through the earth, or you didn't see money. You're not gonna. You have to physically pull the money. Rashi says over here, our voice in the second line. Look at the second line. It's part of the Maliko. Rashi says, look, we know that if there's a tiny little hole in the veshet, in the esophagus, then it's animal straight. So when you take your knife and you go in slow motion, you know, those cameras that are able to capture, a million shots per second. So you go like this, and you hit the veshet with your knife, it became trait. A millisecond later, you went through the veshet and you did shkita. But there was a moment where you made this animal trait. That's not a concern. What if it took you 4 times to go back and forth to cut the veshet? It's okay. I was showing you the oire. Even the shkita. So you could say that when you do Malika, that's how you do Malika. You break the Kutashadra, and then you go to the Kana and the Veshet and the Kana. But that's how you do it. That's how it's done. It's not all you made a tray for. That's how it's done. Every animal you make it a tray for somehow in between. Yeah. Zog Gemara. Umis Bigidamri Mamzadaf. Bigidamri Mamzadaf. Some say you could also do it like that. Bigidamri Mamzadaf. You must bring the simon to the back so you don't hit the mafrekas, you don't hit the spinal cord first. Umis Tarik Mandoma Mamzadaf makes a lot of sense. Like it says you can do both ways. Mima. Militoni Ashot min Oiriv Shikosik Sulo. Hamboilik min Oiriv min the Kosik Shik. So good, Mamzadaf. Gemara has a beautiful kasha. If by Malika you have to pull the simon to the back of the neck, shouldn't that work also by shchita? Why doesn't that work by shchita? If you pull the simon to the back of a cow's neck and shech from the back of the cow's neck, it should work. You just shech the two simon. I don't care where the simon are, the front of the neck or the back of the neck. It should work. So why? The reason why it doesn't work by shchita is because we're not talking about such a case. It could work by shchita. In the Mishnah it says it's no good. No good. Why not good? It is good. Oh, because we're not talking about a case that you schlepp the simon to the back of the neck. And if you don't shove the simanim to the back of the neck, it only works by the Malika when you come from the back. But by an animal, it wouldn't work if you check from the back of the neck. Again, an animal, you don't touch, you don't mess with the simanim. So you take a knife, you go from the back of the neck, piece of it is tough. By a bird, if you don't mess with the simanim, you go from the back of the neck, the Malika is cautious. That's what the Mishnah says. It doesn't work for Shita, but it works for Malika. But the question is, but I do have a way where it works for Shita. If I do mess with the simanim, I put the simanim to the back of the neck, and there's a Shita. That's what you're right. In that case, it would work. But that's not what we're talking about in the Mishnah. Over the Yikagu are writing this to us and youngsters. You will just have a great attitude. You need to talk to these people fucking Malika. Since the last word in this one comes out, or whatever it is, cultural question. Also by Malika. Malika, whatever is good by Malika is wrong by Shita. Whatever is good by Shita is wrong by Malika. What are you adding to everything you already said in the Mishnah? Say this halacha. So you're not supposed to mess around with the simanim and pull it to the back of the neck. Or they shame the tzipayras. So I really want to ask the Oimam. We're getting a shame, but now it's too late. Is it possible to do Malika with another one of your body parts? What else? So, according to placements, it would be possible to do with the teeth. Now, the problem is, the people go, the problem that you look at to go with the right hand. The right hand. And teeth don't have a right or left. So how do you do it? The right hand. Let's use the raya that you could do Alisa, a woman who doesn't have hands. How does she remove the shoe of the other with her feet? I Alisa is on with the right. So you see that when it comes to your mouth, there's no right and left. The teeth are equal right and left. This is over dog, maybe you can do Malika with your teeth. Huh? Yeah, so what? So your nail also has to do it. A lot of people, maybe you start with this. But then you can't probably start, but what's that here? What? No. Since obviously says you don't have to. Here. The right side, take a look.
We are on the front of the house of a Mr. Charles Cohen, a local hero who stopped an armed bank robber using nothing but his bare thumbs. Security footage captures a terrifying moment. The robber was never expected to armed only with a razor sharp extended thumbnail to fight back and send him running empty-handed. At his home, he realized this is no ordinary gang. But instead of a key, Sean unlocked his front door using his fingernails. He failed 3 times a day, preparing for the biblical bird sacrifice ritual known as Malika, and he holds them. The nail is so sharp, he uses it daily to slice open canned food with ease. It's incredible. He earned him an official spot in the 2001 Guinness World Record. Sean claims his thumbnail is even sharp enough for traditional kosher blood. Out of respect for our viewers, we are loaded footage. But there's no doubt, either a truly remarkable local hero. This is Jim Robert, who's the
So there are people out there that just grow the nails. So I forgot who it was. One of the guys said that you don't have to do it. There's no if to bring up a lot of ice today to do some English. So you have to know all that law. You don't have to know what English or what you have to do for brothers, but not necessarily for the league. Okay, right? I'm sober. You have this fucking nail going. All right.
general and aristocrat who later became king.
Love the Gemara.
God's father, which during
Oh,
the
Mude.
dynasty may
Say
have
that the choir that you should not use a tooth or a nail for speaker.
is described as efficacious
So the Gemara should have spurned that because our Mishnah tells us that we already learned that. We already had a whole Mishnah about Shaz, the choir, the Mago, the whole thing, the only thing that you can't use. That one really moved the that with your nail, you shouldn't go like this. You shouldn't use your nail as a. How do you do? Thank you. What do you do? How do you do Malika? Malika is actually grease up. What's grease up? A pressure, forward pressure. It's not a slicing movement of the nail. It's a forward pressure. So there is no grease, obviously. In Malika, you go like this. And a back and forth movement is no good. And that's what the Mishnah comes to. I mean, when the Alma will make Malika possible, and the Alma also making that's great. You hold it also, but you hold it okay. What do you do? You can't say that the Alma will make Malika possible. Hey, you didn't hit a hole that would have maybe is well good, and that's why we have the deal in the Mishnah that is possible. Over a second. What's the best way to do it? And I don't know. You cut the meat. You lever it and you go down and do it. There's no mix up with two things. You cut the skin, go down, and one is repulsion or whatever you're doing. You're doing the fun. So that's it. You're trying to sort it over and pay my custody or it did. Maybe look, the fire over here, you can back. Hey, if you go back and forth, it's no good. However, you're going to function another maybe you can function up. This is a maybe. Maybe back and forth is great. It might do this also. Why they say, oh, this is the way to do it? Hey, but I'm doing this also. It's also another way to do it. However, we know this more. Question is Chico, everything for everything. Question is Malika. Whatever is sponsored by Chico. So by the opposite, on the other side of the head, is good by Malika. Which is unfortunate. Oh, question is Chico, that's Malika. If it's not such a Chico, it's possible for Malika. We're looking at one topic. Even when we look at Ikushima. Oh, so now we're going to get into a sugya of Ikushima. Thank you. Remember the thing. This is the sin, yeah, this is the kana. Ikushima just means that this popped out of its place. I don't know exactly how this is. Okay, let's say the Vesha, you know, the same thing on the Vesha maybe. If it pops out of its place, it's not in there. So in a bird, you only have to check one of the months. One of the months popped out of its place. What would that make the bird? Before you do any speak anything, pop it out. It'll be a trade call. So it says, that the semen is out of its place. If I'm going to remember what I said, so can you get semen on the body? It's not an issue by a bird. You're right. It's coming to exclude. They can't put the leak on its head. Like a cheetah, a large one. We already established it. The leak is on its head. The leak is below that. All right? This is part of my road show. Cheaper road show. Which means the bottom part of the head, the tail end of the head, right over here, let's call it. Because you're not going to keep the ratio, he went in over here, going downward, all the other buttons that part, here. Just like this, take a look over here. You go in the back spot, it comes down low. The entry for the Malika was in the head, not the head. But he eventually got the Sumanim lower below. Further down. He's migrant. I grew him up to the good. Well, the one that was hurt. even until he got below, you're even stations slow. So this is the case. So we have an animal where a person starts terribly, like what was it? This one, the red arrow. He's going in the red. It's in the fiber somewhere. No good, no good. Then he takes a right turn and goes into the Rabbi. That's great. Rabbi is okay. And he did 2 splits into Rabbi, which is a bit cheaper. Nevertheless, we say it's possible. Why? Because the animal dies after using the first third of no good and the second third is good. So didn't have a good keeper. Yes, you're right, you can use another third. You went all the way down. It's too late, the animal's dead by then. Over there, over there, I just want to say here, it came to my head, so I'm going to say that one of the highlights of the trip, Ashkenazi, as a surprise to me, it was a very special surprise to me. I want to explain what it was. He made a scene on a separate side, and it's one of the most emotional scenes that I was at. People were very, very emotional. The reason is because that was the gap that he had to finish shots with Kleistro. He wanted to finish shots with Kleistro, but it's not broke. He took it upon himself to go to the beginning of shots, and it took him 3 years of flight. On all his flights from New York to Phoenix and back, he did the stop in the Gemara, and he finally finished like this. And he told me, oh, but this stop, you mentioned so many songs. This stop, you mentioned, people that are using this year, and it was a very, so it was also the same shot kind of thing for him. And for us, it was a very big thing. So, very proud of him. And we're all proud of Mark because he does so much for the cheer and so much to fight his role. And for those who are not going to be finishing shots, by the way, it's exactly a year from there, right? So exactly a year from yesterday, I think. So even though a lot of you are not going to be finishing shots, it doesn't matter. We'll finish shots. When did you finish shots? We'll finish a half a year later, Brother Shem. Look at Gemara. Over there, Rabbi, it's just that you said, there's no such thing as ripping out the sin by a bird. So now, Rabbi's side, does a bird need to be shafted? We sheft birds all day long. They have to say, so here's the 3 keepers. One sheep is Rabbeinu got it from the very slow and our field. The other sheep is more than that. It's in the fire itself. Make a heck between a bird and an animal, just like an animal means sheep is so cool bird. But one sheep that it says they're up on it. They just think, oh, they're up on it. In other words, the bird is like a fish. Take a fish, you whack it on the head, give it a good set, kill it, take a bird. Bring it down and that's it. This only goes when another says it's going to be the bird from but behold that there is feature. So a bird in the Torah, yeah, is equal. There's no reason to say that a bird is different than an animal. And therefore, just like an animal has 2 doors, if one of them popped out, it's a treifa. So if you buy a bird, because and here, the mother's going to the mother's going to say here, take a look at what we say now. All my lay out, this is stop. All my remind all my yes, people, Allah, if not player or equal to them, out here they need to. Okay. If you hold that Shkita is in the Torah, so you can say, oh, the all the out here they need to. I love stories that you know equal. But think about all my today, they need to live out here. Next day, it should be like this, everything like today. Fame has it, it doesn't have. So I'm not going, I ain't keeping on in that Torah, you just play for him, but okay. If you hold, it's going to be like a covenant. You hold that Shkita is only the Rabbanon. So okay, maybe you hear wrong, the Behema, who knows the Behema? If you say it's a complete Rabbanon, then you have to learn everything from an animal and equal. If you want to top down, it's going to be a big problem. About global specialist in financial services. Chaim Milrat, Yenish Maskin, Rossi, Echo Pass, he's supposed to last home. I'm not sure if I said that for the last year or so. I said it, Eric, a few years ago, and if Rabbi didn't quoted me, so I'm going to say it again. I wasn't sure if I could say it, but I'll say it. I like it, but it was, you never know. Many times I go to a wedding, I walk into the wedding, and I don't know exactly what the fucking is. You look like everybody else, they're all wearing black suits. If you go to the ladies section, you know exactly what the towel is. You won't like this, only won't like this. It's a half a second you don't see it. How do you know who the fucking is? The one who takes the towel up. The only thing you got on, the ones that were here every week, we can proudly say, and we learn prayer every day, most of us for the whole last year, so of us for the last 40 times of doing whatever it is, whenever you started. So I'm saying, what is my lunch? I'm not going to tell you, I'm here, taking the towel, taking like the water home. I'm the cousin out there. Omar Rabino is over here. Omar Rabino running like CC. How the funny running like that? He keeps him on the ball. There is that there's no keeps him on the ball. Birds no hot out of place where I'm wearing a mosquito. Yay, we'll stop right over here. A boy side have a wonderful
Ready for throughout the world. Sponsor is here today.
The construction of the new capital of Baghdad, the horizon of the autumn, began in the 4th year of Akhenaten's reign, around 1346 BC, though it could have been as late as the 1330s BC, given the lack of certainty around dates during this period. Situated on the eastern bank of the Nile, the inscriptions city state that the location was chosen because the land was to kings or private individuals.
I caught some sort of stomach bug, last fever, and stomach thing that can go in. So I figured it's better than this here in my home. Last night, here we go, did not get sick. I almost didn't feel. I did. I was yesterday better than so today, this is about the top. It's about the young. It's not the young. It's not the young. I am going to make mistakes more than usual. That's why you are here to correct me. The only thing today is this is about Bola. It's also 1 year, exactly 1 year before the Sunnah chapter. Special day. Reminding going on to say, you're calling me. I don't give up. I'm going to go and change the voice. I'm showing the moon. Well, anyway. This topic is one of the 3 singles. Really better.
Wow, you can see here what's going on in here. It's beautiful.
Now check this out. If you have to count, this is the words how they flow. This is style. There's a lot of heart and a lot of I don't know, say like it's a word. You don't know the word. Poetic. Yeah. Very poetic. Play that. Check this out.
Just wanted to share something. I'm from my place, just came to sing what I usually say. I have to survive and live in London. I was an outsider at this school. And what I saw this week was mind-blowing to me. Two very strong points that I took along. And it was very inspiring. First of all, the unity between everyone. Everybody comes from their backgrounds. And while this whole week, just looking at health, it's one week you have in a bank account or a roof or living, you just can't let everything behind. You just can't keep heart in your soul and just spend beautiful time together. And it was really inspiring to me. It was really beautiful. Where everybody cared about everybody. And that was one very strong point for me. Another one was the dedication. The dedication for Toyota and the dedication for this beautiful NBY, all of the organization, whatever you want to call it, but the way everybody puts in their whole heart and soul in it, and nothing stays in the way. Like Erev Shabbos, I saw Ellie doing last year, a few minutes before, I came after preparing myself for Shabbos, and I was already like, after seeing before this moment, just go through and I mix the stuff and I go down and I see there Ellie sitting and recording his last sheet. It was one of the recordings where something that didn't work. It was such inspiration for me, and I saw these kind of moments the whole time. Also the vulnerability. Sign off the Shabbos and everybody shared such as when you see this, it was amazing to watch. So yeah, I felt it was also like in the morning. I remember at 9 o'clock it's a weekend, and you see him. And I don't know why, but I'm an outsider, and I felt so happy for him. I felt so, it wasn't on. I felt it the whole time. I felt like I felt this beautiful family, this beautiful organization. So I just want to express myself. But first of all, thanks for having me. It was a true honor and pleasure, and so to be part of such a beautiful, amazing program. I enjoyed it. And also one very, very strong point that I took along, and I think it's something that stayed with me for a long time, is this bringing together Toyota together with life. Meaning that the way Ali brings it into our world, 2026 is our life. And it's not something that's so far, and it's a part of us. We can enjoy life, we can have a good time, but at the same time, we can learn, we can bring in the Toyota in our lives. That was huge for me, so thank you everyone for that advice. And yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you.
And so we really hope that he was better jumps on the bandwagon when he did. Enjoy this without travel. His father, so just needs to much. It wasn't his father was doing that. Yeah. Okay. We could have jumped in, I think. You can see. Let me just read this because I set a sponsorship for this person. Dear Belly, today marks exactly a year since I started doing that. You are not so far away. It's my daughter's born with extremely complex heart condition. She needed open heart surgery in the world-renowned children's hospital that we were in. It's refusing to do surgery, saying that there was a 0.1% chance she would make it as an actual life. Everyone's dying for it. We asked for a second opinion from different hospitals. We were warned. No chance that people still in that. That night, I sat next to my daughter's bed crying my son. And I made a couple of combos. One of them was that if my daughter had surgery comes out alive, I would start doing the DAS. This is probably one of my friends sponsored the DAS was supposed to her. The next day we heard from the other hospital that said they would take her, not for forever. Surgery was on this year, and a month later she was allowed home. The day we got home at 7 the DAS, the shoes, that's tough cuts. At the beginning of this year, we got to play the Golden Glove video. Pick it up if you remember. My daughter's my Golden Glove. And the doc is my Golden Glove. It kept me going through the struggles of the past year. I didn't miss a day. Even the day my daughter had her second open heart surgery, and the day when she had a cath lab procedure done, and every other stressful day this year is not complete without doing that. Now my daughter, Patsy Yala, is doing really well for Hashem. Although she's going to do another surgery in a few years, but Hashem will keep performing miracles. Hashem will keep performing miracles for her in the space of all prayer. She is God for Hashem. Thank you, everybody, for your incredible service for changing our life. The Talmud Yehuda Stepsky in London from MDY Feedstock Boys. There's another video actually, but I didn't put it in. I was sick. I have to remember to put in. I got a video of somebody that had twins. Also, he said that he wanted to call his twin the girl MDY because he believes that that's why she's alive today. Mom, I got it the same day. Okay, maybe the editors will put it in. He said he can. So he wanted to, but that would be very nice of him. No, only one of them was in Nigga. One of them had so you could give everybody the ice touchdowns. So go from Americans. He's American, comes from Americans. It's a schmuck. Okay. Let's jump into it, Rabbi side. Serious email of course, I'm additionally the quick smart of the scroll delay next to the full Shleiman. Official edition of my shop is up to Zebby House Shua, parents, the family, David Best, People's family, in honor of our Disney Channel, Nako, Amini. Dedicated memory of Bobby Murray from Paul Borough, very kind to the lawyers in front of the Lord himself, the House Family Foundation, and Grandchildren, Victoria, and the Alliance, and all the support for the water. Anonymous, what's up, listeners, guys, and thank you to Chief Benny, this Cheetah Man, gave me a beautiful third, with a very reddish, oh, here it is, I'll make the one. I'm prepared, but, you know, it's not in the video. I hope it doesn't have beautiful instead of the traditional few recordings. 45 on the top speeches. A lot of top speeches, very hard to laugh. The only favorite speeches. Very hard to okay, Cheetah Man, I thought what was actually linked to Benny. She was back to the second night, she was something like that says to the end of the young one, so things were simple. Are you sorry for the month of contact with them of the very book, the Miriam? Knowing that he got all the things not to shut up. With these concerts, major looking market is proud to point of him, and it's still a rapping jingle, and you must be able to manage, and it's trying to die in the shore. So we are not talking like the driver, we see him exposed to you, and we push him up and coming back to Islam. With these concerts, how we remember we need to put more time than a woman, than often, more time a woman than often, and not for a week as that means, and you want to use it in the street. Anonymous, Mike Berry, Rabbi, is one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. The Yael Foundation team, we married, Rabbi, his children, Benjamin Nash, Anonymous, we married, we saw the girls about real estate. This actually could be a really good fit. We do want Yael Foundation to really do a lot of children, many thousands of children around the world watch this year and dedicate their lives that year. We do sponsors anonymous with Muslim for Rothschild, Ben Slavin, Laura, and the religion venue. English, Roman, and Viva, the top speed, nothing but nothing, top school. With your type, Jimo, Siva. Daily practice and mission of in the honor of the Holy Lives of the future. I feel called to say love. Cool, huh? Is the plain word? I don't get it. Sounds like the booking of life. And now to the merit of the fulfilling early, which was started by Sky Brothers having surgery, May 19, who was laying the first fountain month before they entered the pillow and the source of success of all our plans. And the young W.L. Rosenfeld brought up and also, unlike his practice, relations of the series, including the training which they really got on the side. Month, we're still young and in the middle of the rock, man, we're still about an extra, man, of course, the other, the new dead, then a young person, man. The one side with a holding his eyes and says, under the face. The children love this. But he does it like that. Let's see what we have here. Throughout the 20th century, it was widely believed that Tutankhamun's mummy was killed. You see that? The purple origin was disputed. It is possible that she was the devil princess of Tutankhamun. Like the Tutankhamun, she had associated with the Amala, and she is also depicted in temple walls with an unnamed daughter. During the latter stages of Akhenaten's reign, around year 12, Kia appears to have fallen into is the final view. This is clear, so you know this is the example right over here. This is the Kifua, the example. Here's the plug. Meaning this is the end of the plug. So you plug it. You can choose all the way over here, and you see in the chart, you see the chart. Is represented alongside indicates that these changes were made after Megataf's death. As the young Canadian, so Gertrude was going to say, has further complicated matters when it comes to the heritage of Tutankhamun. Her remains indicate that the deceased individual was possibly killed. It was once thought that they may have DNA analysis on the body made by the Egyptian archaeologists claimed that the young Canadian was possibly the mother of Tutankhamun, and that she was also the daughter of the king, and Amenhotep III, and thus a false sister of
Yo, Mr. Chris, you ready? What's that, girl? Did I care about what? Oh, okay. I know of it. Right? All right, you excited for it?
Yes.
Okay. You gonna go look at it? Excellent.
They have to remind me.
Well, what time did you say it's gonna be?
7:57. Nighttime.
Okay, but I mean, when you come in here, it'll already be out. So I'll just do my best to remind you when you come in tomorrow night to make sure that you take a look at it. Get it, girl. Are you proud of that spare?
Thank you.
It was good. I sent out a bunch of emails and I'm uploading. Like, I've been on something like 5 podcasts recently, like in the last week or so, or that have published within the last week or so. It's probably more accurate to say. So I'm uploading them to all my channels, and that takes a really long time. Each one takes like an hour. So, because I'm doing it from like 7 different channels, and I have a lot of them to go. So, just been working on that, and I built a robot that when I'm on these podcasts, sometimes they ask me questions that are like, I'd like to, like I have a basic knowledge of it, but I'd like to go deep. And so I'm just like getting all the questions that I think I might be asked, and then I'm just publishing deeper answers to them. And that's what that's doing. And finding more people on his podcast I might have the opportunity to be on. Oh, look at that spare. Folks, that was a split. Miss Aquarius just had one of the great splits in the history of the game. I saw it. That was amazing.
You already went too far. He's very little. You have to understand what he means. In Hebrew, Hebrew is called Pagash.
Oh, that's what it's called.
Thank you, man.
Pagash. I met him.
Oh, Mr. Aquarius, you're running out of time. Are you delayed or something? There you go.
Right in front of me. So that's the most question over there.
Not to delay on your side. They don't show it on mine.
By the way, Abby, send me something.
Wait a minute, get it together.
And I started
There you go.
reading.
That's 2 strikes in a row. That's big time.
The name,
That's a big score.
and you wrote me that I'm gonna still put this in front of the show. I said, I'm gonna put. I didn't.
Okay.
Emergency because it was stomach.
You gotta get this, which I think you can.
And no, but that's my first problem. She will go sit down and speak.
Oh, no doubt, folks. Very good job. And now she's gonna take the lead, everyone. No doubt. That's the lead. Miss Aquarius has the lead, everybody. No doubt. Big score. Big score. Oh, super big score, Miss Aquarius.
Right. So this is many different.
Like I said to you about it, email me that.
What do you First, I don't know what you're talking about. You win, I win, I win, you win. Reload. I had 116 that game. That was a big score. Look at you, right off the bat. Nice little curve to it. Really beautiful. Get it. Match her. I don't like these ones in a corner like this.
Yeah. You have to do it, then I do it. I do it sometimes really tricky.
This purple line is more to the right. You want to the forward.
Nice strike. You're welcome. Folks, Miss Aquarius has 2 in a row. If you're paying attention to this, which you should be at home, this is already an incredible performance.
Normally she will take the chair and cut the overcoat to put this. And at least you have some left over towards the head.
All right, this is a challenge. If she gets this one, we're going to be shocked. Not because she's not good and can get it, but it's really, really hard. Really, really hard. I'm trying. All right, folks. We need a comeback of the century here.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you, ma'am. We're down by 16 pins, folks. That's a lot of pins. Oh, it's over. Miss Aquarius just put the nail in the coffin. Maybe not, but 16 pins, that's a lot. But now it's 6. Now it's 6.
Even one little thing, it's completely trade. Oh, here we have a sheet though that's punching.
This is a tough split. Very tough split. All right, folks, we're down 20. We're down 20. What a comeback. What a comeback. What a comeback. Folks, one of the great comebacks that we've seen. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. That was phenomenal. Phenomenal job, Miss Aquarius. Did I send you it?
No, it was Zoom. Yeah, it was.
I sent it to you? Yeah. That game, of any game that you can't really control if you're going to win or not, you can kind of barely control it. Even the best people at that game, Zoo looked it up, and they win 50%, they lose 50%. Even the best people, there's like, it's kind of random. Are we still playing? Yeah, we're not playing. That was a couple days ago at least.
I know, that is good. That's good.
That's very funny, Mr. Curtis. Yeah, that's his best game. No, he's better than most people, but in comparison, I don't want to put him down by any means. He gets it every once in a while, so that's good. And if he played, even an average person on Play-Doh, he's better than. He just sometimes takes like risks that aren't always that prudent. Well, not always that smart, but that's all right. I would say all of those things right to his face. In fact, I probably do. No, I probably would be even more aggressive if he were here. But if he played an average person, he would beat them, and he beats Riser and me sometimes too. So that's good. And then sometimes Riser teams up with him against me. Yes, ma'am. Well, it's funnier for them, I think. It's difficult to win when one of them holds me back, and then the other one goes forward, and it just makes it difficult. Look who it is. We were just talking about you. Look who it is. We were talking about how good you are at dice party, and that you can sometimes be pretty good at mini golf too. Zoo, how you living, big dog? Dude, you gonna talk? Or you just gonna sit there? Zoo, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Mr. Aquarius can hear you. I have to reset my device. Or, not the whole device, just one moment.
She could play that for the Marco chance. Again, the Marco is towards the back. Wait a minute. So this is like the community that I think.
Zoo, did that girl watch your movie?
She could play anything from.
Zoo, did that girl watch your movie? Okay. Did she watch it or no? Or you don't know?
All right, good night.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Grace, God willing. At the stand-up, or do you guys have a date or something? And you're performing, right? Are you excited?
Yeah.
What stand-up are you going to do?
That according to Rabbanos is.
Mix this stuff.
You don't even know what you're gonna do.
I'm Rabbi.
What up, man?
We need enough magnets to create a magnetic field to create zeta matter, and then we need a vehicle that can go faster than the magnetic field.
I'm on it, big dog. Did you call Riser? Did you call Riser? I'm asking you a question. Did you call Riser? Okay, we'll call him. I'll let you know once you call Riser. Okay. Shout out to Zook for calling Riser. What are the odds Riser comes into this discussion? 0%.
Not worried.
Did he pick up? All right. Yeah, I mean, with enough of anything's possible, Zoo. Really, anything's possible, just period. But, yeah. And I think he's mad at me. He shouldn't be mad at me. But I gave him a challenge. And I gave him an hour-long task. It's not for me. It's for himself. It's for his own business. And I told him what to do, and I told him how to do it. And he's like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. I'm like, dude, guys in Africa do this within a day. Why is it going to – it literally will take you like – well, I said it won't take an hour. It'll take maybe a little longer than that, maybe like 8 hours. And he still hasn't done it. And I know he's sick or whatever, so I don't want to give him too much shit. But it's just he needs to, in my opinion, be a little faster. So, Zoot, what are you going to talk about? Zoot, what are you going to talk about?
Conspiracy.
Why are you choosing that?
The man line.
What are you going to say?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Then we had already 5 times before. There's a lot of shoots that say the same. I hear it.
The man was not a chase.
Because he is actually going to Rabbanon. I'm not sure.
What are you going to say? How about you do something on the World Cup?
Did you know that people are eating?
Yeah, dog. Americans eat ranch like it's like very common. Americans put.
Europeans are smuggling. All the Europeans are smuggling countries like
I like how you call it raunch. No one in America calls it raunch. No one. 0 people. No one's ever done that. Raunch. I like that. Raunch. Don't they have ranch in Australia? Like if you're getting a salad, if you're going to eat a salad, what salad dressings do you have? So do you remember that time I asked you a question?
Not sure.
Yes, you do. There's like ranch, French, Italian, Russian, Thousand Island, balsamic vinegar. Some places have Greek. That's it. Really? Don't they offer that to you in Australia? Is there anything? What did you just think of, Zoot?
What if she hates the movie?
Then she's not the right girl for you, dude. You're passionate about this movie, so if you're that into this movie, which I know you are, then she's not the right girl for you.
I mean, she's not like Chelsea in Donkey Kong documentary.
Look, Chelsea's a bitch just in general. Nobody should be fucking with that girl. That girl sucks. Seriously, that. Okay, so here, did you ask her to?
It was on the podcast. They kept on bringing it up and watch it. And I asked her, you watched the documentary? And she's like, you watched the podcast. We talked about how I didn't go to the documentary. Like, well, you should. And I was like, you should. It's the best documentary ever made. She's really up.
And she was like, I'll pass.
It is. I don't know. It is one of the best documentaries.
I would say no, but I would say that it's not awful. It's okay. Why is Chelsea such a stuck-up bitch? No, seriously. She thinks she's just hot shit because she's on the radio. And what she doesn't understand is she pissed off the wrong fucking person. I bash that bitch 24/7 on my live streams because she banned me on Instagram for no reason. For fucking no reason. I didn't say anything weird. I didn't creep on her. I didn't poke her. I didn't leave a comment. I just followed her. And the reason why I followed her is because I thought she was funny, which is what fans of people are supposed to do.
The first third was in a bad third. The second third, when he died, was in a good third. We only had 1/3 in a good third.
I don't care. That was my main account, and that's a serious thing. It's a terrible mistake that she made. It makes her look xenophobic and closed-minded and against other cultures and people from other countries. And frankly, she made a giant mistake.
Do you want to know what the number one documentary of all time is?
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Wait. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do that. Blackfish.
What is it?
Blackfish.
Okay. I don't think that's the best one ever, but I've seen it.
Have you?
Yeah, it's about SeaWorld.
Yeah. So.
Have you seen it?
No.
It's pretty good. It makes me not want to go to SeaWorld because like how they keep those animals. And it made me perhaps be like anti keeping animals in captivity. What's number 2?
Exit for the gift shop.
Isn't that about like Banksy or something?
Yeah, it's about straight up.
Yeah. Okay. What's number 3?
Dear Zachariah, letter to us. Dear Zachariah, letter to us. Father.
About what is that?
The filmmaker decides to memorialize a murdered friend. Memorialize. The filmmaker decides to memorialize a murdered friend. His friend's ex-girlfriend announces she was attacked with something.
Oh, okay. What about what's number 4?
Grizzly Man.
All right, have you seen that? Well, I have. That's baller. It's a Herzog, Werner Herzog film, and can I tell you the story? Can I give away the ending or no?
Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna watch it.
All right, so it's just you should though. It's really good. It's a story of this guy who he doesn't live stream his life, but he records his life on like GoPros. And I believe he's from Long Beach, California, and he moves to Alaska because he's like obsessed with bears. And he is absolutely like enthralled by bears to the point where he starts to like bond with them. And so he'll like follow them into their living area and he'll feed them. And he was just like living in a cabin for a while. And then I think he lives in a tent some. And he's all alone. He's like, and I think he either lives up there for like 2 or 3 years or something. Maybe his girlfriend comes and visits him or something like that. I think that's what happens. But he's got like a lot of video of him just with bears. And they come up to him and they like, he treats them like big teddy bears, especially the baby bears. And it's almost like the bears are almost like kind of treat him like dogs. Like he treats them like dogs, like where he's petting them and he's like nuzzling them and like, if I recall. And then he gets eaten by one. And his girlfriend got the tape and they don't show it and you can't hear it, but they just say it's like the filmmaker who made the movie basically said it was like the worst thing he ever heard, and he just had him destroy the tape because it was so violent. So like the guy loved bears so much, but he got eaten by one. What are your thoughts on that? Yeah. It's similar. But maybe, is it Into the Wild based on him or something? I could be wrong. From the 90s or something.
It's like for a rich family instead of going to college and just like fuck this and like just explored a lot of different like with Barry and then dies and the Barry was poisonous and didn't know.
Damn, that's some wild shit, dog. Was that your favorite story of all time?
I mean, I like those kind of stories. Those guys just go fuck this. I'm going to go out and sit with them and care about the materialistic world.
Was that your what was number 5?
Samsara.
What's that?
Filmed over 25 countries and 5 continents and shot. 17 minutes, 17 so transports plus the parade grounds, classes, and that's an actual complex.
Okay, what's 6?
Number 6 is open. OJ Maiden.
Okay, what's 7?
Free solo.
Okay, both of those are good. What's 8? Okay, that sounds gruesome. What's 9? What is it? Morocco?
Baraka. Collection of experimental photographers, paintings,
What's the next one?
Big dreams.
That's a good one. Have you seen that? If I recall, it's like from like the late 80s or early 90s. It's like the story of like a white kid and a black kid, or a black kid and a white kid, or something like that, and how they were recruited to different schools or something. Something like that. It's been a long time since I've seen it. Okay, what's the next one?
History of Massachusetts.
Okay, what's the next one?
Paradise, the child murders.
That's awful. What's the next one?
Man on fire.
That's a good one. It's something I have to watch. I've been wanting to watch it for a long time. Okay. Did you say Columbine is next? Bowling for Columbine is next. All right, that's a good one. In my opinion, all of Michael Moore's videos are really good. He lost, like he Thin Blue Lines is okay. Have you seen any Michael Moore documentaries? I would say like maybe 2004 or something. He was at his peak, and he was like a force. He was like a media force. And then, I don't know, I think he went after the Bush administration, and then they just basically were like, well, you're done. What's next? Thin Blue Line. Okay, then what? Have you seen it? I haven't either, but I should probably check that one out.
It's 4.5 hours.
Okay. I've got time.
The next session.
Riser loves that one. So does his mom. I need to watch that. I haven't seen it. Okay, what's the next one? 13th is 13th. Okay, what's the next one?
Inside job.
Is it on? What's it on?
The 2002
Okay. What's the next one?
Won't be my neighbor.
What's that about?
Television hosts. Children's.
Oh, yeah. Won't you be my neighbor? Okay, yeah. Mr. Rogers. Okay. What's next? Armadillo?
Yeah.
What's that about?
Danish soldiers are sent to Afghanistan for 6 months.
Okay, what's the next one? What is that? What is that one? I've heard of that one.
Using state-of-the-art equipment led by renowned infantry Japan.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one.
They shall not grow old.
I've seen that one too, or I've heard of it. What is it? It's like about children?
It's World War I. Now it's about World War I.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Crumb?
Yeah.
What's that one about?
Controversial cartoons.
So it looks like we should have. No, you usually should have done it, but I was sick. I forgot to tell. If it looks like a zigzag, like this, like a W,
Fantastic fungi.
then it's a costume fungi.
What is fantastic fungi?
Where do you see from here that he's talking about that he went
Plastic candy with Oscar Continental story about magical mysteries and medical wonders in the head body system contributes to them. Bring nation flag, again, frequent
Oh, fungi or fungi.
Yeah.
Why is that okay?
Then capturing the bride neck.
What's that?
Seamlessly upper middle class Jewish family whose was instantly transformed that morning. The other son was arrested in Charles choking in front of the arms.
What's the name of that one?
Capturing the bride.
Okay, what's the next one?
I am not your nigger. I am not your nigger.
What's that about?
James tells the story of Grace and finished novel, remember the house.
What's the next one?
This one just dies, belonging to Brothers. Calcutta's red light kids.
That is dark. Okay, what's the next one?
Jesus cat.
I've seen that. Have you seen that?
Going clear, son. Going clear, son.
Going Clear? I think I've seen that too. That's on Scientology.
Scientology.
Yeah, I've seen that. Or something close to it. Okay, what's the next thing? I think that one sounds familiar. What one's that about?
Sexual abuse.
Okay, what's the next one? Tax you through the dark side?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that about?
Details of torture, interrogation, practicing medical war after his trauma.
Oh, that sounds awful. What's the next one?
Four little girls.
What is that?
Documentary of notorious Russian terrorists and Americans. Great destruction during cancer.
That's terrible. What's the next one?
Tooth and four.
What's that?
That's really important.
It's about goes down, and he hopes that a good start.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, what's the next one?
Better dreams.
What is that? What's that about? About what is that?
Wow. We're done. If I do, then it's the chair. It says like this.
Yeah, it's got it. Sure, I'm in. Filmmaker.
Sorry, no.
Okay.
Light your fire. Light your fire.
What is that?
Graphic documentary.
Okay, what's the next one?
Into the abyss.
What is that? I think I've heard of it.
Conversation before conversation in my after military in the military crimes that national life that kill.
Oh no, I haven't seen that. Okay, what's the next one?
Mentions of death.
What's that?
This one,
The documentary looks at hunted stuff. Toxic chemicals, chemicals, climate change.
Oh, interesting. Okay, what's the next one?
The wisdom in the trauma.
The what in the trauma?
Wisdom in the trauma. Wisdom in the trauma.
The wisdom of trauma. Okay, what's the next one? Tony Robbins, not your guru. Okay, that's on Tony Robbins. What's the next one? Okay, I have seen that one. Morgan Freeman narrates it. It's very good. I like the fact that the man takes care of the kids and the women are the ones who go out and get food and stuff. It's different. Okay, next one.
House of Darkness, the filmmaker of Apocalypse. It's about Apocalypse Now.
Okay. What's the next one? It's just called Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that about? Oh, I've seen that. I'm surprised that's not number one. Everybody always thinks that's the best. Yeah, I've seen that.
Then the next one is getting into the spirit mode. The next one you've talked about is we've talked about this one. It's called Jim and Andy, the Radio on Adventure in the Barrett.
What? We've talked about that?
Yeah, it's how Jim Carrey adopted the person. Comedian Andy Kaufman, the Sandman.
Okay, we've talked about it, but I haven't seen it. But yeah. Okay, what's the next one?
Religious.
Religious or religious?
Religious.
With Bill Maher?
Yeah.
Oh, no way. That's in the top 100? That's amazing. That's like my favorite documentary.
47 is Jimmy Shelton.
About the Rolling Stones and Martin Scorsese?
No. Jimmy Shelton runs 300,000 members of the Lost Generation. Collided with a few dozen Hells Angels as Anthrax. There's big waves, bodies slashed and transformed decades into
Yeah, it's about the Rolling Stones. Yeah. Okay. What else? What's the next one?
This film is not yet rated.
I've seen that. That's on the Motion Picture Society, right? The MPAA.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Okay, what's the next
one? Is abducted in plain sight.
Oh, it's about alien abductions?
No, it's a psychopathic neighbor abducts that 12-year-old.
Oh, that's terrible.
The next one's Pumping Iron. That's all.
That's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You should know what Pumping Iron is.
Yeah, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Very schmuck to be back. It's like everything else in life. You don't appreciate it until it's gone. Being on the road is.
So that's the 50th point of BB,
challenging.
the 50th biggest
So
greatest documentaries of all time.
It's IMDb. All right, do the movies now.
The trip was a tremendous success. We set
We're
out
doing
to do a
movies?
couple
Yes,
things,
sir.
And we would fit in more than a couple.
How long are they going to do the top 50?
To give and show how
Okay,
much
were there more
that was
of
fun.
the
And,
documentaries?
so that they enjoy themselves and
They only did,
three things
they only did up to 50.
Okay, let's do movies now.
Develop friendships for life.
And then go up to 50 is 250.
Oh, yeah. No, well, that's way too many. Yeah,
Every single one
definitely.
that made new friendships, we mixed it up. Every meal.
The Sean Sharp Redemption, number 1.
Okay.
Godfather, number 2.
Hold on.
3
Okay.
is The Dark Knight.
Dude, I can't believe The Dark Knight is 3. That to me is way too high, but I don't know. Maybe some people really like it. Obviously, they do. That's Christopher Nolan, right?
Yeah, I've got The Dark Knight. Number 9 on my top. 10 films.
It was too dark for me, but I don't know. Maybe I have to watch it again.
Number 4 is The Godfather Part 2. Number 5 is 12 Angry Men. Number 6 is Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. Number 7 is Schindler's List. Number 8 is Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. Number 9, Pulp Fiction. Number 10, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Number 11, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. 12, Forrest Gump. 13, Fight Club. 14, Inception. 15, Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. 16, The Matrix. 17, Interstellar. 18, Goodfellas. 19, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. 20, 21, It's a Wonderful Life. 22, The Silence of the Lambs. 23, Saving Private Ryan. 24, Seven Samurai. 25, The Great Mile. 26, City of God. 27, Life is Beautiful.
That's your movie.
28, Terminator.
That's your movie. Okay.
28, Terminator 2, Judgment Day. 29, Back to the Future. 30, Star Wars, A New Hope. Kill Bill, The Whole 31, Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair. I think that's both cuts. 32, Spirited Away. 33, Gladiator. 34, The Pianos. 35, Parasite. 36, Grave of the Fireflies. 37, Psycho. 38, Harakiri. 39, The Lion King. 40, Part 41, The Clash. 42, The Prestige. 43, American History X. 44, Liam the Professional. 45, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. 46, Cinema Paradiso. 47, Casablanca. 48, The Untouchables. 49, The Usual Suspects. 50, Dango Chain.
It was an impressive work for a part of the trip.
Do you agree with that list?
I started off my speech.
There's a few I'll take out.
What's shot? As a guy, what's shot that Yossi Klein spends 8 hours.
What would you take out?
Hours of his own time, and he gives from his own money
Kill
over
Bill.
$100,000 a year.
I understand that.
And I ran the part of this trip. Like he has nothing else to do. Every detail from beginning to end. What's hard.
What are your thoughts on?
And this and that. What's shot? And he set up shot as his mom. She had to make fun of him.
What are your thoughts on
And then they asked about my wife.
Gladiator?
I'm asking the political person,
Yeah.
Side things, side benefits, we'll call them.
Where was that?
And
Yeah, it was like 34.
a lot of different things about all the people
33.
that give my official.
I'll take Gladiator. Well, Gladiator is just. I mean, Gladiator was good for its time.
It's one word. What's the word? I'll let you guys a word there. Try to guess it. Huh? Cult?
You would take out Gladiator?
Tyra's one. What else? No?
I mean, it's just like a great, memorable film. It's just, it's a well-made film. It's just like I can't remember any of the characters' names. I can't remember any of the quotes. It's just.
His name is like something Maximus, something Maximus. Father to a slaughtered son, husband to a slaughtered wife. Some shit like that.
Yeah, but like, there's no like dialogue or quotes from Gladiator. There's no characters there.
Yeah, there are. I think about this one all the time. What we do in the present echoes in eternity. What we do in the present echoes in eternity.
Who said that?
He does in the movie.
Okay.
No, some kids are. It's the impact. Demaskin, I think it's a very strong word, and that's the. Then a kid is talking about. Maybe I'll say it tomorrow. I want to speak to someone who's watching this stage.
I need to watch it again.
Life change, not a life change. It's going to be, I hope, something very different. Within the realm of that, you know what I mean? That a kid is better than the first time.
I'll take out the Spider-Man.
Yeah, how is that?
No, I haven't seen it, but I can't judge. It's probably better.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that too. Is that a cartoon?
Yeah.
And they have it in the top whatever?
Yeah.
That's pretty ridiculous, don't you think?
So anyway, these were the things.
Okay. Wow, that's unreal. All right, here's my question for you, Zoot. What movie is missing from that list? Yep.
He died in Meyer here in his bedroom. I think it was over at 12:35. It became 30 rating showed up this year. 30 at 11:30.
Wizard of Oz.
Do you think The Wizard of Oz is one of the best movies of all time?
I would put it in the top 50, yeah.
Okay,
Wizard of Oz does have issues though.
Yeah, it does, but I could see that. Wizard of Oz is a classic, man. It's a complete classic.
Wizard of Oz, the biggest issue with Wizard of Oz, and this is the time it came out. The costume design is fucking atrocious.
No, there are no black people in that movie. There are no Asian people in that movie. There are no Latinx people in that movie. The only thing that they have are white people. What about that?
Yeah.
Why would a person go and sell his business? It's a successful business, but be in an administrative position in a documentary here. And the answer is,
this movie was made before World War II, so
I get that. I could see people saying that was the best movie ever, though. Like if you said to me right now your list and Wizard of Oz is number one, I could see that. It was groundbreaking, especially when they're like it's all like black and white and then it turns to color. Like I'm sure people shit themselves when they saw that. I'm sure that was a lot of people the first time they've ever seen a colored movie, and it just was like their minds exploded.
Howard Wimmer, the initials of American years ago this week, remember?
Look it up.
Anonymous, Mazel Tov, this is a hard one for you. To Uri Liavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide.
Was it?
Yesterday, he supports over 143 schools. Children, loves children's schools, and he's a big, they have a, what's it called again?
Okay, what was?
Yael Foundation. Yeah. Yael Foundation, check it out. Here, Yael Foundation team for the merit of Uri, Yael, Liavich,
Zoo, what was?
Benjamin, and Matt. Anonymous for the merit of Shidduch Fort, Saragoda Bass, Rivka. Anonymous for Shidduch Fort, Rabbi Shayo.
Visit to the safe side,
Nobody's seen that though.
But the real name probably is Rabbi Shayo. I wonder. I'm going to say both. Rabbi Shayo ben Slavic Devora and Rabbi Rucham ben Yehudis. The young Groves was in honor of my father, Alan Groves, for getting me to join the DAF 3 years ago. The famous Alan Groves. The Yom Gutman in memory of my Zaidi, Avram, Zev, Ben Yitzhak, whose 9th birthday is today, Ben Siva. Some should have an aliyah.
All right. What else is missing from that list, dude?
Rebellion started last year. Shavuos, DAF Tov Fez. Involved in my. That's so beautiful. Anonymous completed for Shlema for Shemachayim, Ephraim, the Yeta Mingle, double check Shakovitsky.
So, do you remember when I asked you what else is missing from that list, and then you were just silent? Okay, so what else is missing from that list?
HYK Ventures in this course for success of all our clients. The Yomen and the L,
And dude, I think that's a really good observation.
This one we need Kavana today, big time. Before Shlema,
you know, dude.
Mystic River is missing.
Ooh, Mystic River. You thought? Hold on. You thought Mystic River is one of the top 15 movies of all time? Okay.
Very
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I saw it in the theater, dog.
We're only 3 lines from the bottom.
All I remember is just about Boston. I didn't think it was that great. I think that Good Will Hunting is probably better if you want a movie about Boston. Have you seen Dead Poet Society?
Yeah.
All right, would you put that in there?
A firstborn male
animal
goes to the cut.
Okay.
Provided it doesn't have a mole, it has a mole, as small.
Some don't really have
a little.
That's a good one.
Missing part of the ear, a little part of the ear is missing. Little gum, you run your
What about
you didn't even when you look at it, you maybe you didn't
the founder?
That's considered a gum, which makes the client super happy because now you could just bring it and shove it at home.
I think that's in the top 50 somewhere.
And
okay, I can live with that. You're better than Riser. As Riser fell asleep during it and refuses to watch it.
I've seen it.
Oh man, I love that movie. I've seen it like a bunch. Have you seen Across the Universe, the Beatles musical?
Every single month, certainly a moment the heart,
no.
A moment in the lungs. What else could there be? Oh, there could be.
You know, someone told me that down there in the womb, item for that. I just feel like it's just not my thing. It's like I can see how someone can enjoy it. Like I just. There are good things.
This knife. How come we only have to listen to 3?
I get that. I get what you're saying. All right. What about
a knife goes also in the weekday check in outside of the base. There's no base.
What about Have you seen E.T.?
How much is missing from the ear?
Yeah.
As we're making this bath.
Okay, would you put E.T. in that bad boy?
Has to be perfect. Has to be smooth. And if something's missing from his bath, you can no longer bring a cardboard.
Nah.
In fact, we had this video. I'll show you. Can you use some of the older ones?
You wouldn't put E.T. in that?
I put 18 really high on the school bag list, though. But I wouldn't put. 18 is just. 18 is just. Yeah.
Okay. There were like 5 Tom Hanks movies that you just named in there. Would you put Rain Man in there?
No, 50?
Yeah.
The plan worked.
Probably in the top 100 on top 50.
Okay. Do you think that Tom Cruise deserves an Oscar ever?
Has he got one?
Nope.
At that point, you can't bring your phone. Basically.
You know what they didn't put in that top list, but I think they should, and Reiser hasn't seen this movie, is
Take your nail and you run it down the ear.
Titanic.
If it stops, there's a little bump in there.
Is there a lot of Scientologists in the academy?
I see more, but we see that he was a lot more than a little tiny problem with the nail.
Yeah, just like any other religion, probably.
It's a whole tefa, not a little tiny
Probably why they haven't.
nick in
If
the
they had a
ear.
lot of Scientologists in the academy,
Okay, I'll allow it.
then
But
they
where did you
probably
get
not
up?
going to
Where
give
did
him
you
an
get
Oscar.
this?
No, dude, he's loved. He's like he's
he's
Mr. He's been Mr. Hollywood for the last 40 years.
They discard any stone. This is for the building.
Even with his controversial Scientology.
Absolutely, man. He's been in risky business. He was in The Outsiders. He's like a teen actor. He was a teen heartthrob. He's in Cocktail. He's in Top Gun. He's in Top Gun Maverick. He was in Jerry Maguire. He was in Vanilla Sky, which I haven't seen, but I should. Everybody talks like that's a really good one.
I don't think he really believes in the Scientology stuff. I think he's just knows that he's at the top of the pyramid and he can get people to do whatever he wants.
I kind of agree with you on that. I think he recognizes that he's so big that he can be like a religion if he wants. He was in Eyes Wide Shut. He was in Top Gun Maverick. He was in Mission Impossible. He is Mission Impossible.
That part has to be a tefa hole or a desires hole. Okay. The stone, even a mashu, a little tiny nick in the stone, the stone in his bath, the hole that they put into the form, that has to be perfect without a single one. But the line on the outside, even desires or a tefa,
Yeah, I thought it was a good movie. I would say that's
What is a good movie?
At least the tefa, or at least
The Outsiders.
Dude, The Outsiders has like 7 really famous people in it.
Yeah, the kid from the Karate Kid, Johnny Depp, Charlie Sheen,
Yeah.
You can't stand in the Daladamas. Whatever you do,
Rob Lowe.
and Tom Cruise.
And Tom, yeah, I think.
You put him in there, but more than that, you don't have breathing limit. You gotta get rid of him. In addition to the nidui, to the Pharaoh, we get rid. He can't work anymore as a shaykhah.
Patrick Swayze.
And we announce
Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen's brother.
Before, but it's in my Gemara here from last cycle, so we'll say it again. And this explains a lot.
Do you know who
Yeah,
Emilio?
the kid from the Karate Kid.
Yeah, Ralph Macchio. Did you know that Emilio Estevez was in Mighty Ducks, and he's Charlie Sheen's brother?
I just said it. How long ago?
Yeah.
Okay, but fits right on over here. So how long ago? 3 months ago. But the little guys in the
It's been like 15 years since I watched the Outsiders. What's it about?
I haven't ever seen it.
Yeah. So just say, and then because I was just showing you, see if I added a little bit, to document purpose. So it's part of the story. So he found out this monkey business going on with the cherry over there. He walked into the store, started talking to the owner, and told him, listen, you gotta stop selling or whatever. You guys just get out of here. No, being rough with him. So
what are your thoughts on?
From the store by the door,
have you seen Top Gun?
And the whole day, as people came, he said, listen, thou Kaufman Kaif. Is that how you say it? Not like that. I don't know. So,
what are your thoughts on
it? Over here?
You haven't seen Top Gun?
No, that's in Yiddish.
No.
It's amazing. Have you seen Cocktail?
No.
It's amazing.
No.
Have you seen Risky Business?
Very. Now this guy got.
I didn't realize what something that
He takes one of his knives.
was the
He's running to the front door.
director
He said, listen, if you don't move from here, we're gonna have to kill you.
Outsiders.
So he said, listen.
Do you know that his
If you punch it on Kratos, you punch it on Retifa.
grandson is Nicolas Cage?
He pulled out his own knife. He said, let's go. I'm not moving. You want to go? You want to duel it out? Let's go. Let's go.
And
I didn't have the fighting chance.
something like that. Look that up. I think that's
One
true.
of Nachman's favorite in the subway. Yeah. But we could still leave this here.
And have you ever seen The Rock?
He made out cross. He says this meat is straight.
That's a Mark Bay movie.
Yeah, it's like first good one. Have you seen The Rock?
If you come after and you find that there's a nick in the knife, that means
That was a very popular movie when I was young because it was a rated R movie that they didn't show nudity. And so it was seen as like, I don't want to say family friendly, but they just cussed in it. That's it.
We put him on only, but we don't remove him from his job.
Who's what?
Oh, this is unbelievable. What do you do? You smear it
Nobody.
feces,
That's Brandon.
the meat, and even a non-Jew will not buy it. Nobody's going to buy it.
Rabbi, I gotta get my case done.
You've got to get your keys cut?
Okay, so we have a video for this. You understand?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Oh, you're getting new keys?
If you were an artist, how would you do that? How would you show
Yeah.
that?
Okay, well, take care, big dog.
Tremendous amount of fuck, Mom.
You can stay for a bit.
Okay, then let's keep talking movies. What's your favorite sports movie ever? Have you seen Remember the Titans?
Yeah, I was about to say that, but it was like, well, it's just like cliche. The other cliche answer was Moneyball. People say Moneyball. I think you would like Moneyball, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Brad Pitt and about the Oakland Athletics. Yeah.
I mean, there's so many boxing movies, but I don't think boxing count as movie.
Oh, no, that counts. Yeah, definitely. Rocky. All the Rockies, they're their own thing. Okay, but I understand if you don't want to count them. What's your favorite Will Ferrell movie?
And go back to sports movies.
Today we have
I'm thinking.
special shaykhim. They're learned shaykhim. They know halacha well. They are our shaykhim. They work in the stockholm, and that's it. It used to be that every guy, you had a chicken.
Have you seen We Are Marshall?
Became an issue. So then every single person had to check his knife by the rope. But today they
Still
said, no,
talking
these
about
are our
sports.
shirtim. We have 100 shirtim per community. For the whole year, so I haven't checked them out. Whatever they are,
The blind
they
side?
get a stempel that they're good. They're good to go. They never have to check the knife by the rope. That's how it works. So this butcher didn't show his knife to the rope. He didn't bring it to Rabbi back in Shamte, so Rabbi put it there. The Habrani, he removed it from his job. Back in the history of the Bibi, he said all his meat was straight. Now it doesn't say whether or not it had a bima. He said it was straight. One day, these two Rabbanim came, Rabashi came to the Kinnan of Rabbi. Rabbi Kinnan, sorry, Rabbi Kinnan. I'm like, oh, he says, listen, do me a favor. I was pretty hard for
What's the name called that you're doing from both sides?
I said all his meat is straight.
Cool running
I
stuff.
need to do me a favor. I need to figure out how to get him back in his job. Why? Ryan Rabbi would say,
You like cool running
stuff because he has children
Nah,
that
it's
are
just
dependent on him.
a good movie.
You guys spoke about if the guy gets a jail sentence. It's a jail sentence. So why is the wife children? Why is the kid children?
What's your favorite cartoon?
Years and years. It's tremendous society in Mishpacha. We shouldn't know if somebody's sick.
Have you seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Treatments and everything. It's a tremendous
Same here.
Tremendous society.
Fucking love that movie.
Speaking about it, Russell takes everything into consideration. It's all considered. It's not like, oh,
I don't know how they
it's collateral. No, it's part of it.
They were going to.
The plan and the pedal.
It's all written. It's all like it's ready to go, but they just never made one. I think it was pretty expensive. There's like a. They were going to, I think, at the end of the 90s, but then they just ended up not doing it for some reason. I think it had to do with maybe Disney and Warner Brothers not getting along because they needed both Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse or something like that.
He asked me to find a head guy. This is what I found. The Rothschild of the Rock.
Yeah, that movie's the first time ever that Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse are both shown on the big screen at the same time.
Being an animal that's very sharp, but it's a part of the show or a nail that's no longer attached.
Yeah, isn't that fascinating?
It's like a knife. It's sharply knife. We learned the other day. You cannot use Shinai, you cannot use
Do you know in the future what's going to be bigger, Mickey Mouse or Bugs Bunny?
They don't cut nicely. It says it's not a contradiction with Pete.
Incorrect, Bugs Bunny, because Bugs Bunny has more cartoons than Mickey Mouse does. Mickey Mouse just really has movies that he did way back in the day. Bugs Bunny did like Looney Tune shorts, and there are way more of those.
Yeah.
So does Warner Brothers. They have what'd you say?
So this is a Michael Potzer.
That may be what
Beautiful pictures.
Oh, I don't know what that is, but they have Six Flags is their stuff.
Right to left. So you're not going to have any pulling from the blades. It's going to go smooth over the blade. The blade is going to cut nicely and smoothly. If you go from left to right, so every one of those points is going to pull at the skin and at the simanim, and that's terrible. So maybe I showed him if he's walking with it from right to left, the end of it, the pointy part, the end, all the way on the left, that hits the neck of the animal first, and it slices through the neck. We still not shoot. They still say it's kosher. Now, when you read this, you say, what does kosher mean? I can eat it. What does kosher mean? So the Lord will say, no. You can't eat it. Kosher means it's not nekama. It removes the nevela from it, but it's not kosher. It's very, very smooth.
What's your favorite, aside from Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Make those points smooth, so there's no back and forth. Any direction that you cut with, it's going to slice and not pull. Then it's a regular.
Favorite cartoon? Yeah. Yeah. Like Lion King kind of video.
As people, anywhere you want, I saw there's confusion in this particular level. And that is a dead cow. A cow that's a kosher animal by design that drops dead in a person's backyard gives off tumah the same way that a dead horse gives off tumah, the same way a lion gives off tumah, the same way a dead cat gives off tumah. So all animals give off tumah, transmit tumah. There's one animal that doesn't have tumah, and that's a dead cow that was shechted, a dead sheep that was shechted. Those don't have tumah because the shechita removes the tumah. It's no longer available. So it says in the Gemara, they still meant that they use this sickle you see on the screen as a shechita device. That doesn't
Wait, Brendan.
Why?
Okay.
Because it's a dangerous device. What if you pull it from left to right, and then you tore the
Did he what?
I don't know why. I don't know who you are, what you are. How easy is it to
Brendan Fraser was Tarzan. What did you say?
Usually go back forth a few times. Whatever it is.
Or no, he was George of the Jungle.
And then if you're not careful, you're worried that you didn't do a good job on the sound, so you take it back. So he's eating, not eating.
What about him?
But does it have tumah? No, it doesn't have tumah. That's all I said. That's all the said.
What was he? Do you like him?
Shammai say it's possible, and they still say it's kosher. What's kosher?
Yeah, I do too. I feel badly for that kid. The things they used to say on that TV show in front of him as like a child, I can't believe that was like, wow.
I can't be medayik at all from the wording of the Mishnah. It says kosher, it says
that show.
It's all the same.
Yeah, but that show was kind of scandalous. Okay, well, everybody's got an issue.
said that a sickle makes the animal kosher. Do not use the sickle. You use it after the fact. It removes the tumor from the animal. Do not eat the animal. Boys, we're going to see a fascinating study here. I want to preface this thing with the kiss of Hashem.
It's rich, though.
Those that are involved in MDY.
Oh, yeah.
Kinds of basis, and it gives a lot of prison. I say it all the time. I say it again. You see a pickup.
Yeah, he made out pretty well.
We get a guy like Yoshi to work in MDY. And for years, I'm trying to find the Yoshi no thing. We interviewed many people.
Who's your favorite child actor?
That has a sense of humor, a sense of the nuances, the stuff is funny, schmuck, very hard. Yeah, the show, first phone call I ever made, first recommendation basically, Yoshi. Boom. I don't want to make an
Sure, I don't really.
Every one of our
I don't really have it, I guess. I don't know. That one, Shipka and Keenan Shipka. I think she did a good job in Mad Men. Okay, yeah, that counts. Did you like Hillary Duff? I didn't.
Everybody said I was mountain on the low side. There's 50 types of
But I was older than she was. Or maybe we were the same age, but I had my mind on like chicks in their 20s and 30s when I was a teenager. I wasn't looking at girls who were like on Disney Channel. Like if they were on Disney Channel, I just assumed that they were like, they were still growing. I want bitches who are mature already.
Snacks here and there with the shurim because of the internet, but everything went dark. Yesterday,
what about Hannah Montana?
Learning, I just peeked at this doc. I said to myself, I got to have a penny.
Did you ever watch that show?
Real live Tana, because we're going to be learning right now about the Tana. I need a real one. Okay, fine, I'll tell them. Let me see. Obviously, that didn't happen.
And what did you think of it?
So I saw it, but I didn't know about the Tana. Time to learn. Here in Paris, in the sitting waiting for the next flight. Everybody's fine as usual. I don't have to prepare share. But I was trying to learn one here, one there, and then I bumped into this Hana with the Kleva and the whole Basa Gobble. Oi, I gotta tell Danny. Benny's saying, Benny, you gotta get me a ton. He's like, you know, this is 3 o'clock. All the shop places, all the shopping places are closing our restaurant. It's not, even if I know somebody, it's good stuff. You know,
Okay,
the guy that won the $1,000 raffle.
do you prefer Pokemon or Digimon?
He says, I'm in pay for that. Hey, you happen to be by shop.
Do you prefer Pokemon over all cartoons?
We're leaving. It's closed. Listen, I need a product. He turns around to the show and says, give me a product.
Okay, what do you prefer more than Pokemon?
I'm not driving home until you give me a product. Give me a product. The trachea. Give me a product. I want everything on it.
Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, that's interesting. Why Dragon Ball Z?
I said, a product. We're not going. Give me a product. So the guy goes, he finds a head, a whole head, with one head left. He usually goes through this machine that just chops it up. One head, the final head.
They're just nostalgia for like games and like growing up and waking up in the morning and watching like Transformers and like going like
yesterday,
watching like
you see, he told us he came to the show last night because you don't understand
the anime series,
you know,
like the kid and people watching like Transformers and the toys and stuff. It's just nostalgia.
Okay, did you ever watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Yes or no? I'll wait. Who's your favorite Ninja Turtle?
That you know, I tried it later many times. It didn't move. Went over here. Okay, here we go.
Michelangelo.
Of course, great choice.
It's very nice.
So I grew up with a different Ninja Turtles to you. I grew up like with the really mature, dark one. You grew up with a cartoon.
Yeah, dude. What one were you meant? You meant the movie?
This is the.
I grew up with a series that came out in 2003. It was called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Very large. Very large. I was surprised myself.
Yeah,
this
Teenage
is
Mutant Ninja Turtles.
What the word's going to talk about, is that the
You grew up with the more like 80s, 60s one, where it was more cartoon.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't 60s. It was 80s, though.
It goes up to here and stops.
80s and
up here and stops. Right over here is.
Yeah.
This Rabbi is the best.
Yeah, that's totally true. I remember thinking it was so controversial. There's a part of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles where the movie, dude, when that movie came out, it was like, I remember when it came out, I came home from school and it was on, my parents got it for me on video, and I watched that movie like 1,000 times. And they had a thing that was like, in that movie, they're supposed to be with like the bad guys or whatever, and the bad guys are like smuggling stuff. And I remember them saying regular or menthol, and I didn't know what that meant, and I kept asking, what's regular or menthol mean? And my parents are like, you understand when you're older, not knowing that they were referencing cigarettes. Like, that's the bad part of that movie. They're smuggling cigarettes. Or maybe they say regular and menthol. Do you remember that scene? I doubt you do. It's like, yeah. It's like really brief, but that's okay. Dude, I remember listening to the song at the end, pretending that I was a Ninja Turtle. That shit was dope. Yeah, and that was like the first time they were on. Like, you saw them not as a cartoon, and it was massive. Dude, they made a video game for the Nintendo Entertainment System, and the video game was so hard, I still to this day have not beaten it. And I'll watch like the angry video game nerd play it, and he'll like get so pissed off about it because they made it like purposefully too hard to beat. There was a thing back in the day that games would make their games too hard so that you couldn't beat the whole game over the course of a weekend. Because a lot of people, when you would like games were really expensive, and you would rent them as opposed to buying them, and they'd make them so that they were just difficult enough so that you wouldn't be able to beat it over the course of a weekend, and then you'd go and have to rent it again.
Take a look at this. Inside, I'm going to show you those are the heathen he's pointing at.
Yeah, they did that. Sorry, like that.
Okay.
Um,
I'm going to run through these so everything is clear before we look inside, and then the thing is going to fly. Here's that koiva, this whole thing right over here. We see it over here. That's the koiva and the top part. The bas agdoila is just another ring, but if you look at it, and I'm going to show it to you clear.
like James now, you can finish
That's the bas agdoila. Here's a picture just showing how.
I mean, some you can, but not like Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto will take you like
little tiny piece of meat that pops out in the
two,
bottom.
2 or 3
That's
weeks.
why the Gemara says you can't check on that in front of.
No way. Nobody.
She glitched. She fronts some stage running glitches.
That's what it would look like.
Nobody's beaten Grand Theft Auto in 2 days. No way.
On the other hand, the final
You
ring,
need-
take a look at it.
You need at least 50 hours to do it.
Come on. What cheer in the world?
Probably.
Let me check with SpadeRock.com.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 hours and 36 minutes.
Now,
Okay, but
take
you
a look at this.
like, does that mean that you're skipping all of the cut screens and everything?
Here's shafted in between the rings. Did you notice? Look at the green
Wait,
line.
is that for?
Yeah, this is really cool.
According to everybody.
Is that for
How you get in between the ring? I guess you feel it.
Los
You feel it. Well,
Los
you feel it. You
Santos
feel it.
Grand Theft Auto 5?
Now, here's a guy shafting the actual ring, which is problematic.
Wow. Okay, what about Grand Theft Auto
Right
4?
down the middle of a ring, take a look at the line in the middle of the ring. No. Now let's talk about agrama. Agrama is that I'm going to cut the Kabas Agdola, but it's very dangerous to cut over there. Why? It's great, but it's the best place to check. But what if I cut, like,
Potentially.
somebody cuts challah?
But you gotta
Okay,
think
you know,
that-
it's not the best
3 hours.
cutter in the world.
3 hours
And
and
by
24
mistake, he
Three
takes
hours.
left and he hits
Are
the
they
pipe.
using cheat codes?
That's called agrama. Because you're just gonna have to be
I mean, I
nice
guess
and-
if you know where all of the
right
stuff
by
is
the
stored,
bottom. If I
then
veer
I
off,
guess you
that's
could do it really
called agrama.
quickly,
I'm
but
shifting in the wrong spot.
even still, that seems really fast. That's like the world record, though. I get that.
Throw this handle out. What if I shifted
That's on PlayStation.
51% of the Kabas Agdola?
PlayStation.
There,
It's
my
like
knife
Xbox,
goes,
it says it takes
I
like
make
8
a
hours.
sharp left turn.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it's just the loading alone,
Let's see how that
it
looks.
takes a long time. Do they include loading in that?
That's perfect. What I do here, I left a sliver of the ring
I think so,
on
yeah.
both sides. At least on the side closest to the pipe, I left a sliver,
Okay.
so it's perfect. That's not what you need to do.
I mean, but don't some people's
But what happens if I do this?
systems load faster than others? I guess maybe.
You know, that's exaggerated. But the point is,
These are all on PC.
but in this particular picture,
Okay,
he checked
So
it
that-
to your right. He
I
already
mean
has
that's
the
still
right
not
of
super fast.
And then from there on, where is it? What is he going to check? What's underneath it? The vegetable. This thing underneath.
I mean,
That's
you
okay.
can get a faster PC than something else.
So happy.
You can't get a faster
I'm happy that we
console
have
than
these
something
lines.
else.
We got
Usually,
most uses are
usually
no problems.
all consoles are usually the same hardware. Usually,
Right, I'm in agreement with you on that.
So let's see inside. We need to come back to this picture and come back, but that's basically the sugya a lot and the car. I'm showing you the tabas. What tabas are we talking to our boy side? Tabas Agdola.
Okay,
Tabas Agdola again.
what's your
Tabas.
favorite Batman?
We see over here in the picture with the green line through it. That
Maybe.
is the number one
Yeah.
tabas, the first ring, and that goes in the complete circle.
or
We see it all the way up Nekula.
Movie.
He
Have you
shafted
seen
it somewhere
Batman,
in this picture right over here. That
the
is
first one?
here
The Dark
to
Knight.
the left of it.
The Dark
We're
Knight.
right through the
But
entire thing.
the new Batman's close, like the Robin Batman. Without
He doesn't
Batman's
share
close.
this
But
perfect
if the next movie is good in this series, I'll say it. Like,
you don't need
yeah,
this fire.
like
All
the
you need
Batman
is like
is
this
a
green thing right over
because
here.
Batman-
Most of it.
Batman Begins up is a very mature movie, but the Dark Knight is good.
Have you seen? Have you seen? Have you seen the original Batman from 1989? What are your thoughts on it?
My favorite Batman. My favorite Batman's not from the comics is the Arkham Batman.
What is Arkham versus Gotham?
It's a complete circle.
What's Arkham versus Gotham?
Says over here, you cannot do shita according to in this part of the
Arkham is it's the mental asylum.
Let's get this off. But this white part over here, you cannot do shita.
And you like that one?
But Rashi says no. What he meant to say is you can't do shita stamina. Yeah. Clean.
Who's your favorite Batman bad guy?
I have to be a big one called King Rings. Even I did it in the rings. That was the easier way to do it. Give it to the ring.
Riddler.
Okay, that's the correct answer. Okay, then who?
So, you don't have to. You can't do shkita and the other rings. What do you mean? Even this animal right here was shechted in the rings. Now, I don't know if it was in between because I see nice cartilage. So according to the sheet, there would be no good shkita. Right? Look at the cartilage. You see the cartilage right there. I mean, obviously, he shechted the actual ring. To me, it looks like that. Okay.
Red Hood.
What's Red Hood?
Red Hood is Jason's one. It was the original one.
It says shechting in the
Red
other rings.
Hood's the original one. Goes turned evil.
These rings do not.
Is it scary? Is it scary?
No. He's just evil.
If I make a left turn,
In the games, he's also is on in the games. He's the up and up.
Okay. Do you like the Joker?
No, this one.
Joker's okay, but
This part right over here, that's no good.
Do you like Mr. Freeze?
Said on this
yeah, but he hasn't moved on well yet.
Dude, Arnold Schwarzenegger did a really good job. Stay cool. Yeah, dude, he was amazing.
So even if you are
Anyway, I'm gonna
go.
Peace out, Zoo. Good talking to you.
Provided that you're not at this point you're not by the Adam's apple line. If you get it to the pipeline from the Adam's apple to the left towards the tunnel, then you're okay. Even if you're past the Tabas Agdoilo. Tabas Agdoilo is here, you check it over here. You're okay. Yeah, I don't know what something is. Yes, from the Adam's apple on the pipeline. The pipeline is actually up here. The Adam's apple. So from the Adam's apple to here, real good. From the Adam's apple on the pipeline, this way is good. Even though you didn't touch any of the tobacco loads. Why? Because the Agora Fona Roma, what published for Sinai, when the Torah, the book of the Rabbi on Sinai, that Agrama is cutting into the pipeline, no good. The sheep will pay that Lamala. This is the pipeline. Do we see it or not? I just need to make sure that we see this pipeline perfectly. Oh, no, right over here. This guy. Super pipeline. It goes like this. It's like a slide. You guys see it perfectly? I don't know if it's still. Oh, that's a better one. Right over here. From here downwards, no good. From here this way, it's cars. Yeah, this car is moving. Very fast. Okay.
Zoo, your mic's still on.
So the question is,
Zoo, your mic's still on.
Rabbi will say that if you shut
Okay.
in anything you look, Rabbi will say you shut over here, it's mamish possible, it's straight. Well, we would see especially in Shad Rabbi's, but it's a good. No, but because they're not the Rabbi's. They explain that there's no around in the circle. You know what I mean? It's not a corner, it's fine, it's not a corner. You're not trying to go way around. No, don't leave it wrong. It's not, if it's shutting a leg, shut the leg over the part, it's like wrong. Okay, so yeah, exactly, it's not the place. But you shut the clean with this corner, it's okay, fine. Senora, Alright, good. So Rabbi Yosi, you the type of Kamar. There's two halachas that Rabbi Yosi said. Rabbi Shmuel Targum said, the Chazal will be a little covered. Rabbi Shmuel will only talk about one part of Rabbi Yosi. Then what? One halacha is that if you chef most of the Tabas HaGdoila, we say 61% of the Tabas HaGdoila, you're good. Even if you did have drama, and you chefed it into that Chayma thing, you're okay. The other halacha that we're going to talk about in the Mishnah is the other tapas. He holds the other rings. The rest of the air conditioning type is okay. And Rabbi Shmuel argue on that. Let me argue on one thing they agree with one thing. The Gemara, the lesson of here, what's the lesson on the Ralph? You don't have to know the page, it's right here. You're explaining what you're doing. You said, it's one Allah that they're talking about. What do you think Allah is here? This is what they meant. Allah we only reach for one of the two Allah. They're pointing out one of the Allah because they only read in that Allah. That's a dialogue. And Allah give us the body. We don't agree. They can just keep in the other things. She's all going to be off on the ground. You can't have this. About global specials, international financial services, time no rap, the country in the Rothschild. I go back to the circle last summer. Oh, you know what? I told him to do this. He worked on it. Why wouldn't they show this? Here's the flavor. Here's that thing with the dotted purple line. That's the point. Check this out. If you check to the right of it, this is closer to the rest of the green. From that stick downwards, it's all red. Now I see green. That's great. I mean, I'm crazy. I want to have a night to do this. There is nothing to suggest that he proactively corrected their worship for yesterday images. The Pharaoh himself might have exclusively worshipped God. It's funny that I just watched this and this was in its challenging God. Walking around and yesterday eating ground. Okay, when you don't know, you don't know. You make sure you stay from it. So, tomorrow, how long are we in? 3 minutes. Shopping is good. Sorry, guys. But it's says shopping is so good. You should. It's not as radical as often suggested. These soldiers, they're compared to straw. Let's think about this for a second. They're pushing bubble. What do they do in bubble? The boys said, what do they do in bubble? They don't keep over there. Mata, show me later. Mata, I mean, I'm going to begin in there. What was the toilet? Wow. Okay, got me nervous. I thought you were in the bedroom already. Oh, man, my God. Okay. She saw a good zero. I said, my funny. She saw a good zero. She saw a good zero. Oh, I gotta tell you about this essay. Oh, I gotta tell you about that essay. Oh, it's the best. It's the best line ever. He told him zero. I forgot what it stands for. Situational awareness. Situational awareness is mainly the voice side. You get on a plane, there are other people there, you look at the food cameras, you look at everybody. There's certain things, situational awareness. You don't look at situational awareness. Once you know this monster thing is hot, this guy laughs a little bit of it. This guy doesn't. Some situations he doesn't. Okay? Jason, you were wearing a whole Egyptian sculptors have the ability to express it's all gives zero of how much Rabbi Shmuel. What's Rabbi Shmuel? That they said that if you cut into the tabac, you go into the Rabbi, you steer off, you go into the kaiva, no good. Amen. It's another ring. Rabbi's not yet. Okay, fine. Made a mistake. You're right. Yesterday I said it well. Today not. Rabbi Shmuel says the other rings are not good. Even though it says minus the words in my glory. Okay. Omar Lehi, Amalei. Lav Ma'asi, what's funny? Whatever. I get one wrong. Amalei, Lav Ma'asi,
Imagine you were so hot like 2,000 years ago. Think for it.
I don't know, man, I'm Moro. Why should I care about that? Listen, Makia. And Makia was really on the governor. He's not on the tactic. He said, I'm lucky. He heard it from somebody. He heard it once from children. He said it over. You can't eat it from this part of the down. No, I don't go with that. Somewhere I've heard he said that it's not a tactic for about the speak, though. Is it said, oh, man, I know what's going on. I learned from everybody. I know already who got me. I learned from the top of the top. The top of the broad and small. That's who was speaking the average guard. He told us that to Rabbi Yehuda. Even if he forgets who told us him, he says over both names. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi something for the Rab, something for the school. I don't know if I heard this. Rabbi Yehuda, Rab, Rabbi Yehuda, Shmuel, all over Shach. Over here he says, Rabbi Yehuda, Rab, Shmuel. I don't know who I heard it from. He told me that to say the Shmuel, so of course he's going to say that Allah has just perfectly. Rabbi Yehuda, something for the Rab, Shmuel, close with him, some point. You have it on the ground, you have firstborn males, you have a little nose, and they claim benefits from this. We decide to this woman now. Even 3 people go to looking at them. Okay, so you're around here. Or Jerry Leslie doesn't know Kumi Abom, doesn't know Kumi Abom, let's say you come from America, there and in Myers, they don't say Babylon lawyer. What do you do? For this Gemara, well, I know you do, but maybe for this Gemara, you should say Babylon lawyer. And then you should be knocking on the biggest house in the biggest guy, because you do the Kumno America. So you do the Kumno of America, and so let's go. You have to do the Kumno of gold. I had a meeting with Babylon America, so I just come from Nahar God, the public piece, from the Kwanzat, wherever, Surah, thank you. Then, okay, then you have to be knocking on all your comments from place to place. Everywhere to say, from day back to Shalayim, etc. Great. Babylon is something from footwords, where to scroll the Babel. Or one direction from Israel to Babel, then you have to keep all your belonging from where to scroll. On the Babylon to scroll, it's similar to what we have today. Even the 19th mode, not 100%, but more, maybe more, we say more Allah comes up from Israel, more of the places. So, we, the footwords, we bow down to the Allah of Eretz Yisrael. I'm going to give a example. When I come to Israel, I'm going to do exactly like I'm going to eat from the people from this part. But I saw people tell me Babylon to Israel. You can even go from Babylon to Israel and you lay to the actual last. But, yeah, when it's only content today, people don't come from Aliyah, they just come for something. So if you have a mind to go back, then you have to time all your melodies. Maybe that's not as social. And you have to keep 2 days up when you're there to show. Why? Because you think about going back. Well, there's David Deadlock's Rabbi, he made a full Aliyah. How do I know he made a full Aliyah? Because he fasted 100 Panesis, so he could forget how to learn like the bubble, about the low is. He wants to know how to learn like very strong. He's there to stay. Here to stay. Pick up the medallion. Only one day he got to. Rabbanon came from a place you're the one who say what? That you're allowed to chef in the corner, they're not in the he says that it's kosher. If you go, if you chef in most other regions, these guys right over here, it's kosher. When you tell me that in Babel, they hold that it's not kosher, yeah, it's place in Babel. Nahara pasture, what does that mean? It means that every stream has a different direction, a different flow, a different power. Also human beings, every human has a, I want to tell you a sad story before we go. One sad story, I think it's so sad, but it could have players. Rabbi Rothschild told us to myself that maybe it's not public knowledge, but too bad, I'll ask him afterwards. He's a real artist. He drew up beautifully. And during class, he used to draw up beautiful pieces of art. And one day, his brother pulls him out of class and tells him, let me see what he's drawing. So that day, he's drawing a picture of Paris and bodyguards. And his bodyguards are big muscles. He tells him, if Paris doesn't draw muscles like that, what do you do? He takes his drawing and rips it up. And then he took every one of his drawings and his whole photos in 1 year and ripped them up in his drawings. He said it was one of the most hurtful things. He says, at the end of the day, he has certain pieces of art that he made, and people offer him a lot of money. He says, I'm not selling. It's part of the trauma, part of this. But then he's pissed off on a high note. He says he thinks his father's fans is another thing. His father warned him, his father miraculously did. His father said, if you mess up, I'm going to cut your tongue off. So he really wanted to watch his tongue. He needed his tongue. He said it's important to have a tongue. So he comes to the new school. He's very careful. From day one, this is that. And of course, he was talking to one. The guy next to him, who later on became his best friend, listen to him, I need the answers. I'm not giving you the answers, I need my tongue. So I need the answers. Finally, he writes down the answers. And he does one of his yawning moves, and the paper falls to the floor. The problem is, the kid is too much of the chair. He's running on the chair. He's trying to grab the paper with his feet. And meanwhile, the other kid comes to the school, he's up, he's speaking in tongue. Very best. I wanted to draw a whole thing, he gave a whole thing, he was roughing it up. This really put him up. One luxury could not destroy him. And instead of destroying him, he used the right place and put him up. The boy side have a wonderful very good book that's spreading throughout the world. Found it here today.
Who was no older than 4 years old, could not have become king without some form of regency government to rule during his childhood years. Thus, in order to ensure the survival of his religious revolution, which clearly was disapproved of by many people, Akhenaten needed a trusted family member to rule alongside Tutankhamun in the event of his own death. Senkare's marriage to Akhenaten would have taken place in tandem with his elevation to the kingship, bringing the possibility of more heirs of royal blood with the marriage. In the event, Senenkare is believed to have died after a relatively brief reign, possibly of the same disease that had carried away the royal princesses. Following Senenkare's death, the only more suitable candidates to protect the new religion as Akhenaten intended. He therefore turned to his great royal wife, Nefertiti, who was henceforth depended on the economy, colonial rankings of the Egyptian kingdom. While this is an indication of Nefertiti's elevated status, a piece of graffiti on the Koran walls of Rome, dating from late Akhenaten's reign, continues to use her title of Great Royal Wife rather than plural. While there had been presidents, the female kings in Egypt, most notably with Hatshepsut a few generations earlier, there may have been a degree of unease about making Nefertiti a king, since she herself was not the daughter of a pharaoh. At some point between when his graffiti was produced and Akhenaten's death about a year later, most likely in mid-1930s BC, Nefertiti appears to have become a full king. Among the artifacts uncovered from Tutankhamun's tomb is a box referring to a king named Akhenaten, Nefertiti. The same box also refers to Akhenaten and Akhenaten with the title of Great Royal Wife. In 1928, the British Egypt artist Percy Newbury argued that both the same three names, Nefertiti and Senenkare, were the same person, and the box was catalogued as belonging to Senenkare. This was the prevailing view for 4 decades until the 1970s, when an inferior version of Nefertiti was offered in a feminine form under the Cabaret, following in the example of Hatshepsut, who used both masculine and feminine versions of her three men. Since Nefertiti lived to honor Nefertiti's names while she was Akhenaten's great royal wife, Harris believed that King Nefertiti was Nefertiti. He continued to identify her with Senenkare, claiming that she was King of Egypt while Nefertiti was, but adopted their name Senenkare after Akhenaten's death when she became an independent ruler. Further research
live. Morocco, the banging tree. Let me say, is their nicest hotel they've been to in their life. Tonight is coming to an end. We will be, somebody's baby is screaming in the background. So I want somebody to talk to them. That's why. Is it audible to them? So we had a tremendous inspirational trip, a devoted trip from beginning to end. I'm just letting those that are not here do a little insight. We had great times, we had inspirational times, we had very moving times, a lot of people crying, a lot of people. That's not all the time, we've been having a lot of miles right after here. We are in a, by the way, sure this is not, I wouldn't put it by the door. Because I did, right? I know, but there's a, no, there's a glare. You sure it's not acting as a mirror? Let me see, put it on there, please. Put it on my screen. Put it on my screen, please. Go out. Okay, yeah. The next time, when we're setting up, do not put it under the glass. Go out. Next. Okay, so it also means that you guys, like, whatever, flash and that kind of stuff is going to bounce when we go on that. Shabbos was very, very traumatic. Great speeches from the Shushan brothers, both Shushan brothers. And Bez Hashem, tonight, during La Malta, everybody's going to get up for a minute or two. How many? More? 2 minutes. A lot of people. It takes a long time. Spill it all out. The more people, the better. Hear your speech during Shir, space out now. What you guys going to say. And that's pretty much it. We saw animals, we saw got picked by a monkey, we had the ATV, camelback riding, Sahara Desert, sand surfing, craziest favorite that I've ever been to. A lot of people feel like being number one. A lot of Suzuka and Kiss from Hashem was on for the other side, unprepared, unbeknownst. Show up there the day before we found out it's their fault. And with Amrin, Ben, we won. Very crazy playing. The pool is a pool. It's an incredible trip. They did no hiccups. Great singers. Great ballet filo. And the singers of Amrin, I'm going to say this again. I said it a few times. Wherever we went, great voices, great vibe, and sometimes we sing till 1 in the morning, and it was vibe. So I wish everybody was there. They just send those who make it this year, enjoy the next, and maybe we'll see you in every strong, hopefully. What do you got over there? No. Writing speech? I'm going to skip the sponsorships. The public shipping and support because it is late and the other level we have to start at La Malta. We're already almost 11 o'clock here, so by the time we start, it's a little bit. So I'm going to go on a particular pace, hopefully. Easier time. Sponsorships will cut into it later somehow. Seriously, I'm sponsored by another by real channel and double time period. We're so proud of you. TSMPC. Just listening to my shots, Rabbi, Zion, Igor Zimmerman, in honor of our children, Blake, Gabriel Zimmerman, and after them, invite them on the way of names. Tuesday, Spontaneous, European marketing, Valley supporting the game in Spanish. Same with Yaakov Lulu, Smith and Amelia, Tiny Diving, Slow. So dear, Mazel Tov, Yaakov Schreiber, Lucia, Maspos, for you, Airport Demo, Muhammad Salamis, Muhammad Steve, Morocco, the beautiful lounge, sits on the way for a flight, but it's developed. Howard Wimmer is a weekly sponsor. I'll be wearing time I run the number. And in honor of Bernie Week that got me MDY 2 years ago this week, Anonymous, Mazel Shuri, Talvik. Oh, I know this name. Mazel Shuri, Aliyah. Smith, he's very, very famous. He supports 140 plus students. He loves kids stuff. Unbelievable. I'm hearing a lot about him. One of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. Kosher. Yalva Nation team for the marriage of Uri and Yalva. Here we go again. And their children, Benjamin and Matt. So that you look that up. Yalva Nation, that's what it's called. Yalva Nation. Look it up. Anonymous. The marriage of Shidduch for Sarah Golda Bas Rivka, Anonymous, Muslim of Avrami, Shire of Ben Slavovoro, and Rufen Ben Yehuda. They were sponsored the Yal Foundation. Yal Foundation team. Anonymous, Muslim of Avrami, Shire. They sponsored Aaron Gillen, Miro Stein, and our 11-year-old son, Avrami Stein, who completed his second week with Dafyoim. We're very proud of you. The young man took his kids, Mazel Tov, 40 kids, 14 from Woodway, on your team of the Numbers of the Children. You are so proud and so empowered. You go, get sports. So, drop the very fast, and it's all how you live. Get the respect to the country south. You know, remember, Peter Merker, remember my father, Bernard, Eliezer Ben Yeshua, Halevi, on the 57th yard side. Once I see what I just call soon. Serious argument was very forced at Mother Business Speak Up, but this is one of the songs the last week. Proclaim our official edition of our shot to accept the Zevi Yao Shohar, Parrot, the Benedict family. The Nesefla sponsor, the actual, not the official, the Nesefla sponsor of Jerry Sal, dedicated memory of Avi Murray, Small Park, Arab Fancy Legend for the Rafa. The Positive County Foundation granted to the consortiums and the alliance, and only do to support everyone. Anonymous, Hasafa Baruchi, who the Gashmi is, I think he's the chief, Anonymous, we were proclaiming a return to live assessment, and the human Daniela Rothschild agreed with simple. The monthly sponsors are Simon, the first name of the mother, Dr. Miriam, Leon and Daniela Rothschild, and also the Shefa. Parallel sponsors for the month. It's what prevents us from success of all of our clients. Leon and Daniela Rothschild, Rotham Panah, the Relations LC as a solicitor, to the Simcha, and Begging, Stoya, and Ricky Yudis, Baksakaya, Amazing, Horror. Anyway, all right, folks, we're going to say, well, you're trying to do a bracha. We're going to say, well, we're kind of Esther. It's a yell, the needle says, Ben, a yell, Esther. I want to start off with a question. And if you learned today's daf, if you cheated, please don't answer. There was a Kufa in Klal Yisrael.